Immemorial Dragon Elephant Art Chapter 1910 to Chapter 1994. A fairy was born from the green lotus. She had yet to awaken, but she was already showing her immortal charm. Perhaps the reason why the green lotus was so powerful was related to this fairy. Now, this fairy appeared in everyone's sight. For everyone. Their hearts were filled with shock. Perhaps we should call her a holy spirit. Someone said, feeling that it was inappropriate to call her a fairy. It would be more accurate to call her a holy spirit. Born from heaven and earth. It was a holy spirit. Of course. The green lotus was a celestial lotus. That woman was born from the celestial lotus. It was not strange to call her a fairy. Suddenly, the fairy opened her eyes. The dense light dissipated, and she appeared in front of everyone. This was a face so beautiful that it took people's breath away. She had an otherworldly temperament that was untainted by the mud. Her eyes were so pure that it made people's hearts tremble. There had never been a woman who could give Lin Feng such a shock. She was wearing a snow-white long dress, which accentuated the temperament of this fairy. A fairy born from the immortal medicine of immortality was truly unimaginable. Many people were guessing what cultivation level this fairy had. The reason why the green lotus was so powerful must have a lot to do with this fairy. Lin Feng couldn't help but admire the demon lord's foresight. The demon lord was indeed powerful. He could see the extraordinariness of the green lotus at a glance. Now, the green lotus had given birth to a fairy. It proved the demon lord's extraordinary power. Why are you all here? Why are you all looking at me? The fairy opened her mouth and looked at the surrounding cultivators with pure eyes. Many people were left speechless by the question. Wife, come here quickly. Those people have bad intentions towards you. Come into your husband's arms. Your husband will protect you. Lin Feng waved his hand. Was it really good to deceive such a pure and delicate little flower? Lin Feng asked himself and comforted himself. He was not deceiving her. He was protecting her. Lin Feng felt that he should have the obligation to protect such a pure little fairy sister. Of course. As a reward for protecting her, this fairy would give him the green lotus. That would be a happy ending. Damn, who is this kid? How could he be so shameless? Many people rolled their eyes and cast sidelong glances at Lin Feng. They even had the thought of slapping Lin Feng to death. He had seen shameless people before, but he had never seen such a shameless person. Wife. Husband? Are you my husband? Fairy maiden looked at Lin Feng and asked curiously. Many people almost fell to the ground. It couldn't be. Little fairy. Aren't you too naive? You believe whatever others say. With such a pure personality, it was easy for her to be taken advantage of. Many people couldn't help but wail in their hearts. Then, they were incomparably regretful. Why didn't they take the initiative to say what Lin Feng had said? Perhaps not only would he be able to win the beauty's heart, but he would also be able to obtain the green lotus. Don't believe him. He's lying to you. Bastard, how dare you lie to such a pure little fairy? Are you even human? Many people cursed. Lin Feng curled his lips and said, when did I lie? She's not my wife now, but she might be in the future. I'm just calling her my wife in advance. Many people couldn't help but roll their eyes. How could a complete stranger call another person his wife in advance? What kind of logic was that? Why didn't the heavens send down divine lightning to strike this shameless guy to death? Brat, it's you. Die. At that moment, a voice filled with killing intent came from afar. More than 10 experts from the Qinhua people rushed toward Lin Feng. It's him. Kill him. The experts from Dragonblood City's Long family also discovered Lin Feng. Don't let him escape. Following that, the people from the Evil Dragon Palace also discovered Lin Feng. A group of cultivators from the Taishang Immortal sect also saw Lin Feng and rushed toward Lin Feng. You're really lucky. But now, it seems like you've reached the end of the road. Wife, I'll leave first. See you later. Lin Feng waved at Fairy Maiden, then turned into a streak of light and rushed into the distance. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared without a trace. The experts from the various factions all chased after Lin Feng. Who the hell is that guy? How did he provoke so many factions to hunt him down? Many people looked at each other in dismay. Qinhua people. Dragonblood City's long family. Evil Dragon Palace. Taishang Immortal Sect. Which one of them wasn't a famous faction, yet, it was all because of a young cultivator. They made such a big fuss. It was truly inconceivable. That guy is Lin Feng. Lin Feng from the Reincarnation Immortal Sect, someone said. What? He's Lin Feng? The Lin Feng who killed Lei Shaoli and Li Xiuyan, and who knows what strange method he used to kill Lei Wanli and Gong Yewenren. That's right, it's him. This guy caused such a huge disaster in the Sinkhole Sea region, yet he still dares to come to Thunder City. He's really not afraid of death. Indeed, he's not afraid of death. Moreover, he seems to have provoked the experts from the Qinhua people and the Evil Dragon Palace. However, he's still alive after offending so many factions. That's really inconceivable. That's right. However, it'll be hard for him to escape today. Many people began to discuss among themselves. With so many experts chasing after Lin Feng, it wouldn't be easy for him to escape. If he was in the outside world, it would be more troublesome for him to escape. However, in Thunder City, it was much simpler. This was because Thunder City was filled with dangerous places. Some courtyards were extremely dangerous, while some courtyards were densely covered with restrictions. If Lin Feng hid in one of them, it would be easy for him to deceive everyone. Therefore, even though the experts from the various factions were searching for Lin Feng's whereabouts. However, Lin Feng still managed to evade them. Night fell. It was the second night since they entered Thunder City. Lin Feng walked out of the courtyard where he was hiding. Hiding in the courtyard at night wasn't necessarily safe. It might be better outside. Lin Feng looked up at the sky and saw the moon appear again. What made his expression change slightly was that the moon today was still a full moon. There should only be one full moon every month. Why is the moon today still a full moon? Lin Feng frowned. The Demon Lord said, it's because of this Thunder City. Perhaps there's an inexplicable connection between the moon and Thunder City. I'm guessing that if you want to open the gates of Thunder City again, you'll have to wait for the moon to return to normal. Lin Feng nodded. Not long later. The full moon in the sky turned into a blood moon. In Thunder City. The gloomy atmosphere was dense. Ah! Suddenly, a mournful cry came from one of the courtyards. Lin Feng was alarmed because the courtyard was very close to him. It was only a few hundred meters away. He looked towards the courtyard and discovered that dark red blood was flowing out from the courtyard. This made him shiver and he wanted to leave quickly. Suddenly, a gloomy aura spread out from the courtyard. Following that, it enveloped his body. Lin Feng felt his hands and feet turn cold, his body almost unable to move. This feeling was too terrible. Some terrifying evil spirit appeared in the courtyard, causing all the cultivators in the courtyard to die and blood to flow out. Now, that terrifying and strange evil spirit must be targeting him. This made Lin Feng's face turn ugly. What exactly is it? He scanned the surroundings with his divine sense but found nothing. Lin Feng's heart became heavier as he realized that the cold aura shrouding his body was getting stronger. Lin Feng hurriedly operated the immemorial dragonesque elephant art. His body regained its mobility and he took out the 1,000-form golden Buddha. This treasure was activated and the Buddha's light surged out. The 1,000-form golden Buddha floated above Lin Feng. The Buddha's light formed a defensive light to protect him. Clang! Clang! Then, a terrifying scene appeared. In the darkness, something seemed to be attacking the defensive light shield protecting Lin Feng. The light shield formed by the Buddha's light trembled violently and was about to crack. This was the defensive light shield strengthened by the 1,000-form golden Buddha. The 1,000-form golden Buddha was a powerful magic treasure, but it couldn't withstand the attack of the unknown evil spirit. The evil spirit in Thunder City should belong to the category of evil spirits, and the 1,000-form golden Buddha was the nemesis of evil spirits. However, the evil spirit was able to resist the attack of the evil spirit. How powerful must the unknown evil spirit be to be able to suppress the all manifestations golden Buddha? Just the thought of it was enough to make one's hair stand on end. Clang! Clang! Clang. A series of violent collision sounds could be heard. The unknown evil spirit began to attack the Buddha's light formed by the thousand-form golden Buddha. Kacha kacha, the Buddha's light formed by the thousand-form golden Buddha cracked faster and faster, and the extent of the cracks became bigger and bigger. It wouldn't take long for the defense system of the thousand-form golden Buddha to be destroyed by the unknown evil spirit. What the hell is it? Lin Feng's expression was gloomy. He opened the heavenly demon snake eye, hoping to see the terrifying evil spirit hidden in the darkness. The heavenly demon snake eye could see through the void. It looked directly at the source. Therefore, when Lin Feng's heavenly demon snake eye opened, he saw a mass of darkness. There seemed to be a terrifying evil spirit hidden in the darkness. However, Lin Feng couldn't see what the evil spirit was. He could only see a pair of eyes, a pair of blood-red eyes. Those blood-red eyes were filled with endless coldness and killing intent. Keek keek, suddenly. The evil spirit let out a burst of sinister laughter. Then, the evil spirit began to madly attack the defensive light shield formed by the thousand golden Buddhas. Crack! Crack! The light shield formed by the Buddha's light continued to crack, as if it couldn't hold on any longer. Lin Feng's expression became extremely ugly. At this critical moment, Lin Feng discovered something that made him very surprised. At this moment, a strange thing in the mountain river ring was actually emitting waves of fluctuations. Metal box, Lin Feng frowned slightly. The metal box sealed the corpse. The black metal box was fished out by Lin Feng from a courtyard in the ancient starship. The metal box sealed the corpse of an unknown person. It was extremely strange and terrifying. Lin Feng didn't expect that the metal box would actually emit fluctuations. Now that the situation was critical, he couldn't care so much and directly took out the metal box. Then Lin Feng hugged the metal box. Crack! At the same time, the defensive light shield formed by the thousand golden Buddhas shattered. A cold wind swept over. The terrifying evil spirit rushed towards Lin Feng. Suddenly, the runes on the metal box seemed to be resurrected, emitting waves of violent fluctuations. The runes intertwined. Waves of immortal light. Terrifying ripples burst out from the ground. Screech! A sharp and ear-piercing cry came out from the darkness. The evil spirit let out a horrified cry and quickly retreated. The cold wind blew towards the distance and soon disappeared without a trace. The evil spirit was scared away. Lin Feng's face was full of shock. This metal box was really not simple. It actually scared away the evil spirit. Of course, it could also be because the corpse in the metal box was not simple. Whether it was the metal box or the corpse, this strange thing would definitely play a big role in Thunder City. Lin Feng fixed the two ends of the metal box with a rope and then carried the metal box on his back. He continued to walk towards the depths. Lin Feng found that after carrying the metal box, he didn't encounter any more strange things. Lin Feng was extremely happy. Even though it was night time, Lin Feng was still brave. He started to explore some of the ancient houses which were sealed by the forbidden qi. Some of the ancient houses gave Lin Feng a bone-chilling feeling. There seemed to be some unknown and terrifying evil spirit in the ancient houses. But those evil spirits didn't provoke Lin Feng, who was carrying the metal box. Lin Feng explored dozens of ancient houses in a row and had a very rich harvest. Once again, he found 15,000 divine weapons. There were also 79 giant god-grade weapons. What a windfall, and the rest of the treasures, such as origin crystals, immortal iron, divine stones, and so on, were piled up like a mountain. If it was someone else's storage ring, they wouldn't be able to hold so many treasures. Not to mention storage rings. Even if it was a spatial porcelain bottle with a large storage space, it wouldn't be able to hold so many treasures. Fortunately, Lin Feng had the mountain river ring. The mountain river ring formed a small world, and no matter how many treasures there were, it could hold them. Demon Lord. The metal box I'm carrying, have you seen it? Lin Feng couldn't help but ask. I can't remember. The Demon Lord said. Hearing the Demon Lord's answer, Lin Feng wasn't disappointed because this was also within his expectations. The Demon Lord suddenly said, but the formation patterns on the metal box are somewhat familiar. The formation patterns on the metal box were very strange, and Lin Feng didn't know where they came from. Now, the demon lord had an impression of the formation patterns on the metal box. Didn't that mean that he could find some clues about the metal box? He couldn't help but ask, what is the origin of these formation patterns? The demon lord said, this should be a kind of dark rune passed down from the underworld. Dark rune? It has something to do with the underworld? Lin Feng took a deep breath. Could it be that the metal box was something from the underworld? Thinking of this, Lin Feng couldn't help but slightly change his expression. Something from the underworld was definitely not a small matter. No wonder the metal box was so strange and could even scare away the evil spirits in Thunder City. Rumble, suddenly, the earth quaked and the mountains shook. Lin Feng quickly rushed out of the courtyard. He saw that the entire huge Thunder City was shaking violently at this moment. He didn't know what was happening. Many people rushed to the streets, looking shocked and uncertain, not knowing what was going on. The entire ancient city was trembling. It was too strange. Crack, crack. Then the earth began to crack. Black fog filled the air. The huge Thunder City was covered by the black fog. It was so dark that one couldn't even see their fingers. Thunder City was already strange enough. Now it was covered by the black fog. This was too terrifying. Many people were scared pale. Bang, 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 in the darkness, a terrifying force surged out from the cracked earth. Then, cultivators fell to the ground one by one. Those cultivators all died on the spot with their faces down. There were also many cultivators around Lin Feng, but none of them were spared. They all died tragically. Burial ground, sacrifice. Seeing this scene, his face revealed a look of horror. Burial ground, sacrifice. Had appeared before. The scene of cultivators dying tragically with their faces down. However, the number of cultivators who died was not particularly high. But now, something strange happened in the ancient city. The earth of the ancient city cracked, and black fog filled the air. A large number of cultivators died tragically. They didn't even know how they died. It was as if there was an invisible force that took away their lives in an instant. It was really inconceivable, but at the same time, it gave birth to a deep sense of uneasiness and horror. The demon lord said, "This is troublesome. I'm afraid that the terrifying existence suppressed under Thunder City is about to come out." Lin Feng's face suddenly changed. A place where burial ground appeared meant that a terrifying undead spirit was going to be sacrificed. Now, a large number of cultivators were being sacrificed. Indeed, as the demon lord said, it was very likely that the terrifying existence was about to come out. Suppressed under Thunder City. Lin Feng couldn't help but guess, was that terrifying evil spirit suppressed by Thunder God? Or even, the fall of Thunder God might be related to that evil spirit. Now, the evil spirit was about to come out. Once it really reappeared in the world, no one would be able to live. At this time, Lin Feng suddenly felt a terrifying energy enveloping his body. That energy was very strange. It seemed to want to destroy his life force. This was an extremely terrifying thing. Is this the energy that killed so many people? Was this the burial ground, a sacrifice? Are you going to bury me here? Lin Feng's voice trembled slightly. His body also began to be invaded by this strange energy, which made Lin Feng feel very bad. Lin Feng's expression was uncertain, but at this time, he was pleasantly surprised to find that the iron box on his back was beginning to absorb the strange energy that was flowing into his body. All the energy. They were all absorbed by the iron box. What a powerful metal box. Lin Feng let out a long sigh of relief. He quickly rushed into the depths. Because of the rolling black fog in the Thunder City. Therefore, the visibility was very low. Crash. Crash, suddenly. He heard the clanking of chains. A gloomy and cold aura permeated the air. It seemed that some terrifying evil spirit was approaching from the darkness. Lin Feng summoned the 9 demons painting. The monarch weapon floated above his head while he held the All Manifestations Golden Buddha in his hand. Rays of Buddhist light emanated and enveloped him within. Finally, the clanking of chains in the darkness gradually faded away. The terrifying evil spirit in the darkness did not attack Lin Feng. So many corpses. At this time, Lin Feng looked around. The ground was densely packed with corpses. He did not know how many cultivators had died. All of them were lying face down. Rumble, the ancient city began to shake violently again. Crack. Crack, the ground continued to crack. Roar, suddenly. An earth-shaking roar came from the depths of the ancient city. It startled everyone. Something is really coming out. Lin Feng's expression was very ugly. The predicament he was facing now was that he could not get out of the Thunder City. Yellow clay platform, 10,000 spirit blood. Suddenly, a gloomy and cold voice resounded in Lin Feng's mind. When the voice came out, his consciousness suddenly became blurry. That voice seemed to have a magic that no one could resist. Anyone who heard it would be lost in it. Lin Feng's body seemed to be pulled by a mysterious force and walked forward uncontrollably. He passed through one street after another. He walked towards the deepest part of the Thunder City. In the deepest part of the Thunder City, there was a huge square. Originally, this square was densely covered with restrictions, but now these restrictions were all broken. Many powerhouses walked towards the square. These were the true powerhouses. The weakest was at the true God realm, and there were many heavenly God realm powerhouses. There were even giant God realm powerhouses. But now, everyone seemed to have lost themselves. After entering the square, the cultivators walked towards the center of the square. In the center of the square, there was a yellow clay platform. The yellow clay platform was about 1 meter in diameter and half a meter in height. It was not particularly big. But it was incomparably demonic. Bang! 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 When the cultivators came near the yellow clay platform, their bodies directly exploded into blood mist and they died on the spot. Then, the yellow clay platform absorbed all the blood mist. This was the most tyrannical kind of sacrifice. Using living people as a sacrifice. Bang! 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 Cultivators' bodies were constantly exploding. Cultivators were constantly dying tragically. All the flesh and blood essence left behind after the bodies of the dead cultivators exploded. They were all absorbed by the yellow clay platform. The yellow clay platform was dyed with a demonic bloody luster. It was really too demonic and terrifying. Not long after, Lin Feng also came here. He also entered the square. People who entered this huge square, regardless of their strength, lost themselves. Even Lin Feng was no exception. Namo Amaba. Suddenly, a majestic voice resounded between heaven and earth. It woke up some of the powerful cultivators or those with abnormally strong willpower. But most people were still in a state of confusion. Heavens, the yellow clay platform. Lin Feng was awakened. When he saw the yellow clay platform, his face changed again and again. In front of the yellow clay platform, I cry for the king. He still remembered the sobbing sound he had heard before, and it was not the first time he had heard that sobbing sound. Now, the yellow clay platform appeared in front of him. Lin Feng looked around and saw in King, the little fairy born by the green lotus, the experts of the supreme immortal sect, the experts of Dragon Blood City, the experts of the evil dragon palace, the experts of the Kinwu people, the underworld child, the mysterious expert of the giant god realm shrouded in golden light, the old Taoist, several old monks, and several other unfathomable experts. It was very likely that they were also experts of the giant god realm. Now that these people had all woken up, everyone looked at the yellow clay platform in the square with a solemn expression. Everyone's face was incomparably ugly. The yellow clay platform was too demonic and terrifying. Bang, 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 the sound of bodies exploding rang out incessantly as cultivators died tragically. This was the first time Lin Feng had seen such a tyrannical sacrificial method, so he was incomparably shocked. The others were the same. Even the giant god realm experts had ugly expressions at this moment. They felt that the situation was very bad. Because, they had also lost themselves before. If it wasn't for the old monk waking everyone up, they wouldn't have been able to wake up. Grandmaster, what should we do now? Someone asked. The old monk said, "This is a sacrificial technique. I'm afraid that something terrifying is being suppressed below. Now, so many cultivators have died tragically in order to sacrifice that terrifying existence, allowing it to break free. Many people's expressions changed drastically. If that terrifying existence really broke free, everyone here would die. No one would be able to survive. Grandmaster, what should we do now? Someone continued to ask. The old monk looked at the old Taoist standing not far away, put his palms together, and said, Taoist Wujia, have you thought of a way to deal with it? The yellow platform is the key. We need to seal the yellow clay platform. The old Taoist said. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the yellow platform. Now, there were still countless cultivators rushing to the yellow platform one after another. Their bodies collapsed, and their flesh and soul essence were absorbed by the platform. All of this seemed to indicate that the yellow platform was the culprit. Can we destroy the yellow platform? Underworld Child's eyes flickered as he asked. His expression was unsightly. Underworld Child had always been in control of his own fate. But now, he felt that his fate was no longer in his own hands. This feeling was very terrible. This feeling made Underworld Child infuriated. No. If I'm not wrong, the yellow platform should be the center of the entire ancient city. It should be the core of the formation. Once it's destroyed, the terrifying existence under Thunder City will definitely come out. At that time only death will await us. The old Taoist said in a deep voice. Lin Feng was shocked. He carefully looked at the yellow platform and then at the surroundings. Then he nodded. It was as the old Taoist had said. The yellow platform was the core of the formation. Ordinary people couldn't see it at all. Even Lin Feng only realized the mystery after the old Taoist's reminder. This old Taoist was indeed not simple. The most important thing now is to stop these people from continuing to sacrifice. If he continued to sacrifice, that terrifying being that has been suppressed might really be about to come out. Lin Feng said in a deep voice. Everyone looked at Lin Feng. This included the Supreme Immortal Sect, Evil Dragon Palace, Qinhua people, Dragon Blood City, and other forces that had enmity with Lin Feng. However, they were not in the mood to settle their grudges with Lin Feng. The most important thing now was to work together to resolve the current predicament. Humph. Little Fairy also saw Lin Feng and naturally remembered this man who claimed to be her husband. Little Fairy couldn't help but lightly snort twice. The old monk said, Everyone, recite the clear heart mantra with me. Perhaps we might be able to awaken them. All right. Everyone nodded. Apart from this method, no one had any other viable options. So far, this was the only feasible method. The old monk and a few other monks beside him began to chant the Buddhist heart-cleansing mantra. Kowtowing to Su Shidi, the head and face of Emperor Su Shidi today, I commend the great Kundi for his benevolent protection, Nanhua Sa muttered. Third contempt for third Bodhi. Jusu murmured. His nephew. To be ruthless is to be ruthless. Zhuanti Sa Pahi. After Lin Feng and the rest heard at once, they memorized it in their hearts and chanted the clear heart mantra with the old monk and the rest. Everyone's voices gathered together like the divine voice of the heavenly Tao. Heaven and earth shook. Endless Buddha's light shone upon each other. The lost cultivators on the square felt as if they had been hit in the head. They all began to wake up. I'm still alive, I didn't die, many people cried out in disbelief. Some people saw their companions die one after another, and then they lost themselves. Before I got lost, they all thought that they were going to die. But now, he found that he was still alive. He was pleasantly surprised. The clanking of chains could be heard. It shook the void. The sound came closer and closer. The black fog rolled. The endless black fog enveloped the entire huge square. In the black fog, there were some terrifying evil spirits hidden. Everyone, stop those evil spirits outside. We will go and seal the yellow mud platform. Life and death will depend on this battle. The old monk shouted loudly. Kill, facing the danger of life and death. Everyone's bloodthirstiness and the ferocity in their bones were stimulated. One cultivator after another rushed towards the evil spirits outside the square without fear of death. Let's go and seal the yellow mud platform. The old monk shouted loudly. All the cultivators above the heavenly god realm moved out and rushed towards the yellow mud platform. There were more than 200 people in total. Bang bang bang, when they got close to the yellow mud platform, the bodies of the cultivators exploded. Even the heavenly god realm powerhouses couldn't withstand the terrifying pressure around the yellow mud platform. And the cultivators outside the square who were fighting with the evil spirits suffered even more casualties. Although the cultivators had the advantage in numbers. However, those evil spirits were too terrifying. It was simply a one-sided massacre. If it weren't for the small number of evil spirits, the cultivator army would have long been wiped out. But the cultivators outside who were fighting with the evil spirits might not be able to hold on for long. Once the evil spirits entered the square, all hope would be cut off. Ignite my battle blood. Fight to the death. Many people roared, frantically burning the blood essence in their bodies. Through this method, they could increase their battle strength. Bang bang bang. One after another, the monks died tragically. Bang bang bang. One after another, the Taoists died. Bang bang bang. The powerhouses of the Supreme Immortal Sect, Dragon Blood City, Kinwo people, and other forces died one after another. It was really too difficult to get close to the yellow mud platform. Not long after, there were only 40 to 50 people left out of the 200. Most of the powerhouses had yet to get close to the yellow mud platform. He had died tragically on the way. This kind of death and injury. It was really too tragic. Why? 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 A great elder-level expert from the Supreme Immortal Sect roared. He didn't understand why so many experts were still unable to resist the terrifying aura emitted from the yellow mud platform even though they were burning their blood essence to increase their combat strength. This yellow mud platform looked so ordinary, why was it so terrifying? Bang. The body of that powerhouse from the Supreme Immortal Sect also directly exploded. He died tragically on the spot. Everyone's face was incomparably gloomy. If this continued, all of them were going to become sacrifices for that terrifying evil spirit. Everyone was extremely unwilling to accept this. But what was the use of being unwilling? The terrifying pressure emitted by the yellow mud platform was simply impossible to resist. Break! A giant god realm powerhouse roared, and his body turned into a giant axe. Then, he tore apart the terrifying pressure in the void and quickly rushed to the yellow platform. Seeing this scene, everyone's spirit suddenly shook, and they all followed behind the giant god realm cultivator. Bang, suddenly. A terrifying destructive force emanated from the yellow clay dais, and then fiercely bombarded the yellow clay dais formed by the giant divinity stage cultivator. The giant god realm cultivator was actually beaten back to his original form, and one of his arms directly exploded. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. This was in existence at the giant god realm, yet he couldn't resist the destructive power emitted from the yellow clay platform. The yellow platform was really too heaven-defying. Did everyone still have hope of sealing the yellow platform, even the most optimistic people? At this moment, they couldn't help but feel despair. They really couldn't see any hope. Bang bang bang, at this time, the bodies of the powerhouses exploded one after another. Perhaps there was no need for the evil spirits outside to rush in, Lin Feng and the others would be killed by the pressure emitted from the yellow platform. However, no one chose to retreat. Because, there was no other way for them to choose. They would rather die in battle. They would never retreat. Boundless Tao Master. The old Taoist roared, and his body emitted endless divine light, and began to turn into a stone body. Not long after, the old Taoist turned into a stone man. Everyone looked at each other. What kind of method was this? Could it be that the old Taoist's original body was a stone man? This is the Great Petrification Technique. A giant god realm powerhouse said. Great Petrification Technique, one of the 3,000 great Daos. This divine ability was very strange, and it was said that it could petrify others. However, it could also petrify oneself. If others were petrified, their body would be imprisoned, and they would become a stone man, unable to move an inch, and would be killed in the next moment. If the original body was petrified, it could move freely, and its defense would greatly increase. Just like what they saw in front of them. The old Taoist used the great petrification technique and turned into a stone man, and his defense was raised to the peak. He walked towards the yellow platform step by step. The terrifying pressure emitted by the yellow platform was blocked by the old Taoist. Buzz. Suddenly, a destructive force gushed out from the yellow platform. Just now, the destructive force gushing out from the yellow platform seriously injured the giant god expert. From this, one could see how terrifying this destructive force was. Therefore, the yellow clay platform once again surged with destructive power. Everyone was also extremely worried that the old Taoist would not be able to withstand the attack of the destructive power. Clang. The destructive force blasted the old Taoist, producing a sonorous collision sound. It was as if he had struck a piece of metal. To everyone's surprise, the petrified old Taoist was able to withstand the destructive attack. Everyone was overjoyed. Everyone seemed to have seen hope. The old Taoist increased his speed. Finally, he arrived in front of the yellow clay platform and shot out numerous runes to suppress it. But at this moment, something terrible happened. On the yellow clay platform, dense destructive power spread out. The destructive power destroyed the runes that the old Taoist had cast and then bombarded the old Taoist's body. After the old Taoist was petrified, his defense was extremely strong. But even so, it couldn't withstand so many destructive attacks. That was why the old Taoist priest suffered a calamity. Crack, crack, his petrified body began to crack. Wah! The old Taoist spat out a mouthful of blood and wanted to retreat, but he found that he couldn't. Namo Amida. The old monk put his palms together, and his body surged with Buddhist light. He rushed in and grabbed the old Taoist. Then, he quickly retreated. Puff, but a destructive force swept over. It directly cut off one of the old monk's legs. Blood immediately gushed out. The old monk lost a leg, and the old Taoist's body collapsed. Both the old monk and the old Taoist had extraordinary means, but now they were also seriously injured. Boom, an even more terrifying pressure spread out from the yellow clay platform. Feeling that pressure, many people showed deep despair. They really couldn't resist. The giant god couldn't resist. The old monk and the old Taoist couldn't resist. Not to mention the others. This is? Suddenly, Lin Feng was slightly surprised. Because he found that the iron box on his back had changed again. The iron box seemed to be emitting violent fluctuations, but this fluctuation was sealed by the iron box. It couldn't escape. The iron box is really not simple. The broken corpse sealed in the iron box is even more so. Lin Feng took a deep breath. Now that the iron box was acting strangely here, Lin Feng couldn't help but have a thought. Could he use the iron box to get close to the yellow clay platform? No, this might be the only way. Everyone, please try your best to burn your lifespan or blood essence source, and add all your energy to my body. I will seal the yellow clay platform. Lin Feng gritted his teeth and said. He didn't know if the iron box could withstand the attack of the yellow clay platform. But now, there really wasn't much time left. The cultivators outside who were fighting with the evil spirit were about to collapse. The evil spirit could come in any time. Once the evil spirit came in, they would have to face the evil spirit's attack. But at that time, they would lose the opportunity to seal the yellow clay platform. Moreover, Lin Feng found that the Thunder City hadn't shook violently for a long time. Could it be? The terrifying evil spirit suppressed under the Thunder City had begun to break out of the seal. If that was the case, then it was too terrifying. Now, it had reached the point of no delay. It was time to fight to the death. You're going? Many people frowned. Is there a better way? Lin Feng asked. The others nodded gloomily. Burn my lifespan. Burn my blood essence source. One cultivator after another began to burn their lifespan. No one was stingy. They burned millions of years of lifespan at once to support Lin Feng. After burning their lifespan, they burned their blood essence source to support Lin Feng. Then, they began to burn their lifespan for the second time, burning their blood essence source to support Lin Feng. Everyone was going all out. Energy as majestic as the sea poured into Lin Feng's body. Lin Feng continued to pour this energy into the iron box. The nether pattern on the iron box actually began to distort. He walked towards the yellow clay platform. When the terrifying pressure spread out, Yi Zichen was stunned. The iron box shook slightly, and all the pressure was scattered. Waves of destructive power swept towards Lin Feng. At this time, the nether pattern on the iron box emitted waves of devouring power. It actually managed to devour the terrifying destructive power directly. It's the iron box on his back that helped him resolve the attack of the yellow clay platform, everyone exclaimed, and couldn't help but look at the pitch-black iron box on Lin Feng's back. Seeing that the iron box on Lin Feng's back was so extraordinary, everyone couldn't help but be excited. With the help of the box, Lin Feng was able to withstand the terrifying attacks of the yellow platform. Then, could Lin Feng seal the yellow platform? This was naturally what everyone was looking forward to. This concerned everyone's life and death. More and more of the destructive power spread out. He then moved towards Lin Feng. But the iron box on Lin Feng's back was really too extraordinary. The dark runes twisted. No matter how much destructive power surged, it was all swallowed by the iron box. The iron box was sealed in a pond in the courtyard of the ancient starry sky city. It was unknown who sealed the iron box. When Lin Feng obtained the iron box, he knew that the iron box was strange. Now, the iron box gave him too many surprises. Back then, Lin Feng had tried to open the box, but he had only managed to open a small crack and had almost died. After he sealed the iron box again, he wanted to throw it away. But he didn't expect that the iron box couldn't be thrown away at all, as if it was glued to Lin Feng. It took the initiative to enter his mountain river ring. Now, Lin Feng was a little glad. Fortunately, he didn't succeed in throwing it away. Or else, perhaps he would have been killed in Thunder City. Finally, he successfully arrived in front of the yellow platform. This yellow platform exuded an ancient aura. It was unknown how many years it had existed. It looked like ordinary yellow mud piled up. But Lin Feng found something special. In the yellow platform, there seemed to be a kind of extremely terrifying blood integrated. When he sensed the ancient blood integrated into the yellow platform, the sovereign emperor blood in Lin Feng's body actually awakened. This is? Lin Feng's expression was wild. He clearly knew how powerful and ancient his sovereign emperor blood was. Now, the blood integrated into the yellow platform could actually make the sovereign emperor blood actively awaken. What level of divine blood was this? It made Lin Feng's heart tremble. The yellow platform was stained with blood. Whose blood was it? Could it be? Was it also the blood of an expert of the same era as Pangu and Yuhua? There was no way to know all of this. Of course, all these thoughts occurred in a split second. Lin Feng didn't dare to hesitate. He hurriedly used the Heavenly Master Dao's 8 forbidden seals to seal the yellow platform. Strands of divine runes intertwined and sealed the yellow clay platform. While using the 8 seals, Lin Feng also used Emperor runes. The 8 divine seals combined with the Emperor runes to seal the yellow clay platform. The effect was even better. This guy actually knows Emperor runes. Many people were shocked, finding this hard to believe. Emperor runes were mysterious and unfathomable. Without breaking through to the Great Emperor realm, it was almost impossible to grasp monarch runes. Of course, in this world, there was no lack of astonishing geniuses. Perhaps they might be able to grasp Emperor runes ahead of time. However, such people were truly too rare. Such a character might not even appear once in a trillion years. Right now, when everyone saw that Lin Feng actually grasped Emperor runes, they naturally felt incomparably shocked. Screech! Suddenly, a sharp and ear-piercing cry came from below the Thunder City. This sound seemed to be the voice of the suppressed evil spirit. That evil spirit was unwilling to continue being suppressed. It released a sound wave attack. Miserable screams rang out. Several weaker cultivators had their divine souls directly shattered and died on the spot. Even the powerful underworld child and the others held their heads and screamed in pain. Even the faces of the giant god powerhouses were contorted in pain. Lin Feng was the first to bear the brunt of it. Because of that sound wave attack. The main target of the attack was Lin Feng. Lin Feng's expression was ferocious. He felt as if his soul was about to explode. This was an unbearable pain. If his soul wasn't strong enough. Just now, his soul would have been directly shattered. Primal Chaos Ancient Lamp. Protect my true body. Lin Feng coldly shouted. Buzz. His natal magic treasure, the Primal Chaos Ancient Lamp, flew out. Last time, Lin Feng obtained a piece of Primal Chaos Ancient Jade. Later, Lin Feng integrated the Primal Chaos Ancient Jade into his magic treasure, the Primal Chaos Ancient Lamp. After integrating the Primal Chaos Ancient Jade, the Primal Chaos Ancient Lamp immediately completed a transformation and directly upgraded to the divine weapon level. Its power greatly increased. In addition, the Primal Chaos Ancient Lamp's material was precious, and after successfully refining, it was integrated with the Dark Yellow Ancestral Qi. The Dark Yellow Ancestral Qi and the Primal Chaos Ancestral Qi were yin and yang. After integrating the Dark Yellow Ancestral Qi, it could achieve the cycle of yin and yang. Therefore, although the Primal Chaos Ancient Lamp was still a divine weapon, it was more powerful than many giant god weapons. The Primal Chaos Ancient Lamp poured down rays of Primal Chaos light to protect Lin Feng. Screech! The second sound wave resounded again. Clang clang clang, this sound wave attack was blocked by the Primal Chaos Ancient Lamp. Lin Feng let out a long breath. He continued to seal the yellow mud platform. Despicable ant, you dare to stop me from escaping? An angry roar came from below the Thunder City. Immediately after, the Thunder City shook violently. Clouds of black gas gushed out. It turned out to be the Origin Qi. The Origin Qi condensed into an illusory body. One could vaguely see that it was a man with 3 eyes of death. Ghost Immortal of the Ghost Realm. When he saw the man, Lin Feng was so scared that his whole body trembled. Below the Thunder City. It was sealed. It turned out to be a Ghost Immortal. This was too terrifying. Lin Feng knew how terrifying a Ghost Immortal was. Ghost Immortal. An existence that could kill a great emperor. The Ghost Immortal walked towards Lin Feng step by step, wanting to kill Lin Feng. Stop him! The old Taoist shouted. He took the lead and rushed towards the Ghost Immortal. His body began to burn. He was burning his life, increasing his battle strength. Then, the old monk with only one leg also rushed towards the Ghost Immortal. Then, there were several giant God Realm experts. And King. Little Fairy. Underworld Child. Supreme Immortal Sect experts. Dragon Blood City experts. And so on. Everyone. They all ignited their life force to increase their battle strength and rushed towards the Ghost Immortal. A bunch of ants. The Ghost Immortal's voice was cold. Although he was only formed from the Origin Qi. But it was also unimaginably terrifying. Swoosh! The Ghost Immortal attacked. The ghost Qi that filled the sky condensed into a dense and terrifying killing light that slashed towards everyone. Puff! 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 Tearing sounds could be heard. One by one, the experts were killed by the Ghost Immortal. The Ghost Immortal was too powerful to fight against. Go to hell! The Ghost Immortal roared. A punch was thrown out, enveloping the last dozen or so experts who were still alive. Bang! The Ghost Immortal's punch sent more than a dozen experts flying. Wah! Everyone was coughing up blood. A few cultivators who were seriously injured. They fell to the ground and died. This battle was really too tragic, and the casualties were also disastrous. Kid, it's your turn. The Ghost Immortal laughed sinisterly and charged towards Lin Feng. No. The rest of the people's eyes were about to pop out. If Lin Feng was killed, the Ghost Immortal would definitely appear. When the time came, everyone would die. But they were already powerless to stop it. If you want my life, I'll take yours first. Lin Feng gritted his teeth. He took down the iron box. He began to open this terrifying iron box. The iron box had been opened by Lin Feng once, so he was very familiar with the restrictions on the iron box. Lin Feng quickly broke the restrictions. Then he opened the iron box. The moment the iron box was opened, a terrifying aura spread out from the iron box. Lin Feng was shocked by the terrifying aura emitted from the iron box, causing him to vomit blood. When the ghost immortal saw the minced meat in the iron box, his expression changed drastically. How could this be? This is actually... The ghost immortal cried out in horror. He seemed to know what this was. But immediately after, his body was shattered by a ray of blood light that swept out from the minced meat. And Lin Feng didn't dare to hesitate. The moment the ghost immortal was killed, he quickly closed the iron box. Ah. Kid. Do you know who the corpse in the iron box is? You have no idea. If you know, then you will know that bringing this metal box with you will be a disaster. However, if you leave now, I can let you leave Thunder City, and I can even help you get rid of this metal box. What do you think? Beneath Thunder City, the ghost immortal's seductive voice could be heard. This ghost immortal's methods were terrifying. Just a body formed from the essence was already so terrifying. It was hard to imagine this ghost immortal's true body. How strong was it? Once it was born, was there anyone in the world who could contend against it? Lin Feng sneered. I won't believe your nonsense. He resealed the iron box. Then, he carried the iron box on his back. Next, he sealed the yellow clay platform. The ghost immortal shouted, "This seat can make an oath. I will definitely not harm you. I can even give you endless wealth and various abilities. How about it?" The ghost immortal continued to tempt Lin Feng. But Lin Feng was unmoved. He sneered. I have no interest in your proposal. Didn't you want to kill me? If you can't kill me, I will seal you and let you die under Thunder City. Swish. 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 Swish, divine light flashed. Divine runes intertwined. The celestial master sex sealing technique was unparalleled under the heavens. With the help of divine runes, the yellow clay platform was about to be sealed by Lin Feng. Courting death. The ghost immortal roared furiously. Waves of destructive power surged out, shaking the void. The destructive power condensed into the law of destruction. Then, the edict of destruction intertwined with each other and turned into chains. Pa. 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 The chains of order whipped towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng took out the Reaper armor and carried the iron box on his back. Above him floated the 9 demons picture and the revered sword tomb. He was doing 3 things at once. On one hand, he sealed the yellow clay platform. On the other hand, he used the 9 demons picture and the revered sword tomb to block the incoming law of order. The revered sword tomb opened, and 4 swords flew out. Together with the 9 demons picture, they blocked the attacks of the law of order. But the ghost immortal had condensed too many law of order. The dense law of order whipped towards Lin Feng. Even with Lin Feng's powerful body and the Reaper armor, he couldn't withstand the attack. He coughed out mouthfuls of blood. Fight. Old Taoist, underworld child, several giant god realm experts, old Buddha, and King, little fairy, and the others all climbed up from the ground and burned their lifespan to increase their battle prowess. He threw himself at the cosmic energies attacking Lin Feng. They wanted to buy time for Lin Feng. At this moment, the ghost immortal sneered. He condensed even more order laws. These precepts of order blasted towards old Taoist, old Buddha, underworld child, and the others. The powerful cosmic energies surrounded the old Taoist priest, the old Buddha, the prince of hell, and the others. They couldn't go and help Lin Feng. Both sides continued to fight. Lin Feng's body shattered again and again. He activated the immortal divine body to recover his body. After 36 consecutive times, Lin Feng couldn't hold on any longer. Am I really going to fail? It's all for naught. Lin Feng roared. He was extremely unwilling. His dermic powers were about to dry up. He couldn't continue to support the operation of the immortal divine body. Bang, he was sent flying by a law of order and fell to the ground, coughing out a mouthful of blood. But then, Lin Feng got up from the ground. Give up just like that. It wasn't Lin Feng's character. He wasn't willing to give up just like that. Persevere, work hard, never give up. He rushed towards the yellow clay platform. He continued to reinforce the array patterns. Bang, but soon, he was sent flying again by the law of order. Lin Feng wanted to borrow the power of the Demon Lord. But Ghost Immortal was very terrifying. He had already cut off Lin Feng's connection with the Demon Lord and the Black Bear Demon King. As for Bibi and the others in the Mountain River Ring, Lin Feng didn't summon them. Such a battle. They couldn't participate. Once summoned, they would die without a doubt. I'm willing to sacrifice myself in exchange for great power and seal Ghost Immortal here forever. Lin Feng roared. He used the great sacrificial art. His body began to burn. He began to sacrifice himself. This was the only way Lin Feng could think of. Through the most domineering sacrificial art. In a short period of time. In exchange for great power. Lin Feng's lifespan was burning crazily. By sacrificing himself, his strength began to increase crazily. It's useless. No matter how much your strength increases, you're still like an ant in my eyes. Ghost Immortal's sinister voice sounded. Chains of order quickly rushed towards Lin Feng and wrapped around Lin Feng's legs and arms. He was struggling violently. But it was difficult to break free. And in the process of struggling, the power obtained through the sacrifice was quickly dissipating. I'm really unwilling. Lin Feng roared. The sky fire in his body also surged out, burning the chains of order. But these chains of order were very terrifying, blocking the attack of the sky fire. Despair. Despair. Ghost Immortal laughed sinisterly. Cry for the king in front of the yellow mud platform. At this moment, just as Lin Feng was about to lose all hope, a voice suddenly appeared. A faint voice rang out. It resounded through heaven and earth. A woman in blood clothes appeared on the square. She walked over step by step. It's her. When he saw the woman in blood clothes, Lin Feng's expression was full of shock. The first time he saw this woman in blood clothes on the left side of the city gate. The second time was when that old monster, the divine servant, wanted to murder him. He saw this woman in blood clothes. And this woman in blood clothes scared away that old monster, the divine servant. Now, the woman in blood clothes appeared again. It turned out that sorrowful voice. It was the sound of her crying. Immortal Emperor Blood. The woman in blood clothes looked at Lin Feng. Lin Feng's expression suddenly changed. Was the woman in blood clothes referring to his sovereign emperor Blood? Lin Feng circulated his qi, holding the sovereign emperor Blood in his body, and spat it on the yellow platform. Puff, the sovereign emperor Blood sprayed on the yellow platform. No. Ghost Immortal let out a terrified cry. At the same time, the ancient god Blood in the yellow platform, after sensing Lin Feng's sovereign emperor Blood, actually emitted a shocking fluctuation. Then, an illusory figure appeared. It was a stalwart man. No one knew who he was. He stood on top of the yellow platform. Although it was just an illusory figure. But it made people feel. It was as if he was the center of this universe. The yellow platform was stained with blood. It was stained with the mysterious man's blood. Eternal seal. The mysterious man spat out 2 words. Lin Feng's sovereign emperor Blood turned into streaks of blood marks. They fused into the yellow platform. I should have thought of all ways to kill you before you came to the square. The heavens didn't wait for me. Ghost Immortal roared unwillingly. You, the descendant of the sinner's blood, shouldn't be alive in this world. Your clan shouldn't be alive in this world. You, the descendant of the sinner's blood, must die a horrible death. Ghost Immortal kept cursing Lin Feng. But soon, his voice came to an abrupt stop. Ghost Immortal was sealed again. Now Lin Feng finally understood why the Ghost Immortal had tried to entice him to leave. The reason was because his sovereign emperor's blood could activate the ancient god's blood on the yellow clay platform and seal it. It was just that he didn't know. That mysterious shadow quickly dissipated. And the woman in red also disappeared without a trace. The black fog in Thunder City dissipated. The terrifying evil spirits in the black fog all retreated. Seal Ghost Immortal. Benefit the world. Merit of 10,000 generations. Reward. Suddenly, A loud voice that sounded like the voice of the heavenly Tao resounded between heaven and earth. Immediately after, a long river of providence flew over from outer space. Majestic providence surged into the bodies of every living cultivator. Oh my God, this is the providence of heaven and earth. Many survivors shouted excitedly, so excited that their bodies were trembling. Only by seizing the providence of heaven and earth could one go against the heavens and change one's fate. Those cultivators who became peerless experts, which one of them didn't have great providence? Why were some cultivators able to find the cave abodes of ancient cultivators when they went out, and why were some cultivators flying in when they went out? Why were some cultivators able to rise to the top and break through to a high realm and become a peerless expert, and some cultivators couldn't break through no matter how hard they tried? Although there might be many reasons. But there was an extremely important reason. That was providence. Everyone was different. Everyone's providence was different. It was like when two people passed by the same place, the first person didn't find anything, but the second person found a divine artifact. This was because the two people's providence was different, resulting in two completely different results. Cultivators seized the providence of heaven and earth, broke through the shackles of heaven and earth, and constantly broke through. And what was the prerequisite for constantly breaking through? It was to seize the providence of heaven and earth. And now, everyone didn't have to seize the providence of heaven and earth. Because providence was descending endlessly. Of course. Everyone's providence was different. This time, Ghost Immortal was sealed. Whoever put in more effort. Whoever obtained more karmic luck would be able to obtain more. So, among everyone, Lin Feng received the most providence. After Lin Feng, it was the old Taoist, the old Buddha, several giant God realm powerhouses, the underworld child, little fairy, and King, and the others. A steady stream of providence flowed into his body. Lin Feng smiled. Accumulating providence. He became a character that was born with the times. This was the foundation of becoming a great emperor. Since ancient times. Which great emperor wasn't born at the right time? Lin Feng was advancing on this path. Swoosh! Swoosh! Suddenly, one after another, balls of light flew out of the river of destiny. Then, he flew towards the cultivators in Thunder City. Is it a treasure or a legacy of the Thunder God? Many people shouted excitedly. Sealing Ghost Immortals. The first reward was the blessing of providence. The second reward was the item in the light ball. The cultivators in the Thunder City also did not go to check it out. In a place where there were too many people, it was naturally not convenient for them to check what was sealed inside the clump of light. So as not to attract the attention of others. Lin Feng didn't check either. He stored the ball of light into his mountain river ring. When the river of destiny in the sky disappeared, waves of space-time teleportation power enveloped everyone. Swoosh! 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 Every cultivator was sent out of the ancient city by the space-time teleportation power. A light flashed. Lin Feng had already appeared in the sea. In the distance, it was the endless battlefield of the ruins of End. Loud rumbling sounds could be heard. The Thunder City seemed to be disappearing. The Thunder God's hammer hasn't appeared. And the Thunder City hasn't chosen a new master. It seems that the true successor of the Thunder God hasn't appeared yet. Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter to himself. While no one was paying attention to him, he quickly flew into the distance. Along the way, Lin Feng was still a little worried that he would encounter that old fart, the divine servant. Fortunately, he didn't meet him along the way, so Lin Feng could finally feel a little more at ease. When night fell, the sky turned dark. Lin Feng landed on an island. He took out the ball of energy that he had obtained in the Thunder City. Inside the ball of energy, two things were sealed inside. Of these two things, the first thing was a book made of bronze. The second thing was a metal ball of light surrounded by purple lightning. Lin Feng looked at the book. He opened the book. On the first page, there were 5 words written in large letters. Primordial Thunder God Path. Lin Feng read these 5 words. Then, he carefully flipped through the contents, and his face immediately revealed an expression of incomparable surprise. Primordial Thunder God Path. It was one of the 7 great legacies of the Thunder God. The basic cultivation technique of the primordial thunder god path was the Sky Tyrant Thunder Art. There were also 2 supreme divine abilities recorded in it. The first divine ability was called the Sky Slaying Thunder Art. The second divine ability was called the Sky Destroying Thunder Art. Seeing these 2 supreme techniques, Lin Feng was surprised and happy. Originally, I had always thought that the 3 great legacies of the Thunder God were the Sky Destroying Thunder Art, the Sky Destroying Thunder Art, and the Sky Destroying Thunder Art. Only today did I find out that these 3 great thunder arts were actually a type of inheritance, and they were closely linked. Moreover, the Thunder God also had 6 other supreme legacies. Unfortunately, this ancient book only briefly mentioned that the Thunder God had 6 other powerful legacies, but it didn't say what the other 6 legacies were. Lin Feng couldn't help but sigh. His gaze then turned towards the mysterious metal ball that was surrounded by purple lightning energy. Lin Feng tried to use his divine sense to invade the purple lightning metal ball. But he found out. The purple lightning metal ball had actually blocked the probing of his divine will. This caused Lin Feng to frown. The purple lightning metal ball was very strange. What do you think? Lin Feng transmitted his voice to the Demon Lord. The Demon Lord said, "Your contribution in sealing the Ghost Immortal is the greatest, so your reward will definitely be the best. From this, we can infer that this metal ball must have a great origin. However, we can't find out the secret of this metal ball now. It's very likely that it's not the right time yet. Or maybe our cultivation is not enough." Lin Feng nodded and could only temporarily put away the metal ball. The Demon Lord didn't say anything else. Lin Feng began to study the cultivation method of the Sky Destroying Thunder Art and the Sky Destroying Thunder Art. The Demon Lord sat on the lonely grave and pondered. After this awakening, the Demon Lord became even more silent. Lin Feng cultivated on the island for half a month. He finally gradually mastered the 2 supreme divine abilities, the Sky Destroying Thunder Art and the Sky Destroying Thunder Art. This made Lin Feng feel very happy. Calculating the time, the Red World Fairy should be celebrating her birthday soon, right? I don't need to go back to the Returning Ruined Sea. I'll go directly to the Red Dust Immortal Sect in the Southern Immortal Sea to celebrate the Red World Fairy's birthday. Thinking of this, Lin Feng flew in the direction of the Southern Immortal Sea. The southwest of the Returning Ruined Sea was connected to the southeast of the Southern Immortal Sea. The Red Dust Immortal Sect was located in the space-time flow between the 2 seas. Waves rippled across the boundless ocean. The 4 sacred birds flew through the air at high speed. Lin Feng sat on one of the 4 sacred birds, and beside him sat a beautiful girl with long, light blue hair. This girl was none other than the Little Mermaid, Xianxia. The Little Mermaid originally lived at the border between the Returning Ruined Sea region and the Southern Immortal Sea region. Therefore, Lin Feng happened to pass by Xianxia's home on his way to the Red Dust Immortal Sect. Xianxia told Lin Feng about this matter. Lin Feng decided to go with Xianxia to her home to take a look. Xianxia was indeed beautiful. Unlike the beauty of Eastern women, she looked like a Western woman. She was as beautiful as an angel. Her figure, her face, she was almost perfect. Staying with such a beauty, even if they did nothing and just sat there quietly, was a kind of enjoyment. They traveled south. The sea beasts they encountered were getting stronger and stronger. Lin Feng even saw an evil dragon undergoing its tribulation. The lightning tribulation was about 100 miles long. That evil dragon was probably undergoing its heavenly tribulation. This place is the territory of the 9 great evil dragons, Xianxia said. When she mentioned the 9 great evil dragons, her beautiful eyes were filled with fear. The 9 great evil dragons. Their cultivations were exceedingly high. And the most important thing was, the 9 great evil dragons had many experts under them. The sea creatures. When people talked about the 9 great evil dragons, their expressions would change. The evil dragon that lived in the Evil Dragon Palace was the boss of the 9 great evil dragons. He was also the backbone of the 9 great evil dragons. The other 8 great evil dragons looked to the 9 great evil dragons as their leader. The other 8 great evil dragons each had their own territory. Therefore, they did not live in the Evil Dragon Palace. Only when something big happened would the 9 great evil dragons gather in the Evil Dragon Palace to discuss matters. Lin Feng asked, Which evil dragon is the ruler of this sea region? This sea region is ruled by the ninth evil dragon, so it's also known as the ninth evil dragon sea region. Many China countries around it have to pay tribute to the ninth evil dragon. Naza said. There are many countries under the sea here? Lin Feng was shocked. Naza nodded and said, that's right. This place has already reached the southern region of the returning ruined sea region. In the southern region of the returning ruined sea region, there is an extremely dense distribution of underwater countries. There are many underwater countries, so the power structure is very complicated. Lin Feng asked, these underwater kingdoms are paying tribute to the ninth evil dragon. Have they all submitted to the ninth evil dragon? Naza shook her head and said, these underwater kingdoms are all independent, but the ninth evil dragon's forces are enormous, so the ninth evil dragon forced them to pay tribute to him. These underwater kingdoms were naturally unwilling, so the ninth evil dragon led an army to annihilate a few of them. The remaining kingdoms were afraid that the ninth evil dragon would annihilate them, so they had no choice but to compromise. Have these underwater kingdoms never thought of joining forces to fight against the ninth evil dragon? Lin Feng could not help but ask. Naza said, of course I have. But that's just a thought. With so many countries, it's very difficult for them to work together. Such an alliance can be easily disintegrated. There's no way they can unite to fight against the ninth evil dragon. Lin Feng nodded slightly. What Naza said was right. To put it bluntly, the alliance between different factions was for the sake of benefits. There were simply too many ways to break up these forces that had joined together. Therefore, the only way the underwater kingdoms could unite to fight against the ninth evil dragon was if they could find a leader that all the underwater kingdoms accepted wholeheartedly. Otherwise, the alliance could easily disintegrate. 10 days later, Lin Feng saw a cluster of islands that looked like the stars in the sky. Big brother Lin. I've arrived. Naza said. Lin Feng had the 4 holy birds return to the mountain and river's ring, while he and Naza dove into the sea. After entering the sea, Naza immediately turned into a mermaid. Naza led the way in front. The two of them dove down. They dove down to a depth of 200,000 meters before coming to a stop. This was the deep sea. Ordinary cultivators would not be able to reach such a depth. The water pressure was simply too terrifying. Ordinary treasures would not be able to withstand such powerful water pressure. However, it was not a problem for oceanic cultivators to dive this deep. Because they lived in the water, some of the structures of their bodies were different from other races. They could adapt to the powerful water pressure. Is that an island? After descending to the bottom of the sea, Lin Feng saw a huge object in the distance. There were mountains, trees, and even some palaces on it. Lin Feng asked, is that where you used to live? Naza shook her head and said, it's a sunken island. It's sealed with restrictions and is very dangerous. When I was young, my aunt warned me not to go to that sunken island, so I've never gone there. Lin Feng nodded. Naza led the way. After a short time, Lin Feng saw a cave at the bottom of the ocean. Naza said, Big brother Lin, this underwater cave is where I used to live. The two of them entered the cave. There were restrictions outside the cave, so the water could not enter. Although they had been gone for many years, the cave was still very clean and dust-free because there was a cleansing array set up inside. The cave was very simple. There were 2 rooms and a living room. Of the 2 rooms, one was Naza's room, and the other was Naza's aunt's room. In Naza's aunt's room, Lin Feng saw a painting. It was the painting of a woman. She had long golden hair, a perfect and hot body, a beautiful face, and a charming smile. She was really a rare beauty. This is my aunt. Naza said sadly. When Naza was in her teens, her aunt had already passed away. After that, Naza had always lived alone. In the deep sea, danger lurked everywhere. Naza must have experienced many dangers. Lin Feng kept the painting. He did not want Naza to think of her and continue to be sad. Big brother Lin, I still have a few friends. Can we stay here for a few days? I want to visit my friends. Naza asked in a low voice, afraid that Lin Feng would not agree. Lin Feng said with a smile. Of course. Hearing Lin Feng agree, Naza immediately revealed a charming smile. Lin Feng could not help but mutter in his heart, this girl was really something. The mermaid clan really lived up to their reputation. Each one was more beautiful than the other. Lin Feng said, you rest here for a while, I'll go take a look at that sunken island. Naza's pretty face slightly changed, and she said worriedly, Big brother Lin, that sunken island is too dangerous, it's better not to go. Lin Feng rubbed Naza's head and said with a smile, don't worry, nothing will happen. This intimate action caused Naza's beautiful face to suddenly turn pink. Her eyes were watery, and she did not dare to look at Lin Feng. The restriction outside the sunken island was very powerful. And it was very well preserved. It was unknown how many tens of thousands of years ago this island had sunk. So many years had passed. It seemed that no one had explored it. However, it was quite normal. This was the deepest part of the sea. Basically, no one would come here. One had to know that even the sea race would not easily enter this part of the sea. Most of the sea race would choose to live in places 80,000 to 100,000 meters deep in the sea. The place where Naza lived was 200,000 meters deep in the sea. Lin Feng studied the formation that sealed the sunken island. Then, he spent more than 2 hours to break the formation. The formation that enveloped the island was very powerful. He did not know who set it up. After entering the formation, Lin Feng walked toward the depths of the island. This is? Lin Feng was surprised. He picked up some stones that were scattered on the ground. Star stones. Looking at these stones, Lin Feng could not help but frown slightly. This was a kind of ore in the starry sky world. Why were they scattered on this island? Lin Feng continued to walk on the island. Soon, he found that there were many such star stones in many places. This made him very confused. Could it be that the cultivators who lived on the island in the past scattered these star stones? Whoosh! Suddenly, a pitch-black light rushed out of the dense forest and shot toward Lin Feng. It was too fast. It was like a pitch-black lightning bolt. It made Lin Feng feel a little scared. Fortunately, he was fast enough to slash out a sword chi. It directly slashed at the pitch-black light. Poochie! A tearing sound was heard. The pitch-black light turned into a pitch-black insect. Now, the pitch-black insect was cut in half. It fell to the ground. The insect was not dead yet. Its claws were still waving. This is a dark star insect? Lin Feng looked at the insect in surprise. Dark star insect. A small insect in the starry sky world. It was highly poisonous. In the past, Lin Feng had seen dark star insects in many places during his travels through space. What puzzled him was, why would there be dark star insects on this sunken island? This was a bug that lived in the starry sky world. This island was full of strange places. Not long after, Lin Feng discovered something else that surprised him. He had actually found a small mineral vein. And the mineral veins were rich in star stones. Did this island fall from the starry sky? Lin Feng couldn't help but have a thought. Other than this explanation, there was really no other explanation for why this island not only had star stones but also dark star worms. Lin Feng couldn't help but rub his chin. If this island really fell from the starry sky, it would be too shocking. Which era did it fall from? He headed towards the depths of the island. In the depths of the island, Lin Feng saw a group of palaces. These palaces were extremely ancient. It was obviously not the current architectural style. In a plaza, Lin Feng saw a huge statue of a god. This statue had a human body. The head of a centipede. It was extremely strange. What the hell is this? Is there anyone who builds a statue like this? Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter inwardly. After some wild beasts cultivated their cultivation, they would often take human form. If they built a statue of a god, they would build it in the form of a human. Therefore, this statue before him was very strange. The demon lord said, tracing back to the primordial era, some wild beasts looked down on the human race, so they were unwilling to take human form. However, they needed the faith of the human race, so they took on a half-human, half-beast form. Perhaps? This island is an island from the primordial era. The primordial era was even more ancient, much older than the immortal era. the gods of all the worlds fought for their people to believe in them. And the human race was definitely one of the main targets of the gods. There was a reason for this. Because of all the races, the human race's reproductive ability was the strongest. For some races, such as the dragon race and the phoenix race, they might not be able to give birth to a descendant even after thousands of years. Moreover, even if they succeeded in giving birth, the probability of them dying was also very high. But the human race was different. The human race could easily give birth to children. And they could easily survive. Therefore, even though there were many races in all the worlds, but in reality, the dominant race was still the human race. The human race accounted for more than 95% of the population in all the worlds. As for the other races, such as the devil race, the beast race, the celestial race, the immortal race, the sea race, and so on, they only accounted for about 5% of the population at most. There were too many human beings. How much power of faith could they produce? Therefore, many experts would fight for the human race. To make the human race believe in them. To produce an endless stream of faith. To help the gods increase their strength. After hearing the demon lord's explanation, Lin Feng couldn't help but curse. They look down on the human race and still want to obtain the faith of the human race. Aren't they too shameless? The demon lord said, these races think too highly of themselves. They think that because of their outstanding talent, they are superior. But in reality, as time passes, countless races have been wiped out, but the human race has always been prosperous. This is enough to explain too many problems. The human race seems to be the race that is most adapted to the changes in the world, the race that is most adapted to natural selection and the survival of the fittest. Lin Feng agreed with the demon lord's words. The human race's body was weak and couldn't be compared to other races. In order to survive, the human race. So they began to look for ways to borrow the power of the world. Therefore, the human race created all kinds of cultivation systems. Later, other races also imitated the cultivation systems created by the human race and created their own cultivation systems. Moreover, in order to make up for their physical weakness, the human race would focus on cultivating the soul and developing the brain. Therefore, the human race's comprehension was extremely strong, and other races couldn't compare to it. This was also the reason why, among the top experts, there were so many of them. For example, the great emperor realm experts. The number of great emperors of the human race was far more than the great emperors of other races. Perhaps this was the fundamental reason why the human race had been prosperous for so long. Lin Feng walked forward and smashed the god statue with a human body and a centipede's head into pieces with a punch. What the hell, looking down on the human race, I'll kick you away. Lin Feng muttered. Then, he kicked the centipede's head away. Then, he walked toward the palaces. There were about 20 palaces in the palaces. He opened the first palace. There were dozens of corpses lying here. These corpses had long been reduced to bones. He didn't know how long they had been dead. Suddenly, Lin Feng's eyes narrowed. It was a jade seal with the diagram of 9 true dragons drawn on it, causing Lin Feng to be greatly shocked. Could it be the legendary true dragon seal? The true dragon seal was not simple, it was a supreme treasure created by the true dragon clan. Although the true dragon clan was extremely few in number. But over the long years, the appearance of 9 true dragon great emperors showed just how tyrannical this clan was. If it was really the true dragon seal, then it would be too shocking. Ordinary emperor weapons would not be able to compare to it. Lin Feng's 9 devils diagram. It could not even contend against the true dragon seal. He quickly walked over and held the true dragon seal in his hand. Then, he began to carefully observe the true dragon seal. The 9 true dragons drawn on it were lifelike, baring their fangs and brandishing their claws, as if they were about to come back to life. It made one's heart tremble. Lin Feng could feel a powerful energy fluctuation from the true dragon seal. He felt it. The energy contained within the true dragon seal was as boundless as the sea. What a good treasure! I'm rich! I'm rich! Lin Feng shouted excitedly. The value of such a treasure was unimaginable. Looking at the true dragon seal, Lin Feng really couldn't put it down. But soon, his expression became ugly. Lin Feng had realized that there was something wrong. A crack actually appeared on the true dragon seal in his hand. Although the crack was very small, ordinary people might not be able to notice it, but it was seen by Lin Feng, who was observant. It's not the true dragon seal. Lin Feng couldn't help but be disappointed. A treasure like the true dragon seal naturally wouldn't have a crack. Normally, treasures of this level would have the ability to repair themselves, or completely destroy the true dragon seal. Just like the heaven swallowing jar. It was broken by someone. In this way, a treasure of this level would lose its ability to repair itself. If it was an ordinary crack, it would quickly recover to its original state. This was also the reason why Lin Feng determined that this treasure wasn't the true dragon seal. The demon lord said, "It is indeed made according to the appearance of the true dragon seal, but this treasure is not the true dragon seal. I guess that this treasure is most likely a powerful forbidden artifact. Your divine sense can invade it to sense it." Lin Feng nodded, and his divine sense invaded the seal. He obtained the information of this seal. Indeed, it was as Zhao Jun had said. This seal was a forbidden artifact created according to the forging process of the true dragon seal. It wasn't the first time Lin Feng had seen a forbidden weapon. The power of a forbidden artifact. But there was a limit. Under normal circumstances, a forbidden artifact could be used 10. After 10 times. Forbidden artifact and the seal in front of the seal, there were still 2 uses. Lin Feng put the seal away. Although there were only 2 uses to be used. A treasure true dragon seal. Once its power was released, it would definitely be stronger than the 9 demons painting. At the critical moment, this treasure could be used as a killing weapon. It could deal a fatal blow to the enemy. Immediately after, Lin Feng began to observe these corpses. He checked these skeletons and found that these skeletons were well preserved and not broken. This explained. These people in the hall had not experienced a battle before they died. If they had experienced a battle, it was inevitable that they would have been injured. Of course, there was another possibility. The person who attacked was too powerful and killed them without giving these people a chance to resist. If that was the case, these people wouldn't have been injured when they died. But no matter what the case was, after a long time, the cause of their death had become a mystery. Lin Feng took off all the storage rings of these corpses and used his divine sense to invade them. Then, he couldn't help but curse. The internal space of these storage rings was completely destroyed. Originally, he wanted to make a windfall. But now, it seemed that this hope was gone. Lin Feng searched around the hall and didn't find anything special. He was about to leave the hall when he suddenly realized that the statue in this hall was also a statue with a human body and a centipede head. This statue is exactly the same as the one outside. Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter. He jumped onto the altar and smashed the statue into pieces with a few punches and kicks. Only then did he leave the hall in satisfaction. Immediately after, Lin Feng came to the second hall. There were also many skeletons in the second hall. Many people had died here as well. Lin Feng couldn't help but frown. After he checked, he found that the corpses in the second hall were also uninjured. They were exactly the same as the corpses in the first hall. He checked the storage rings of these people. All the storage rings were the same as the storage rings of the cultivators in the first hall. The internal space had already collapsed. Lin Feng jumped back onto the altar and smashed the statue to pieces. Then he left the second palace. Next, he explored the halls one by one. Many cultivators had died in each of the palaces. And those cultivators didn't have any injuries at all. Those people's storage rings were also destroyed. Before leaving, the statues in the halls would be destroyed by Lin Feng. Finally, he entered the main hall. The main hall was even larger and enshrined 3 statues. The statue in the middle was a statue with a human body and a scorpion head. The statue on the left was a statue with a human body and a crocodile head. The statue on the right was a statue with a human body and a wolf head. And in the main hall, there were also many skeletons. The skeletons in the main hall were much more than those in the side halls. These skeletons also didn't have any injuries on them. they died in a strange way. Lin Feng also checked the storage rings of these people. To his surprise, there was actually a storage ring that hadn't been destroyed. He put the storage ring away. When he returned, he would take a good look at the treasures in the storage ring. Lin Feng jumped in front of the 3 statues. He wanted to destroy them, but when he was about to do so, suddenly, at this moment, a palm-sized black centipede drilled out from the ground. That centipede directly soared into the sky. Its speed was as fast as lightning. It quickly rushed towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng sensed it, turned around and slashed out a sword energy. Poochie. That centipede was directly cut in half by Lin Feng's sword energy. But what Lin Feng didn't expect was that the centipede's vitality was too strong. After being cut in half by Lin Feng's sword energy, it didn't die. Half of its body quickly rushed in front of Lin Feng. Then it bit the back of Lin Feng's hand. Lin Feng only felt a pain on the back of his hand. He quickly crushed the centipede to death. But the next moment, Lin Feng felt weak all over. His head seemed to be about to split open. His vision was blurry. Even his consciousness became blurry. He almost fell to the ground. Starting from the back of his hand, his body began to turn black. Lin Feng was poisoned. It was hard to imagine how terrifying the centipede's poison was. Even Lin Feng couldn't resist the centipede's poison. The centipede's poison was extremely terrifying and difficult to resist. If it was anyone else, they would definitely die. However, Lin Feng was different. Although he could not resist the centipede's poison, Lin Feng had the white jade toad on him. The white jade toad could cure thousands of poisons. No matter what kind of poison it was just a tonic for the white jade toad. After being poisoned, Lin Feng did not dare to hesitate and quickly summoned the white jade toad. Croak! Croak! After being summoned, the white jade toad let out a few loud croaks and then sucked on the wound on Lin Feng's hand. A cold aura enveloped his body. The poison in Lin Feng's body quickly flowed backward. It was all absorbed by the white jade toad. Finally, I'm alive. Lin Feng could not help but take a deep breath. He finally understood why the cultivators who died in the temple did not have any injuries. Lin Feng guessed that those who died were most likely poisoned to death by the centipede. Lin Feng put the white jade toad on his shoulder and turned around to kick the 3 statues. He then walked outside. When he arrived outside, his expression changed greatly. He saw that there were many black centipedes outside. These centipedes were very strange. They had palm-sized bodies and a pair of sharp wings. They also had scorpion-like tails. This should be the great desolate double-winged poisonous centipede, the demon lord said with a grave expression. This kind of poisonous centipede is very terrifying. It is said that even giant gods and quasi-emperors can easily poison them to death. If it is a king-level centipede, even a great emperor can be poisoned to death. What? The poison is so strong? Lin Feng's expression suddenly changed. The white jade toad could cure the poison. However, there were too many poisonous centipedes in front of him. If a large number of poisonous centipedes bit his body, if there was too much poison, he would immediately die. At that time, the white jade toad would not be able to do anything. Lin Feng was very clear about this, so he became very careful after seeing these poisonous centipedes. Lin Feng did not dare to hesitate and quickly took out the 4 heavenly flames. Huff! Huff! The 4 heavenly flames burned fiercely. Lin Feng's body was wrapped in flames. Chi! Chi! The sound of burning could be heard continuously. The densely packed poisonous centipedes were directly burned to death. A large number of poisonous centipedes began to charge at Lin Feng without fear of death. However, no matter how many poisonous centipedes there were, they all died in the end under the burning of the heavenly fire. Lin Feng heaved a sigh of relief when he saw that the centipedes were unable to withstand the heavenly fire. Lin Feng collected all the dead poisonous centipedes. He could use these poisonous centipedes to cultivate the white jade toad. Gua gua gua. Seeing these poisonous centipedes, the white jade toad let out a series of excited cries. Rumble! Rumble! Suddenly, the ground began to shake violently. Black fog rolled around the temple, and darkness enveloped them. Lin Feng's expression changed slightly when he saw this. It seemed that some terrifying creature had arrived. A voice filled with monstrous killing intent came from the black fog. "Lowly ant, how dare you kill my people? You're courting death." Lin Feng looked into the black fog and saw a towering existence. This existence had a human body and a centipede head. It looked very similar to the statue of the god worshipped in the temple. "Are you the god worshipped in the temple?" asked Lin Feng, looking at the centipede-headed creature. "That is my great ancestor, the holy centipede king," said the centipede-head creature. However, it then roared furiously, "How dare you destroy the statue of my ancestor? You are courting death. You despicable human, you deserve to die." This existence was thoroughly enraged. The destruction of the statue of his ancestor caused his killing intent to soar. Huff. Huff, huff. Huff. The terrifying existence spat out a large amount of poisonous fog. The poison contained in the poisonous fog was not something that could be compared to the poison contained in the body of an ordinary prehistoric double-winged poisonous centipede. The poison was so strong that it could even corrode the void. It was truly terrifying. When Lin Feng saw that, he couldn't help but take a deep breath. That fellow should be equivalent to a king insect, right? The poisonous fog it spat out was actually so terrifying. Huff! To Lin Feng's surprise, the white jade toad opened its mouth and sucked in the poisonous fog. The poison spat out by the desolate dual-winged poisonous centipede king was completely devoured by the white jade toad. Lin Feng's spirit was greatly roused. He immediately took out the 9 demons painting and attacked the desolate dual-winged poisonous centipede king. "Despicable ant, do you think you can fight against this god? That's simply a pipe dream." The desolate dual-winged poisonous centipede king let out a furious roar. Its incomparably huge tail swept towards the 9 demons painting. Then, a hair-raising scene appeared. One after another, arms grew out of its body. In the blink of an eye, its body was densely packed with arms. There were no less than 100 arms. Each arm was holding a magic treasure. These magic treasures were activated and directly attacked Lin Feng. Damn! What a freak! Seeing this scene, Lin Feng was so frightened that his whole body trembled. The centipede had many legs. The legs of a centipede were equivalent to the hands of a cultivator. That was why the desolate dual-winged poisonous centipede king had so many arms. Lin Feng quickly used the heaven-patching technique to dodge the attacks of those magic treasures. Then, he recalled the 9 demons painting. Then, without even looking back, he rushed outside. Within the black fog, the desolate dual-winged poisonous centipede king covered the sky and pounced towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng used the burning wrath of the heavens to condense a huge ball of flame. Bang! The huge ball of flame directly exploded. In an instant, countless desolate dual-winged poisonous centipedes were killed. Those that were not killed were burned to death by the flames. Lin Feng rushed out of the black fog and quickly rushed outside the island. "Lowly human, where do you think you're going?" a cold voice sounded. The desolate dual-winged poisonous centipede king quickly chased after Lin Feng. Its huge tail pierced through the void and arrived in front of Lin Feng in an instant. It stabbed towards Lin Feng's chest. Danger! Lin Feng's face suddenly changed. At the moment of life and death, his body moved sideways to the left, narrowly avoiding this sure-kill attack. Then, Lin Feng's speed reached the extreme. He rushed to the periphery of the island, opened the seal, and quickly left the island. Then, he sealed the seal again. At this time, the desolate dual-winged poisonous centipede king had already caught up. Bang bang bang. Again and again, the ferocious beast rammed into the seal that sealed Sunken Island. However, the seal on the island was very strong. The desolate dual-winged poisonous centipede king could not break the seal at all. Roar 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 roar. CK, come out if you dare. I can crush you to death with one hand. Lin Feng stood outside Sunken Island and shouted. Roar. The wild double-winged poisonous centipede queen was thoroughly enraged. This despicable human cultivator dared to provoke it. This was absolutely intolerable. The poisonous centipede queen reverted to its true form, which was a 10,000-meter tall body. His mountain-like body slammed into the restriction, but he still couldn't break it. Haha, you can't come out, right? You should be glad that you can't come out. If you do, I will crush you to death and brew wine for you. The wine brewed by the centipede queen will definitely taste good. Lin Feng continued to shout. The wild double-winged poisonous centipede queen was so angry that it wanted to cut Lin Feng into pieces. However, it was now trapped on the island. Although it hated Lin Feng to the core, there was nothing it could do to Lin Feng. In the end, the wild double-winged poisonous centipede queen returned. It felt that if it continued to stay here, it would definitely be driven mad by this despicable human. Don't go, you coward. Come and fight me one-on-one if you have the ability. Lin Feng shouted provocatively. The wild double-winged poisonous centipede queen's thick tail destroyed a large part of the forest to vent its anger and grievance. Seeing the wild double-winged poisonous centipede queen leave, Lin Feng leisurely walked towards Naza's residence. Seeing Lin Feng return, Naza's worried expression finally relaxed. Big brother Lin, did you find anything special on Sunken Island? Naza asked curiously. There are many terrifying poisonous centipedes sealed in there. Lin Feng said. Poisonous centipedes, ah. Naza screamed in fright and pounced on Lin Feng. This little girl seemed to be very afraid of poisonous centipedes. What a warm and fragrant body. Hugging a delicate little beauty like Naza was so comfortable. At this moment, Naza realized that her position with Lin Feng was too ambiguous. Blushing, she left Lin Feng's embrace and lowered her head, not daring to look at Lin Feng. She whispered, I was bitten by a centipede when I was young, so I'm especially afraid of centipedes. Lin Feng nodded. No wonder Naza had such a big reaction when she heard about the centipede. It was because she was traumatized when she was young. Let's rest early. I'll accompany you to meet your friends tomorrow. Lin Feng said. Naza nodded. Lin Feng came to Aunt Naza's room. He took out Aunt Nazar's portrait and carefully looked at the beauty in it. Then, he sighed, such a delicate beauty died so early. She's really a beauty with a short life. What a pity. After sighing with emotion, Lin Feng put away Aunt Nazar's portrait. Then, he took out the storage ring he obtained from the temple. This was the only storage ring that was not damaged. He wondered if there was anything good inside. Lin Feng was looking forward to it. His divine thought invaded the storage ring. He immediately discovered that this storage ring had about a dozen cubic meters of space. Although the space was not big, there were many things piled up. There were magic treasures, pills, heavenly materials, and some precious immortal iron and divine stones. Lin Feng checked the level of a few of the magic treasures and found that they were all magic treasures of the giant divine soldier level. This made him very surprised. Lin Feng could not help but mutter. Could it be that the owner of this ring was a giant divine soldier when he was alive? Of course, this was only Lin Feng's guess. If one was not a giant divine soldier, they could naturally have a giant divine soldier. Take Lin Feng for example. He was only at the divine fire realm. But he had an emperor weapon. Lin Feng saw a sealed purple jade box and could not help but let out a surprised cry. This kind of purple jade was very rare. He took out the purple jade box. He could not help but ponder. Why is there a seal? Could it be that something special is sealed inside? Lin Feng began to break the seal of the purple jade box. He had always been very careful. Because he did not know what would appear after breaking the seal. Something extremely dangerous might happen, so he had to be careful. Since ancient times, countless cultivators had died because of carelessness. One restriction after another was broken by Lin Feng. Crack! Crack! Finally, the purple jade box was opened by Lin Feng. The moment the purple jade box was opened, a terrifying pressure filled the air. Bang! The pressure directly swept Lin Feng's body and directly sent Lin Feng flying. The purple jade box also fell to the ground. Lin Feng felt as if all the bones in his body were about to be broken. His face was as pale as paper. There must be something terrifying sealed inside the purple jade box. Otherwise, it would not release such a terrifying pressure. He circulated the immemorial dragonesque elephant art to resist the powerful pressure emitted from the purple jade box. Then, he carefully walked towards the purple jade box. Arriving beside the purple jade box, Lin Feng picked it up. Then, he completely opened the purple jade box. A golden bone appeared in front of Lin Feng's eyes. It was the pressure emitted by this golden bone that injured Lin Feng. What kind of bone is this? It's actually so powerful? Lin Feng carefully observed the golden bone. Soon, his expression changed. This was because this golden bone was actually branded with dense emperor runes. This is an emperor bone, the demon lord said. What? An emperor bone? Lin Feng could not help but widen his eyes, and his breathing became heavy. An emperor bone, only the great emperor's origin bone was called an emperor bone. It was said that every emperor bone was branded with the ancient inheritance of the great emperor, and it also contained part of the great emperor's law power. The value of an emperor bone was impossible to estimate. Now, the demon lord actually said that the one in front of him was an emperor bone. Lin Feng's heart was shocked and excited. An emperor bone is rare. If a great emperor falls, his body will not be left behind and will be destroyed. Therefore, it is impossible for an emperor bone to be left behind. However, nothing is absolute. To be able to obtain such an emperor bone, it's also a great opportunity. The demon lord could not help but say. The blessing of Thunder City's luck. Now, my luck is flourishing. To be able to obtain this emperor bone. Is it related to my own luck? Lin Feng's heart could not help but move as he said aloud. Luck is both real and fake. Even a great emperor would find it difficult to comprehend the mysteries of luck. Perhaps only by cultivating to the immortal realm can one comprehend the mysteries of heaven and earth contained in luck. The demon lord said. Lin Feng nodded. He looked at the emperor bone and said, how should I deal with this emperor bone? Refine the bone into the body. Refine the bone into the body? What does that mean? Lin Feng asked in confusion. The demon lord said, you can refine the bone into your body and turn it into a part of your body. As time passed and one's cultivation increased, one would be able to gradually grasp the emperor might contained within the emperor bone. This was where the true value of the emperor bone lay. If you only try to comprehend the inheritance within the bone, it will be a waste of the bone. Moreover, the inheritance within the bone isn't that easy to comprehend. The bone is enveloped by the runes. If you want to comprehend the inheritance within the bone, you must first decipher the runes. However, deciphering the runes is too difficult, so the best way is to refine the bone into your body and make it a part of your body. That way, when you activate the bone, not only will you be able to release the power of the Emperor Law, but you will also be able to release the various divine abilities and inheritances within the bone. Lin Feng said. But, won't there be any problems with my body if I refine the bone? Lin Feng wasn't worried for no reason. Great emperors were terrifyingly strong. Which great emperor wasn't someone who had schemed for countless years, who knew if the bone was left behind in the mortal world because of some scheme, it was better to be safe than sorry. The world of cultivators was always filled with mutual deception. One had to be on guard. The demon lord said, if you are worried, you can refine it with your heavenly fire. If there really is some sinister trick, use your heavenly fire to refine it, and you will quickly discover it. Lin Feng's main worry was that the bone contained something like a remnant soul that would try to take control of him or even take over his body. Previously, he had been worried that the heavenly fire wouldn't be able to destroy the remnant soul hidden within the bone. However, since the demon lord said that refining the bone with his heavenly fire could resolve his worries, Lin Feng relaxed. He took out his 4 heavenly fires. He used them to repeatedly burn the bone. The flames of different temperatures burned the bone, causing the temperature to change rapidly. This was even more destructive. Of course, if the bone was strong enough, it wouldn't be damaged by the heavenly fire. However, if there were still a remnant soul hidden within the bone, it wouldn't be able to withstand the repeated burning of the heavenly fire. After refining for a full 4 hours, Lin Feng didn't find any problems. Only then did he feel relieved. He then asked, how do I refine the bones into my body? The demon lord said, this depends on which part of your body you plan to refine this emperor bone to. Lin Feng asked, in that case, the arch bone can be refined to any part of the body? The demon lord shook his head and said, no, it can only be refined into the gaps between the bones. There are a total of 108 such places in the body. The head's Hokuan acupoint, the Jimin acupoint, the abdomen's Taida acupoint, and so on all have such places that can be integrated into this emperor bone. Where should I fuse the emperor bone into? Lin Feng asked. I suggest you fuse the emperor bone into the position. The demon lord said, the left chest is where the heart is located, and the heart is the core of the blood circulation, so the heart is extremely important. The emperor bone fused into the left chest, many times, it can also play the role of protecting the heart. The emperor said. Lin Feng nodded. He agreed with the emperor's words. The heart was important to cultivators. It was too important. A cultivator's Achilles heel. The first was the soul. If the soul was destroyed, the cultivator would die. The second was the heart. If the heart was destroyed, the cultivator would also die. On the other hand, if one was injured in other places, if one took some heavenly treasures or spirit pills in time, they could gradually recover. Only the soul and the heart. Once one was seriously injured, it would be fatal. Medicine was difficult to cure. Lin Feng asked, how should I refine the bone into my body? You need to cut open your chest. Embed the emperor bone into it, and then constantly circulate your magic power to refine the emperor bone, allowing it to fuse with your bones. The demon lord said. That's too bloody. Lin Feng felt his scalp go numb. Cutting open his chest. Even if it was just a simple thought. He also felt a chill run down his spine. The demon lord said, in order to increase your strength, this is nothing. Lin Feng nodded. What the demon lord said made a lot of sense. Cultivators. Go against the heavens and seize life. In order to increase his strength, not to mention cutting open his chest. Even if he had to dig out his heart. He had to do it. Lin Feng took out a dagger. He slashed down. His chest was cut open. Then, he embedded the emperor bone into the gap between the bones in his chest. Then, he began to circulate the immortal divine body. Very soon. Lin Feng's wound healed. If it was someone else, after cutting open their chest, they would have to wait for the wound to slowly heal. It would take a period of time to heal before it could recover to its original state. But Lin Feng was different. He had the immortal divine body. He could recover from his injuries in a very short period of time. After the wound healed, Lin Feng began to circulate the immemorial dragonesque elephant art. The magic power in his body began to flow. It washed the emperor bone in his chest over and over again. Lin Feng immediately felt that the emperor bone in his chest began to heat up. It seemed to have begun to fuse with his bones. The next day, Lin Feng and Naza left their residence together and headed towards the place where Naza's friend was. Naza's friend was the princess of an ancient underwater country called Shueli. This ancient underwater country could be considered one of the top ancient countries in the underwater world. Back then, when Naza went out, she encountered a powerful underwater beast and was chased down by it. Princess Shueli happened to pass by and saved Naza. The two of them got to know each other. Although Shueli was the princess of an ancient country, she was approachable and treated Naza very well. As a result, the two of them became good sisters. Under Shueli's introduction, Naza gradually got to know a few more friends. These people were also Naza's few friends. The underwater country that Naza mentioned was called the Deep Sea Demon Kingdom. 3 days later, Lin Feng and Naza arrived at the Deep Sea Demon Kingdom. An incomparably huge city appeared in front of them. Above the city, there were densely packed shrimp soldiers and crab generals. Those shrimp soldiers and crab generals were all holding weapons and patrolling everywhere. Naza said, the sea race countries in the deep sea are relatively special. The sea race countries are not like the human countries that have many cities. In the deep sea, a city is equivalent to a country. And according to the strength of this country, the area of the sea that this country controls is also different. Lin Feng nodded. Roar, suddenly, a high-pitched dragon roar came from afar. 9 flood dragons pulled an ancient carriage through the deep sea. And around the ancient carriage, there were densely packed guards. With such a big show, the person who came was obviously extremely extraordinary. A loud rumbling sound came out. The ancient city's gate opened. Densely packed sea race cultivators walked out of the ancient city. These people were obviously here to welcome that big shot. "Senior, you're here." "I'm here to welcome Senior on behalf of my father." A young master wearing an imperial robe stepped forward and bowed to the important person in the ancient carriage. "That should be a prince." In the next moment, a man walked out of the ancient carriage. After seeing that man, Lin Feng's expression changed slightly. It was actually a merman. And a merman from the purple scale race. It was equivalent to the royal family of the mermen. Back in the Netherworld Sea, the 9 States Commerce Alliance's fleet was attacked by the mermen and suffered heavy losses. It was also during that battle. Lin Feng and Du Zhu were separated from the Shadow Void Beast. Now, he didn't know where the two of them went. In that tragic battle back then, Lin Feng killed a merman from the Black Scale race and was chased by the mermen. Now, many years had passed. Lin Feng had also grown. The mermen that he thought were difficult to fight against. Now, it seemed, they weren't as strong as he thought. "Good. Bring me to see your father." That merman from the purple scale race had a high and mighty attitude. The mermen were one of the strongest races in the sea race, so they always had a high and mighty attitude. Moreover, this was a merman from the purple scale race. The royal family of the mermen. Naturally, he had a high and mighty attitude. A group of people escorted the merman from the purple scale race into the ancient city. Some people arranged for the followers of the purple-scaled mermen to rest. Lin Feng couldn't help but be moved. It seemed that after the purple scale race escaped from the Forbidden God world, they should be able to stand firm again. And they even built their own forces. Because there were only a dozen mermen in the purple scale race's entourage. The rest of the entourage were human cultivators, sea race cultivators, demon race cultivators, and even demon race cultivators. It seemed that all the powerful forces were recruiting. Lin Feng was also a little restless and wanted to build his own forces. It was necessary to have one's own forces. Back then, he asked the Snake Queen to help him recruit in the Netherworld Sea. He wondered how the Snake Queen was doing. The most important thing now was to establish a new force in the 9 prefectures. Presently, after Lin Feng refined the Emperor Bone, his strength increased greatly. Therefore, he planned to celebrate the Red World Fairy's birthday and find a place to establish his own power. "Brother Lin, let's go," Naza said. Lin Feng nodded and arrived outside the ancient city with Naza. This ancient city was called the Deep Sea Demon City. Those who lived there were either demons from the deep sea world or ferocious beasts in the deep sea world who had taken human form. "So it's Miss Naza." Her Royal Highness saw Miss Nazar arrive. "I'm sure he'll be very happy," the crab general guarding the ancient city said with a smile after seeing Naza. Clearly, he recognized Naza. This was because Naza had frequently visited the Deep Sea Demon City in the past. Therefore, many people in the Deep Sea Demon City knew Naza. "Is Sister Schwelly in the palace?" Naza asked. "Her Highness is here," Crab General said. Naza bowed to the Crab General and entered the ancient city with Lin Feng. Inside the ancient city, people came and went. Cultivators of various races were present. Lin Feng even saw human cultivators. Naza said, "Human cultivators who can enter the Deep Sea Kingdom are all cultivators who have business dealings with the Deep Sea Kingdom. The Deep Sea Kingdom is rich in resources. There are many things that the Oceanids don't need. Inland, there are also many resources that the Oceanids need. However, it's not convenient for the Oceanids to go inland, so they trade with these human cultivators. They trade for things that both sides need." Lin Feng nodded. He walked along the streets with Naza. The Deep Sea Demon City was very large. Lin Feng and Naza were not in a hurry to see Princess Schwelly. Along the way, Lin Feng curiously looked at the many small stalls on both sides of the ancient city. These small stalls sold all kinds of rare treasures from the deep sea. For example, a fist-sized pearl only cost 10 origin crystals. If it was sold outside, at the very least, it could sell for 50 origin crystals or more. The profits earned in the middle were simply too great. Some human cultivators who entered the ancient city began to wantonly buy goods. Of course, It was not only human cultivators. There were also some other races, such as demons, devils, and so on. Lin Feng even saw some skeletons. They were ghost cultivators. They were also buying all kinds of rare treasures from the Deep Sea Kingdom. Brother Lin, do you have any rare treasures you want to buy? Naza asked. These things are not bad. Lin Feng pointed at the night-luminescent pearls on the small stalls and said with a smile. Each night-luminescent pearl was the size of a fist. Lin Feng bought a lot of night-luminescent pearls. Naza asked curiously, Brother Lin, are you buying so many night-luminescent pearls to sell? If Big Brother Lin also wants to sell the rare treasures in the sea, Naja can take Big Brother Lin to a place where there are more rare treasures and the prices are cheaper. Big Brother Lin can make a fortune there. Lin Feng said with a smile, I'm not going to sell. Look at these night-luminescent pearls. They are so bright. In the future, you can take them back and put them in your room. You don't even need to light a lamp at night. Naza couldn't help but chuckle when she heard that. Lin Feng saw a very beautiful pearl hairpin on a stall and bought it. He then handed the hairpin to Naza and said, This is for you. Naza's pretty face revealed a look of joy. She didn't expect Lin Feng to give her something. However, her pretty face quickly turned red. She had always been a shy person. Shall I help you put it on? Lin Feng looked at Naza and said. Naza nodded with a red face. Lin Feng helped Naza put on the hairpin. A precious hairpin goes well with a beauty. The hairpin is beautiful, but the person is even more beautiful. Lin Feng said with a smile. When Naza heard Lin Feng praise her beauty, other than feeling shy, she also felt very happy. However, Naza didn't know why she was so happy. She said with a red face, Thank you for the gift, Brother Lin. You don't have to be so polite with Brother Lin. Lin Feng rubbed Naza's head. The two strolled around for a while and found that there was nothing else to buy. Thus, they went straight to the palace. When they arrived outside the palace, Naza had a guard enter the palace to report. Not long after, a group of people quickly rushed out. The person in the lead was a woman wearing a snow-white dress. She was tall and charming. Her face was exquisite and beautiful. Her temperament was otherworldly and elegant. She should be the Princess Shirley that Naza had mentioned. There were both men and women beside Princess Shirley, and they were all young people. Sister Naza. Princess Shirley was very excited when she saw Naza. She quickly walked over and hugged Naza. Sister Shirley. Naza seemed to rely on Princess Shirley. She also hugged Princess Shirley. Seeing this warm scene, Lin Feng couldn't help but smile. However, in the next moment, he frowned slightly. This was because Lin Feng felt a killing intent enveloping him. Lin Feng turned around when he sensed the cold killing intent. He saw a man in black robes staring at him with a pair of sinister eyes. It was the terrifying killing intent that was being released from the man's body. Lin Feng didn't recognize the man. He didn't know why the man was looking at him with such hostility. His heart skipped a beat. Could it be because of Naza? When the man saw Lin Feng looking at him, he withdrew his gaze. After Princess Shirley and Naza separated, Princess Shirley glanced at Lin Feng and smiled. Naza, why don't you introduce this handsome young master to me? Naza said. This is Lin Feng, Big Brother Lin. Naza then introduced Princess Shirley to Lin Feng. Princess Shirley was the only exception. Naza also introduced several other women. These women were her and Princess Shirley's friends. Today, the palace was welcoming the important figures of the purple-scaled merfolk. Therefore, the young masters and young mistresses of the deep-sea demon kingdom were also present. Apart from Princess Shirley, Naza's friends were all young mistresses of the deep-sea demon kingdom. Naturally, they were also present. After that, Princess Shweli introduced Lin Feng to the other young cultivators. This included the man in black robes. His name was Long Aahan. He was an expert of the Evil Dragon clan's younger generation. It turned out that, for some reason, the Evil Dragon clan and the purple-scaled merfolk had sent experts here. They were all here to meet Princess Shirley's father. Long Aahan had also come with an elder from the Evil Dragon Palace. These important figures were here to meet Princess Shirley's father. Perhaps something big was going to happen. However, this wasn't something the younger generation could participate in. Therefore, they didn't know what was going on. Lin Feng finally understood why the man in black robes was so hostile toward him. It seemed that he had recognized his identity. Lin Feng already had a deep grudge with the evil dragon palace in the returning ruins battlefield. Moreover, he had gained a lot in Thunder City. The evil dragon palace wanted to kill him and steal his treasures. This matter was rather logical. The evil dragon palace was powerful, and they wanted to kill people. Naturally, he would not let it go so easily. Of course, Lin Feng didn't take it to heart. Unless one of the 9 great evil dragons personally came, Lin Feng wouldn't care about ordinary evil dragon experts. Let's go into the palace for a chat, Princess Shirley said as she held Naza's hand. Naza nodded. Then, a group of people entered the palace. The Oceanic Race's imperial palace was splendidly decorated with all kinds of precious treasures. It was extremely beautiful. After everyone was seated, a beautiful maid came forward to pour wine for them. Princess Shirley looked at Naza and asked, "Sister Naza, where have you been these past few years? I sent people to look for you for a long time, but they couldn't find you. I thought something had happened to you, so I was very worried about you." Following this, another merfolk woman said, "That's right, Sister Naza. We were so worried about you." Naza said, "Here's the thing. A few years ago, I was in a secluded cultivation in an immortal's cave in the deep sea. Originally, I thought that I would come out soon. I didn't expect that this secluded cultivation would take several years. It's all Naza's fault." Naza didn't mention that she was captured and sold by a group of cultivators. Clearly, she didn't want her friends to worry. Naza's personality was gentle, considerate, and very lovable. However, Naza didn't like to lie. Perhaps because she felt that she was lying, she felt guilty and didn't dare to raise her head to look at Princess Shirley. However, Naza thought of the reason she came up with and hoped that her sisters wouldn't worry about her. Thinking of this, Naza's heart relaxed and felt more at ease. Everyone gathered together and chatted about many things. Princess Shirley didn't ask how Lin Feng and Naza knew each other. This made Lin Feng have a good impression of her. Everyone had their own privacy. Princess Shirley clearly respected others' privacy. Perhaps in her opinion, even if she and Naza were like sisters, there were still some things that she couldn't touch. Especially when it came to men. No matter how good a sister was, she shouldn't be overly concerned about the men around each other. This was a matter of principle. Naza planned to stay in the palace for a night and catch up with Princess Shirley and the others. Lin Feng naturally wouldn't refuse Naza's small request. Princess Shirley arranged a place for Lin Feng to stay. Naza and Princess Shirley went to catch up, while he rested alone in his room. Not long after, a terrifying aura spread out and enveloped Lin Feng's room. Lin Feng couldn't help but frown slightly. He walked out. He walked out and saw that more than 20 people had gathered outside, surrounding him. These people were all experts of the evil dragon palace. Long Ayahan was also present. "What? Do you need something from me?" Lin Feng said indifferently. "Brat. Still putting on an act?" said Long Ayahan coldly while looking at Lin Feng. His voice was filled with killing intent. Lin Feng said indifferently. "When did I put on an act? Back at the returning ruins battlefield, you killed my evil dragon palace's people. Can you bear the consequences?" Long Ayahan asked coldly. "Of course I can. Why wouldn't I dare to admit it? You're talking about Long Xianxia's subordinates, right? Long Xianxia led the evil dragon palace's people to ambush the cultivators who entered the lightning god's land of inheritance. It's fine if they didn't provoke me, but these people provoked me. So what if I killed a few of them?" Lin Feng said indifferently, as if he didn't care about this matter at all. The evil dragon palace's people were so angry that their faces turned ashen. Their killing intent soared. He killed the evil dragon palace's people. And he still acted like he didn't care. This guy actually dared to look down on the evil dragon palace. He deserved to die. "Do you know that you've already committed a capital crime?" Long Ayahan sneered. The other evil dragon palace's experts also revealed killing intent. They looked at Lin Feng as if they were looking at a dead man. Lin Feng sneered. You nobodies want to kill me? What? Cats and dogs? You dare call us Tom, Dick, and Harry? You dare to humiliate us like this? You're courting death. The evil dragon palace's people roared furiously. They had always been high and mighty. Normally, others would be careful when speaking to them. But now, Lin Feng actually dared to call them nobodies. How could they tolerate this? The group of evil dragon palace's cultivators wanted to join forces to deal with Lin Feng. Stop. At that moment, a cold shout came from afar. A group of people flew over from afar. They were none other than Princess Shirley and the others. Big brother Lin, are you all right? Naza hurriedly ran over and looked at Lin Feng worriedly. Lin Feng smiled and said, Don't worry, I'm fine. Princess Shirley. This person has a grudge with the evil dragon palace. If you stop us, you will be going against the evil dragon palace. Long Ayahan couldn't help but say. This guy was a guest of the deep-sea demon kingdom, yet he dared to threaten the ruler of the kingdom. Long Ayahan was naturally relying on the evil dragon palace's power. The deep-sea demon kingdom might be powerful, but it was far from being comparable to the evil dragon palace. Therefore, Long Ayahan had always been superior to the people of the deep-sea demon kingdom. Hearing Long Ayahan's threat, not only Princess Shirley, but the other young masters and young mistresses of the deep-sea demon kingdom also had ugly expressions. As the saying went, if a kingdom was humiliated, everyone would be humiliated. Princess Shirley didn't represent herself. She represented the deep-sea demon kingdom. With Long Ayahan's threat, Princess Shirley didn't care about the deep-sea demon kingdom at all. It would be strange if the young masters and young mistresses of the deep-sea demon kingdom had good expressions. Princess Shirley's expression was cold. Just as she was about to say something, Lin Feng spoke first. Princess Shirley. This is between me and the evil dragon palace. It's a personal grudge. Therefore, you don't need to interfere. When I attack later, I will be careful. I won't let the evil dragon palace's dirty blood pollute your beautiful courtyard. After hearing Lin Feng's words, Princess Shirley and the other young masters of the deep-sea demon kingdom exchanged glances. Even now, Lin Feng was still provoking the evil dragon palace. He really didn't care about the evil dragon palace at all. However, judging from Lin Feng's attitude, he didn't seem like a rash person. Princess Shirley and the others couldn't help but suspect Lin Feng's identity. He was so young. Could he be a peerless expert? Princess Shirley and the others were unfamiliar with the name Lin Feng. Although Lin Feng was quite famous in the returning ruined sea. However, strictly speaking, this place was no longer part of the returning ruined sea region. Instead, it was the chaotic reverse current sea region, which was located between the returning ruined sea region and the southern immortal sea region. Therefore, Princess Shirley and the others had never heard of Lin Feng before. Naturally, he didn't know much about Lin Feng. Brat, you're courting death. When Long Ayahan and the others heard Lin Feng's disdain for them, they were about to explode from anger. Everyone's face was extremely gloomy, and their eyes were filled with killing intent. More than 20 people directly attacked, pouncing towards Lin Feng. Reckless fool. Lin Feng let out a hollow laugh as he raised his right hand and pressed forward. Buzz. A giant hand of energy was formed. It enveloped everyone from the evil dragon palace. The energy hand descended from the sky. Suppress it. Bang bang bang, a series of muffled sounds of collisions were heard. The group of experts from the evil dragon palace couldn't block Lin Feng's attack at all. They were all slapped to the ground by Lin Feng's palm. Lin Feng casually formed a seal, and these people were lying on the ground, unable to move. This, everyone was dumbfounded. Long Ayahan and the others weren't weak. This group of people were all true God realm and above powerhouses. Long Ayahan and the other two experts were at the peak of the true God realm. So many experts joining forces. They couldn't even take a single blow from Lin Feng. That was too terrifying, wasn't it? Today, I'll give Princess Shirley some face and not kill you. Send a message to the evil dragon palace. Don't provoke me. If you provoke me again, no matter who you are, I'll kill you. Lin Feng waved his right hand. Bang, Long Aahan and the others were all swept away. They all rolled on the ground. They were as pathetic as they could be. Everyone's face was extremely gloomy. Today, they had lost all face. This was unbearable for Long Aahan and the others. This was even more unbearable than killing them. Let's go. Long Aahan said in a deep voice. He left with the people from the evil dragon palace. Lin Gongzi. Sister Naza. There are a few experts from the evil dragon palace who are discussing matters with my father in our palace, and there is even an ancestor-level existence. You can't stay in the palace any longer, I'll send you away. Princess Shirley said. Lin Feng also knew that it was not appropriate to continue staying in the deep-sea demon kingdom. He wasn't afraid of these people from the evil dragon palace. The main reason was that he didn't want to involve Princess Shirley in this matter. It could be seen that Princess Shirley was really good to Naza and treated her as her own sister. So, this matter. It was better not to involve Princess Shirley as much as possible. After all, Princess Shirley was different from him and Naza. He and Naza could go anywhere. Behind Princess Shirley was a deep-sea demon kingdom. Thus, he offended the evil dragon palace. To the deep-sea demon kingdom, this was also a huge blow. We can leave by ourselves. Lin Feng said. Sister Shirley, I'm leaving. I'll come and see you in the future. Naza said reluctantly. You must be careful. Princess Shirley said. I will. Naza nodded. Lin Feng grabbed Naza's jade-like hand and flew outside. Soon, they left the deep-sea demon kingdom. Little bastard. Where are you going? An earth-shaking roar came from the deep-sea demon kingdom. Immediately after, an expert from the evil dragon palace flew out. He quickly chased after Lin Feng and Naza. Not good. It's Long Xianxia from the evil dragon palace. This person is at the 5th level of the heavenly god realm. A beautiful sea clan woman said, her face pale. This was also a friend of Naza's. At this moment, she was worried about Naza and Lin Feng. I'll go save them. Princess Shirley's face was also very pale. She rushed to the sky, wanting to save Lin Feng and Naza. Although she was no match for Long Xianxia, she was still the princess of the deep-sea demon kingdom. Princess Shirley hoped that Long Xianxia would spare Lin Feng and Naza for the sake of the deep-sea demon kingdom. However, at this moment, Princess Shirley and the others saw that Lin Feng had stopped. Princess Shirley and the others were stunned. They did not know why Lin Feng had suddenly stopped. At this moment, countless people in the deep-sea demon kingdom were looking at Lin Feng and Long Xianxia. Everyone was puzzled. Why did Lin Feng stop? Shouldn't he be running away now? However, in the next moment, everyone saw a scene that they would never forget for the rest of their lives. After stopping, Lin Feng actually took the initiative to rush toward Long Xianxia. Long Xianxia was slightly stunned. Then, his face was filled with killing intent. He blasted a palm toward Lin Feng. Lin Feng turned into a saber light. Everyone felt that. The entire world. It was as if it had turned into a world of sabers. Puff. Along with the sound of something being torn apart. Long Xianxia, a 5th-level heavenly god realm expert. He was actually hit by Lin Feng's saber light. He was directly split into two. How is this possible? Princess Shirley muttered in disbelief. That was a 5th firmament celestial god powerhouse. He was actually killed by a young cultivator in one move. It was too shocking. It was simply unbelievable. It was hard to believe what they saw. It wasn't just Princess Shirley. Many people in the surroundings were shocked. Many people even thought that they were seeing things. Let's go. Lin Feng grabbed Naza's soft little hand and left through the void. That Lin Feng is too strong. It's too terrifying. With such strength, he can at least compete for the prodigy list, right? The group of Sea Clan young masters and young ladies discussed animatedly. Princess Shirley's beautiful eyes revealed a thoughtful expression. 5 days later. Above the sea. Lin Feng flew quickly. Behind him was the evil dragon palace's ancestor-level powerhouse, Long Yuan sect, who was chasing closely, When Lin Feng left the deep-sea demon kingdom that day, he was targeted by Long Yuan sect. He sent Naza back into the mountain river ring. Then, his speed increased. It was difficult for ancestor-level powerhouses to catch up to him. "Kid, I don't mind wasting time with you like this. When your magic power dries up, let's see how you die." Long Yuan sect's voice contained a dense killing intent. Previously, Lin Feng had obtained the Emerald Leaf Stone. The energy contained in the Emerald Leaf Stone could quickly replenish the consumed magic power. However, the Emerald Leaf Stone had long been used up. So now, Lin Feng didn't have any divine stones to replenish his magic power. Ancestor-level powerhouses were also called half-step giant god realm. Powerhouses of this level had already condensed the illusory giant god law in their bodies. They had grasped a portion of the power of the giant god law. It was not something a heavenly god realm cultivator could compare to. Powerhouses of this level could break through to the giant god realm at any time. Of course, they could also be trapped in this realm for the rest of their lives. To break through to the giant god realm, they needed to comprehend the great Tao of heaven and earth of the giant god realm to break through. But whether or not they could break through to the giant god realm, Long Yuan sect was indeed an existence that Lin Feng couldn't contend with at this stage. "Why don't you try my emperor bone?" Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat. Running away like this was definitely not a solution. In terms of consumption, Lin Feng was no match for the Long Yuan sect. Lin Feng's speed was fast enough. The Long Yuan sect could not catch up with Lin Feng. However, the speed of the Long Yuan sect was not slow. The Long Yuan sect was an expert of the Evil Dragon clan. The Evil Dragons were an extremely powerful branch of the Dragon clan. Whenever the Dragon clan appeared, a demonic wind would sweep through the world. What did this mean? This meant that the Dragon clan was very fast. It was because it was too fast that it brought about gusts of demonic wind. The Evil Dragon's speed was fast to begin with. In addition, its cultivation level was much higher than Lin Feng's. It was naturally very difficult to shake off the Long Yuan sect. Lin Feng had already made up his mind to use the Emperor Bone to deal with the Long Yuan sect. Therefore, he gradually slowed down. Long Yuan's own revealed a smug smile when he saw Lin Feng slowing down. He thought that the reason why Lin Feng slowed down was because he had consumed too much of his magic power. "Kid, you can't hold on any longer? Have you thought about how you're going to die?" The Long Yuan sect laughed sinisterly. Lin Feng did not reply to the Long Yuan sect. He began to circulate the magic power in his body and poured it into the Emperor Bone. Very soon, Lin Feng could not help but smile bitterly. It was too difficult to activate the Emperor Bone, and the consumption of magic power was too great. It was too much for him. When Lin Feng felt that his magic power was about to be devoured, the Emperor Bone released a violent fluctuation. Then, Lin Feng felt that the Emperor Bone was getting hotter and hotter. Because Lin Feng's cultivation was limited right now. Therefore, he could only activate a small portion of the Emperor Bone's power. But even if it was only a small portion, the power was already heaven-defying. This was the Emperor Bone. The origin bone of the great emperor. Just thinking about it made one's hair stand on end. Seeing Lin Feng's speed getting slower and slower, the Long Yuan sect was excited. Terrifying magic power surged out of his right hand. The powerful magic power condensed into a destructive ball of light. He quickly caught up to Lin Feng. He slapped his palm towards Lin Feng. The destructive ball of light condensed on the Long Yuan sect's palm directly enveloped Lin Feng. Seeing that Lin Feng was about to be drowned by that destructive ball of light. Right at this moment, Lin Feng quickly turned around. At his chest, holy light lingered. A dazzling pillar of light shot out from the Emperor Bone. Puff, that holy light directly destroyed the destructive ball of light condensed by the Long Yuan sect. Then, without any decrease in power, it continued to blast towards the Long Yuan sect. The Long Yuan sect was shocked. He did not expect that the attack condensed by Lin Feng would be so terrifying. The Long Yuan sect quickly dodged. But it was already too late. His body was locked onto and he could not dodge at all. The Long Yuan sect had no choice but to block it. His right hand condensed a galaxy world, wanting to bury the holy light within the galaxy world. But the Longyuan sect failed. The holy light pierced through the galaxy world. Immediately after. Puff, the holy light pierced through the Longyuan sect's chest. Puff. The Longyuan sect spat out large mouthfuls of blood as his body fell. Go to hell. Lin Feng's eyes suddenly lit up as he rushed towards the Longyuan sect. This was the best time to kill the Longyuan sect. He punched towards the Longyuan sect. The Longyuan sect, who was originally falling towards the sea, suddenly stabilized his body. There was a bloody hole in the Longyuan sect's chest. It was incomparably miserable. The attack just now had severely injured the Longyuan sect. But it was not able to kill the Longyuan sect. I want you to die. The Longyuan sect roared out. He condensed his strongest attack, wanting to kill Lin Feng. The counterattack of a ferocious beast before its death was the fiercest and most dangerous. Lin Feng's magic power had already been exhausted. His battle strength plummeted. Facing the Longyuan sect's attack, he felt a thick aura of death enveloping his entire body. Lin Feng knew that he absolutely could not clash head-on with the Longyuan sect. Otherwise, there would only be a path to death. If an ancestor-level powerhouse were to fight back with all his might, it was not something he could withstand. Dangerous moment, Lin Feng used the heaven-patching technique. Swoosh. He disappeared without a trace from where he stood. The Longyuan sect's attack was in midair. Damn it. The Longyuan sect could not help but curse out loud. His body staggered and he almost fell from the sky. The Longyuan sect had suffered heavy losses and did not dare to stay. He quickly tore through the void and disappeared without a trace in the blink of an eye. Lin Feng walked out from 100 meters away. His face was slightly gloomy. Originally, after the Emperor Bone severely injured the Longyuan sect, it was the best opportunity to kill him. But unfortunately, activating the Emperor Bone consumed too much magic power. He was no longer able to kill the Longyuan sect. However, the power of the Emperor Bone did indeed make Lin Feng exceptionally happy. Consider yourself lucky. Lin Feng sneered and did not stay any longer as he quickly left. Due to the irreconcilable enmity between the Red Dust Celestial Sect and the Supreme Celestial Sect, the Supreme Celestial Sect had been trying their best to suppress the Red Dust Celestial Sect. The Red Dust Immortal Sect was one of the top 10 immortal sects. However, the Upper Red Dust Immortal Sect was different from other immortal sects. The other immortal sects had long legacies and deep foundations. However, the Red Dust Immortal Sect did not have a strong foundation since it had only been around 3,000 years since its establishment. The Red Dust Immortal Sect was not strong enough to be listed as one of the top 10 immortal sects. However, Immortal Venerable Hong Chen was simply too powerful. He was so powerful that he could fight against an ancient immortal sect alone. Therefore, the Red Dust Immortal Sect was listed as one of the top 10 immortal sects. The Red World Fairy could not stay in the immortal sect forever. When she left the immortal sect, the Red World Fairy was also worried that the experts of the Taishang Immortal Sect would attack the Red Dust Immortal Sect. If she was not there, the Red Dust Immortal Sect would be in danger of being destroyed. As such, the Red World Fairy had set up the Red Dust Immortal Sect in the extremely dangerous and boundless time reversal sea between the southern Immortal Sea Domain and the Bottomless Sea Domain. The Spacetime Reversal Sea region was connected to the Spacetime Reversal World. The Red World Fairy had set up a large formation. As long as the cultivators of the Taishang Immortal Sect dared to attack the Red Dust Immortal Sect, the Red Dust Immortal Sect would be destroyed. If she wasn't in the sect, the disciples of the sect could also activate the formation to attack the cultivators of the Supreme Immortal Sect. At that time, the cultivators of the Supreme Immortal Sect would be banished into the time and space reversal world, and only death awaited them. If the Crimson Dust Immortal Sect could not withstand the siege of the Supreme Immortal Sect, the Red World Fairy also had a backup plan. The disciples of the sect could activate the ultimate formation and teleport the entire sect away under the cover of the spacetime reversal. Therefore, although the Supreme Celestial Sect had always wanted to attack the Red Dust Celestial Sect, it was too dangerous in the spacetime reversal sea region. There were many things they were afraid of. That was why he hadn't taken any action. If the Red World Fairy had set up her sect somewhere else, The Supreme Immortal Sect had attacked the Red Dust Immortal Sect a long time ago. The spacetime reverse flow C region was incomparably dangerous, so one could not wander around recklessly. Once he was swallowed by the spacetime reversal, it would be a situation where he would have a slim chance of survival. The Red World Fairy was celebrating her birthday. Countless forces came to congratulate him. Therefore, the Red Dust Immortal Sect sent out an ancient ship to welcome the cultivators who came to congratulate the Red World Fairy. Lin Feng saw many cultivators coming from various directions. Some were riding mounts, some were riding airships, and some were flying over. These people were talking about the various deeds of the Red World Fairy. When they talked about something exciting, many people could not help but raise their voices. To many people, the Red World Fairy was like a god that they could only look up to. He fought against the Supreme Immortal Sect by himself. He had killed 3,000 top experts of the Supreme Immortal Sect in one move. From then on, the Supreme Immortal Sect began to decline from its peak. The Red World Fairy's life was full of legends. Lin Feng was also a little excited at this moment. He wondered what kind of person this #1 expert of the 9 states world was. High and mighty, or was he approachable, or perhaps it was fleeting. Or perhaps he was untainted by worldly desires. Lin Feng's mind filled with all kinds of images of the Red World Fairy. But what kind of image it was? He would only know when he met her. 3 days later, he arrived at the passage to the spacetime reversal C region. It was a passage specially opened by the Red World Fairy. There was a huge ship of the Red Dust Immortal Sect outside. After boarding the huge ship, one could safely enter the spacetime reversal passage. This spacetime reversal passage was very special. Only the Red World Fairy's huge ship was allowed to pass through. If other ancient ships or cultivators wanted to pass through, they would be swallowed into the spacetime reversal world. Therefore, this place was not to be casually broken into. There were countless cultivators who came to congratulate the Red World Fairy on her birthday. However, not everyone was qualified to congratulate the Red World Fairy on her birthday. The disciples of the Red Dust Immortal Sect would screen the cultivators' identities. They wanted to go to the Red Dust Immortal Sect to congratulate the Red World Fairy on her birthday. Either their cultivation level met the requirements, or they had an extraordinary background. The Red Dust Immortal Sect had no choice but to screen their identities like this because there were too many people. The number of guests that the Red Dust Immortal Sect could accommodate was limited. Therefore, only a very small number of people could go in. Naturally, they had to screen their identities. They let the cultivators of the major factions or some itinerant cultivators in. This was the world of cultivators. The strong were respected. It applied to any place. There were 2 places to screen their identities. The first was for the important figures. The second was for the ordinary cultivators. The place where the important figures selected their identities was a convenient passage. There were few people and it was fast. The place where the ordinary cultivators selected their identities was full of people. Everyone was waiting in a long line. Lin Feng swaggered toward the place where the important figures selected their identities. Many people were pointing and whispering. What was that kid doing there, impersonating a big shot? If that was the case, he would be thrown out by the Red Dust Immortal Sect, right? But soon, those cultivators who were discussing revealed astonished expressions. That was because they saw a female cultivator who obviously had a very high status actually standing together with that young cultivator and chatting. Moreover, the 2 of them seemed to be chatting quite happily. That female cultivator's identity is not simple. She's the eldest disciple of the Red World Fairy, Xianxia. What? That female cultivator is Xianxia? That's an amazing person. Who is that kid? He's actually chatting with Xianxia. Could he be the successor of a super faction? Or perhaps a direct descendant of a certain giant god? Many people began to discuss. Everyone was very interested in Lin Feng's identity. However, no one knew Lin Feng. After Lin Feng and Xianxia chatted for a while, Xianxia arranged for a female disciple to board the giant ship. The female disciple looked at Lin Feng strangely. Lin Feng said, "What? You've never seen someone as handsome as me? Let me tell you, I'm not a casual man. Don't you dare have any ideas about me." When the female disciple heard Lin Feng's words, she could not help but spit at Lin Feng. She blushed slightly and said, "I just find it strange. Martial Anton King basically doesn't interact with male cultivators." Lin Feng said, "That's because other male cultivators don't have as much charm as I do." The female disciple snorted but did not dare to refute Lin Feng. That was because Lin Feng might be a big shot. Naturally, an ordinary disciple like her would not dare to offend him. 6 hours later, the giant ship set off. They traveled for about 10 days in the sea. They finally arrived at their destination. In the distance, they saw an immortal island floating in midair. That immortal island was surrounded by immortal chi. It really looked like an immortal island in the legends. That island is called Coiling Dragon Island. It's a supreme treasure forged by a Buddha-level expert of Buddhism. A cultivator said. The Buddhas of Buddhism were great emperor-level experts. This meant that huge island. It was actually transformed from an emperor weapon. She had directly built her sect on top of an emperor weapon. The Red World Fairy was really generous. "Everyone, we can disembark from the island," a female disciple said. The cultivators on the giant ship flew toward the island and landed at its edge. A dense group of female disciples flew over. They led everyone to different places to rest. These female disciples should be the menial disciples of the Red Dust Immortal sect. They were of low status. That was why they were sent here to lead the guests. Those disciples with status would attend to congratulate the guests in the palaces. Or they would entertain the guests. "Senior brother Lin." Suddenly, a surprised voice was heard. Lin Feng turned around and saw a female disciple looking at him. The female disciple was tall and slender, and she had a beautiful face. The most impressive thing about her was her pair of enchanting long legs. Many of the female disciples from the Red Dust Immortal sect who led the way for the guests were extremely beautiful. However, this long-legged beauty was different. She was definitely a person who stood out from the crowd, attracting the attention of many male cultivators. Lin Feng looked at the female disciple in confusion. He had a vague impression of her. However, he could not recall where he had seen her before. The female disciple seemed to know that Lin Feng might not remember her. She said, "A few years ago, I was the one who led you to the core disciple assessment. Do you still remember?" When he heard the female disciple's words, Lin Feng remembered this incident. He had met the female disciple once, and he vaguely remembered that her name was Susini. However, this female disciple was different. Lin Feng did not take it to heart. After all, this female disciple was only a servant disciple in the Reincarnation Immortal sect. They basically didn't have much interaction with each other. Lin Feng said, "Weren't you a servant disciple in the Reincarnation Immortal sect? How did you become a servant disciple in the Red Dust Immortal sect?" This was the tragedy of many independent cultivators. If one's talent and cultivation level were not high enough, they could only serve as servant disciples in powerful sects in the hopes of passing the official disciple assessment in the future. However, in reality, very few people were able to pass the assessment. Susini gritted her teeth and said, "Senior brother, do you still remember that Zhao Ziping?" Lin Feng nodded. He naturally knew Zhao Ziping. He was considered a genius among the core disciples of the Reincarnation Immortal sect. When he participated in the core disciple assessment, Zhao Ziping was the one who led him to the assessment site. However, Lin Feng did not have much interaction with Zhao Ziping. Susini said, "Zhao Ziping wanted. I didn't agree. He wanted to use force. Fortunately, a senior sister passed by and saved me. That night, I escaped." Hearing Susini's words, Lin Feng basically knew what was going on. This Susini was too beautiful. He was just a lowly servant disciple. Zhao Ziping was greedy for Susini's beauty. He probably wanted to seduce Susini. If Lin Feng remembered correctly, there was another female servant disciple called Wu Xueman, who was one of Zhao Ziping's mistresses. Susini did not agree with Zhao Ziping. This Zhao Ziping wanted to force himself on her. However, God seemed to treat Susini quite well. There was a female disciple whose status should not be lower than Zhao Ziping's. Zhao Ziping could only give up for the time being. However, it was unrealistic to ask that female disciple to protect her. After all, Susani was just a servant disciple. There was no need to offend Zhao Ziping for a lowly servant disciple. Therefore, Lin Feng guessed that it was that female disciple who made Susani leave the sect that very night. This kind of thing was all too common among the various forces. Actually, Lin Feng wasn't used to it. These beautiful female cultivators had no strength or background. They were destined to be men's playthings. Susani was such a hot and sexy beauty. It was normal for her to be targeted by Zhao Ziping. Even if Zhao Ziping did not target her, there would probably be other male disciples who would target her. In the future, she would end up as one of those male disciples' mistresses. If she ended up in a more miserable state, she might even be abandoned after being toyed with by those male disciples. If she ended up in a more miserable state, she might even be given away by those male disciples. The world of cultivators was an extremely cruel world. There were many things. It could not be changed. For example, what Susani had experienced. Lin Feng said, "This red dust immortal sect is full of female disciples. It's quite suitable for a beautiful woman like you to join. In the future, you don't have to worry about those things in the red dust immortal sect." Susani said, "I hope that one day, I can stay in the red dust immortal sect." The red dust immortal sect naturally needed to be tested. These servant disciples would serve for 100 years. Within these 100 years, they would be given 3 chances to take the test. If they could pass the test, they would fly up to the branch and become a phoenix. If they failed the test, they would have to leave the red dust immortal sect. Susani composed herself and said apologetically, "I've delayed senior brother's rest. I deserve to die 1,000 times." Lin Feng smiled and said, "It's fine. Junior sister, you don't have to blame yourself." Susani said, "Senior brother, I'll take you to rest now." This time, the immortal sovereign's birthday celebration has divided the guests' living areas into 3 areas. The younger generation's living area, the middle generation's living area, and the older generation's living area. This division is because cultivators of the same age group will not be reserved when gathered together. There will also be things to talk about and some new friends. Lin Feng nodded and said, "The red dust immortal sect is indeed very thoughtful. If I were to live with a group of old men, I would definitely be bored to death." Susani could not help but chuckle. Under her lead, Lin Feng and Susani flew towards a mountain peak not far away. On that mountain peak, there were many palaces. It should be the place where the younger generation of cultivators lived. Of course, it was not that the younger generation of cultivators had to live here. If the younger generation of cultivators wanted to live with the elders of the clan, the Red Dust Immortal sect could arrange it. However, there were probably not many young cultivators who would take the initiative to live with their elders. It was not easy for them to come out and relax, but they had to do it under the eyes of their elders. Who could withstand such restrictions? The 2 of them landed on a platform halfway up the mountain. There were many palaces here. Susani led Lin Feng towards one of the palaces. At this moment, 2 cultivators flew over from afar. It was a man and a woman. The female cultivator was also quite beautiful. After seeing Susani, the female cultivator smiled and said, "Oh, isn't this junior sister Susani?" "Senior sister son." After seeing the female cultivator, Susani bowed slightly. The female cultivator raised her right hand and revealed the bracelet on her hand. It was as if she was showing off to Susani. She smiled and said, "This is Sir Xikongyan from the Great Void Temple. My bracelet is a true god-level magic treasure, and it was given to me by Sir Xikong as a greeting gift." When Xikongyan saw Susani, his eyes lit up slightly. He then said, "It seems like this junior sister did not receive a reward." He then looked at Lin Feng and said in a lofty tone, "Brother, this junior sister is leading the way for you. Aren't you a little too stingy? You actually didn't give anything to this junior sister." After belittling Lin Feng, Xikongyan turned to look at Susani and said with a smile, "I see that junior sister seems to be lacking some accessories. I just happen to have some toys here. Junior sister, feel free to choose." Xikongyan smiled and waved his right hand, causing hundreds of treasures to fly out. These treasures included pearl hairpins, bracelets, hairpins, and so on. They were all magic treasures that were at least true god level. Junior sister, which one do you like? Xikongyan smiled and looked at Susini. This person actually had so many magic treasures that women used. Xikongyan guessed that he often used this method to please women. Now that he was using the same method, he probably wanted to seduce Susini. If he could seduce a peerless beauty like Susini, it would be wonderful. This female disciple surnamed Sun originally wanted to show off her new treasures to Susini, but she did not expect that Xikongyan would take a fancy to Susini and let Susini choose the treasures. This female disciple surnamed Sun joined the sect around the same time as Susini. She was full of jealousy towards Susini, who had a good character and was beautiful and liked by everyone. Now that she saw Xikongyan's attitude towards Susini, she was even more jealous of Susini. This female disciple surnamed Sun even cursed Susini in her heart for being a vixen. Susini naturally did not know that the female disciple surnamed Sun was cursing her in her heart. She bowed to Xikongyan and said, "Thank you for your kindness, senior brother. These things are too precious, junior sister must not accept them." Junior sister appreciates senior brother's kind intentions. Seeing that Susini did not take the bait, Xikongyan's face sank slightly. Xikongyan was also a veteran in the field of love. He had seen countless women. But this was the first time he had seen a woman of such high quality like Susini. If he let Susini go like this, he was really unwilling. He was about to say something when suddenly, a faint voice sounded, "Junior sister Su does not intend to take brother's things." "Brother, why don't you leave quickly? Don't block my way to rest." Xikongyan's face suddenly became gloomy. This kid, a poor bastard, dared to disturb him from seducing Susini? What things? Xikongyan narrowed his eyes at Lin Feng and could not help but ridicule. This brother is so stingy that he doesn't even give me a small reward. I want to give this junior sister Su some small things, and this brother wants to stop me? Your stomach seems to be a little small. Although the female disciple surnamed Sun hated and envied Susini, she also knew that this was a good opportunity to flatter Xikongyan, so she smiled and said, "A poor bastard should speak less. Senior sister Sun, don't go too far," Susini said with an ugly expression. Seeing that Susini was actually defending Lin Feng, Xikongyan could not help but feel jealous. He even thought in his heart, Susini rejected him. Could it be because she took a fancy to this kid? This kid was just a poor bastard. Why did she take a fancy to this kid and not to him? The more he thought, the angrier he became. The more he thought about it, the more jealous he became. He couldn't help but say mockingly, "Junior sister Sun's words are reasonable. Poor people should talk less." Ha 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 ha. Suddenly, Lin Feng laughed loudly. Everyone looked at Lin Feng in confusion. Susini was a little worried. Could Lin Feng have been provoked? Xikongyan's face sank as he looked at Lin Feng with disdain. "What are you laughing at?" Lin Feng looked at Xikongyan with a faint smile and said, "I'm laughing at how ridiculous you are." "I'm funny? What a joke. You're just a pauper, yet you're calling me a joke?" Xikongyan couldn't help but sneer. His gaze towards Lin Feng was filled with deep disdain and a sense of superiority. Lin Feng said faintly, "You have the nerve to take out these pieces of scrap metal? If you're not ridiculous, then who is? Scrap metal? Kid, why don't you take out something similar? Junior sister Su led the way for you, yet you didn't even reward her. How dare you call my treasures trash? Are you slapping yourself in the face?" Xikongyan sneered. Lin Feng smiled indifferently. "Everybody is watching. You just took out those things to show off, that's all." "In my opinion, there's nothing to show off about them," said Lin Feng. Lin Feng looked at Susini and said with a smile, "I originally wanted to reward junior sister Su with some things when we reached her residence, but since this ignorant fool is jumping around like a clown in front of me, I'll give these things to junior sister Su in advance." As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Feng waved his right hand. Whoosh, 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 in an instant, rivers of origin crystals flew out. Each river contained at least 10 million origin crystals. 10 rivers of origin crystals added together. That was 100 million origin crystals. What couldn't 100 million origin crystals buy? A magic treasure at the level of a giant god. It could buy several of them. 100 million origin crystals was enough to run a top force like the Red Dust Immortal sect for 3 years. 100 million origin crystals was enough to buy a medium-sized ancient city. If he had 100 million origin crystals, he would immediately become a millionaire. The sight of so many origin crystals was naturally shocking. Countless cultivators in the surroundings were attracted to the scene. Everyone was dumbfounded when they saw the river of source crystals. Not many ordinary cultivators had seen 100 million origin crystals before. Therefore, when the 100 million origin crystals appeared, it immediately caused a huge commotion. What's going on over there? Why did that kid take out 100 million origin crystals? It seems like Si Kongyun wants to seduce the female disciple beside that male cultivator. He keeps belittling that male cultivator to raise his own status. That male cultivator took out 100 million origin crystals to reward the female disciple who led the way for him. What? 100 million origin crystals as a reward? Oh my god. Who is that kid? How can he be so rich? Exclamations of surprise could be heard. Countless female disciples looked at Lin Feng in unison. Then, they looked at Su Sini, who was standing next to Lin Feng. The female disciples from the Red Dust Immortal sect looked at Su Sini with jealousy in their eyes. Why was Su Sini so lucky? How could she receive such a rich and overbearing young master? This. The female disciple with the surname Sun was completely dumbfounded. She began to speak incoherently. When had she ever seen so many origin crystals? Earlier, she had mocked Lin Feng as a pauper in order to please Si Kongyun. Only now did she realize. Compared to Lin Feng, Si Kongyun was the pauper. Junior sister, take these origin crystals. You can buy whatever you want. Lin Feng said with a faint smile. For me? Su Sini still had not recovered from the shock. She looked at Lin Feng in disbelief. That was 100 million origin crystals. It was so big. This was the first time she had seen 100 million origin crystals. She had never dared to dream that she would one day have 100 million origin crystals. Of course it's for you. Lin Feng smiled. Seeing Su Sini's uneasiness, he knew that she did not dare to accept it. He said, I don't take back what I give away. Thank you, senior brother. Su Sini bowed to Lin Feng and put away the 100 million origin crystals. At that moment, Lin Feng turned to look at Si Kongyun. At that moment, Si Kongyun's face was as gloomy as water. He had not taken Lin Feng seriously before, but he did not expect Lin Feng to be so rich. Lin Feng said indifferently, now you know who's the pauper, right? No, calling you a pauper is not appropriate. In front of me, you're just a beggar. How dare you insult me? Si Kongyun's eyes flashed with killing intent as he stared coldly at Lin Feng. Si Kongyun was the sage of the Great Void Temple. The Great Void Temple was a famous Taoist sect. The founder was called Qiu Chui. He was known as the Xuanzhen Taoist. The Great Void Temple was definitely one of the most powerful Taoist sects in the 9 states. However, the Great Void Temple was different from ordinary Taoist sections. Ordinary Taoist sects propagated Taoist teachings. However, the Great Void Temple only cultivated Taoist techniques and magical powers, not Taoist teachings. Therefore, the people of the Great Void Temple would not wear Taoist robes like other Taoists. They would not abstain from sex. The Great Void Temple was powerful. As the sage of the Great Void Temple, how could Si Kongyun tolerate this? Terrifying waves of energy were emitted from his body, as if he was about to attack. Good fellow, this is getting interesting. Si Kongyun seems to be about to attack. As one of the Great Void Temple sages, Si Kongyun's cultivation can be described as unfathomable. I'm afraid that kid is going to be unlucky. That kid may be rich, but judging from the aura he is emitting, his cultivation is not high. Once they fight, he is indeed no match for Si Kongyun. A group of people started discussing. Obviously, no one was optimistic about Lin Feng. Si Kongyun was a reputable expert. Many people were optimistic that he would be able to enter the prodigy list in the new prodigy list ranking battle. It could be seen how powerful Si Kongyun was. As for Lin Feng, there were very few people who knew Lin Feng. Of course, there were people who recognized Lin Feng, but they just watched the conflict calmly. What? You still want to attack? I can defeat a piece of trash like you with one hand. If you don't want to embarrass yourself, get lost. Lin Feng had his hands clasped behind his back and looked indifferent. Many people looked at each other in dismay. Is that kid crazy? How dare he be so arrogant in front of Si Kongyan? Si Kongyan might not be as rich as you. But cultivation. It's very terrifying. I would like to see what qualifications you have to be so arrogant in front of me. Shouted Si Kongyan coldly. He then started walking towards Lin Feng while releasing a monstrous amount of qi in his body. Young masters, please stop. At this time, a woman in a red dress flew over from afar, landed, and said aloud. The woman in the red dress was tall and slender. Her eyes were charming and seductive. She was also a top-grade beauty. Fairy Xianxia. This is the Red World Fairy's 7th disciple. Someone immediately said. The surrounding female disciples of the Red Dust Immortal sect saluted Fairy Xianxia. Seeing that Fairy Xianxia had arrived, Si Kongyan did not dare to be careless. He dispersed his spiritual power. However, his expression was still extremely gloomy. Fairy. This kid insulted me. How could I bear it? Please start the arena of life and death. I want to fight him to the death. Si Kongyan said with a fierce look in his eyes. Lin Feng curled his lips. Someone like you wants to fight me to the death? Are you worthy? We don't even need to fight in the arena of life and death. I can crush you like an ant right now. Hearing Lin Feng's arrogant words, many of the surrounding people smiled bitterly. This guy is really too arrogant. He did not put Si Kongyan in his eyes at all. Does he really have such strength, or is he just good at talking? Of course, there was another possibility. That guy did not know how powerful Si Kongyan was. Maybe he thought that Si Kongyan was just an ordinary cultivator. That was why he dared to be so arrogant. Many people could not help but mutter in their hearts. If that was the case, after that guy found out how powerful Si Kongyan was, he immediately changed his mind. What kind of expression would he have? Kid, I think you're just good at talking. Si Kongyan said indifferently. If you have the ability, don't brag here. Fight me in the arena of life and death. We'll know who will be crushed by who then. Lin Feng sneered. I've never seen someone as eager to die as you. But if you want to die, I don't mind sending you on your way. At this time, Fairy Xianxia said, if the two of you want to fight, you can wait until after Master's birthday. At that time, Master will open the Hongjun Ancestors Dojo. He will select some promising disciples from the younger generation to enter. At that time, you can fight it out. Alright. If that's the case, I'll let you live for a few more days. Lin Feng looked at Si Kongyan indifferently, arrogant as usual. Brat, when the time comes, I'll crush you to death. Just you wait, I'll crush you like a bug in front of everyone. Si Kongyan sneered. He then cupped his fists at Fairy Xianxia and left with the female disciple surnamed Sunday Lin Gongzi. I've heard so much about you. Nice to meet you. Fairy Xianxia smiled. Lin Feng looked at Fairy Xianxia in surprise. Fairy, do you know me? I've heard senior sister mention you before, but I didn't expect you to come to celebrate Master's birthday. Fairy Xianxia said with a smile. The senior sister she was talking about was Qiang. Like Fairy Xianxia, Qiang was also a top-grade beauty. It was said that the Red World Fairy had a total of 36 female disciples. These 36 people. All of them were top-grade beauties. Moreover, all of them were gifted. Their cultivation levels were high. In addition, they were taught by the Red World Fairy, the strongest person in the 9 states world. Therefore, one could imagine how powerful these 36 people were. However, these 36 female disciples of the Red World Fairy kept a low profile. They did not walk around the outside world, nor did they participate in the Heaven's Pride role. They seemed to be focused on cultivation. Lin Feng said, the Red World Fairy is the role model of the righteous path. She single-handedly went against the strongest evil sect in the 9 states, the Taishan Immortal sect. It's my honor to be able to celebrate Master Immortal's birthday. The crowd was stupefied. They couldn't believe their eyes and looked at Lin Feng. This guy was really daring. He dared to say anything. Taishang Immortal Sect. The number one power in the 9 states world. The leader of the immortal Tao. Although they were even more evil than the evil demons. However, these words could not be said out loud. Once they were said out loud, they would definitely be on the Taishang Immortal Sect's kill list. When Fairy Xianxia heard Lin Feng say that the Taishang Immortal Sect was the strongest evil sect in the 9 states world, she immediately chuckled. She seemed to be very happy. She smiled and said, Lin Gongzi is really straightforward. There will be a small gathering tonight. At that time, many top experts of the younger generation will come. I wonder if Lin Gongzi is interested in coming to this gathering? Lin Feng smiled and said, Thank you for the invitation, Fairy. Female disciple, what's your name? Fairy Hongxia looked at Susini. Susini quickly said, reporting to Master. This disciple is called Susini. Good. You don't have to be busy these few days. Just focus on serving Lin Gongzi. At night, you will bring Lin Gongzi to the Hall of Immortals. Fairy Hongxia said. Yes, this disciple will remember. Susini quickly replied. After chatting with Fairy Hongxia for a while, Lin Feng followed Susini to his residence. Lin Feng's residence was called Immortal Dawn Palace. Every guest had their own room. The rooms in Immortal Dawn Palace were very big. Each room was about 200 square meters. It was very luxurious. A palace could house about 500 people. You should go back and have a rest. Come back in the evening and take me to the party, said Lin Feng. Susini originally wanted to stay and chat with Lin Feng for a while. Now that she heard Lin Feng asking her to leave, she was a little disappointed. However, she did not dare to disobey Lin Feng. She bowed and left. Bang bang bang, not long after Susini left, Lin Feng heard a knock on the door. Senior brother Lin, are you there? A gentle voice came from outside. Hearing this voice, his bones felt like they were going to go soft. Lin Feng was surprised. Who was looking for him? Could it be a disciple of the Reincarnation Immortal Sect? He walked towards the door. Then he opened the door. A beautiful female cultivator was standing outside. This female cultivator had a petite figure and an exquisite face. She had a delicate temperament. It gave people the urge to hold this female cultivator in their arms and dote on her. After seeing this female cultivator, Lin Feng was very surprised. Li Yingdai. It was actually this woman. Lin Feng and Li Yingdai met during the trial on the Outer Realm planet. He remembered that Li Yingdai seemed to be the disciple of Duan Hongxiu, the great elder of 5 Mount Hua in Tianwu Continent's 5-peak state. Back then, Li Yingdai and his fellow disciples went to the Outer Realm planet to train together. Li Yingdai obtained a star moonstone. Her fellow disciples saw the treasure and had evil thoughts. In addition, Li Yingdai was too beautiful. These people did not only have evil thoughts about Li Yingdai's treasure. They also had evil thoughts about Li Yingdai. These people were led by the sect's core disciple, Fan Jinbang. They discussed with Fan Jinbang and planned to take turns with Li Yingdai and then kill her to steal the treasure. After all, anything that happened in the Outer Realm planet. It was easy to bury the truth. The sect had no way of knowing either. Li Yingdai had never thought that her fellow disciples would be so heartless. Because of this, she had been plotted against. Just as he was about to fall into despair, Lin Feng happened to pass by. Thus, he killed Fan Jinbang and the others, who were worse than beasts, and saved Li Yingdai. Later, Li Yingdai trained with Lin Feng for a period of time. Until he met Li Yingdai's master, Duan Hongxiu. At that time, what made Lin Feng extremely puzzled was that he felt a dense killing intent from Duan Hongxiu. Logically speaking, he had saved Li Yingdai. She should be thanking herself. However, not only did Duan Hongxiu not thank him, she even wanted to kill him. Lin Feng was also puzzled. In order to avoid being plotted against by Duan Hongxiu, Lin Feng had separated from Li Yingdai. After so many years, they had not seen each other again. Who would have thought that they would meet again in the Red Dust Immortal Sect today? Junior sister Li. Why are you here? Lin Feng looked at Li Yingdai in astonishment. Seeing that Lin Feng still remembered her, Li Yingdai was very happy. A smile appeared on her beautiful face as she said, "Many years ago, I followed the elders of Mount Wuhua to the 9 states on the 9 States Alliance's fleet. My master's ancestor had some relationship with an ancestor of the Falling Dawn Immortal sect, so we joined the Falling Dawn Immortal sect. This time, I was fortunate enough to follow that ancestor to celebrate the Red World Fairy's birthday. I didn't expect to meet you, senior brother Lin. The Falling Dawn Immortal sect was one of the 10 great immortal sects, but Lin Feng did not know much about it. Hearing that Li Yingdai had joined a great sect like the Falling Dawn Immortal sect, Lin Feng was naturally happy for her. The 9 states was very cruel. If one did not have a great power to back them up, it was simply difficult to move forward. Survival was difficult. The things that Susani had experienced were enough to explain everything. For a beauty like Li Yingdai, if she did not have anyone to rely on, her fate would be very tragic. However, now that she had joined the Falling Dawn Immortal sect, she had someone to rely on and had a good future. Lin Feng said, "Come in and talk." Li Yingdai nodded. She entered Lin Feng's room. Lin Feng closed the door. When did senior brother Lin come to the 9 states? If senior brother Lin is still a rogue cultivator, I can recommend senior brother Lin to join the Falling Dawn Immortal sect. Li Yingdai said. Lin Feng shouted in his heart. Come on. Falling Dawn Immortal sect. I don't know what's wrong with your master, Duan Hongxiu. She has such deep hostility towards me. If I join the Falling Dawn Immortal sect, I will definitely be killed by that poisonous woman. Of course, Lin Feng would not say these words out loud. Although Duan Hongxiu has an inexplicable hostility and killing intent towards him, she is still very good to Li Yingdai. Lin Feng said, "It's been 7 or 8 years since I came to the 9 states. I am now cultivating in the Reincarnation Immortal sect." Li Yingdai said, "The Reincarnation Immortal sect is said to have immortal artifacts. Among the 10 great immortal sects, only the Supreme Immortal sect and the Reincarnation Immortal sect have immortal artifacts. They are much more powerful than our Falling Dawn Immortal sect. Congratulations senior brother Lin on joining the Reincarnation Immortal sect." Although she congratulated Lin Feng, there was a hint of disappointment in her voice. Li Yingdai would never forget the scene of Lin Feng saving her when she was in despair. She also could not forget the scene of Lin Feng protecting her time and time again when Lin Feng protected her. Now that she met Lin Feng again, she was happy and naturally hoped to spend more time with Lin Feng. However, there were some things. As a woman, it was difficult to say. Lin Feng said with a smile, "Thank you for your blessings, junior sister Li. Junior sister Li's cultivation progress seems to be quite fast these years." Lin Feng said this because he discovered that Li Yingdai had also broken through to the 8th firmament of the Nihility God realm. Li Yingdai said, "The 9 prefectures are more suitable for cultivation. After entering the Immortal sect, I obtained countless cultivation resources that I didn't even dare to think about before. That's why my cultivation progress is so fast. However, compared to senior brother, I'm still far behind. Junior sister Li is too modest." Lin Feng smiled. Then he said, "Where does junior sister Li live?" "I live in the Immortal Rain Palace not far away." Li Yingdai said. Male and female cultivators lived in different palaces. The Immortal Rain Palace was only a few hundred meters away from Lin Feng's Immortal Dawn Palace. Lin Feng nodded. After chatting with Li Yingdai for a while, Li Yingdai reluctantly said goodbye and left. In the evening, Susani came to Lin Feng's residence. Lin Feng tidied up and followed Li Yingdai to the Immortal Palace. The man was handsome and confident. The woman was a peerless beauty. When the two of them walked together, it was simply a beautiful scenery. It attracted many people's attention. Especially Li Yingdai, such an outstanding peerless beauty attracted the attention of many male cultivators. Beautiful women everywhere would become the center of attention. Suddenly, Lin Feng saw a beautiful woman walking in front of him and frowned. This beautiful woman was none other than Duan Hongxiu. Even after so many years, Duan Hongxiu was still as beautiful as ever. However, Lin Feng did not have any good impression of this woman. He could feel Duan Hongxiu's killing intent towards him. If not for Li Yingdai, the two of them might have already clashed. Duan Hongxiu walked over and looked at Lin Feng indifferently, saying, "Come with me, I have something to say to you." Lin Feng raised his eyebrows slightly and said, "There's nothing that can't be said to others. If you have something to say, just say it here." You. Duan Hongxiu's face suddenly sank. She did not expect Lin Feng to be so brazen and reject her without mercy. This made Duan Hongxiu's face extremely ugly. "If you have something to say it quickly. I still have things to do. I don't have time to waste here with you," Lin Feng said indifferently. He naturally did not have a good expression towards Duan Hongxiu. A cultivator who passed by heard the conversation between Lin Feng and Duan Hongxiu and saw Susani beside Lin Feng. Many people looked at Lin Feng with envy and jealousy. Many people imagined some scenes. Originally, Lin Feng and the beautiful woman were lovers. Later, Lin Feng met the long-legged beauty. Then, he abandoned the beautiful woman. He got together with the long-legged beauty. The beautiful woman was not willing to be abandoned, so she came to find Lin Feng. The beautiful woman wanted to find a place to talk to Lin Feng alone and then restore their relationship. But Lin Feng no longer had any feelings for the beautiful woman. So he did not give the beautiful woman a chance. Many people were very envious of Lin Feng's luck with women. Many people muttered in their hearts, "Brother, are you stupid? Don't push such a beautiful woman away. Wouldn't it be great to have two beauties?" If Lin Feng knew what these cultivators were thinking, he would definitely wail. "Young master, I was wronged, okay, the relationship between Susani and I was purer than a piece of white paper. As for his relationship with Duan Hongxiu, this woman wants to kill me. What kind of bullshit relationship was this?" Duan Hongxiu looked coldly at Lin Feng and said, "You'd better not get in touch with some people. Otherwise, who knows what will happen in the future. In this world, there are too many young geniuses who died prematurely. You should learn from them." Duan Hongxiu was a blatant threat. Lin Feng naturally understood the meaning behind her threat. Duan Hongxiu was so hostile to him. Was it because of Li Yingdai? Lin Feng couldn't understand why he had done that. His relationship with Li Yingdai had nothing to do with Duan Hongxiu, right? Even if Duan Hongxiu was Li Yingdai's master, he shouldn't stop his disciple from dating someone else, right? Moreover, there was nothing between him and Li Yingdai. However, why would Duan Hongxiu threaten him like this? He couldn't understand. He really couldn't understand. Lin Feng planned to find an opportunity to ask Li Yingdai. This matter was too strange. From the first time he saw Duan Hongxiu many years ago. When Duan Hongxiu saw him with Li Yingdai, she revealed her killing intent. After so many years, it was still the same. Lin Feng was sure that there was no interaction between him and Duan Hongxiu, and there was no enmity between them. The reason why Duan Hongxiu was so angry was entirely because of Li Yingdai. There must be a reason for this abnormality. However, Lin Feng was too lazy to say anything more to Duan Hongxiu. He looked at Susani and said, "Junior sister Su, let's go." Susani nodded and led the way. Duan Hongxiu said coldly, "Remember my words. Or else. What the consequences? You know." "Self-righteous and stupid woman." Lin Feng sneered. He left with Susani. Duan Hongxiu looked at Lin Feng's back as he left, and a cold light flashed in her eyes from time to time. In the end, she flicked her sleeves and left. Susani said, "Senior brother, isn't that woman Duan Hongxiu? How did you provoke such a terrifying woman? You know Duan Hongxiu?" Lin Feng was surprised. "I've heard of her. She caused a commotion a few years ago," Susani said. "Caused a commotion? Why is that?" Lin Feng was puzzled. He could not see how Duan Hongxiu could cause a commotion. Although she was very beautiful, could she cause a commotion just because she was beautiful? There were many beautiful women in the world. She has the legendary heavenly calamity physique. A few years ago, she came from the Tianwu continent and joined the Sunset Celestial sect. She awakened the heavenly calamity physique there. Susani said. Heavenly calamity physique? What kind of physique is that? Lin Feng looked at Susani in confusion. Lin Feng had heard of all kinds of physiques. However, he had no impression of the heavenly calamity physique. This was the first time he had heard of it. Susani said, cultivators in the world have all kinds of special physiques. For example, in the immortal ancient era, the desolate era, the bronze era, and so on. The heavenly calamity physique is one of the immortal ancient era's 10 great physiques. It's an extremely ancient physique. Since the end of the immortal ancient era, no one has awakened it until Duan Hongshou awakened it. That's why Duan Hongshou's status in the Sunset Celestial sect is very high. What kind of physique is the heavenly calamity physique? What kind of abilities does it have? Lin Feng asked curiously. It was one of the immortal ancient era's 10 great physiques. Just from the name alone, one could imagine how terrifying it was. Su Xinyi said. I don't know. Perhaps only Duan Hongshou knows what abilities the heavenly calamity physique has. However, it's said that when the physique awakened, many major powers tried to assassinate Duan Hongshou. The Sunset Celestial Sovereign even personally escorted Duan Hongshou to the Sunset Celestial sect to cultivate. The Sunset Celestial sect contains the laws of time. 10 years outside is 300 years inside. When Duan Hongshou came out of seclusion, she was already very powerful. Killing her is as difficult as ascending to the heavens. That's why the powers that tried to assassinate her gave up. Lin Feng's expression changed slightly. What kind of abilities did the heavenly calamity physique have? How could it make so many major powers so fearful that they didn't hesitate to assassinate Duan Hongshou? Lin Feng felt that it was a pity that he hadn't assassinated Duan Hongshou. If she had died, there wouldn't have been so much trouble. On the way, Lin Feng and Su Xinyi talked about Duan Hongshou. Before long, Lin Feng saw a huge immortal palace. It was 300 meters tall and had a majestic aura. It was the Red Dust Immortal Palace. The Red Dust Immortal Palace was one of the palaces where the Red Dust Immortal sect received VIPs. It was built with great grandeur. It was also incomparably luxurious. Senior brother, we're here. Su Xinyi said. Lin Feng nodded and said, all right, you can go back first. After the banquet is over, I'll go back on my own. Yes. Su Xinyi replied and bowed slightly to Lin Feng before leaving. Cultivators continued to arrive at the Hall of Immortals. There were simply too many people here to celebrate the Red World Fairy's birthday, so many geniuses had come as well. Even if only a portion of the geniuses came to attend this gathering, it was enough to cause a scene of overcrowding. Lin Gongzi, you're here. Xianxia smiled when she saw Lin Feng. She was so beautiful that she couldn't be compared to him. The Red Dust Immortal sect only recruited female disciples. Therefore, there were beauties everywhere. It was truly a dazzling sight. If one could live here for a long time, it would truly be a man's paradise. Lin Feng cupped his fists towards Fairy Xianxia. Fairy Xianxia smiled and said, young master, you can go directly to the 18th floor. Senior sister is there to entertain the most distinguished guests. Lin Feng guessed that the most distinguished guests that Fairy Xianxia mentioned should be some of the people on the Heaven's Pride roll. Or some of the people who were qualified to compete for the Heaven's Pride roll. Being entertained by the Red World Fairy's eldest disciple would not be a disgrace to everyone's status. All right. I'll go up first. Lin Feng smiled and entered the Hall of Immortals. The first floor of the Hall of Immortals was crowded. Many people were gathered together and chatting. There were also people waiting for the elevator to come down. This kind of elevator was set up with a spiritual array. It was very convenient to go to each floor. Kid, it's you, a cold shout sounded, followed by a cold killing intent that enveloped Lin Feng. Lin Feng turned his head and saw more than 10 cultivators rushing over. The leader was a man in golden robes. He was an expert of the Qinwu people. Back then, Lin Feng was surrounded by more than 20 Qinwu people in Thunder City. Those Qinwu people wanted to kill Lin Feng and steal his treasures. However, they underestimated Lin Feng's strength and were killed by Lin Feng instead. Therefore, Lin Feng had a grudge with the Qinwu people. Lin Feng had some impression of this young master of the Qinwu people. Previously, in Thunder City, he had been surrounded by 2 old ancestor-level experts of the Qinwu people. It's Jin Pingyu. That guy is the young master of the Qinwu people. Who is that kid? How did he offend the Qinwu people? Someone whispered. I don't know him. Many people shook their heads. That's Lin Feng, a disciple of the Reincarnation Celestial sect. He caused a lot of trouble in the Ultimate Ruined Sea. The Supreme Celestial Sect, Fusang Island, the Evil Dragon Palace, and other influential groups are still looking for him. I didn't think he would be so audacious as to come to the Red Dust Celestial Sect to celebrate Master Red Dust's birthday. A cultivator in the crowd recognized Lin Feng and asked. What? That guy is Lin Feng? I've also heard some things about him. Right now, the Supreme Immortal Sect and other major powers are all offering a huge bounty for his head. This guy should hurry back to the Reincarnation Immortal Sect to avoid the limelight. He's actually still swaggering around outside. His guts are not ordinary. Lin Feng is quite strong. So what if he's strong? Doesn't he know who he's facing? The Supreme Immortal Sect, Fusang Island, and the Evil Dragon Palace are all powerful forces. Who would dare to offend them? It's hard to say if that kid can leave the Red Dust Immortal Sect alive. Many people began to discuss among themselves. Lin Feng looked at the Qinhua people indifferently and said, I'm here to attend the gathering today. I don't have time to deal with you. You'd better not provoke me. Otherwise, I'll show you what it means to have peach blossoms bloom. Peach blossoms bloom? Many people looked at each other in confusion. They did not know what peach blossoms meant. However, it was definitely not something good. This kid was clearly threatening Jin Pingyu and the others. Many people could not help but mutter among themselves. Wasn't this kid too arrogant? How dare he threaten a group of experts from the Qinhua people alone? Kid! Aren't you afraid of biting your tongue when you talk big? Jin Pingyu looked at Lin Feng coldly. How am I talking big? I can deal with a bunch of small fries like you in a few moves. Why would I need to talk big? Lin Feng said indifferently. Many people's mouths twitched violently. They had thought that Lin Feng was arrogant enough. Who would have thought? Lin Feng was much more arrogant than they had imagined, Jin Pingyu sneered. Who was the one who turned and ran when he saw us in Thunder City? He was as pathetic as a stray dog. How dare he talk big now? What a joke. Lin Feng rolled his eyes and said, a group of people and 2 old bastards who have lived for God knows how long are chasing me. Wouldn't I be a fool if I didn't run? Then, he continued, back then, something happened in Thunder City. Many cultivators fought a bloody battle against the creatures of darkness, but you Qinhua people were nowhere to be seen. Where were you hiding? A bunch of cowards, yet you dare to run in front of me? Jin Pingyu's face turned ugly when he heard Lin Feng mocking the Qinhua people as cowards. During the incident in Thunder City, the Qinhua people had relied on a supreme treasure to deceive everyone and hide in a courtyard. They only came out after the incident was over. When Lin Feng exposed this matter, the Qinhua people were naturally furious. Jin Pingyu said, capture this kid. I want him to kneel before me and beg for mercy later. Yes. Young Master Yu. Immediately, a middle-aged man stepped forward. Jin Xuani. He's a second firmament celestial god. He's considered a top expert among the side branches of the Qinhua people. Seeing the middle-aged cultivator step forward, many people sucked in a breath of cold air. If a heavenly god expert were to take action, how could Lin Feng fight against him? Swoosh, Jin Xuani attacked. He formed hundreds of seals with his right hand. A ball of flame appeared out of nowhere. Then, it turned into a flaming claw. This divine ability was called the Golden Crow Claw. It could condense a flaming claw to attack. The power of the flaming claw was extremely terrifying. With a light claw, the void was about to be torn apart. Everyone felt the power of the Golden Crow Claw. Many people could not help but exclaim. You overestimate yourself. Lin Feng sneered and smashed the Golden Crow Claw with a punch. Then, he instantly arrived in front of Jin Xuani. A fist swept toward Jin Xuani. Jin Xuani did not even have the chance to react before Lin Feng's fist landed on his head. Pfft! A bloody hole appeared. Blood immediately gushed out. Jin Xuani fell to the ground on his back. He covered his bleeding wound and screamed in pain. Attack together! Jin Pingyu shouted. I'll smash your peach blossoms until they bloom. Lin Feng curled his lips. His attack speed was too fast. He threw out punch after punch. Pfft! 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 Jin Pingyu and the others could not resist at all. Lin Feng punched a bloody hole in their heads. All of them fell to the ground and screamed in pain while covering the bloody hole in their heads. So this is the peach blossom? Many people stared at Lin Feng with their mouths agape. No wonder this guy was so arrogant. He was too strong. With such strength, it was only natural for him to be arrogant. He's really powerful. No wonder the Supreme Immortal Sect, Evil Dragon Palace, and Fusang Island have put him on the wanted list, but he's still free and easy. His cultivation is really too strong. He should be able to compete for the prodigy role. Yeah, with such tyrannical strength, he can indeed compete for the prodigy role. Those who want to kill him and take the bounty better behave themselves. This is a life-risking business. Many people discussed in low voices, looking at Lin Feng with reverence. Lin Feng's combat strength was too strong, shocking, and moving people. Now you know how strong I am, right? Don't provoke me in the future. Otherwise, I'll beat you until you start doubting your life. Lin Feng looked down at Jean Pingyu condescendingly. Jean Pingyu looked at Lin Feng in horror. Now, he was scared out of his wits by Lin Feng. The combat strength Lin Feng displayed was too tyrannical. Even among the Qinwu people, perhaps only a few monstrous geniuses could deal with Lin Feng. Lin Feng couldn't be bothered with Jean Pingyu and the others. He walked towards the elevator. Everyone took the initiative to open a path for Lin Feng. After Lin Feng boarded the elevator, he pressed the button for the 18th floor. The elevator immediately began to rise rapidly, and soon reached the 18th floor. As soon as he walked out of the elevator, he heard a pleasant voice. "Senior brother, the VIP room is from here." She was a beautiful woman with an excellent figure and an exquisite appearance. She stayed at the entrance of the elevator on the 18th floor to guide the arriving cultivators. Lin Feng nodded and followed the female disciple's lead. He then walked inside. Not long after, he saw a VIP room. After entering the VIP lounge, he found that there were already several dozen cultivators sitting there. There were both men and women, and they were all top experts of the younger generation. Seeing Lin Feng enter, some people recognized that Lin Feng was the cultivator who had clashed with Si Kongyun of the Great Void Temple yesterday. They all looked at Lin Feng with a playful expression. Si Kongyun was also seated in the VIP lounge. After seeing Lin Feng, Si Kongyun's eyes were filled with killing intent. He glared at Lin Feng. He looked as if he wanted to cut Lin Feng into 1,000 pieces. "Lin Gongzi is here." And Qing smiled. Lin Feng cupped his fists towards Qing and then found a place to sit down. At that moment, someone asked, "Brother, you look very unfamiliar. May I know who you are?" And Qing said, "This is Lin Feng and Lin Gongzi from the Reincarnation Celestial Sect." Many people were shocked when they heard the name Lin Feng. A female cultivator asked, "Is he the Lin Feng and Lin Gongzi who caused a huge commotion in the bottomless ocean some time ago?" And Qing nodded and said, "That's right." After hearing Qing's introduction, everyone looked at Lin Feng with a strange expression. The cultivators in the lounge were the direct descendants of various major forces. They were top-notch prodigies, and they were well informed. They had all heard about what had happened in the bottomless ocean. Lin Feng was able to live a carefree life despite being pursued by the Supreme Celestial Sect, Evil Dragon Palace, Fusang Island, and Thunder Island. It was clear how extraordinary his methods were. "Haha, I've heard so much about you. Why don't we toast Brother Lin together?" A rough-looking young man said with a smile. Lin Feng raised his wine cup and said with a smile, "I should be the one toasting everyone. I'll drink first." As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Feng drained his cup in one gulp. Many people raised their cups one after another and drank the wine in their cups. However, some people sneered and did not give Lin Feng any face. For example, Si Kongyun had a cold expression on his face. There were also some people who looked indifferent. Lin Feng did not care about their attitude toward him. There were too many people who did not like him. Who did these people think they were? "I almost killed an ancestor-level powerhouse, but I didn't expect that. I can crush all of you at any time. You don't give me any face? I don't care about you either. He, it seems like I'm late." At that moment, a delicate laugh came from outside. Then, a woman walked in. When the woman came in, everyone's gaze was on her. They could not take their eyes off her. No words could describe her. There was no way to describe this woman's beauty. Even if King was a peerless beauty on the list of beauties. In front of the beauty in front of him, they were all overshadowed. Empress. Lin Feng was slightly surprised. He did not expect the Empress to appear here. The Empress was born with a charm that could turn all living things upside down. Back then, the Empress was the #1 beauty in Tianwu continent. Now, the Empress had come to Jiuzhou. Now, she had become the #1 beauty in Jiuzhou. Previously, in the depths of the ice field, the lost world appeared. Lin Feng had seen the Empress when they were fighting for the dragon crystal rice. However, in the blink of an eye, 6 to 7 years had passed. Time really flowed like water. In the blink of an eye, so many years had passed. It's that female pirate. That female pirate is really beautiful. That female pirate is called Shui Zhonghua, right? She calls herself the Empress. It is said that the beauty chart has been changed. The Empress is now the #1 woman on the beauty chart. After seeing the Empress, many people whispered to each other. Every man looked at the Empress with a burning gaze. The women sitting here were all peerless beauties. However, women liked to compare their beauty the most. Therefore, these women could not help but be jealous of the Empress. Lin Feng muttered in his heart. He remembered that the last time he saw the Empress, she did not seem to be a pirate anymore. Now, he heard the whispers of the people around him. The Empress seemed to have returned to her old profession. And King smiled and said, "Fairy Shui, your arrival really brings light to our humble dwelling." The Empress smiled slightly. The surrounding male cultivators were immediately mesmerized. Lin Feng did not look at the Empress. He knew how charming this woman was. This woman could even charm women, let alone men. Her smile was very alluring. The 6 palaces were colorless. This saying was referring to women like the Empress. "I prefer people to call me the Empress," the Empress said with a smile. "Ha ha ha ha, Empress of the Ocean, I didn't expect to see you here. You severely injured my junior brother some time ago. Now that I see you, I'll capture you and bring you back to the sect. I'll make you serve my junior brother day and night until he recovers." An arrogant laugh came from outside. Then, a man shrouded in golden light stepped in. This man was tall and burly, and his body was covered in golden light. It made him look like a war god from the ancient times. "Swallowing the 8 desolates, who else but me can do it?" Qi Tianlei. Many people were shocked when they saw the man. Qi Tianlei was a famous figure, an expert of the Upper Immortal sect. The Upper Immortal sect was second only to the 10 great immortal sects. Within the sect, there were giant god-level experts overseeing it. Qi Tianlei was one of the leading figures of the Upper Immortal sect's younger generation. He cultivated the Golden Emperor's god-splitting art, which had an extremely powerful attack power. He was definitely a tyrant among the younger generation. He had the strength to compete for the genius role. "Who are you? Do I know you? Do I know your junior brother?" The Empress looked at Qi Tianlei indifferently. Pfft. Many people couldn't help but laugh. Qi Tianlei appeared as if he was the only one who could. Who would have thought, the Empress didn't even know him? What a disgrace. Qi Tianlei's face twitched violently, and his body trembled with anger. With a gloomy expression, he asked, "Do you know Pu Yangxi?" The Empress said, "So the junior brother you were talking about is Pu Yangxi. Back in the southern Immortal Sea domain, he actually wanted to make me his woman. Who does he think he is? Is he worthy? You're just a female pirate. How dare you say my junior brother is not worthy?" Qi Tianlei's expression was indifferent. He stepped forward, and the aura emanating from his body grew stronger. Clearly, Qi Tianlei wanted to attack the Empress. "Fellow Daoist Qi. Wait." And King said, wanting to stop the battle. Qi Tianlei couldn't help but frown slightly. If King stopped him, this battle, he would have to stop it. Who would have thought that the Empress would say, "Farian, this person is recklessly looking for trouble with me. I don't think we need to wait until after the Immortal Sovereign's birthday banquet. Let's settle this today to liven things up before the Immortal Sovereign's birthday banquet." And King didn't say anything after hearing the Empress's words. Arrogant. Qi Tianlei's expression was indifferent, and the aura emanating from his body grew even more terrifying. Qi Tianlei was indeed an extremely terrifying figure. The aura emanating from his body made even Lin Feng wary. If he didn't use the Emperor Bone, Lin Feng had the impression that if he fought against Qi Tianlei, he wouldn't be able to defeat him. Qi Tianlei's combat strength soared to the extreme. He leaped out and threw a punch at the Empress. Ha 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 ha, the Empress let out a charming laugh. Facing Qi Tianlei's attack, she actually didn't dodge or evade. Everyone was very confused. He didn't understand why the Empress didn't retaliate. Could it be that he was just going to stand there and wait to be captured? Lin Feng couldn't help but frown slightly. The Empress wasn't a simple character. Back then, when he was still very weak, the Empress had already become one of the 9 prefectures pirate kings of the Tianwu continent. He was also the youngest pirate king. The origin of the Empress was very mysterious and her means were also very strange. He was doing very well in the Sky Martial continent. Everyone's expression changed at the mention of it. Lin Feng didn't believe that the Empress was someone who would surrender without putting up a fight. The Empress definitely had some powerful techniques that she was going to use. Everyone looked at the Empress. Qi Tianlei's attack was about to hit the Empress. Right at this moment, inside the Empress's body, a terrifying aura spread out. Domineering aura. Lin Feng looked at the Empress in shock. It was definitely domineering. The moment the Empress activated her domineering aura, he could sense it. Moreover, Lin Feng actually discovered it. When the Empress activated her domineering aura, the supreme domineering aura in his body also activated on its own, as if it was about to break out of his body. Lin Feng hurriedly suppressed the supreme domineering aura in his body. To be able to cause a change in his supreme domineering aura. This meant that the Empress's domineering aura was probably not inferior to his domineering aura. Could it be that the Empress also had 9 colors of supreme domineering aura? Thinking of this, Lin Feng couldn't help but be shocked. Boom! In the next moment, inside the Empress's body, the 9-colored supreme domineering aura seeped out of his body. It instantly enveloped Qi Tianlei. Although Qi Tianlei was powerful, but he was still unable to withstand the 9-colored supreme domineering aura. That is, oh my god, how is this possible? Exclamations of surprise rang out one after another. One by one, cultivators stood up in shock. The 9-colored supreme domineering aura. This was the legendary domineering aura. The domineering aura itself was extremely rare. Moreover, or was it the 9-colored supreme domineering aura? Everyone's face was filled with deep shock. They simply couldn't believe their eyes. And at this moment, under the pressure of the supreme domineering aura, all of Qi Tianlei's attacks directly disintegrated. With a plop, his knees went weak. He directly knelt on the ground. No. This is absolutely impossible. Qi Tianlei roared. His originally handsome face was now contorted in disgust. He couldn't accept all of this. He was a high and mighty figure before. Now, he was actually forced to kneel. This humiliation. To Qi Tianlei. This was absolutely unacceptable. He struggled violently. But he couldn't break free at all. No one could break free from the supreme domineering aura. The Empress stood there. It made many people feel a deep sense of fear. This woman was really too terrifying. In time, she might become the Red World Fairy. Amazing, really amazing. I didn't expect that other than me, there would be a second person who would always have the supreme domineering aura. And this person is actually the Empress. Lin Feng couldn't help but glare at the Empress's charming body. When my strength increases, I will also take you into my harem. Of course, he could only think about this in his heart. He would never dare to say it in front of the Empress. If the Empress heard it, wouldn't she skin him alive? It seems that your strength is still lacking by a lot. The Empress smiled faintly and directly lifted Qi Tianlei up. Then, she walked toward the window. Seeing this scene, many people's eyelids twitched violently. Everyone thought of a possibility. What are you doing? Qi Tianlei's face changed drastically. Throwing you out. The Empress said indifferently. Empress, let's talk things out. Xianxia's face turned green. The crowd below was bustling, and there were constantly geniuses coming to the banquet. If he was thrown out, he would be disgraced. He would become the object of everyone's ridicule. The Empress didn't care about Xianxia at all. She sealed Xianxia's magic and threw him out of the window on the 18th floor. Bang! Xianxia fell from the sky, creating a deep crater on the ground. Of course, an expert of his level wouldn't fall to his death. But it attracted the attention of countless people. I think he was thrown from the 18th floor. Who is this person? It's Xianxia. Oh my god, Xianxia was thrown down from the 18th floor. Who is so cruel to be able to suppress Xianxia and throw him down? Countless people cried out in shock and pointed at Xianxia. Xianxia was so angry that he spat out a mouthful of blood. The Empress walked back with a smile and said, "Everyone, you don't mind if I toss that annoying fellow out, right?" Everyone smiled bitterly. Would it matter if we minded? He had already been tossed out. Wasn't it too insincere to ask for their opinions? Of course not. Lin Feng said with a smile. Little Feng Feng, you're here too. The Empress seemed very happy to see Lin Feng. The two of them were very familiar with each other. They had known each other for so many years, and their friendship was very deep. However, Lin Feng still hadn't found a way to hook up with the Empress. It wasn't a big deal to flirt with the Empress. If he really wanted to get the Empress, it wouldn't be easy. The Empress wasn't someone that just any man could subdue. This could be seen from the fact that she called herself the Empress. The Empress. She was definitely a woman who worshipped women's rights. Such a woman, unless that man was more powerful than her. Otherwise, it would be a fool's dream to subdue her. Little Feng Feng? Everyone looked at Lin Feng and the Empress in confusion. That was how the Empress addressed Lin Feng. It made everyone's imagination run wild. Lin Feng smiled and said, "The Empress and I are old lovers." Old lovers? Everyone began to shout. The male cultivators looked at Lin Feng with envy and jealousy. They all wanted to skin Lin Feng alive. The female cultivator looked at Lin Feng and muttered in her heart. What was so special about this Lin Feng? How could he subdue a woman like the Empress? The Empress couldn't help but roll her eyes at Lin Feng and said, "Little Feng Feng, you're talking nonsense again. Are you looking for a beating?" Lin Feng coughed and said, "I was too hasty and said the wrong thing. The Empress is an old friend of mine, not an old lover." Haha, everyone, please don't misunderstand. The Empress didn't refute Lin Feng's claim that she was his confidant. She came to a table beside Lin Feng and sat down cross-legged. When the male cultivators heard that the two of them were not lovers, they actually felt a sense of joy. He reckoned that Renbaqian had some ideas about the Empress. On the other hand, the female cultivators were muttering in their hearts. They actually hoped that the Empress was already taken. This would make them feel that the Empress wasn't a woman whom they had to look up to. Everyone had a good chat at this gathering. Many people were asking in King about the Hongjun training hall. First, there was Hongjun and the Hotian. Before heaven and earth were created, Hongjun had already been born. Even someone like Pangu was only a disciple of Hongjun. Therefore, the attractiveness of the Hongjun dojo was unimaginable. Everyone hoped to gain something from the Hongjun training ground. Of course, the prerequisite was to be able to enter the Hongjun dojo. Some of these people would definitely be eliminated. And King briefly talked about the Hongjun Taoist Hall in her impression, but did not say too much. Because of some specific things. They needed to enter and comprehend it themselves. The rise of the Red World Ferry was inextricably linked to the Hongjun training ground. However, it didn't mean that anyone who entered the Hongjun training ground would gain something. Take the disciples of the Red World Ferry as an example. The 36 disciples of the Red World Ferry had all entered the Hongjun training ground to gain enlightenment one after another. However, most of them didn't gain anything. Perhaps it was due to the lack of luck. After the banquet ended, Lin Feng and the Empress went back together. Lin Feng said, "I heard that you went to the Southern Immortal Sea domain to become a pirate." The Empress said, "Don't listen to those people's nonsense. I'm just looking for something in the Southern Immortal Sea domain. If anyone provokes me, I'll rob them while I'm at it. Lin Feng couldn't help but be speechless for a moment. The Empress was such a charming woman, and there were countless people who wanted her. He reckoned that many people had been robbed by the Empress. This was no different from an island. What are you looking for? Lin Feng asked curiously. It's a secret for now. If I have a use for you in the future, I'll contact you. The Empress said. Lin Feng nodded. When they returned to their residence, the two parted ways. Lin Feng returned to his residence, took a bath, put on a bathrobe, and lay comfortably on the soft bed. What a pleasure. It was a pity that he didn't have a beauty by his side. If he had a beauty in his arms, it would definitely be an emperor-level pleasure. Bang! 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 At that moment, someone knocked on the door. Senior brother Lin, are you back? Li Yingdia's voice came from outside. Lin Feng was planning to find time to ask about the matter of Cui Hongxiu. He didn't expect that Li Yingdai would come at this time. He got up and opened the door for her, allowing her to enter. When she saw that Lin Feng was wearing a bathrobe, Li Yingdia's face couldn't help but blush. Lin Feng was a carefree person, so he didn't care about such details. Li Yingdai asked, Senior brother Lin, did my master look for you? Lin Feng nodded. Yes. Actually, there's something I haven't told you all this time. Since you're here today, I don't want to keep it a secret anymore. What is it? Li Yingdai asked curiously. Lin Feng said, your master is very hostile towards me. I don't think I've offended her, so I don't know why she's so hostile towards me and even wants to kill me. Do you know the reason? After hearing Lin Feng's question, Li Yingdai lowered her head, her expression uncertain. She bit her lip, seemingly wanting to say something, but she was in a state of extreme hesitation and conflict. Lin Feng asked. Is there something you can't tell me? Li Yingdai said, it's all because of me. I won't see you again. Senior brother Lin, I'm leaving. After saying that, Li Yingdai walked out. Clearly, this matter wasn't as simple as it seemed. How could Lin Feng allow Li Yingdai to leave just like that? Now that he knew that Duan Hongxiu had the heavenly catastrophe physique, Duan Hongxiu was hostile towards him. Lin Feng had to figure out what was going on. Moreover, so what if Li Yingdai left, even if she didn't want to see him in the future? He was afraid that it would be difficult to change Duan Hongxiu's determination to kill him. Therefore, Lin Feng grabbed Li Yingdia's hand and pulled her over. Li Yingdai staggered slightly and fell directly into Lin Feng's arms, while Lin Feng held Li Yingdia's small waist. Such intimate contact made Li Yingdai blush. She wanted to push Lin Feng away, but deep in her heart, she was reluctant to do so. But in the end, reason prevailed over the thoughts in his heart. She pushed Lin Feng away and lowered her head, not daring to look at Lin Feng. She bit her lips and almost begged, Senior brother, I beg you, let me go. I really can't say anything. If Master finds out, she will kill you. Lin Feng raised his brows slightly. He increasingly felt that this matter wasn't as simple as it seemed. Lin Feng said, Duan Hongxiu already wanted to kill me when we were on the Outer Realm Star. Do you think that if you don't tell me the reason or don't meet me again, Duan Hongxiu will let me go? Yingdai, you're too naive. Lin Feng didn't call her junior sisterly. Instead, he called her Yingdai. Li Yingdai immediately felt very happy, and her thoughts of leaving wavered. Lin Feng said, Yingdai, you know Duan Hongxiu better than I do, and you know her personality. So, I need to know why she wants to kill me. That way, I can be on guard against her. Li Yingdai bit her lip and said, I'll go back and tell Master that I won't see you again in the future, and she won't come looking for you. She definitely won't kill you. Lin Feng said, fate should be in your own hands, not in the hands of others. You and I are friends, so why can't we meet? What if I miss you? Will senior brother miss me? Li Yingdai shyly looked at Lin Feng. Of course. Lin Feng reached out and caressed Li Yingdia's delicate face. Li Yingdai didn't avoid his touch, and she looked straight into Lin Feng's eyes. After a long time, she sighed and said, if I tell you, I'm afraid we'll become strangers. This was probably a knot in Li Yingdia's heart. She was afraid of telling him this. Thus, he couldn't force Li Yingdai to tell him this. Instead, he should comfort her and encourage her. Lin Feng said, don't worry. No matter what happens, your position in my heart won't change. Li Yingdai bit her lip, still hesitating. She saw Lin Feng's encouraging gaze. In the end, she gritted her teeth and said, I'm Master's cultivation furnace. Master doesn't allow me to have intimate relations with other men, so she kills every man who comes close to me. A cultivation furnace? Your master is a woman, so she should be looking for a man as a cultivation furnace, right? Why would she look for you? Lin Feng said in disbelief. Li Yingdia's face was so red that it looked like blood could drip from it. Lin Feng instantly understood what was going on. Li Yingdia's cultivation furnace wasn't actually a cultivation furnace. She was referring to a cultivation furnace. Li Yingdai was a woman, and her personality was not open-minded. In fact, she had a very conservative personality. Therefore, some words. She couldn't say it. If Lin Feng wasn't mistaken, Duan Hongxiu was probably like Madame Qi. This was a personality flaw. It was just that this kind of personality flaw was destined to hurt some normal people. Li Yingdia's. She was a normal person. She also longed for love. Longed for friendship. Obviously, these were all extras to her to Hongxiu. Duan Hongxiu was her master in name. Hongxiu ss sto let s Hongxiu s Hong s. Teet halves to have a s Hongs ito e, I. Li Yingdia's biggest secret had been exposed, and she was so anxious that she was about to cry. Lin Feng said. Silly girl, don't worry. You'll always be that innocent girl in my eyes. Li Yingdai nodded. Lin Feng asked. Have you ever thought of getting rid of Duan Hongxiu? I've been poisoned by a heart-devouring insect, and I won't be able to get rid of it for the rest of my life. Li Yingdai sighed. What? A heart-devouring insect? That vicious woman. Lin Feng's face turned gloomy. He had learned about heart-devouring insect from Wu Qingqing. It was an extremely vicious insect poison. Once a person was infected with the heart-devouring goo, there was almost no cure. This person could only be hell-bent on being controlled by others. I don't blame Master. I'm an orphan. If not for Master, I would have died long ago. The only reason I'm still alive is because of Master. Li Yingdai said. The master-disciple relationship between Li Yingdai and Duan Hongxiu, as well as the fact that Duan Hongxiu had poisoned Li Yingdai with heart-devouring insect, was too complicated. It was not something that could be explained in a few words. Li Yingdai said, Senior brother, I'm going back. You should rest early too. Lin Feng grabbed Li Yingdia's hand and pulled her closer. He felt sorry for Li Yingdai. He wanted to help Li Yingdai get rid of Duan Hongxiu's control. He wanted to help Li Yingdai get rid of the heart-devouring insect. Although Duan Hongxiu was Li Yingdia's master, she shouldn't have controlled Li Yingdai. Lin Feng didn't say anything about what she had done to Li Yingdai. But at the very least, he should give Li Yingdai a free identity. Duan Hongxiu was a vicious woman. Lin Feng felt more and more disgusted. Senior brother. Feeling the warmth of Lin Feng's hand, Li Yingdia's face couldn't help but turn red. Don't worry, I'll set you free. I promise. Lin Feng said solemnly. Li Yingdai looked at Lin Feng's serious expression. Tears flowed down her cheeks uncontrollably. She took the initiative to bite Lin Feng's lips. Late at night. Li Yingdai had just left Lin Feng's place. When she returned to her residence, she found Duan Hongxiu in her room. Master. Li Yingdai quickly bowed to Duan Hongxiu. Duan Hongxiu asked with a gloomy expression, Where have you been? I was chatting with a few sisters I just met. We hit it off so well that I forgot the time. Li Yingdai whispered. She wasn't a liar, so she was obviously embarrassed to tell such a lie. Duan Hongxiu came to Li Yingdia's side and pinched her snow-white chin. She looked at Li Yingdai. Two strange lights flashed in her eyes. Then Li Yingdia's eyes became confused. Soul search. Duan Hongxiu actually used it on Li Yingdai. Her disciple used the soul search technique. One had to know. This soul search technique. It could easily hurt a person's soul. Duan Hongxiu saw many scenes. The unbearable scenes made Duan Hongxiu almost go crazy. She slapped Li Yingdai's face hard. She slapped Li Yingdai to the ground. Li Yingdai also woke up. She covered her face and shivered. Bitch! Master didn't treat you well? You actually dared to betray your master. Duan Hongxiu's eyes were filled with killing intent. She was an extremely perverted woman. A woman with a twisted mind. She didn't know what had happened in the past that made her become so perverted, so twisted, so crazy, and so vicious. Li Yingdai saw that Duan Hongxiu already knew what had happened between her and Lin Feng. Her face became pale. She knelt beside Duan Hongxiu and begged, "Master, it's all my fault. I'm willing to die as an apology, please don't make things difficult for Lin Gongzi. You're still pleading for him at this time. I've really doted on you all these years." Duan Hongxiu looked coldly at Li Yingdai and then left. Li Yingdai chased after her with a pale face. The Red Dust Immortal sect became more and more lively. Because the Red World Fairy's birthday was getting closer and closer. Countless people were extremely curious about this legendary figure. They wondered what this legendary figure looked like. The Red World Fairy was already the strongest person in the 9 states more than 3,000 years ago. In the blink of an eye, more than 3,000 years had passed. No one knew what level the Red World Fairy's cultivation had reached. The Red World Fairy was now only 4,000 years old. Speaking of which, in the world of cultivators, 4,000 years old was really too young. Any random person in the world of cultivators would probably have a lifespan of tens of thousands of years, or even hundreds of thousands of years. Those heavenly god realm experts, old ancestor realm experts, and even old antique realm experts could live for hundreds of thousands, millions, or even tens of millions of years. Although the Red World Fairy was very young, obviously, no one would really treat her as a young person. The world of cultivators was a world where strength was respected. One's own strength determined everything. The Red World Fairy's strength determined the Red World Fairy's status. Even those old antiques who had lived for tens of millions of years, but in front of the Red World Fairy, they had to be respectful and careful. Some people said that the Red World Fairy was the most likely person to become a great emperor in the post-Archean era of the 9 states great world. Of course, it was not without reason. The days were approaching. For the next few days, Lin Feng did not see Li Yingdai. He went to Li Yingdai's residence to look for her, but he did not find her. He couldn't help but frown slightly. Later, he asked Fairy Xianxia and found out that Li Yingdai seemed to have moved to Duan Hongxiu's place. Thinking of Duan Hongxiu, that vicious woman, Lin Feng felt very uncomfortable. In order to get Li Yingdai out of Duan Hongxiu's control, he had to help Li Yingdai get rid of the heart-biting goo. Goo poison was actually not a poison. It was a kind of insect. Therefore, Lin Feng's white jade toad could not get rid of the heart-biting goo. There was almost no antidote for the heart-devouring goo insect, but nothing was absolute. Perhaps there was an antidote, but outsiders did not know about it. Lin Feng did not know if Duan Hongxiu had the antidote, but even if Duan Hongxiu had the antidote, he would not give it to him. Therefore, Lin Feng had to think of another way. He thought of the evil goo sect. The goo evil sect that Wu Qingqing belonged to was a branch of the goo evil sect in the 9 prefectures. This force was an evil force and was most proficient in refining all kinds of goo poison. However, he did not know if there was a way to neutralize the heart-devouring goo. However, Lin Feng also knew that the evil goo sect was difficult to deal with. Not a single one of these evil forces was a good person. But no matter how difficult it was to deal with the goo evil sect, Lin Feng planned to find an opportunity to go to the goo evil sect. Then, he would discuss the cooperation with the goo evil sect. As time passed. Finally, the 4,000th birthday celebration of Venerable Red Dust had finally begun. The central square was packed with people. This time, more than 1 million people entered the Red Dust Immortal sect to celebrate the Red World Fairy's birthday. Apart from the Supreme Immortal sect, the top forces in the 9 prefectures were basically all here. There were so many forces in the 9 prefectures. Lin Feng was dazzled. Although he had never heard of many forces, those forces were unimaginably terrifying. For example, there was the Wilderness God tribe. There were more than 10 people from this tribe. They were all tall and burly, like savages, and had a valiant aura. It was said that this tribe fed on gods and were incomparably ferocious. They were one of the primitive ancient tribes that had been passed down since the immortal ancient era. No one dared to provoke them. In the past, a top family second only to the 10 great immortal sects provoked this tribe. They were wiped out overnight. There were hundreds of thousands of people in the family. All of them died overnight. From this, one could see how terrifying the wilderness god tribe was. This tribe was very arrogant and usually did not interact with other forces. Perhaps only someone as powerful as the Red World Fairy could do so. Only someone like her could make the people of the wilderness god tribe bow their arrogant heads and submit willingly. There were also some ancient races similar to the wilderness god tribe. All of them were incomparably terrifying and intimidating. Originally, many of these races were legendary races. But now that it was Venerable Hong Chen's birthday, they all came out of seclusion to congratulate him. This kind of scene was extremely shocking. In the past, Lin Feng had heard that when the great emperor appeared, all races would submit. At that time, he didn't quite understand what it meant. Now that he saw the Red World Fairy celebrating her birthday and countless forces coming to congratulate her, he more or less understood what it meant when the great emperor appeared and all races submitted. Such a powerhouse. It was enough to make any ancient force submit. The entire square was shaking. Everyone was waiting for the arrival of the Red World Fairy. Suddenly, the cries of dragons and phoenixes resounded through the world. Immediately after, everyone saw a heavenly dragon and a phoenix flying over. The sky dragon was in existence on the same level as the divine dragon in the dragon race. Its bloodline was abnormally powerful. And it was extremely rare. It was very rare to see a sky dragon now. As for the phoenix, this was a famous sacred beast. An existence on the same level as the true dragon. Dragon and phoenix were auspicious. It meant peace. It's the sky dragon divine ancestor and the phoenix old mother. They are both good friends of the Red World Fairy. Now, they are also here to congratulate her on her birthday. Someone immediately exclaimed. The sky dragon divine ancestor had cultivated for 18,720,000 years and was the top powerhouse among the overseas rogue cultivators. The phoenix old mother had cultivated for 23,910,000 years. In the entire 9 provinces. He was definitely one of the oldest existences. These top powerhouses interacted with each other. Friendship was not based on age. Friendship was based on cultivation. Cultivation was strong enough. Even if you were just a teenager, you could become friends with those old antiques who had lived for tens of millions of years. Experts like the Sky Dragon Divine Ancestor and the Phoenix Old Mother appeared together and displayed the auspicious meaning of the dragon and phoenix. This the Red World Fairy really has a lot of face. Lin Feng couldn't help but sigh. Look, the Red World Fairy is here, someone suddenly pointed into the distance. Everyone looked over. They saw a young girl walking over. The young girl looked to be only 17 or 18 years old. She was innocent and wore a snow-white dress. She looked like a fairy born between heaven and earth. There were also a few bells hanging on her body. When she walked, the tinkling sounds were very pleasant. This. When they saw the young girl, everyone had become incomparable. That young girl. Could she be the Red World Fairy? He really looked too young. Of course. The Red World Fairy. She was indeed young. However, no one would have thought that the Red World Fairy was a young girl who looked to be 17 or 18 years old. A golden divine throne descended from the sky. The young girl walked over and sat on the golden divine throne. Her quick-witted eyes looked at everyone. She clearly looked so harmless, delicate, and charming. However, when she looked over, no one dared to look at her. Many people couldn't help but want to kneel on the ground and worship her. Lin Feng lowered his head, but his heart was deeply shocked. The Red World Fairy was truly terrifying. With just a glance, no one dared to look at her. Under her seemingly harmless appearance. But she possessed unimaginable strength. What shocked Lin Feng the most was that when he lowered his head, he had already forgotten what the Red World Fairy looked like. Lin Feng had heard the demon lord say before that some top experts had heaven-defying means. If the other party did not want you to remember their appearance, even if you saw them 10,000 times, you would not be able to remember their appearance. See you next time. Just like strangers. Lin Feng originally did not believe the demon lord's words. But now, he believed it. This was because he had indeed forgotten what a mortal venerable Hong Chen looked like. It seemed that the Red World Fairy did not want those who had seen her to remember her appearance. Lin Feng muttered in his heart. The Red World Fairy's ability was simply too powerful. If only he knew how to do it. It was simply a weapon to pretend to be a pig to eat a tiger. Let's begin the birthday celebration, the Red World Fairy said with a smile. Her voice was clear and melodious. It was very pleasant to hear. Congratulations, Master. Enjoy heavenly blessings forever and live as long as the heavens. And King led several generations of disciples of the Red Dust Immortal sect to take the lead in congratulating the Red World Fairy. Lin Feng wailed in his heart. Big sister, aren't you too good at flattering? That was my line. Now, you've stolen my lines. What do you want me to say later? After King and the others finished their birthday celebration, they presented a gift they had prepared. It was a red flame immortal herb, which was very rare and had a medicinal age of 200,000 years. Then, it was the Red World Fairy's two best friends, Divine Ancestor Tian Long and Old Mother Phoenix. Now, Divine Ancestor Tian Long and Old Mother Phoenix had already transformed into human form. Divine Ancestor Tian Long had transformed into a burly old man. And Old Mother Phoenix had transformed into a woman. Congratulations to the Immortal Venerable for your longevity and good health. Become an empress as soon as possible. Sky Dragon Divine Ancestor and Old Mother Phoenix said at the same time. Lin Feng wailed inwardly, this is what I wanted to say as well. Can you not steal my words? Right now, Lin Feng really wanted to cry but had no tears. He had finally thought of some good congratulatory words, but all of them had been snatched away. After the congratulatory speech, Sky Dragon Divine Ancestor and Old Mother Phoenix each took out their own gifts. Sky Dragon Divine Ancestor took out a Buddhist scripture and said with a smile, Immortal Sovereign, I know you like to study Buddhist scriptures. This scripture is called Mystic Dharma Lotus Scripture. It's an innate spiritual scripture that evolved from heaven and earth. Before the ancestors of Buddhism became Buddha, they also gained enlightenment from reading this scripture and finally became Buddha. The content of the sutra is supreme. It clearly states that no matter rich or poor, everyone can become a Buddha. Therefore, the Mystic Dharma Lotus Sutra is also known as the King of Sutras. The Red World Fairy smiled. Thank you for your gift, Taoist Sky Dragon. Venerable Immortal. Do you still remember the snow immortal tea we tasted in the snowy mountains of the western region? It takes 100,000 years for it to sprout, another 100,000 years for it to bear leaves, and another 100,000 years for it to ripen. All in all, it takes 300,000 years. Moreover, this tea only grows in the void in the depths of the snowy mountains. It's almost impossible to obtain it. Fortunately, the heavens do not disappoint me. I've collected some snow immortal tea and brought it to you today. Old Mother Phoenix took out a white jade box. The snow immortal tea was probably inside. Thank you, Taoist Phoenix. Venerable Red Dust smiled faintly. I, Xianxia of the Reincarnation Immortal Sect, represent the Reincarnation Immortal Sovereign and the Reincarnation Immortal Sect to congratulate the Red World Fairy on her invincible divine skills. At this moment, one of the patriarchs of the Reincarnation Immortal Sect came forward to congratulate her. Lin Feng felt a little embarrassed. This patriarch of the Reincarnation Immortal Sect was really good at flattery. However, everyone seemed to think that it was only natural. The Red World Fairy was worthy of any flattery. After the patriarch of the Reincarnation Immortal Sect presented his birthday gift. Then, the Feather Immortal Sect, Heavenly Tao Immortal Sect, Sunset Immortal Sect, Undying Immortal Sect, Red Dust Immortal Sect, 10,000 Arts Immortal Sect, Sword Saint Immortal Sect, and Longevity Immortal Sect came to congratulate the Red World Fairy. Then, some mysterious ancient clans came. For example, the Wild Devourer God clan. Then, some ancient sects, dynasties, clans, and other major forces came. Clearly, the forces that came to attend the birthday celebration were very orderly. Usually, some of the more powerful forces came to congratulate her. After these major forces came some powerful itinerant cultivators. Then, it was the younger generation of cultivators who came to congratulate the Red World Fairy. The Red World Fairy seemed to pay more attention to the younger generation of cultivators. When the younger generation of cultivators came to congratulate her, she could not help but look up. Groups after groups of cultivators from the younger generation came forward to congratulate Immortal Venerable Hong Chen. It was unrealistic to congratulate Venerable Hong Chen on his birthday alone. Another group of a few hundred cultivators came to congratulate the Red World Fairy. At this moment, a loud voice sounded. This junior is Xiayu. I'm the son of the Netherworld Demon Emperor. Father wanted to come personally to congratulate the celestial supremacy, but he is at the critical juncture of life and death. It's already the most critical moment, and I really can't come. Thus, I asked this junior to bring a set of Universe Mountains and Rivers chests as a congratulatory gift. I wish that the celestial venerable immortal will live forever. Xiayu Gongzi's voice covered everyone's voice, making him stand out. Xiayu Gongzi had successfully attracted the Red World Fairy's attention. Lin Feng sneered when he saw Xiayu Gongzi. Xiayu Gongzi was one of the 9 Gongzi of the Demon Dao. Xiayu Gongzi wanted to kill him. Lin Feng was very clear about this. He and Xiayu Gongzi were irreconcilable enemies. The Universal Mountains and Rivers chess, is it a chessboard created by a great emperor in the immortal ancient era who used his supreme magic power to refine all the heavenly rivers? A chess piece? The Red World Fairy asked. That's right. This is the treasure. This is a treasure passed down by my ancestors. I'm willing to offer it to you, celestial supremacy. Xiayu Gongzi waved his right hand, and a chessboard flew out. On the chessboard, there were mountains and rivers, lakes and seas, mountains and valleys, deserts and barren lands, immortal kingdoms, and so on. This was the Universal Mountain River Chess, a chessboard created from all things in the world. The world was the chessboard. All things in the world were the chess pieces. It was extremely mysterious. Anyone who was sucked into the chessboard would not be able to escape. This was an extremely powerful treasure. This Universal Mountain River chess is pretty interesting. The Red World Fairy let out a smile. She put the treasure away and carefully observed the various mysteries contained within the Universal Landscape chess. The more she looked at it, the more she liked it. Your father, the Netherworld Demon Emperor, is quite thoughtful. Since this is the treasure passed down by your ancestors, I can't let you return empty-handed. The Red World Fairy stretched out her hand. A beam of immortal light surged into Xiayu Gongzi's body. Boom. 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 From the body of the evil Yu Gongzi, a devastating aura was being emitted. His aura was getting stronger and stronger. It was getting more and more terrifying. This is a giant god law. I'll give it to you. I hope you can use it well in the future. The Red World Fairy said. What? Giant god law? Countless people's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets as they looked at Xiayu Gongzi with jealousy. Thank you, celestial supremacy. Thank you, celestial supremacy. Xiayu Gongzi was so excited that his entire body was shaking as he kowtowed to the Red World Fairy. Many people were muttering in their hearts. Everyone guessed that the Netherworld Demon Emperor was not in seclusion at all. This time, the Netherworld Demon Emperor did not come. Instead, he sent the evil prince with a gift. In fact, the Netherworld Demon Emperor had calculated the character of the Red World Fairy. Since young Master Xiayu had come to offer gifts, Immortal Venerable Hong Chen would reward him. As expected, Immortal Venerable Hong Chen had really given him a reward. That was the law of the giant god. It was incomparably precious. Once the law of the giant god was activated, its power would be unimaginable. Just thinking about it made people feel incomparably excited. However, the law of the giant god belonged to the evil prince. Everyone could only covet it. After Xiayu Gongzi and the others left, many cultivators came forward to offer their blessings. Lin Feng did not see Shui Linglong. It seemed that Shui Linglong did not come. His senior sister Shui Linglong was always so mysterious. She was definitely not a simple character. It was said that she was the reincarnation of an expert. Was it true? Lin Feng did not know. However, he only knew that Shui Linglong's cultivation was unfathomable. Among the young cultivators who came to offer gifts, Lin Feng saw many top experts. However, no one could attract the attention of the Red World Fairy like the evil prince. The reason why the evil prince attracted the attention of the Red World Fairy was because of the universal landscape chess. That was a supreme treasure refined by the emperor. Although it was not an emperor weapon, its power was unimaginable. This time, the Netherworld Demon Emperor had planned all of this behind the scenes. In order to let his son attract the attention of the Red World Fairy, he had put in a lot of effort. However, it would be difficult for others to take out such a treasure. Naturally, it would be difficult to attract the attention of the Red World Fairy. Lin Feng lowered his head and pondered. He also had many treasures on him. He also had treasures that were more precious than the universal landscape chess. For example, the 9 demons painting, the heaven swallowing jar, and other treasures. However, it was not realistic for Lin Feng to take out these treasures and give them to the Red World Fairy. Because these treasures were very important to Lin Feng. What should I give him? Lin Feng couldn't help but frown. Groups of cultivators went to offer their blessings and gifts. Finally, it was Lin Feng's turn. A group of a few hundred people flew over and shouted respectfully in unison, "Congratulations, Venerable Immortal, for being as blessed as the East Sea and living as long as the South Mountain." After saying this, Lin Feng almost cried. All the good birthday speeches had been said by the people in front of him. All that was left was this retarded birthday speech. Fortunately, the Red World Fairy did not mind. Everyone went to the female disciple of the Red Dust Immortal sect who was in charge of collecting gifts. Lin Feng was the only one who didn't move. The Red World Fairy frowned slightly. "Master. This is Lin Feng, a disciple of the Reincarnation Immortal sect." And King said. The Red World Fairy had never heard of Lin Feng. Perhaps she had heard of Lin Feng, but she did not choose to remember Lin Feng. For an expert like the Red World Fairy, she could remember some things if she wanted to, and forget some things if she wanted to. Ordinary things. After she heard it, she would choose to forget it. Perhaps one day she would hear about Lin Feng, but for an expert like her, no matter what Lin Feng did, it was a small matter. It wasn't worth remembering. Now that she heard King introduce Lin Feng, the Red World Fairy nodded and looked at Lin Feng. Her eyes were dim, and no one knew what she was thinking. Countless people around them were talking about it. No one thought that someone would dare to stay without the permission of the Red World Fairy. If he angered the Red World Fairy, it would be terrible. "Isn't that Lin Feng?" An elder of the Reincarnation Immortal sect said. A group of people from the Reincarnation Immortal sect had gathered here to celebrate the Red World Fairy's birthday. There were about 20 people, including the elders of the Reincarnation Immortal sect, some grand elders, and Patriarch Xuanzang. But at this moment, everyone's faces were dark. These were the higher-ups of the Reincarnation Immortal sect, and they had heard about the trouble Lin Feng had caused in the Ultimate Ruins. It was one thing to cause trouble in the Ultimate Ruins, but in front of the Red World Fairy, he could not mess around. She was the most powerful expert in the 9 states world. If he acted rashly in front of the Red World Fairy, if he really angered the Red World Fairy, even if the sect master came, he could not save him. Some people were worried about Lin Feng, while others were gloating. They could not wait for Lin Feng to be slapped to death by the Red World Fairy. For example, the cultivators of the Dragon Blood City, the Evil Dragon Palace, Fusan Island, and other forces were all praying. In front of so many people, Lin Feng was extremely calm and collected. Over the years, Lin Feng had seen too much. Facing a powerful figure like Immortal Venerable Hong Chen, after getting over his initial nervousness, he became much calmer. This boldness. Quite a number of people were very impressed. One had to know that many old ancestor-level experts trembled in front of Immortal Venerable Hong Chen. "I am Lin Feng, disciple of Master Turtle of the Reincarnation Immortal sect. Greetings, Celestial Supremacy." Lin Feng bowed to the Red World Fairy. At this moment, he began to bluff. Although Master Turtle, this cheap master, was not very reliable. Master Turtle was still an expert of the Black Tortoise clan. That was a holy beast. Hearing that Lin Feng was actually Master Turtle's disciple, many experts of the major forces had black lines on their faces. It was as if they had thought of something unbearable. Oh? Master Turtle's disciple? I've met your master a few times before. The Red World Fairy raised her eyelids and said. Lin Feng muttered in his heart, such an unreliable cheap master, the people in contact with all needed others to look up to. It was incredible. A thought flashed through his mind, and Lin Feng hurriedly said, this junior has also heard Master mention the immortal sovereign. How shameless! Many people cursed Lin Feng for being shameless in their hearts. Although the Red World Fairy had met Master Turtle a few times, the Red World Fairy and Master Turtle did not have much of a friendship. Because as everyone knew, there were only a few experts who had a relationship with the Red World Fairy. Perhaps Master Turtle and the Red World Fairy would nod at each other when they met, but at most, they would only nod at each other. Would Master Turtle care about the Red World Fairy? Wasn't this nonsense? Many people slandered in their hearts. Lin Feng obviously wanted to use Master Turtle to get closer to the Red World Fairy. But everyone saw that the Red World Fairy did not seem to be interested, and did not even intend to ask Master Turtle. Many people were overjoyed in their hearts. Master Turtle's reputation was useless in front of the Red World Fairy. Lin Feng obviously also noticed this, so he no longer mentioned his cheap master, Master Turtle, lest the Red World Fairy threw him out impatiently. Lin Feng said directly, this junior has obtained a treasure, and today I specially present it to the immortal sovereign. Present it. The Red World Fairy said lightly. Yes. Lin Feng responded. He held a painting scroll in his right hand, and then flew towards the Red World Fairy. He came in front of the Red World Fairy and presented the treasure to the Red World Fairy. The Red World Fairy opened the treasure. What? This is? After seeing the treasure, the Red World Fairy's expression changed again and again. Seeing this scene, many people looked at each other in dismay. What kind of treasure could make Venerable Hongchen reveal such a shocked expression? Naturally, no one could guess what treasure Lin Feng had offered. This treasure was actually the blood coffin scroll that Lin Feng had obtained back then. This was a treasure obtained from the sacred Battle Ape mystic realm, and it was very strange. There was a cliff in the scroll, and a blood coffin was hanging on the cliff. Lin Feng couldn't figure out the mystery of this treasure, so he might as well give it to the Red World Fairy. Good. This gift. I'll accept it. I won't treat you unfairly. What do you want? You can ask for it. I can fulfill one of your conditions. The Red World Fairy said faintly. Hearing the Red World Fairy's words, countless people were moved. The Red World Fairy actually agreed to Lin Feng's request. What kind of treasure was it that made the Red World Fairy agree to Lin Feng's request? Thank you, Immortal Sovereign. Please let me think about it. Lin Feng suppressed the surprise in his heart and said aloud. N. The Red World Fairy nodded. What do you want? The law of the giant god? Or should I ask Immortal Venerable Hongchen to enlighten me and increase my cultivation? Lin Feng couldn't help but think. No. You don't want anything. Let her owe you a favor. See if she agrees. If she doesn't agree, then make your request. The Demon Lord transmitted his voice. Hearing the Demon Lord's words, Lin Feng's eyes lit up slightly. The Demon Lord's words were exactly what he wanted. Although obtaining some of the law of the giant god, the inheritance of magical powers, or enlightenment could greatly increase his combat strength. However, these were not as practical as making the Red World Fairy owe him a favor. His cultivation was insufficient. With his talent, it would be very fast to improve. However, this might be the only chance to make the Red World Fairy, the strongest person in the 9 states' great world, owe him a favor. If he missed this chance, he would never have another chance to make such a strong person owe him a favor. Thinking of this, Lin Feng said. Immortal Sovereign. I haven't thought of what I want for the time being. Can you write it down first? When I've thought of it, I'll come and make my request. The Red World Fairy frowned slightly. She looked straight at Lin Feng. After a long time, She nodded and said, "In that case, I'll owe you a favor." "Immortal sovereign," replied Lin Feng. Immediately after, he left. The World Fairy was everyone's conversation. Nobody had thought that Hong Chen would agree to Lin Feng's request. Let's make the World Fairy. Think of the value. He was so envious. This kid is too smart. In this way, he and the Red World Fairy are bound together. Yes, they were originally people from different worlds, but now their destinies have undergone a mysterious change. Their destinies seem to be intertwined. Some of the top experts communicated with their divine thoughts. Only those who had cultivated to their level, only then did they understand the mystery of destiny. Now, those top experts were deep in thought. They did not understand why the Red World Fairy would agree to Lin Feng's request. Groups of cultivators continued to come forward to congratulate him. But at this moment, a loud rumbling sound was heard. "Look!" Someone pointed to the sky and shouted. An incomparably huge vortex appeared in the sky. That vortex was violently twisting. Suddenly, endless darkness poured down from the vortex. Day turned into night in an instant. Everyone was shocked. What kind of method was this? How could it be so terrifying? It could actually reverse day and night. A world of nothingness appeared in everyone's sight. In that world of nothingness, 5 old men walked out. Each of the old men seemed to have lived for an eternity. Their auras were ancient, powerful, and immortal. The 5 elders of the Taishang immortal sect. An ancestor-level expert exclaimed in shock. The 5 elders of the Taishang immortal sect were famous experts. Each of the 5 elders had lived for more than 30 million years. The strength of each of them was unimaginable. They were what the Taishang immortal sect relied on. They were also the foundation of the Taishang immortal sect. Back then, these 5 elders had once hunted down the Red World Fairy. But they did not succeed. Now, the Red World Fairy was celebrating her birthday. The 5 elders had appeared. They were obviously up to no good. 3,000 years really passed in the blink of an eye. Tai Tianyi said aloud. Standing in the world of nothingness, he looked at the Red World Fairy. The 5 elders were called Tai Tianyi, Tai Lei, Tai Shini, Tai Daoi, and Tai Shui. They were the only 5 supremes left in the Taishang immortal sect. That's right. It's really fast. Venerable Red Dust also sighed with emotion. Back then, we did not kill you because we were at the threshold of life and death. We could only send out a clone. Now that we have come out of seclusion, it's time to get rid of you. Tai Lei said. His tone was very calm. Killing the Red World Fairy, the #1 expert of the 9 states Great World, seemed to be something that could be done casually. The surroundings were in an uproar. The 5 elders of the Taishang immortal sect wanted to join forces to kill the Red World Fairy. Would they succeed? These 5 elders each had unparalleled cultivation. If they joined forces, they might really be able to kill the Red World Fairy. After all, no matter how strong the Red World Fairy was, she was only one person. As the saying goes, 2 fists are no match for 4 hands. Moreover, the Red World Fairy was now facing the 5 elders of the Taishang immortal sect. If I were you, I wouldn't be here. The Red World Fairy's expression was indifferent. Tai Daoi said, we specially chose a good day to come here today. It's your birthday. It's also your death anniversary. You were born today and die today. It's also a reincarnation for you. They really don't take the Red World Fairy seriously. Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter in his heart. The 5 elders of the Taishang immortal sect were all high and mighty as they looked askance at the Red World Fairy. In their opinion, the Red World Fairy was definitely going to die today. A great battle was about to break out. Everyone couldn't help but feel nervous. The Red World Fairy sat on the golden chair. Unlike the nervous mood of the surrounding spectators, her expression was still very calm. The Red World Fairy looked at the 5 elders of the Taishang immortal sect and couldn't help but say sarcastically, you've lived for so many years, yet you still don't know what ability you have. I think you've really lived in vain. The Red World Fairy, you're really too arrogant. We know that you're a genius that only appears once in 100 million years, but you're still too young. The 5 elders of the Taishang immortal sect said indifferently. They stood in the world of nothingness and began to attack the Red World Fairy with their hands. Boom. 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 It was accompanied by waves of destructive energy waves. Endless immortal light poured down from the world of nothingness. It enveloped the Red World Fairy. It said that the power condensed by the Taisheng deification art will turn anyone who is enveloped in it into ashes. Seeing the immortal light descending, a patriarch-level powerhouse immediately roared in shock. The 5 elders of the Supreme Immortal sect launched powerful attacks, wanting to take the Red World Fairy's life directly. However, how could an expert like the Red World Fairy be killed so easily? The Red World Fairy didn't even get up. She just waved her hand gently, and all the attacks were instantly shattered. So strong. 1 against 5. She's still so calm. Lin Feng gasped. The 5 elders of the Supreme Immortal sect had probably underestimated the Red World Fairy's strength. One had to know. More than 3,000 years ago, the Red World Fairy was the #1 expert in the 9 states Great World. At that time, the Red World Fairy was only a few hundred years old. More than 3,000 years had passed. With the Red World Fairy's talent, perhaps only the Red World Fairy herself knew how much her strength had improved. The 5 of you came to my Red Dust Immortal sect to behave atrociously. If I don't teach you a lesson, the world might think that my Red Dust Immortal sect is easy to bully. The Red World Fairy's voice was cold. She stood up from the golden chair. Red Dust Heavenly Skill. Venerable Red Dust's voice was faintly discernible. Then, she unleashed a powerful divine ability. Red Dust 3,000 feet. All worlds in a single thought. Universe Star Destruction. Creation Divine Beauty. 9 Heavens Indestructible Tribulation. Who could compete with her? Her gaze swept across the world. Stars were destroyed with a flick of her finger. Mortal River Immortal. All spirits were in it. This Red Dust Heavenly Skill was a supreme technique created by the Red World Fairy herself. It condensed the power of the mortal world. A long river of mortal world swept across heaven and earth and flew toward the world of nothingness. In the long river of mortal world, countless scenes of the world appeared. There were flowers blooming and withering, and people's joys and sorrows. Time passed. Life and death, reincarnation. Everything in this world appeared in this long river of the mortal world. Worldly affairs, worldly affairs. What was worldly affairs? Mortal world referred to the world. The world contained too many things. In a broad sense, the word world meant the universe. Therefore, the name the Red World Fairy was not given casually. The immortal venerables of the universe. This definition was too broad and too grand. The long river of the mortal world, Paul myriad phenomena. Everything that happened in the universe was included in the long river of the mortal world. Supreme Indestructible Immortal Art. The 5 elders of the Supreme Immortal sect roared. The Supreme Indestructible Immortal Art was a supreme technique recorded in the Supreme Immortal Scripture. The 5 elders of the Supreme Immortal sect seemed to have realized that the Red World Fairy was much more difficult to deal with than they had imagined. As such, they didn't hold back at all as they launched powerful attacks. The power of the Exalted condensed into an exalted true immortal. That grand supreme true immortal seemed to possess an indestructible body. Falling from the sky. Shatter the universe. Bang, everyone saw it. The long river of the mortal world collided with the grand supreme true immortal. The Milky Way seemed to be reversing. The long river of the mortal world condensed by the Red World Fairy collided with the grand supreme true immortal condensed by the 5 elders of the Supreme Immortal sect again and again. It was as if the end of the world was coming. The pressure that was emitted. It made many people feel suffocated. The Red World Fairy is so powerful. She fought against the 5 elders of the Supreme Immortal sect alone without being defeated. Lin Feng's heart was filled with deep shock. The 5 elders of the Supreme Immortal sect were all experts who had cultivated for more than 30 million years. One could imagine how strong such an existence's cultivation was, but they couldn't do anything to the Red World Fairy. The Red World Fairy's strength could be said to be unfathomable. However, in this situation, the Red World Fairy wanted to defeat the 5 elders of the Supreme Immortal sect. It didn't seem to be an easy task. Because the attacks from both sides were evenly matched, and neither could do anything to the other. At this moment, an ethereal and mysterious voice suddenly resounded between heaven and earth. The living beings in the universe have their own destiny, and I am the master of destiny. I control the destiny of billions of living beings in the mortal world. This was an extremely ancient language. Lin Feng didn't know what language it was, but he felt it. This language seemed to be a kind of incantation. He looked at the Red World Fairy. The Red World Fairy was chanting an ancient incantation. Suddenly, the Red World Fairy stretched out her right hand. Then, it was unknown what kind of energy was condensing on her fingertips. That energy made Lin Feng's hair stand on end. The energy condensed on the Red World Fairy's finger directly shot out. Whoosh! Its speed was too fast. It instantly flew into the world of nothingness. Puff, then, the head of the Supreme True Immortal was pierced. After seeing this scene, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. The Red World Fairy was indeed the Red World Fairy. Her methods were really terrifying. The 5 elders of the Supreme Immortal sect roared and attacked one after another, condensing a powerful divine ability to sweep that energy. Bang 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 bang, the two sides collided. Suddenly, the 5 elders of the Supreme Immortal sect were directly sent flying. Their faces were as pale as paper. The 5 elders of the Supreme Immortal sect looked at the Red World Fairy in disbelief. The 5 of them joined forces. They were not a match for the Red World Fairy. This made it difficult for them to accept. At this moment, everyone watching the battle was still in a state of deep shock. As expected of the number 1 expert of the 9 states great world. 1 against 5. She was actually able to win. Let's go. The 5 elders of the Supreme Immortal sect said in a deep voice. The 5 of them knew that they were not a match for the Supreme Immortal Sovereign, so they wanted to escape. The Red World Fairy said coldly, "It's not easy to leave so easily after coming to my place. If you don't leave something behind, where will I, the Red World Fairy, put my face?" As soon as the Red World Fairy's voice fell, she waved her right hand. A dazzling killing light flashed. It condensed and instantly rushed into the world of nothingness, slashing towards the 5 elders of the Supreme Immortal sect. The 5 elders of the Supreme Immortal sect roared and wanted to fight back. But they were shocked to find that an invisible force. From that killing light. It dissipated. It imprisoned their bodies. This was the power of fate. Ah! No! The 5 elders of the Supreme Immortal sect roared. The killing light was about to kill the 5 elders of the Supreme Immortal sect. Suddenly, a ball of immortal light appeared in the depths of the world of nothingness. Waves of terrifying immortal pressure spread out. The Red World Fairy. You've gone too far. An ancient voice came from that ball of immortal light. An immortal artifact. It's the Supreme Immortal sect's immortal artifact. After seeing that ball of immortal light, many people cried out in alarm. A terrifying immortal light shot out from that ball of immortal chi, sweeping towards the Red World Fairy's attack. Clang, the two attacks collided, and a sonorous collision sound was heard. The world of nothingness was pierced through. It was as if the world was about to shatter. This collision. It was too terrifying. The mysterious immortal artifact flew over and wrapped around the 5 elders of the Supreme Immortal sect. Then, they wanted to tear the void and leave. Humph, at this time, the Red World Fairy couldn't help but snort, and her eyes turned cold. Today, since I said that these 5 people need to leave something behind before they can leave, they will definitely leave something behind before they can leave. The Red World Fairy's cold voice resounded between heaven and earth. She took a step forward. Faintly discernible ancient incantations reverberated between heaven and earth. The great Tao of destiny, you dominate the fate of all living things in the world. Now, someone is blaspheming the dignity of the Tao of destiny. Please descend with the power of destiny and let me punish this lowly existence. This was the incantation of the Great Destiny technique. Among the 3,000 great Taos, the Great Destiny technique was ranked second. This was a great Tao that was almost above the heavenly Tao. It was mysterious and unfathomable. Destiny was the final destination, fate was destiny, destiny was preordained by the heavens. It was the so-called destiny. Destiny was a fleeting thing that could not be seen or touched. However, it really existed. Why were some people born into wealthy families? Emperors, kings, generals, and ministers. Why were some people born into poor families that could not even fill their stomachs? This was destiny. The Great Destiny technique involved the power of destiny. It was extremely terrifying. Boom, above the 9 heavens, a long river of destiny descended from the sky. It rumbled as it flew toward the void. After seeing the long river of destiny, countless cultivators, including experts at the patriarch level, could not help but want to worship the Red World Fairy. What kind of power is this? Lin Feng's body and soul trembled. He felt his legs go soft and weak. He wanted to kneel before the Red World Fairy. At this moment, countless cultivators were kneeling on the ground, worshipping the Red World Fairy as if they were worshipping a great emperor. Lin Feng hurriedly circulated the archaic dragonesque elephant art to dissolve the pressure of the long river of destiny. Only then did he feel much better. The power of destiny. This is the legendary Great Destiny technique. The demon lord's voice trembled slightly. This woman is so powerful. She can actually summon the long river of destiny. Could it be that she has already peeked into the true meaning of destiny? Yao Jun's heart was deeply shaken. Above destiny was the Tao of destiny. Destiny was the destiny that had been planned by the heavenly Tao. There were many different kinds of people's fates. For example, a scholar's fate might be to fail in his studies. After failing in his studies, he might become depressed and eventually die of illness. He might also become a teacher. It was also possible that he would pass the imperial examination and become an official in the imperial court. This was the fate of the heavens. However, how this scholar's fate would be depended on some things that he would experience the day after tomorrow. If he grasped the Great Fate technique, he would be able to circulate the power of fate and control the fate of this scholar. If he wanted him to fall behind on the Sun Mountain, he would fall behind on the Sun Mountain. If he wanted him to be on the Golden Roll, he would be on the Golden Roll. This was manipulating the fate of others. But it was not about changing the fate of others. What did it mean to change one's fate? It wasn't fated, but it suddenly appeared. Only then could it be called changing someone's fate. Regardless of whether a scholar achieved first place in the imperial examination or failed, this was a fate that could occur in one's life. A fisherman who had never been to school had become the top scorer. Was this even possible? Of course not. This fisherman who had never been to school had never been destined to become the top scorer. However, if someone defied the heavens and changed his fate, allowing this fisherman to become the top scorer, this was changing one's fate. If one wanted to grasp the power to change one's fate, they would need to grasp a higher level of the Great Tao, a Great Tao that surpassed the Tao of destiny. This Great Tao was the Tao of destiny. There was a legend that if one wanted to grasp the Great Fate technique, they would first have to grasp the Great Fate technique. Lin Feng did not know if the Red World Fairy had grasped the Great Fate technique, but after hearing the Demon Lord's words, Lin Feng knew that the Red World Fairy had grasped the Great Fate technique. He was extremely shocked. Although the Great Fate technique could not change the fate of others, it could control the fate of others. This was an almost heaven-defying ability. The River of Fate enveloped the mysterious immortal artifact. The Great Fate technique. You have actually cultivated the Great Fate technique to this level. No. No. This already contains a trace of the true essence of fate. Could it be that you have already begun to comprehend the mysteries of the Great Fate technique? The mysterious immortal artifact spirit let out a roar of disbelief. Fate. Fate. It was fleeting. Grasping one of them. It was enough to change the color of heaven and earth. It could make the gods submit. Now, the Red World Fairy seemed to have not only grasped the Great Fate technique, but she had also begun to comprehend it. She was truly amazing. Ah! Screams rang out one after another. The 5 elders of the Taishang immortal sect had been injured and were screaming. The Red World Fairy, you are indeed a peerless genius. Just you wait. Soon, I will appear again. At that time I will break your Tao of destiny and behead you. The artifact spirit let out a cold voice. Then, it tore through the river of fate, swept up the 5 elders of the Taishang immortal sect, and disappeared without a trace. The river of fate dissipated. 5 bloody arms fell from the sky. Heavens, are those the arms of the 5 elders of the Taishang immortal sect? Many people sucked in a breath of cold air. The 5 elders of the Taishang immortal sect were protected by the immortal artifact. But they couldn't escape the fate of having their arms cut off by the Red World Fairy. This was the Red World Fairy. What was her cultivation level? The Red World Fairy gently pointed, and the 5 arms turned into pure flesh and blood essence, which was then sealed by her. Let the birthday celebration continue. The Red World Fairy sat back on the golden chair and said aloud. At this time, everyone came back to their senses and suppressed the deep shock in their hearts. The cultivators who didn't go to the birthday celebration went to the birthday celebration one after another. After the birthday celebration, the Red World Fairy left. And King and the others led everyone to the banquet. On the way to the banquet, Lin Feng was still deeply shocked in his heart. The Red World Fairy's power. It deeply touched him. Demon Lord, what is the Red World Fairy's cultivation level? Lin Feng asked. If I'm not wrong, the Red World Fairy has already peeked into the mystery of the Great Emperor realm. In fact, she can already break through to the Great Emperor realm. But she hasn't chosen to break through to the Great Emperor realm. She seems to be waiting for something. The Demon Lord's voice was faint. Waiting for something? What is it? Lin Feng asked. I can't say. I can't say. The Demon Lord shook his head. He didn't tell Lin Feng about this matter. Lin Feng was angry. His curiosity was piqued. The Demon Lord didn't finish his words. Lin Feng wanted to chop the Demon Lord into pieces. Not long after, a dense crowd of cultivators arrived at the Red Dust Immortal Sect's 10,000 Immortal Palace. This was the place where a banquet was held to entertain the cultivators who came to celebrate the Red World Fairy's birthday. Everyone found a place to sit. At this moment, the Red World Fairy. She returned to her Red Dust Immortal Palace. She stood in the palace, took out the blood coffin portrait, looked at it, and fell into deep thought. Whoosh! Divine Ancestor Tianlong and Old Mother Phoenix flew in. Look at this portrait. The Red World Fairy handed the blood coffin portrait to the two of them. The two of them looked at it. Their expressions changed drastically. Divine Ancestor Tianlong's hand that was holding the blood coffin portrait trembled slightly. The blood coffin portrait. He spat out 3 words. Wasn't it already destroyed? Why did it reappear in the world? Old Mother Phoenix took a deep breath and said. The Red World Fairy said. This is fate. A red thread appeared on her hand. When Divine Ancestor Tianlong and Old Mother Phoenix saw the red thread on the Red World Fairy's wrist, their expressions changed drastically. This is? Strands of red dust. Divine Ancestor Tianlong and Old Mother Phoenix cried out in shock. They were the Red World Fairy's best friends, so they knew what the appearance of the strands of red dust meant. It meant, the Red World Fairy's tribulation had arrived. Divine Ancestor Tianlong asked. Why is it a tribulation of love? But after saying this, Divine Ancestor Tianlong regretted it. Any tribulation seemed to be a normal thing, but the Red World Fairy's tribulation was actually a tribulation of love. For a moment, it was hard for him to accept. This was the last tribulation before the Red World Fairy became an emperor, and it was also the most dangerous and terrifying tribulation. The Red World Fairy looked at the strands of red dust on her wrist. She was silent for a long time. Over the years, she had thought about it many times. She had been thinking. What kind of tribulation might appear in the future, but the Red World Fairy had never thought about it. There would actually be a tribulation of love. After all, how could someone like the Red World Fairy be burdened by love? For someone like her, any terrifying tribulation was possible. Only the tribulation of love. It was the most unlikely one to appear. But now, the most impossible type of tribulation had appeared. A person like the Red World Fairy was shockingly talented. She couldn't escape the word love. It was really hard to believe, but at the same time, it couldn't help but sigh. In this world, perhaps no one could cut off the word love. Even immortal honorable red dust. It was the same. Old Mother Phoenix said. Is it that kid? That kid called Lin Feng? The kid who contributed the blood coffin diagram? The Red World Fairy nodded. Back then, this kid didn't make his request, but let you owe him a favor. Therefore, the two of you, who originally didn't have any intersection, intertwined with each other, forming the strands of red dust. Is it a coincidence? Or is someone instructing him to do this behind the scenes? If someone is instructing him to do this behind the scenes, they have ulterior motives. Why don't I kill that kid? Once and for all. Killing intent flashed in Sky Dragon Divine Ancestor's eyes. The Red World Fairy said, it doesn't matter if it's a love tribulation or any other tribulation. Since he has appeared, he should face it, not run away. Fellow Taoist Sky Dragon, there's no need to make things difficult for him. Old Mother Phoenix asked, what does Venerable Immortal plan to do? Give me some time to think. The Red World Fairy looked at the red dust thread on her wrist and muttered to herself. Inside the demonic orb, the Demon Lord sat on top of the lonely grave. He raised his head and saw the red dust thread on Lin Feng's wrist. He could not help but reveal a faintly discernible smile. Strands of mortal love. How interesting. This immortal Venerable Hongchen. She is a woman who has been stunning since ancient times. To think that she would encounter a love tribulation after confirming her Tao and becoming an emperor. How incredible. I even thought that this kind of tribulation would only appear when a woman who prioritizes men in everything goes through her tribulation. Moreover, it's not a high-level tribulation. Usually, this kind of tribulation would only appear when cultivators below the heavenly god realm undergo a love tribulation. Someone like the Red World Fairy would actually encounter a love tribulation after confirming her Tao and becoming an emperor. The things in this world are truly mysterious. The Demon Lord muttered to himself. Lin Feng did not know what a love tribulation was. Perhaps it was because his cultivation level was not high enough that he did not see the red dust thread on his wrist at all. The banquet was very lively. However, the Red World Fairy did not appear. Now, everyone was talking about the battle between the Red World Fairy and the 5 elders of the Supreme Immortal Sect, as well as the ancient immortal artifact of the Supreme Immortal Sect. Even though so much time had passed, everyone was still extremely excited when they thought of that battle. After the banquet ended, everyone returned to their residences to rest. The challenge would be held tomorrow. Some of the victors would be qualified to enter the Hongjun Dao Hall. However, the specific rules had not been announced yet. There were rumors that there would be 100 spots. There were simply too few spots. Of course, it was hard to say whether there would really be 100 spots to enter the Hongjun Dao Hall. After all, the reason why rumors were called rumors was that they were often inaccurate. On the way back, Lin Feng met Si Kongyun and the others. Si Kongyun sneered and looked at Lin Feng, saying, "Kid, tomorrow you will regret not letting the Red World Fairy enlighten you and improve your cultivation level." Lin Feng said indifferently, "Do I need the Red World Fairy to enlighten me to deal with you? Don't think too highly of yourself. Because you may become a joke in the end. We will know who will become a joke tomorrow. Don't worry, killing people on the Red World Fairy's birthday has a bad influence. I don't want to leave a bad impression in front of the Red World Fairy, so I won't kill you, but I will make you kneel in front of me and beg for mercy." Si Kongyun sneered and then left in a huff. This person seemed to be confident in this battle. He was full of confidence. He did not put Lin Feng in his eyes at all. Of course, this Si Kongyun was indeed a powerful person. This person had the strength to compete for the Heaven's Chosen list and could be considered a top genius. Seeing that the Heaven's Chosen list was about to begin, many people on the list were estimated to have lived for more than 1,000 years. At that time, these people would not be able to participate in the latest Heaven's Chosen list battle. Therefore, there would be many vacancies on the Heaven's Chosen list. Si Kongyun was still very likely to enter the Heaven's Chosen list. This person's arrogance was directly related to his strength. Of course, Lin Feng did not care about Si Kongyun's provocation. Si Kongyun was indeed very powerful. But Lin Feng did not think that he was weak. Lin Feng felt a cold murderous intent from afar. He turned his head and saw Duan Hongxiu staring at him coldly. Li Yingdai was beside Duan Hongxiu. Looking from afar, she did not dare to greet Lin Feng. Lin Feng frowned slightly. He did not feel at ease letting Li Yingdai stay by Duan Hongxiu's side. But at this stage, he could not directly fall out with Duan Hongxiu. At least, he had to wait until he found a way to neutralize Li Yingdia's heart-biting venomous insect. At that time, there was no need to be afraid of falling out with Duan Hongxiu. Anyway, she could not do anything to Li Yingdai. After returning to his residence, Lin Feng began to adjust his breath and prepare for tomorrow's fierce battle. That night, a crane suddenly made a loud and clear sound and hovered above the red dust immortal sect. The crane finally locked onto a palace and flew over quickly. Bang! 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 Lin Feng heard knocking on the door. He opened the door and found a crane standing outside. Just now, this crane knocked on the door with its wings. The crane held a letter in its mouth. It handed the letter to Lin Feng. Then the crane burned and turned into ashes in an instant. Lin Feng was shocked. This crane was not made of flesh and blood. It seemed to be condensed by the Qi Huang technique. After the mission was completed, it would turn into ashes. Lin Feng looked at the letter in his hand and was puzzled. Who wrote the letter to him? There was no signature on the letter, so Lin Feng was a little puzzled. He didn't know who sent it to him. He opened the letter. He saw the beautiful words on it. Husband, I'm Yao Guang. I finally found the ancient starry sky path that leads to that place. Some things vaguely appeared in my mind, but they were vague and I couldn't remember clearly. Perhaps that place. There's the answer I'm looking for. Every once in a while, I'll send an immortal crane with a letter to explain some of the things I've experienced. Husband, don't worry. Feng Yaoguang's signature was on the final payment. Seeing this short letter, Lin Feng was both gratified and worried. He was gratified that Feng Yaoguang was still thinking about him. He was worried that he still didn't know where Feng Yaoguang was going. Lin Feng's feelings for Feng Yaoguang were quite complicated. Feng Yaoguang lost her memories, had a mysterious background, and was very powerful. Back then, he just joked with her and said that he was her husband. Feng Yaoguang believed him. Then, she lived with him for a while. Then, she left. In fact, Lin Feng felt that he quite liked Feng Yaoguang. Although he hadn't been with Feng Yaoguang for long, Feng Yaoguang was wholeheartedly good to him. She really thought of him as her husband. I hope you're well. We'll meet again in the future. Lin Feng muttered to himself. A night passed in the blink of an eye. The next day, Lin Feng got up early and rushed to the central square. It was already crowded. Everyone was waiting for the Red World Ferry to appear. The Hongjun training ground had a huge attraction to everyone. However, the cultivators participating in this competition had an age limit. If there was no age limit, many cultivators of the older generation would probably be unable to resist participating. About 2 hours later, the Red World Ferry arrived. Heavenly Dragon Divine Ancestor and Old Mother Phoenix stayed by Immortal Venerable Hongchen's side. Lin Feng felt 2 auras that made his hair stand on end enveloping him. It seemed to be probing him. Lin Feng frowned slightly. He used his divine sense to sense the 2 auras and found that they were actually Heavenly Dragon Divine Ancestor and Old Mother Phoenix. This caused Lin Feng's mind to tremble slightly. He couldn't help but mutter in his heart. He didn't seem to have provoked these 2 terrifying existences, did he? Why were these 2 existences constantly investigating him? Even though he didn't understand, Lin Feng's expression didn't change. He was also not worried that Sky Dragon Divine Ancestor and Old Mother Phoenix would be able to find out anything special. And Qiang said, everyone, this time, my teacher will open the Hongjun training ground. When the time comes, some people will enter the Hongjun training ground to cultivate for a month. Whether or not you can gain anything in this 1 month will depend on your own luck. Activate the battle arena now. This time, there will be 1,000 spots. The challenge method will be to defend the arena. Those who are under 3,000 years old and have confidence in themselves can defend an arena. The challenge will last for 3 days. If you can successfully defend the arena, you can enter the Hongjun training ground. As in Qiang's voice fell, a loud rumbling sound was heard. In the void, 1,000 huge arenas appeared. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, as in Qiang's voice fell, cultivators soared into the sky and flew towards the arena. It was obvious that they wanted to defend the arena. Many cultivators landed on the arena. But there were also some cultivators who were swept away by the restrictions on the arena. Those cultivators who were swept away were all over 3,000 years old. Yet, they still held on to the mentality of trying their luck. But reality was cruel. They were not able to enter the arena. After the defending cultivator stepped onto the stage, another cultivator immediately issued a challenge to the defending cultivator. Boom 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 boom, great battles erupted one after another. These defending cultivators and the challenging cultivators were all very powerful. Therefore, the battles were extremely intense. But as time passed, many of the battles were decided. The defeated cultivators were teleported out by the array formation of the arena. And the winning cultivators would get 15 minutes of rest. 15 minutes later, the restrictions were activated again. New challengers could go and challenge them. In fact, the defending cultivators were at a disadvantage. Because continuous battles would consume a lot of energy. Of course, if one was strong enough, they would recover very quickly. It was enough to ignore this kind of consumption. Whoosh, Lin Feng soared into the sky and landed on an arena. That kid went up. Divine Ancestor Tianlong said. Old Mother Phoenix also looked at the arena where Lin Feng was. She was also very curious. What qualifications did Lin Feng have to be the Red World Fairy's love tribulation? Even the Red World Fairy's gaze was also looking at the arena where Lin Feng was. Lin Feng's opponent was a young powerhouse from the Wild Food God clan. Kid, I'm going to beat you up until you kneel and beg for mercy. The young powerhouse of the Wild Food God clan laughed sinisterly. Lin Feng said indifferently. I'm afraid the final result will be you being beaten down by me. I'm so angry. The young powerhouse of the Wild Food God clan roared and rushed toward Lin Feng. He was close to 3 meters tall. This was the characteristic of the Wild Food God clan. Each of them was incomparably tall. This clan's physical body could fight against a true dragon. Although this clan also had extremely powerful divine abilities. But the cultivators of this clan, they seemed to like to use their physical bodies to fight their enemies. In the previous battle, this young cultivator of the Wild Food God clan didn't use any magic power. He just used pure physical strength to crush his opponent. And it was a close to a one-sided victory. From this, it could be seen. This young cultivator of the Wild Food God clan had a powerful physical body. Divine Ancestor Tianlong said, this kid's vision is too bad. He doesn't know how to choose an opponent. He actually chose the cultivator of the Wild Food God clan. Not only is the Wild Food God clan's physical body powerful, but their magic power is also incomparably tyrannical. There are almost no weaknesses. Their overall combat strength is extremely terrifying. Dealing with them is as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Old Mother Phoenix couldn't help but nod. The Wild Food God clan was indeed a very difficult clan to deal with. Good timing. Feeling the powerful fist power of the Wild Food God clan's cultivator, Lin Feng felt as if his blood was about to burn. He could feel how tyrannical the body of this cultivator of the Wild Food God clan was. This also aroused Lin Feng's fighting spirit. Fighting with an expert. Only then could he improve himself. And this cultivator of the Wild Food God clan was undoubtedly a top expert. Lin Feng also didn't use any magic power. He leaped out and also punched toward the Wild Food God clan's cultivator. Divine Ancestor Tianlong frowned and said, the human's physical body is more than 1 grade inferior to the Wild Food God clan's cultivator's physical body. That kid wants to fight with the Wild Food God clan's cultivator. Isn't this courting death? Bang! In the next moment, Lin Feng collided with the Wild Eating God tribe cultivator. The fists of the two men collided fiercely. Immediately, a series of muffled sounds of collision could be heard. His powerful physical strength vibrated out. The entire arena trembled violently a few times. When Holy Ancestor Tianlong saw that, he was astonished. He initially thought that Lin Feng's physical strength was useless against the cultivator of the Godly Cuisine clan. Lin Feng was like an egg striking a stone. But he did not expect. In the first collision, Lin Feng was not at a disadvantage. This kid's physical body is quite powerful. Heavenly Dragon Divine Ancestor said with a slight frown. He must have cultivated some powerful cultivation technique. Otherwise, his physical body can't be so tyrannical. Old Mother Phoenix said. I can see the power of the Dracophant flowing in his body. If I'm not wrong, he should have cultivated the immemorial dragonesque elephant art. The Red World Fairy said. The Red World Fairy was indeed too terrifying. Lin Feng did not even circulate the immemorial dragonesque elephant art. The Red World Fairy only glanced at him and knew what kind of magic Lin Feng cultivated. But thinking about it, the Red World Fairy was in existence who was about to become an emperor. The Red World Fairy's terrifying ability seemed to be understandable. What? Immemorial dragonesque elephant art? The art created by the supreme Dracophant of the immemorial era? This art is indeed powerful, it can temper a physical body that surpasses the fiend god realm. If I remember correctly, this art has long been lost. This kid was actually able to obtain the cultivation method of the immemorial dragonesque elephant art. It seems that he has obtained a lot of opportunities over the years. Heavenly Dragon Divine Ancestor said in surprise. Old Mother Phoenix said, after all, he is someone who has a dispute with an immortal sovereign. Naturally, he can't be an ordinary person. The Red World Fairy's eyes were faint as she said, this person seems to be more than I imagined. In the arena, Lin Feng and a cultivator from the Wilderness Eater God clan clashed, but the powerful shockwave forced them to retreat. The wild carnivorous gods widened his eyes and shouted, you can actually take my punch. What's your name? Lin Feng. Wow, wow, wow. Lin Feng, I will remember you. You should also remember my name. My name is Gudanio. The cultivator from the Wild Food God clan shouted. Pooh. Lin Feng burst out laughing. Originally, he thought that this ferocious-looking cultivator from the Wild God Eater clan would have a very famous name. He didn't expect him to be called Danio. This name instantly caused the valiant image of the old man in front of him to plummet. Gudanio glared at Lin Feng and shouted, what are you laughing at? Are you trying to make fun of my name? Those who dared to make fun of me have already been beaten to a pulp by me. Lin Feng said with a smile, I'm not making fun of you. I just thought of something funny and couldn't help but laugh. You're pissing me off. You dare to be distracted while fighting me in the arena? How dare you look down on me? I'll beat you to death. Gudanio's face was ferocious as he quickly pounced on Lin Feng. The Wilderness Eater God clan was an extremely powerful ancient race. Lin Feng didn't dare to underestimate Gudanio. Facing Gudanio's attack, he didn't dare to be careless. Instead, he attacked with all his might. Asterisk bang, 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 asterisk Lin Feng and Gudanio collided again and again, it was as if two gigantic mountains were crashing against each other. Every time they clashed, there would be a violent sound of collision. The void arena that they were in was constantly shaking. If it wasn't for the protection of a powerful restriction, the void arena would have shattered. The battle between the two attracted the attention of countless people. The Wilderness Eater God clan had a strong physical body. Usually, when fighting against the Wilderness Eater God clan, it was best to use magic power to fight against the Wilderness Eater God clan. But for someone like Lin Feng, he actually used his physical body to fight the Wilderness Eater God clan cultivator head-on. It was the first time they saw it. What made everyone feel incredulous was that Lin Feng used his physical body to fight the Wilderness Eater God clan cultivator head-on. He wasn't at a disadvantage. This physical body, isn't it too terrifying? The two sides clashed for hundreds of rounds. Every punch hit the flesh. As the battle went on, Gudanio gradually couldn't hold on anymore. Because not only was Lin Feng's physical body strong, but he also had the immortal divine body. His body had a strong self-healing ability. He was evenly matched with Gudanio. Both of them had consumed a lot of energy. In fact, he had even suffered serious injuries. However, Lin Feng's immortal divine body's self-healing speed was very fast. And Gudanio's recovery speed was much slower than Lin Feng's. So the more they fought, Lin Feng's advantage became more and more obvious. Bang! After the two sides collided again, Gudanio was sent flying by Lin Feng's punch. With a thud, Gudanio fell to the ground. Everyone was dumbfounded. A human cultivator. competing with the Wilderness Eater God Clan Cultivator in physical body. And he actually won. Wasn't this too inconceivable? The human race's physical body had always been at a disadvantage compared to other races. What's more, compared to the Wilderness Eater God Clan, a race with a strong physical body, but Lin Feng's physical body was so strong, it completely overturned everyone's understanding. How did that kid cultivate? What a pervert. Many people muttered. Gudania got up from the ground and looked at Lin Feng gloomily. You're awesome. I accept my defeat wholeheartedly. If there's a chance in the future, I'll look for you to spar. Where can I find you? Gudania was a battle maniac. His eyes were filled with strong fighting spirit. Reincarnation Immortal Sect. Lin Feng said. All right. Gudania nodded and flew down from the arena. Lin Feng began to adjust his body. Not much later. He had already recovered to his original state. Whoosh. A cultivator flew toward Lin Feng's arena. Look. It's Xianxia from the Grand Void Temple. He went up to that kid with a freakish physical body. Someone shouted loudly. Then, many people looked toward Lin Feng's arena. This battle was definitely going to be one that attracted a lot of attention. His physical body is very strong. But in a battle between cultivators, physical body is definitely not the main factor that affects the outcome. Xianxia looked coldly at Lin Feng. So? What are you trying to say? Lin Feng's expression was calm. Kid. I'll give you a chance now. As long as you kneel on the ground and wipe the dust off my shoes, I'll spare you. Of course, you can also reject me. But I'll mercilessly break your limbs and make you kneel on the ground, kowtow to me, and beg for mercy. Xianxia said with his hands behind his back. As soon as Xianxia's words came out, it was as if a pot had exploded in the surroundings. Xianxia was looking down on Lin Feng too much, wasn't he? At this moment, Xianxia lifted his right foot and looked at Lin Feng with contempt. Why are you still standing there? Hurry up and wipe the dust off my shoes. Xianxia's plan was smooth sailing. He had asked Lin Feng to kneel down and wipe the dust off his shoes. Obviously, he wanted to humiliate Lin Feng. Of course, Xianxia knew this as well. Lin Feng would not agree to it. However, it did not matter if Xianxia did not agree to it. Xianxia only wanted to disgust Lin Feng. He did not expect Lin Feng to agree to it. If Xianxia agreed to it, that would be even better. He would not have to fight anymore. The onlookers discussed among themselves. Xianxia had humiliated Xianxia, who had a freakish physical body, in such a manner. Xianxia did not seem like someone who would swallow his anger. When he was congratulating the Red World Fairy on her birthday, he mentioned that his name is Lin Feng, right? He's a disciple of the Reincarnation Celestial Sect. Is he Lin Feng, the one who caused a commotion in the returning ruins? Immediately, a cultivator spoke up. Are you talking about the Lin Feng who's wanted by the Supreme Celestial Sect, Fusan Island, Evil Dragon Palace, Thunder Island, and other forces? That's right. That's him. Hee, we're in for a good show. Lin Feng is not a simple person since he's able to live so freely despite being wanted by so many forces. Xianxia is being too careless. Actually, I'm guessing that Xianxia is trying to infuriate Lin Feng on purpose. When people are infuriated, they tend to lose their rationality. Once they lose their rationality, they will inevitably lose their mind. When that happens, it will be much easier to deal with them. That makes sense. It seems like Xianxia has already planned everything. I think Xianxia will win this battle. He's been famous for a long time and he's strong. Moreover, he's good at scheming. That's right. I think Xianxia will win as well. He's not a simple person. I think Lin Feng will win. He must have some tricks up his sleeve since he's able to rise in such a short time. Many people discussed among themselves. Some thought Xianxia would win, while others thought Lin Feng would win. In the arena, Lin Feng looked at Xianxia and said with a smile, "You'll let me off if you wipe the dust off your shoes? Look at how useless you are." Lin Feng said as he lifted his right foot. He smiled and said, "Kneel down and lick the dirt off my shoes." If you do that, I'll consider sparing you. Many people looked at each other in dismay. Xianxia asked Lin Feng to clean his shoes. But Lin Xianxia. He actually let Xianxia lick the soles of his shoes clean. Many people became excited when they saw the two of them opposing each other. Xianxia's face suddenly darkened. He sneered and said, "You're courting death." As soon as he finished speaking, Xianxia had already moved. On the arena, after images appeared one after another. The entire arena was filled with Xianxias. It was unknown how many Xianxias there were. Lin Feng sensed with his divine will, but he could not sense which one was Xianxia's real body. Xianxia's methods were indeed very strange. Is this the phantom doppelganger technique? A cultivator said in surprise. I can't sense which one is Xianxia. They all seem real. Another cultivator said. Xianxia's methods were too powerful. At that moment, an old man said, "This is not the phantom doppelganger technique. It's the legendary 3000 Great Tao doppelganger technique." It's said that this 3000 Great Tao can create countless doppelgangers. It's difficult to distinguish between the real body and the doppelgangers. Moreover, the real body can switch to the doppelgangers at any time, and the doppelgangers can switch to the real body at any time. If the real body is locked on, it can switch immediately. Only the doppelganger will be destroyed. This 3000 Great Tao is unfathomable. Every one of the 3000 Great Tao had a unique ability. It was just that their uses were different. It was obvious that this great doppelganger technique was very suitable for this battle. Doesn't that mean that Xianxia is already in an invincible position? A cultivator said with a moved expression. That's right, the old man nodded. Just as the crowd was discussing. The densely packed Xianxias in the arena had already started attacking Lin Feng. Bang! Bang! A series of violent collisions were heard. Lin Feng was forced to retreat. He tried to lock on to Xianxia's real body but failed. This great doppelganger technique was too strange. Switching between the main body and the doppelganger at will made it difficult to determine which was the main body and which was the doppelganger. You're really too weak. All the Xianxias spoke at the same time. Their voices were cold. Swoosh! 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 The Xianxias surrounded Lin Feng again. Many people were moved. In everyone's opinion, if Lin Feng could not find a way to break through this technique in this battle, he would definitely lose, facing the densely packed Xianxias that were attacking him. Lin Feng could not help but sneer. Inside his body, waves of powerful energy waves were emitted. The 5 devouring martial souls were activated. Then the 5 devouring martial souls merged into one. The confinement magnetic field was performed by Lin Feng. The powerful force confined the entire space around the arena. These doppelganger were extremely realistic. But there was a fatal weakness. The doppelganger was not powerful enough. No matter how realistic the doppelganger was, if it was not powerful enough, it would be restricted by the confinement of the confinement magnetic field. Just as expected. Under the confinement of the confinement magnetic field, these doppelganger were all confined and could not move at all. Only Xianxia's real body could still move, but its speed was greatly reduced. Lin Feng quickly rushed to Xianxia's real body and threw a punch at him. Shifting shadows. Xianxia shouted in a low voice. His real body instantly switched with a doppelganger. Lion's roar technique. Roar. Lin Feng roared. A powerful sound wave attack suddenly vibrated out. All these years, Lin Feng did not know how many superpowers he had obtained. He had also obtained many sound wave superpowers. He had also cultivated several powerful sound wave attacks. The lion's roar was one of them. Once the lion's roar was used, the powerful sound wave shook the void. Bang bang bang, Xianxia's doppelganger began to explode. Not long after, all the doppelganger exploded. Only Xianxia's real body was left. Lin Feng had already rushed to Xianxia's front again. He threw a punch at Xianxia. Xianxia's face suddenly changed. In the confinement magnetic field, his movements were greatly hindered. Therefore, facing Lin Feng's attack, Xianxia could not escape at all. He had to block Lin Feng's punch. Bang, the two sides fiercely collided. It had to be said. Si Kongyun was very powerful. In a hurry, he blocked Lin Feng's punch with all his strength. Unexpectedly, it was Lin Feng. They were evenly matched. Si Kongyun was about to form a new attack to counterattack Lin Feng. But at this time, he realized that his power was rapidly depleting. "Oh my god, look," countless people pointed at Si Kongyun and shouted in shock. This was because Si Kongyun had turned from a young and strong man to an old man in a few breaths' time. It's the great reincarnation art, an unparalleled superpower. How is this possible? In the reincarnation immortal sect, only the sect leader is qualified to cultivate the great reincarnation art. How does Lin Feng know the great reincarnation art? Countless people exclaimed in disbelief. The great reincarnation art was one of the most powerful inheritances of the reincarnation immortal sect. It was also the foundation of the reincarnation immortal sect. It was said that the reincarnation immortal sutra also recorded immortal techniques. However, in reality, immortal techniques were not as precious as the great reincarnation art. Immortal techniques. They were offensive divine techniques. As for the grand reincarnation art, it was a foundational grand Tao that involved the 6 paths of reincarnation, the past, and the future. Immortal techniques were precious. However, there were many immortal techniques in the world. The great reincarnation art. However, there was only one. Under normal circumstances, the great reincarnation art was indeed a divine technique that only the sect master of the reincarnation immortal sect could cultivate. However, outsiders did not know much about the reincarnation immortal sect. According to Lin Feng's knowledge, if he made great contributions to the sect, the reincarnation immortal sutra might also reward him with the cultivation method of the great reincarnation art. Of course, this kind of contribution was definitely related to the rise and fall of the sect. Ordinary contributions. The reincarnation immortal sutra would not reward him with the great reincarnation art. Lin Feng's great reincarnation art was not obtained from the reincarnation immortal sutra. He obtained it from the reincarnation demon hall. The surrounding cultivators naturally did not know about it. This is the ancient times rush billions of years recorded in the past chapter of the great reincarnation art, right? This kid is so young but he can understand the mysteries of the great reincarnation art. His talent is really terrifying. Divine Ancestor Tianlong could not help but exclaim. The more powerful a divine technique was, the more difficult it was to cultivate it. It was not that one could cultivate it successfully after obtaining a powerful divine technique. One had to understand the mysteries within to be able to comprehend the Tao within. Then, one could cultivate it successfully. Take the great reincarnation art for example. This divine technique was mysterious and unpredictable. Although it was powerful, it was also extremely difficult to comprehend. Even if one obtained it, they might not be able to comprehend it successfully. There was no lack of such cultivators in the world. They obtained a powerful inheritance but were unable to comprehend the Tao within. Not to mention successfully cultivating this divine technique. It was indeed shocking that Lin Feng could comprehend a divine technique like the great reincarnation art. This was because the higher the level of the 3000 great Tao, the harder it was to comprehend it. Now, Lin Feng's move, which was recorded in the first part of the great reincarnation art, was displaying its might. Si Kongyun's body had already weakened to the extreme after aging. This was the best opportunity to deal with him. Eat my left hook. Lin Feng leaped out and threw a punch at Si Kongyun. Si Kongyun's expression was extremely unsightly. He knew very well that his body's condition was extremely terrible. Facing off against Lin Feng, he was bound to suffer a huge loss. Therefore, Si Kongyun wanted to take a defensive stance and wait for the effects of immemorial years to wear off. Facing Lin Feng's left hook, an illusory cliff appeared in front of Si Kongyun. One cliff, one world. This unique skill was extremely powerful. Lin Feng's punch seemed to have blasted into a world of nothingness. Si Kongyun was clearly right in front of him. But Lin Feng had the feeling that there was a vast distance between them. Bury the void. Si Kongyun continued to attack. He condensed a dense array of spells and sent them into the cliff. Then, the cliff buried the surrounding void. Lin Feng originally used the confinement magnetic field to seal the void where the arena was and restrict Xikong Yan's movements. But now, the confinement magnetic field was also buried. Just like that, the confinement magnetic field was broken by Xikong Yan. This Xikong Yan is so powerful. One cliff, one world. It's simply an unbreakable divine skill. Yes, any attack that Lin Feng makes will be buried by that cliff. This time, he will be in a passive position. Seeing Xikong Yan's great power, many cultivators could not help but frown slightly. Xikong Yan's one cliff, one world was indeed too strange. It buried all divine skills. This was one of the top inheritances of the Great Void Temple. Naturally, it was extremely mysterious. 8 worlds. Lin Feng sneered. 8 illusory small worlds appeared under his feet. It was rumored that if one cultivated the 8 worlds to a high realm, taking a step forward, it could even cross the distance of 8 real small worlds. Of course. Now, Lin Feng was still a long way from cultivating to this level. But now, Lin Feng's 8 worlds could cross the cliff world condensed by Xikong Yan. It was not a difficult world. The cliff world condensed by Xikong Yan was called One Cliff, One World. This divine skill defined the area covered by the cliff as an illusory small world. This illusory small world, it could bury all attacks. And Lin Feng's 8 worlds could cross 8 illusory small worlds. Whoosh, Lin Feng stepped on the 8 worlds and instantly crossed the illusory cliff world. Xikong Yan's face, which was originally full of smiles, suddenly stiffened. Flying through the air. Lin Feng roared. Flying through the air? What kind of unique skill is this? I've never heard of it. I've never heard of it either. Could it be an ancient divine skill that has been lost for a long time? Many people were puzzled. But soon, they knew what kind of unique skill flying through the air was. Lin Feng leaped into the air and then kicked Xikong Yan's face. Bang! Xikong Yan was directly kicked away. A clear shoe print appeared on Xikong Yan's face. Damn, this is flying through the air? Many people rolled their eyes. Hearing such a profound name, they thought it was some unique skill. Wasn't this a move used by hooligans in a fight, leaping into the air? Kicking out a leg. Lin Feng actually gave it such a flashy name. Ah. I'm going to tear you apart. Xikong Yan, who was kicked in the face by Lin Feng and sent flying, seemed to have gone mad. This was to him. It was simply a great humiliation. He had already lost his mind, completely forgetting that he was still in an aging state. His strength was also at its weakest. Fighting Lin Feng head-on was obviously extremely irrational. A terrifying ball of energy condensed on Xikong Yan's palm and blasted towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng didn't fight Xikong Yan with his divine skill. He quickly dodged Xikong Yan. Then, he pressed forward. Lin Feng planned to use his body to suppress Xikong Yan's. Seeing Lin Feng dodge his divine skill attack and arrive beside him, Xikong Yan's expression suddenly changed. He had already regained his senses. Only now did he regret it. He should have retreated. He should have waited for his body to recover. He shouldn't have charged at Lin Feng like a madman. He was at his weakest now. And Lin Feng was at his peak. Xikong Yan wanted to retreat quickly, but it was already too late. Bang! He swung his fist at Xikong Yan. The fist ruthlessly smashed into Xikong Yan's abdomen. Xikong Yan let out a miserable cry and knelt on the ground, holding his abdomen. Aren't you very awesome? Who asked you to be awesome? Who asked you to be awesome? Lin Feng kicked Xikong Yan again and again. Xikong Yan was being kicked so hard that he kept screaming. Damn, countless people watched this scene with their mouths agape. Was this still a battle between experts? It was simply 2 street hooligans fighting. One of them won. Then, he started to beat up the other. Who told you to show off in front of me? Who told you to show off? See if I don't kick you to death. See if you still dare to show off in front of me in the future. Bang, 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 Lin Feng shouted as he kicked Xikong Yan. Xikong Yan was so depressed that he wanted to die. He hadn't even had the chance to use his full strength before being defeated by Lin Feng. Then, he lost the ability to fight back. What followed was an extremely tragic beating. Now, Xianxia was full of regret. Why didn't he dodge just now? He shouldn't have taken the initiative to attack. He should have retreated and waited for his body to recover its youth. Wait for his strength to recover. But it was too late to regret. Xianxia's body had recovered its youth. He struggled to get up and fight to the death with Lin Feng. But before he could get up, Lin Feng raised his foot and kicked him. Xianxia's face and body were full of shoe prints. And Xianxia felt that Lin Feng's kick was very fierce. Because he felt that many bones in his body seemed to have been broken. Ah! Xianxia roared angrily, "Lin, I'll fight it out with you." He struggled to get up. However, Lin Feng's shoe was about to hit him. Bang! This kick landed on Xianxia's face. Xianxia heard the sound of cracking bones. His nose was broken. His teeth were kicked out. What was that warm thing? Damn. Blood. You little shit, how dare you be so arrogant? See if I don't beat you to death. Bang, 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 Lin Feng kicked Xianxia again and again. The surrounding cultivators were all dumbfounded. Some cultivators who were fighting in the arena saw this scene and their mouths twitched violently. No matter what, Xianxia was a top genius. But he was beaten to such a state. Seeing Lin Feng's harmless expression, many people felt a chill in their hearts. Xianxia was beaten to the point where he couldn't fight back. He was so angry that he spat out 3 mouthfuls of blood. Then, he fainted. Lin Feng kicked Xianxia and found that he had really fainted. He couldn't help but mutter, "Damn, why is he so weak?" Many people exclaimed in their hearts. "Big brother, he was almost beaten to death by you. Isn't it normal for him to faint?" Scram! Lin Feng kicked Xianxia down. The people of the Great Void Temple rushed into the sky and caught Xianxia. The Great Void Temple also had an ancestor-level expert overseeing it. At this moment, this ancestor-level powerhouse's face was as gloomy as water. He said with a gloomy face, "Which one of you is going to take care of that brat and restore the reputation of the Great Void Temple? After we return, I will record this as a great merit." There were still a few outstanding cultivators from the Great Void Temple. There was even one person who entered the prodigy roll 2,000 years ago and was ranked 97th. But now, these people were all gloomy and did not say anything. No one stood out either. Lin Feng's methods really frightened everyone. It would be fine if he could defeat Lin Feng. What if he couldn't win? Would he end up like Xianxia, being beaten half to death in front of so many people? How could he survive in the world of cultivators in the future? At that time, he would definitely become the topic of conversation for countless people. He would become the laughingstock of countless people. Therefore, they did not have absolute confidence in defeating Lin Feng. No one was willing to provoke Lin Feng at this time. Seeing that none of the disciples dared to accept the challenge, the ancestor of the Great Void Temple could not help but be so angry that his face turned ashen. But in the end, he could only sigh. Calm down now. Think about it carefully. He could also understand the thoughts of these disciples. Challenging Lin Feng now was indeed not a wise move. After Lin Feng rested for 15 minutes. The arena challenge. It continued. But no one dared to challenge him. The rest of the arenas were filled with people. They were all in the midst of fierce battles. His arena was the only one that was different. He was the only one standing there, bored to death. Lin Feng was powerful. His methods could not be described as cruel. They could only be described as shameless. If they were defeated in a normal battle, many people would not hesitate to challenge Lin Feng. But the key was that everyone was worried that if they were defeated, they would end up like Xianxia. Humans need face, trees need bark. In life, many people regarded face as extremely important. If they encountered something like Xianxia, it was even worse than killing them. That was why no one dared to challenge Lin Feng when he was guarding the battle arena. This guy is happy to be free. Holy Ancestor Tianlong said. Old Mother Phoenix said with a bitter smile. This kid is really. Old Mother Phoenix realized that it was difficult for her to find a specific word to describe Lin Feng. The red world fairy rubbed the space between her eyebrows as she felt a headache. The person whose fate had intertwined with hers. His tribulation taker. What kind of character was this guy? The red world fairy thought for a while and said. Scourge. Old Mother Phoenix immediately nodded and said. That's right. He is a scourge. A complete scourge. This word is too appropriate. Lin Feng took out a chair, a table, and brewed a pot of tea. Then, he tasted the spirit tea. At the same time, he admired the battles in the various arenas. He saw Lin Feng leisurely sitting with his legs crossed and sipping the spirit tea in the arena. Many people could not help but smile bitterly. What kind of weirdo was this guy? Little Feng, you're awesome. Someone shouted loudly. Lin Feng realized that it was Fatso. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. Little Donkey shouted as if he was greeting Lin Feng. Lin Feng waved at Fatso and Little Donkey. Brother Scum, you're famous now, the disciples of the Reincarnation Immortal sect said with a bitter smile. Back then, Lin Feng had caused public anger in the Reincarnation Immortal sect. He had taken away Xia Shiyun, Bai Yusen, and Namgong Qiming. Moreover, the three fairies had stayed in the barren mountain where Lin Feng lived for a month before they were released. Who knew what had happened in the past month? Lin Feng's reputation as a scum had spread throughout the Reincarnation Immortal sect. In the past, he was only a scourge to our sect. Now, he's stirring up trouble. In the future, he'll be a headache for the major forces. Someone else said. This disciple's words resonated with everyone. He used to be such a good kid. However, after following Lord Tortoise, he's been led astray. Xianxia, the patriarch of the Reincarnation Immortal sect, said helplessly. Back then, they had failed to get Lord Tortoise to take him away. Later on, they contacted the sect leader. However, the sect leader did not allow them to snatch Lord Tortoise's disciple. After all, Lord Tortoise was the most senior person in the Reincarnation Immortal sect. Although Lord Tortoise often did things that were difficult for them to accept. However, they could only suppress their dissatisfaction. Moreover, in a sense, Lord Tortoise was the guardian of the Reincarnation Immortal sect. Gongziyu, Lin Feng, who was drinking tea on the battle stage, couldn't help but narrow his eyes. He unexpectedly saw an old acquaintance. The son of the heavenly demon emperor. Gongziyu. He had come to the 9 prefectures as well. Gongziyu could be considered Lin Feng's old rival. Lin Feng's reincarnation demon palace was snatched from Gongziyu's hands. As the son of the heavenly demon emperor, Gongziyu had been sealed for a long time. Now that he could see the light of day again, no one could stop his rise. Now, this guy was quite bold. He swaggered into the land of the 9 states and even came to the Red World Fairy's birthday banquet. Was he not afraid that others would kill him? Many people hated the heavenly demon clan. Therefore, if someone really wanted to kill Gongziyu, Lin Feng wouldn't be surprised. Of course, Gongziyu had many experts following him. Moreover, Gongziyu had the magic lotus on him. His methods were extremely strange. It wouldn't be easy to kill him. Gongziyu deliberately hid his aura. He probably didn't want to expose his identity as a heavenly demon. At this moment, Gongziyu had also stepped onto a stage. He was fighting with a cultivator. He didn't use the inheritance of the heavenly demon clan, nor did he display any powerful strength. He won by a narrow margin with one move. This guy is pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger. Lin Feng couldn't help but roll his eyes. Gongziyu obviously wanted to keep a low profile. After all, the identity of a heavenly demon was quite sensitive. After defeating his first opponent, Gongziyu suddenly heard someone calling him from afar. Gongziyu turned around and saw Lin Feng. Why are you here in the land of the 9 states? Lin Feng looked at Gongziyu with a smile that didn't look like a smile. Gongziyu couldn't help but roll his eyes. Am I close to you? We are enemies, okay, now, you actually came over to greet me so shamelessly. Those who didn't know would think that they were old friends reunited. Gongziyu simply ignored Lin Feng. Lin Feng pointed at Gongziyu and shouted, "Everyone, this guy is Tian." Gongziyu was furious. He had worked so hard to hide his identity, but was he going to be exposed by that bastard Lin Feng? Is there a problem with me coming to the 9 prefectures? Lin Feng replied with a smile, of course, no problem. When you're free, use the magic lotus to sense the location of that bastard Mose Tianzuan's the magic lotus. I'm going to kill him and take his the magic lotus. The magic lotus could sense each other. Therefore, Gongzi Yu's the magic lotus could indeed sense the location of Mose Tianzuan's the magic lotus. However, after hearing Lin Feng's words, Gongzi Yu suddenly had the urge to punch Lin Feng to death. The magic lotus was their heavenly demon clan's sacred artifact. Okay, this guy actually wanted him to help him find the location of the magic lotus. He even said that he was going to take away the sacred artifact of the heavenly demon clan right in front of him. How could there be such a shameless person in this world? You don't agree? Lin Feng smiled at Gongzi Yu. Seeing Lin Feng's threatening gaze, Gongzi Yu sneered. Gongzi Yu gnashed his teeth in anger and said coldly, I didn't say I didn't agree. Happy cooperation. Lin Feng said with a smile. Happy my ass. Gongzi Yu couldn't help but curse in his heart. He realized that it was only when he was facing Lin Feng. That was why he was so angry that he lost his composure. Since Gongzi Yu had agreed, Lin Feng wasn't worried that Gongzi Yu would go back on his word. Although Gongzi Yu was a heavenly demon, Gongzi Yu was a person who kept his promises. Sometimes, the enemy often understood his enemy very well. Therefore, Lin Feng knew Gongzi Yu very well. And Gongzi Yu. He also knew Lin Feng very well. Soon, another person came up to challenge Gongzi Yu. This kind of battle was too easy for Gongzi Yu. On the other side, Fatso also went up to the arena. Fatso joined the Reincarnation Immortal sect together with Lin Feng. Lin Feng had never seen through Fatso. Fatso was full of secrets. And Fatso's cultivation was also very powerful. Just as Lin Feng had guessed, this guy easily defeated one of his opponents. The battles on the various arenas were still ongoing. Lin Feng saw many familiar people, such as young Master Hanshan and the others from the Reincarnation Immortal sect. And Xia Shiyun and the others. They were all the saints and saintesses of the Reincarnation Immortal sect and were very powerful. It wasn't particularly difficult for them to defeat their opponents. In addition, Lin Feng also saw young Master Huangquan, young Master Ming, young Master Xiaoyu, and the others go up to the arena. He also saw Qinwu people, young experts from the Evil Dragon Palace, and other forces go up to the arena. Of course, Lin Feng knew very few cultivators. Most of them. He didn't know them. The battle was very intense. From time to time, the top experts of the younger generation would meet each other. Then, an intense battle would unfold. From time to time, there would be waves of exciting cheers. So many experts were engaged in such an intense battle, mainly because there were too few spots. There were only 1,000 spots. To fight for a spot. Many people went all out. Only Lin Feng's arena remained unchallenged. Even some of the top experts didn't want to provoke Lin Feng. They weren't afraid of Lin Feng. The most important thing now was to get a spot. Of course, the best choice was to get a spot at the lowest price. Therefore, there was no need to challenge Lin Feng, a ruthless person. Even if they defeated Lin Feng, they would probably suffer great losses. In the end, someone might take advantage of them. There were also some cultivators who weren't confident of defeating Lin Feng. Thinking of how Lin Feng had beaten Si Kongyun half to death, they were even less willing to provoke Lin Feng. As for those cultivators who knew that their strength wasn't enough to threaten Lin Feng, they didn't even think about challenging Lin Feng. Therefore, after Lin Feng defeated Gu Daniu and Si Kongyun, no one came to challenge him again until the end of the arena challenge. Therefore, he basically watched others fight for 3 days. Lin Feng naturally wasn't just watching the show. When he watched some experts fight, he would also ponder deeply. Watching experts fight can often give him some inspiration in cultivation. This was also the reason why so many cultivators liked to watch others fight. Not only to watch the show, but the biggest reason was that it was also helpful for their own cultivation. Dong, 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 with the sound of 3 gongs and drums. The arena challenge officially ended. Cheers could be heard from many of the arenas. Because those cultivators who successfully defended the arena, they all got the opportunity to enter the Hongjun training hall. Many people were exhausted after a series of fierce battles. They knew how difficult it was to get this opportunity. You winners can cultivate in the Hongjun Training Hall for a month. There are many ancient Daos in the Hongjun Training Hall. If you can comprehend them, you will benefit greatly. The Red World Fairy looked at the 1,000 winners. Many people were extremely excited. First, there was Hongjun Training Hall. Grand Supreme Elderly Lord, Primeval Lord of Heaven, Pangu, and Tongtian sect leader were all Hongjuan's disciples. It was obvious. Hongjuan's inheritance was so terrifying. The rise of the Red World Fairy was closely related to Hongjuan's orthodoxy. Naturally, everyone was looking forward to it. The Red World Fairy waved her right hand. A huge vortex appeared in the sky. Let's go. One by one, the cultivators who had successfully passed the trial flew towards the huge whirlpool. Whoosh, a light flashed. Everyone who had rushed into the vortex disappeared without a trace. And these people, obviously, they had all entered the Hongjun Dao field to cultivate. And King said, everyone, there will be a fleet to send everyone out today. Of course, everyone can choose to stay in the Red Dust Immortal sect for a few more days. Then let's stay for a few more days. It's not bad to admire the beauties of the Red Dust Immortal sect. A cultivator said with a smile. However, most cultivators chose to leave. Is this the Hongjun Dao field? Lin Feng looked at the huge Dao field in front of him. There was a platform in the depths of the Dao field. There was an ancient statue built there. It was the image of a Daoist. He had the demeanor of an immortal and was extraordinary. Lin Feng guessed that the Daoist was Daoist Hongjun. Although Taoism was not founded by Daoist Hongjun, it was founded by his 3 disciples. However, Taoism kept splitting later on. First, it split into Ren School, Chan School, and Jia School. Then, many sects were split into many sections. For example, the Great Void Temple, Mount Longhu, and other forces were all branches of Taoism. In fact, it was not just these forces. Strictly speaking, countless forces were related to Taoism. That was because Taoism was the first sect created after the creation of the world. As Taoism continued to split, some of the forces that split up only practiced mystical abilities and did not learn Tao. Therefore, they gradually left the jurisdiction of Taoism. In fact, strictly speaking, many forces were inextricably linked to Taoism. What a dense aura of Tao! Sensing the aura of the great Tao that filled the air, many people exclaimed. Listen, it seems to be the sound of the heavenly Tao resonating. Suddenly, someone said. Everyone listened carefully. As expected, they heard the sound of the heavenly Tao resonating. This caused everyone to be extremely shocked. The Hongjun Dao field was indeed a holy land for cultivation. The sound of the resonance of heaven and earth resounded throughout the world. The concept of Tao enveloped all directions. If one obtained an opportunity here, it would definitely benefit them for the rest of their lives. Ancestor Hongjun, please let this junior have an epiphany. Many cultivators knelt down and bowed to Daoist Hongjun's statue. After bowing to Daoist Hongjun, they stood up. Then, they found a place that they thought was good. They sat down cross-legged and began cultivating. Lin Feng didn't stop at the square. Because the Hongjun Dao field was very big, there was more than one place to comprehend the Dao. He had enmity with the Qinwu people and the evil dragon palace. It was better to find a secluded place to comprehend the Dao. If he were to comprehend the Dao on the square, it would be terrible if they were ambushed by these forces. The forest was vast. Lin Feng shuttled through the forest at high speed. Suddenly, he saw a chinchilla. The chinchilla was about 1 meter long. This was also a mutated species of heaven and earth. His body was like a cat's, but it had dragon horns. What surprised Lin Feng was that the chinchilla was actually sitting cross-legged. He was meditating and comprehending the Tao. He did not disturb the chinchilla. Lin Feng went to many places. He wanted to find a good place to practice cultivation. He also saw many ferocious beasts. The spirit beasts here were all sitting cross-legged in meditation, comprehending the heavenly Tao. Later, Lin Feng met a beautiful female cultivator. The female cultivator was wearing a snow-white dress. She was chasing a few spirit deer in the forest. She didn't look very old. She was about 17 or 18 years old. She was delicate and cute. When the female cultivator saw Lin Feng, she couldn't help but snort. She said unhappily, "Everyone else is comprehending the Tao. Why are you running around?" Lin Feng said. "Aren't you running around too?" The female cultivator said, "I'm different from you. This is my master's Tao field. I'm cultivating here." Lin Feng was surprised. Judging from the female cultivator's words, she seemed to be the Red World Fairy's disciple. Lin Feng cupped his fists and said with a smile, "I'm Lin Feng, a disciple of the Reincarnation Immortal sect. How should I address you, junior sister?" "Buying you," the girl said. "So it's junior sister Bai. I'm looking for a place to cultivate, but I haven't found it yet. I wonder if junior sister Bai can take me to an excellent place to cultivate?" Lin Feng said with a smile. "I know of a very special place, but why should I take you there?" Bai Yu snorted. Said Lin Feng. "Everybody loves Sister Bai, she's smart, she's beautiful, and she's kind. How could she refuse me?" said Lin Feng. Bai Yu blushed slightly and said, "Am I as good as you say?" Bai Yu was still young. Moreover, she was cultivating by the Red World Fairy's side. She didn't know much about the world. When she heard Lin Feng praising her like this, she felt embarrassed. Lin Feng said, "My words just now can't describe junior sister Bai. A woman like junior sister Bai should only exist in the heavens. How many times can there be in the mortal world?" Bai Yu blushed and said, "Senior brother, you flatter me. Actually, I'm not as good as you say. Since senior brother is looking for a place to cultivate, then please follow me." When Bai Yu heard Lin Feng praising her, her impression of Lin Feng skyrocketed. Which woman didn't like to be praised? Moreover, Bai Yu was only a 17-year-old girl. Naturally, she was also vain. Bai Yu led the way while Lin Feng followed behind her. The demon lord said speechlessly, "Is it really okay to deceive such a naive girl?" Lin Feng rolled his eyes and transmitted, "Nonsense, when did I deceive junior sister Bai? Junior sister Bai is like a pure fairy, hard to find in the mortal world." The demon lord said in a strange tone, "No wonder you've provoked so many women. You're really universal. It seems like every time you see a beautiful woman, you praise them from the bottom of your heart and don't flatter them just to get them into your bed. I really admire you." Lin Feng could naturally hear the sarcasm in the demon lord's words. He was too lazy to respond to the demon lord. Bai Yu brought Lin Feng into an ancient forest that was filled with restrictions and danger. Bai Yu said, "This is a forbidden place. It's a place where my master used to practice. I see that senior brother's requirements for a place to practice are quite strict, so I brought you here to practice. However, it's more difficult to have an epiphany in this place." Lin Feng said, "Thank you, junior sister. Whether or not I can gain enlightenment, as long as I work hard, I won't regret it." Bai Yu nodded. The two of them passed through many restrictions. A huge mountain range appeared in their line of sight. Bai Yu soared into the sky and flew toward the depths of the mountain range. Lin Feng followed closely behind. Finally, the two of them landed on the peak of the main mountain. Looking into the distance, a sea of clouds lingered. Mountains and steep ridges. The scenery was beautiful. His mood seemed to have become a lot better. That is. Suddenly, Lin Feng's pupil shrank. It was a stone man. Now, the stone man was sitting cross-legged, looking at the sea of clouds. This shocked Lin Feng. How could there be a stone man here, in the Stone Clan? The Stone Clan was definitely one of the top stone clans. And the strength of the Stone Clan was needless to say. Stone man. Lin Feng's voice became serious. At this time, Bai Yu said, "You don't have to worry, it hasn't been born yet." "You mean, it's still a stone man in the process of being born?" Lin Feng said in shock. "Yes. According to Master, when she obtained the Hongjun Dao field, this stone man was already here, looking at the sea of clouds and comprehending the heavenly Dao. So later, Master sat here with the stone man and comprehended together." Bai Yu said. Lin Feng was very surprised, he didn't expect there to be such a story. He walked towards the stone man and carefully looked at it. He saw that the stone man was sitting cross-legged, holding a flower with both hands, like a Buddhist monk, comprehending the heavenly Tao. Lin Feng couldn't help but touch his chin. This stone man was really extraordinary. It shocked and moved him. He put his hand on the stone man's body. Thump, 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 Lin Feng was shocked. Because he could actually hear the sound of a heartbeat. This made him very moved. Its vitality is very strong. Bai Yingyu said. Lin Feng nodded. This stone man's vitality was indeed very strong, its heartbeat was very strong. He didn't know if it was because it was about to wake up. You can stay here and cultivate. I'm going out. I don't want to stay here. Bai Yingyu said. Junior sister, take care. Lin Feng waved at Bai Yingyu. Soon, he knew why Bai Yingyu didn't want to stay here. Because the stone man's hands were moving. The stone man's hands seemed to be changing seals. Seeing this scene, Lin Feng was so scared that he almost ran away. But fortunately, he still calmed his mind. Although the stone man was about to awaken, he had not fully awakened. At this stage, he should not be a threat. Seeing the stone man stop moving after changing the spell, Lin Feng was finally able to breathe a sigh of relief. He sat cross-legged beside the stone man and closed his eyes to comprehend the great Tao. Boom, suddenly. Lin Feng immediately sensed a destructive force approaching him. It enveloped him within. That power. It was simply suffocating. Despicable creature, who are you? Suddenly, a loud shout resounded. Lin Feng opened his eyes. Then, he saw a stone golem standing above him. Now, the stone golem's cold gaze was fixed on him. Has the stone man woken up? Lin Feng's face revealed an aghast expression. The stone man had awakened. To him, it was bound to be catastrophic. Lin Feng wanted to escape, but to his horror, he discovered something. His body had actually been imprisoned. Despicable creature, you dare to trespass on my cultivation grounds. You deserve to die. Suddenly, the stone man let out a cold roar. Rumble. The stone man stretched out his large hand and attacked Lin Feng. Lin Feng's face revealed a horrified expression. This was because when the stone golem attacked, he felt a dense aura of death enveloping his body. That feeling was simply too terrible. It was a feeling that was enough to make one's spirit collapse instantly. But soon, Lin Feng felt that something was wrong. The stone man's awakening was too sudden. Moreover, the stone man's aura seemed to be off. It was far worse than what he had imagined. Although the stone man gave Lin Feng a feeling that it was very powerful, it lacked the stone man's domineering aura of fighting against the heavens and earth. Illusion. Lin Feng's expression darkened. He hurriedly activated Luya's stargazing chart. Suddenly, the stone man in front of him disappeared without a trace. When Lin Feng opened his eyes, he discovered. He sat cross-legged next to the stone man, but the stone man didn't move at all. My will almost collapsed. This stone man is really evil. It can actually affect my mind. If it was someone else just now, I'm afraid that their will would have collapsed and they would have died from qi deviation. Lin Feng couldn't help but take a deep breath. The stone man was really too strange. Too terrifying. Fortunately, the stone man didn't wake up. After he calmed down, he continued to close his eyes and began to comprehend here. Time passed slowly. Lin Feng was gradually immersed in a mysterious and profound state of mind. He felt as if he had turned into a stone statue that would remain motionless since ancient times. Watching the sea of clouds every day. In the sea of clouds, there was a Tao that he needed. The Tao in the sea of clouds. It could help him wake up. Time passed slowly like this. Finally, one day, Lin Feng found that his body could move. However, at this stage, only his hand could move. The rest of his body couldn't move. Immediately after, it was another long time. Perhaps it was a year. Perhaps it was 10 years. Perhaps it was 100 years. Perhaps it was 1,000 years. Perhaps it was 10,000 years. Perhaps it was 1,000,000 years, 10 million years, hundreds of millions of years. Perhaps it was even longer. Lin Feng found that he had lost track of time. And after such a long time, he could finally move. This was a body formed from stone. When the body stood up, it was already too late. It turned into a body of flesh and blood. Vaguely, he suddenly heard someone muttering to himself. After cultivating for hundreds of millions of years, the flesh and blood turned into Stone Man. The Stone Man watched the sea of clouds. If the flesh and blood were born, then it would be reincarnation. If the reincarnation appeared, then it would be eternal life. When he heard this voice, Lin Feng was very shocked. He could vaguely understand the meaning of this sentence. After cultivating for hundreds of millions of years, the flesh and blood turned into a Stone Man. The Stone Man sat here and watched the sea of clouds. If one day, my body turned from Stone Man to flesh and blood, this would be a new reincarnation. And at this time, I would be able to obtain eternal life. Although the words were short. Although the content was also very short. But the contents of the book were too shocking. Eternal life was a fleeting legend. It was said that even immortals couldn't live forever. And this sentence contained some information about eternal life. What Lin Feng found most difficult to understand was that the flesh and blood turned into Stone Man. Some powerful Stone Man, after cultivating, might be able to take on the appearance of a human. But that was only the appearance of a human. Their bodies were still made of stone. Powerful cultivators could also transform into Stone Man, but this was only a transformation technique. Their bodies were still flesh and blood. So, this sentence contained too many things that Lin Feng felt puzzled. The divine picture appears, the cultivation method comes out, the Stone Man watches the sea of clouds. With a thought, he can become an immortal, with a thought, he can become a demon. At this time, another voice resounded in Lin Feng's mind. The ethereal voice resounded in Lin Feng's mind. Then, Lin Feng felt a huge amount of information surging into his mind. This information almost caused his mind to split open. There was too much information contained in this information, and it gave him a splitting headache. The intense pain soon disappeared. Lin Feng took a deep breath and used his divine will to invade the information he had obtained. Lin Feng found out. This information turned out to be a cultivation technique. This cultivation technique was called the Sea Watching Scripture. There was also an introduction to the Sea Watching Scripture. The Sea Watching Scripture was divided into two parts. The upper part of the Sea Watching Stone Man could become an immortal or a demon with a single thought. It only introduced the upper part of the Sea Watching Scripture, not the lower part. This was because this was only the first half of the Sea Watching Scripture. The first half of the Sea Watching Scripture was equivalent to a quasi-immortal technique. If one could obtain the second half of the Sea Watching Scripture, it would be equivalent to an immortal technique. After reading this introduction, Lin Feng took a deep breath. Quasi-immortal technique? Immortal technique, the Sea Watching Scripture was so extraordinary. It's a pity that I only have the first half of the Sea Watching Scripture. Lin Feng could not help but mutter regretfully. However, although he only had the first half of the Sea Watching Scripture, this half of the Sea Watching Scripture was equivalent to a quasi-immortal technique. It surpassed an emperor technique. Its power would be extremely terrifying. I'll cultivate the first half of the Sea Watching Scripture successfully. I'll look for the second half of the Sea Watching Scripture in the future. Lin Feng made up his mind. Suddenly, a powerful energy wrapped around his body. Is it time? Lin Feng was a little speechless. He did not expect to spend almost a month in seclusion this time. However, the only thing he was thankful for was that he had comprehended the Sea Watching Scripture in time. If he had not comprehended it, he would have had to leave the Hongjun training hall. He would have missed the Sea Watching Scripture. Whoosh, there was a flash of light. Lin Feng realized he was already outside, but he wasn't in the Hongqian celestial sect. This was the periphery of the space-time reversal sea region. From afar, one could see the space-time reversal storm raging in the space-time reversal sea region. Surrounded by the boundless sea, there was no one but Lin Feng himself. The Red World Fairy must have deliberately sent the cultivators who entered the Hongjun Taoist Hall out, and they appeared in different places. The Red World Fairy is really thoughtful. She sent them to different places. Even if there were cultivators who had designs on them, they would have no choice but to give up now. Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter. Lin Feng was flying above the boundless sea. Now, he had two plans. The first plan was to return to the mainland and go to the evil Gu sect. He hoped to find a way to neutralize Ling Dia's heart-biting Gu. His second plan was to establish his own forces in the overseas world. The overseas world was so huge. There were countless powerful cultivators. As long as he was willing to pay the price, he would definitely be able to form a powerful force. Moreover, as long as they were successful, he wouldn't even need to recruit them. There would definitely be many overseas rogue cultivators coming to join him. Everyone knew that it was better to lean against a big tree for shade. The demon lord seemed to know what Lin Feng was thinking and said, "The evil Gu sect is an evil force. With your current strength, you'll be courting death if you go to the evil Gu sect. Not only will you not be able to save Liang Dai, but you'll also die. If you want a force like the evil Gu sect to agree to help you, there's only one way, and that is to be strong enough. Even if they're unwilling to help you, they'll have to consider whether it's worth offending you." Lin Feng nodded. He already understood what the demon lord wanted to say. The most important thing now was to establish his own force. It was impossible to go to the evil Gu sect alone. This force was too powerful. If he went, he probably wouldn't be able to come out alive. He had to go. He had to bring a group of experts with him. He had to go in a mighty manner. He had to let the evil Gu sect know the power he had. Where should I go in the boundless sea? Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter to himself. You can ask that little mermaid, the demon lord said. Myriad Star Island was located at the intersection of the Southern Immortal Sea, the Spacetime Reversal Sea, and the Returning Ruin Sea. This island was incomparably huge, and it was an important port for entering and exiting the three seas. It was also a very famous gathering place for itinerant cultivators on the sea. Countless powerful itinerant cultivators gathered here. And now, Lin Feng and Naza had arrived at Myriad Star Island. Naza had been here once before, so she still had some memories of many places. Oceanids could be seen everywhere on Myriad Star Island. Myriad Star Island had all kinds of people. Humans, Yao, Devil, Oceanids, and so on. They could all be seen on Myriad Star Island. There are many factions on Myriad Star Island, and these factions are all formed by itinerant cultivators. It's said that there are hundreds of factions of various sizes. We can ask around at the all-knowing pavilion for more details. Naza said. Lin Feng nodded. Every time one arrived at a place, it was very important to know the division of factions in that place. Lin Feng and Naza walked toward the all-knowing pavilion. The all-knowing pavilion had a wide range of sources of information. They could find out many secrets. Of course, the prerequisite was that one had enough money. This world was just so cruel. Without money, it was simply impossible to move an inch. Lin Feng and Naza arrived at the all-knowing pavilion together. They stayed at the all-knowing pavilion for 2 hours. Only then did the two of them leave. Then, Lin Feng and Naza looked for a place to stay. Lin Feng booked a courtyard in the Myriad Star Inn's Buyuan district. Bang bang bang. Not long after, there was a knock on the door. Naza went to open the door. She saw a slightly wretched-looking fatso standing outside. Who are you? What's the matter? Naza asked suspiciously. Fatso said, I am the person in charge of this Buyuan district. I would like to see your young master. Come in. Lin Feng's voice came from inside. Naza led this fatso into the living room and poured 2 cups of tea. Seeing Fatso's hesitant look, Lin Feng knew that this fatso had some things that he couldn't say in front of Naza. Lin Feng said, Naza, go to the room and see if there is anything dirty. Clean it carefully. Naza nodded obediently and went to the 2nd floor. Lin Feng said, if you have something to say, then say it. Young master, there will be an auction tonight. There will be several top-quality women being auctioned. Fatso said. This kind of thing happened everywhere. Naza was bought by Lin Feng at the auction. Those who could live here were either rich or noble. Therefore, Fatso came to ask Lin Feng. If they could help the auction house attract customers, they would get a commission. Lin Feng was not interested in this kind of auction. He said indifferently, "Forget about this kind of thing. I am not interested." Fatso said, "Young master, those women are not simple. One of them has the water spirit body, two of them have the Yin spirit body, and two of them have the ice spirit body." Lin Feng was slightly shocked. These were the three great dual cultivation physiques in the world of cultivators. If he were to dual cultivate with such women, his cultivation would advance by leaps and bounds. "Where's the auction going to be held?" Lin Feng asked. "If you want to go, there'll be a carriage coming to pick you up tonight," Fatso said. "All right," Lin Feng said. "Then I won't disturb you any longer." Fatso stood up and left. After waiting for Fatso to leave, Lin Feng walked towards his room and found that Naza was actually cleaning it. This girl was too naive. "Brother Lin, you're done with your discussion," Naza said. Lin Feng nodded and smiled. "I'll bring you to a place tonight. Get ready, we'll be heading out for dinner." Nazar nodded obediently and went back to her room to dress up. Not long after, Lin Feng and Naza went out. They chose a restaurant and ordered a table full of dishes. Bei and the dragon rabbit, these two greedy little cats, couldn't help but fly out of the mountain river ring. They started eating meat and drinking wine. The two of them drank until they couldn't even stand straight. Lin Feng wanted to ask the four holy birds and the soul-devouring beast if they wanted to come out and enjoy the food. The four holy birds were in seclusion, and the soul-devouring beast wasn't interested in the food. To the soul-devouring beast, souls were the most delicious things. After having a good meal, Lin Feng and Na Zha went back to their residence. There was already a carriage waiting for them outside. Fatso was waiting there as well. When he saw Lin Feng and Naza return, he smiled and said, "Young master, the carriage is ready. When will you be leaving?" "Let's go now," Lin Feng said. He then got on the carriage with Naza. "Young master, take care." Fatso waved his hand. The carriage driver drove the carriage away. "Brother Lin, where are we going?" Naza asked. "The auction house," Lin Feng said. Naza's eyes lit up. "I heard that many treasures will appear at the auction house. I haven't been there yet. I'll be able to broaden my horizons today." Lin Feng said, "It's not an auction house for auctioning items, but an auction house for the auctioneer." "Huh?" Naza's pretty face turned pale with fright. She recalled the scene of her being auctioned off in the past, and her body trembled slightly. Lin Feng rubbed Nazar's head and said, "Don't be afraid. With me around, no one can hurt you." Naza nodded and moved closer to Lin Feng. Lin Feng could even smell the fragrance coming from Naza's body. Soon, they arrived at the auction house. This auction house was called the Blackstone Auction House. People came and went, and it was bustling with noise and excitement. Lin Feng and Nazar got off the carriage and walked towards the auction house. A mermaid!" someone exclaimed in surprise. It was a man who looked to be around 30 years old. He wore a golden robe and had more than 20 attendants by his side. Moreover, each of them had a beautiful woman in their arms. After seeing Naza, the man couldn't take his eyes off her. "Young master, aren't we beautiful?" The two beauties were jealous, and they started to act coquettishly. "Compared to a mermaid, you two are just ordinary women." The man pushed away the two beauties in his arms. Lin Feng was rather surprised. Naza was in human form, yet this man could still tell that she was a mermaid. The man's eyes were very sharp. Naza could feel the naked desire in the man's eyes. Naza was so frightened that her face turned pale. She hid behind Lin Feng. "This little mermaid is your servant? Name a price." "How much?" the man asked in an unquestionable tone. "Scram," Lin Feng said coldly. The man was slightly stunned, and then he became angry. He said coldly, "Kid, do you know who I am? How dare you talk to me like that? Are you tired of living? Who are you?" Lin Feng asked indifferently. "Tell him who I am." The man sneered. One of the servants behind him said arrogantly, "Our young master is the whale gang's young master, Zhang Zilong." "Never heard of you," Lin Feng said indifferently. Zhang Zilong had been sneering at Lin Feng, hoping to see a look of fear on Lin Feng's face. Then, he would threaten the kid. That way, the little mermaid would be his. Zhang Zilong's plan was perfect. But who would have thought, the plan was perfect, but reality was cruel. When Lin Feng said, "I've never heard of him," Zhang Zilong's mouth twitched violently. In Zhang Zilong's eyes, Lin Feng was mocking him on purpose. A cold light flashed in Zhang Zilong's eyes. The whale gang was ranked 12th on Myriad Stars Island. They had over 10,000 members, and they were very powerful. That was why Zhang Zilong had taken advantage of the whale gang's reputation to kidnap women and commit all sorts of atrocities. He had done many heartless things. However, no one dared to say anything. The whale gang was too powerful. Ordinary people couldn't afford to offend them. Zhang Zilong was a notorious thug on Myriad Stars Island. Everyone feared him. But today, Zhang Zilong felt an unprecedented rage. Because in his opinion, Lin Feng was provoking him. "You reckless fool. Break this kid's legs and throw him out. Send the little beauty back to me. I'll enjoy her when I get back," Zhang Zilong ordered. "Yes, young master." Zhang Zilong's servants hurriedly responded, then surrounded Lin Feng. Clearly, he had done this before. He had long since gotten used to it. Who knew how many times he had done it? "Look, isn't that Zhang Zilong? Who is that kid?" He actually offended Zhang Zilong. He's doomed. Offending Zhang Zilong on Myriad Stars Island won't end well. There were all kinds of people going in and out of the auction house. Many people recognized Zhang Zilong. When they saw Zhang Zilong's subordinates surround Lin Feng, they immediately began to discuss. Clearly, no one was optimistic about Lin Feng's chances. Many people guessed that Lin Feng had just arrived on Myriad Stars Island, so he didn't know who Zhang Zilong was. That was why he offended Zhang Zilong. In many people's eyes, Lin Feng had offended Zhang Zilong. He was doomed. Zhang Zilong was a notorious thug. What kind of heartless things hadn't he done? In the past, he had even raped a man's wife in front of her husband. He was worse than a beast. But who told Zhang Zilong to have such a powerful backer? He still lived a carefree life. Just when everyone thought that Lin Feng was doomed, everyone was shocked to see Lin Feng stepped forward, a powerful aura emanating from his body. Thump, 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 Lin Feng walked towards Zhang Zilong step by step. Zhang Zilong's guards couldn't bear the powerful aura emanating from Lin Feng's body and all knelt on the ground. Heavens, how is this possible? What's that kid's cultivation? Many people couldn't help but cry out in alarm, their faces filled with shock. Lin Feng hadn't even made a move. He'd only released his aura. So many experts couldn't bear it and knelt on the ground. After all, among the kneeling guards, there were 7 or 8 divine flame cultivators. Among independent cultivators, divine flame cultivators were considered experts. Lin Feng had used his aura to suppress so many experts. How strong did he have to be to do that? Could it be a true divinity realm cultivator? That kid is so young, but he's already a true god. He shouldn't be an independent cultivator. He's probably from a major faction. That's right. He's most likely a disciple of a major faction who's passing through Myriad Stars Island. This is interesting. I wonder how that kid will deal with Zhang Zilong. Zhang Zilong might not be a good person, but he's the only son of the whale gang's leader. If he touches him, he'll have a complete falling out with the whale gang. Even a powerful dragon can't suppress a local snake. Many people were discussing the matter. They didn't lower their voices, as if deliberately letting Lin Feng hear them. They were using this method to tell Lin Feng not to touch Zhang Zilong. Once Zhang Zilong was touched, it would be a huge disaster. Lin Feng was grateful for the warning. However, Lin Feng didn't plan on letting Zhang Zilong off. What the hell, how dare he try to touch the woman by my side, he really doesn't know the difference between life and death. You, what do you want? Let me tell you, my father is the leader of the whale gang, a famous faction on Myriad Stars Island. He's a peak expert on Myriad Stars Island, a celestial god. If you dare touch me, you'll be finished. No one will be able to save you then. Zhang Zilong threatened. He wanted to use his father to scare Lin Feng away. A celestial god? Lin Feng sneered. Even if your father comes, I can still crush him. When he heard Lin Feng's arrogant words, Zhang Zilong was stunned. Zhang Zilong suddenly became speechless. The people who were watching the show were also stunned. The corner of his mouth twitched violently. Wasn't this guy too arrogant? He actually dared to say that he could crush a heavenly god powerhouse to death. Bragging didn't cost money. You can brag as much as you want, right? Kid, who do you think you are? You actually dare to say such reckless words? Zhang Zilong glared at Lin Feng. A mere heavenly god is nothing to me. Even if an ancestor-level cultivator comes, I can still kill them. Lin Feng said indifferently. Many people began to wail. Big brother. Can you please stop bragging? In the eyes of the surrounding people, Lin Feng was simply too good at bragging. They had never seen someone as good at bragging as Lin Feng. Zhang Zilong said with a gloomy look, you do have some strength, but you've gone too far. This was the Myriad Stars Island. If you're a dragon, you should be coiled up. If you're a tiger, you should be lying on the ground. Puff, as soon as Zhang Zilong finished speaking, a tearing sound was heard. Ah! Zhang Zilong couldn't help but let out a miserable cry. The tendon of Zhang Zilong's right leg was directly cut off by Lin Feng. Puff, a second tearing sound was heard. Zhang Zilong's left leg's tendon was also cut off. Zhang Zilong fell to the ground. Puff. Puff, next, 2 more tearing sounds were heard in succession. The tendons on Zhang Zilong's arms were also cut off by Lin Feng. Blood kept gushing out. Everyone looked at Lin Feng in shock. No one had expected this. Lin Feng actually cut off Zhang Zilong's tendons. What was the difference between this and crippling Zhang Zilong? A devilish smile appeared on Lin Feng's face. He looked at Zhang Zilong and said with a smile, how dare a trash like you offend me? Normally, you would be a dead man. But for a scum like you, killing you is too easy. I should cripple you. That's the biggest punishment for you. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Feng raised his right hand. Another sword energy swept out. This time, it swept directly between Zhang Zilong's legs. Puff, a tearing sound was heard. Blood splattered. Ah! Zhang Zilong let out a miserable cry. At that moment, many male cultivators who were watching the show couldn't help but clamp their legs together. Everyone looked at Lin Feng as if they were looking at a devil. Zhang Zilong was actually not finished after being crippled. He actually made Zhang Zilong unable to be a man. However, many people felt very satisfied. This Zhang Zilong made many people gnash their teeth in hatred. Who knew how many people wanted nothing more than to tear him to shreds? However, Zhang Zilong was backed by the whale gang. Who dared to offend him? Now that Zhang Zilong was crippled, the rest of his life would be worse than death. Many people felt very satisfied. Let's go. Lin Feng looked at Naza and said. Then, he and Naza entered the auction house together. Damn, this kid didn't run after crippling Zhang Zilong? This guy is not only good at bragging, but he also has guts. After crippling Zhang Zilong, not only did he not run, he actually swaggered into the auction house. Isn't he afraid that the whale gang will come to stop him? Does he have something to rely on? Maybe he has some powerful magic treasure on him. That's really possible. If he has a powerful magic treasure on him, that would explain why this kid is so good at bragging. The whale gang won't let this go. Let's just wait here and watch the show. The surrounding cultivators all began to talk. Quickly carry the young master back. The guard beside Zhang Zilong said. Then, a group of people carefully carried the unconscious Zhang Zilong away. The Blackstone auction house was a 100-meter-tall building. In a room on the top floor, 2 women had witnessed the entire dispute. One of the 2 women wore a black gauze dress. She had a charming and seductive aura, as alluring as a vixen. The other woman had an ice-cold appearance. She was completely different from the charming woman. This woman with a cold personality was also a peerless beauty. She was as cold as ice, like a fairy from the Moon Palace. This person is quite interesting, the charming woman said. What? Are you interested? The icy cold woman said with an indifferent expression. Her beautiful face always seemed to have this kind of cold expression. It's not easy to find such an interesting man nowadays. I'll go down and investigate him, the charming woman said with a smile. Then, she swayed her slender waist and walked outside. She was truly charming. The auction house was huge, and there were all sorts of items being auctioned here. Of course. The items being auctioned here were people. Beautiful women, beast-man slaves, devil slaves, human slaves, demon slaves, and so on. Anything that one could think of. Everything was here. Everything could be found. There were a total of 12 auctions here. The higher one went, the higher the standard of the auctions. 5 top-grade cultivation cauldrons were being auctioned on the 12th floor. Lin Feng and Naza arrived at the 12th floor. The place was already packed with people. When they arrived on the 12th floor, Lin Feng saw a beautiful woman walking towards him and Naza. The charming woman bowed slightly to Lin Feng before she smiled and said, "Young master, is this your first time here?" Lin Feng nodded and said, "That's right. This is my first time here." The woman smiled and asked, "Young master, may I know your name?" Lin Feng replied calmly, "I'm Lin Feng." "Oh? Lin Feng? The Lin Feng from the Reincarnation Immortal sect?" The woman looked at Lin Feng in surprise. Clearly, she had heard of Lin Feng's name before. However, she was surprised to see him here. She also did not expect Lin Feng to not hide his identity. Lin Feng nodded and said, "That's right. Fairy, may I know your name?" "My name is Yu Lianwei." "Young master, you can call me Lianwei or Wei. The woman smiled and said. Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter inwardly, "Beauty, this is our first time meeting. Aren't you being too enthusiastic? Isn't that a little too intimate? Others might think that we're old lovers." "You're not thinking of seducing me, right?" Lin Feng naturally wouldn't say these words out loud. He smiled at Yu Lianwei and said, "Then I'll call you Fairy Wei from now on. It'll sound more intimate." Yu Lianwei smiled charmingly and said, "Young master, you're so considerate." Lin Feng smiled at Yu Lianwei and asked, "Fairy, do you work in this auction house?" Yu Lianwei replied, "I'm the vice president of the auction house." Lin Feng was a little surprised. He hadn't thought that Yu Lianwei's identity would be so extraordinary. It seemed that this woman's background was very deep. Otherwise, she wouldn't have taken on such a heavy responsibility at such a young age. Yu Lianwei smiled and said, "This isn't the place to talk. Why don't we go to a private room?" "Thank you for leading the way, Wei." Lin Feng nodded. "You don't have to be so polite, young master." Yu Lianwei charmingly smiled and then led the way. The way she walked was really nice. It fully displayed the beauty of a woman. After entering the private room, a maidservant poured spirit tea for the 3 of them. Yu Lianwei glanced at Naza and said, "This little mermaid is really amazing. No wonder the prince was so angry. If I was a man, I would definitely be like him." Lin Feng said, "Naza is the one who deserves my life." When Naza heard Lin Feng's words, tears welled up in her eyes. She looked so pitiful. She looked so pitiful. Yu Lianwei smiled and said, "I heard that you caused a huge commotion in the returning ruins. I thought that you would return to the Reincarnation Immortal sect to avoid trouble. I didn't expect you to come to Myriad Stars Island. If you head northeast, you'll reach the sea region controlled by the 9th evil dragon. The Supreme Immortal sect is also very powerful there. In addition, Fusang Island has also supported some forces there. Kinwu people are constantly guarding Myriad Stars Island." Lin Feng said, "Thank you for your concern, Fairy. I've already made up my mind about this." Yu Lianwei nodded and smiled. "What do you plan to buy at this auction? Slaves? Or beauties?" Lin Feng's heart stirred. He asked, "How strong are the slaves in this auction?" Yu Lianwei replied, "Naturally, there are strong and weak ones. The prices vary." Dong, dong, dong. At this moment, 3 gongs and drums sounded. The auction had officially begun. An enchanting woman walked up to the auction stage. She smiled and said, "I'm Guaning, the auctioneer for this auction. Thank you for coming to our Blackstone auction house. There will be some excellent items in tonight's auction. I guarantee that you won't be disappointed." At this moment, two men walked up with an iron cage. Inside the cage, there was a white-clothed woman. She had a fox's tail. The fox's tail swayed back and forth. Moreover, that woman was also flirting with him. She attracted the attention of a group of men. It was a woman from the Fox clan. This woman was nurtured by our auction house. She still has her primordial een and knows many ways to serve men. Are you interested, young master? Yu Lianwei smiled and looked at Lin Feng. Lin Feng shook his head. He did not lack women. Therefore, Lin Feng had no intention of bidding for an ordinary woman. I'm sure everyone knows how a woman from the Fox clan looks, so there's no need for me to explain. This woman from the Fox clan is an extremely rare Fox clan woman with a spirit tail. She's the best of the best. The starting price is 300,000 origin crystals. The minimum bid increment is 30,000. Let the bidding begin. 400,000. 500,000. As soon as the auctioneer finished speaking, many people began to bid. The price soared. It did not take long for the price to break 1 million origin crystals and continue to rise. How much was a slave worth? It was worthless. However, if an auction house auctioned it, it would be worth a lot. Many people from large factions sought the thrill of being able to do whatever they wanted in an auction. Therefore, they would often be very generous. In the end, the woman from the Fox clan was sold for 5 million origin crystals. It's really easy to earn money from an auction house, Lin Feng muttered to himself. Next, the auction items were brought out one by one. Beautiful women from various clans. It was simply dazzling. Some of the women were cultivated by the auction house, while others were slaves purchased from other places. There were also some women obtained through other channels. These women's identities were naturally different. However, no matter what their identities were in the past, they were now just auction items. Lin Feng had been watching from the sidelines and did not participate in any of the bidding. Rumble. Rumble, a series of loud noises rang out. Then, a huge iron cage was pushed onto the auction stage. In the iron cage, there were chains that bound a 3-meter-tall orc. This orc looked very similar to a human, but its physique was much larger than a human's. This was also a characteristic of the orc race. Its body was incomparably strong. It's very rare to see an orc that has evolved so perfectly. Lin Feng could not help but look at the orc in the iron cage in surprise. P.S. The Archean Dragonesque Elephant Skill Book was released on August 9 last year. Until today, Old Mantu has updated 2 million words in a year. He is one of the best in the entire online literature world. I dare to ask for monthly votes, recommendation votes, and rewards for this 1-year anniversary. Thank you, everyone. This beast man is called Wan Yangyang. He's the young master of a primitive tribe. It's said that this tribe used to be very powerful, but as time passed, the tribe gradually declined. However, this tribe possessed a powerful treasure. Later, they were targeted by others and were exterminated. Now, there aren't many of them left. Those who survived have all become slaves. Yu Lianwei said. Lin Feng couldn't help but frown slightly. Their fate is very tragic. In the world of cultivators, there are too many people whose fates are very tragic. Yes, this is a world where people eat people without spitting out the bones. Yu Lianwei sighed and said. Everyone, this beastman is called the Heavenly Mark Beastman, one of the most ancient beastman tribes. This beastman slave is called Wan Yangyang. He can tear a giant dragon apart with his bare hands. He's definitely a very powerful slave. With such a slave by your side as a guard, your safety is guaranteed. The auctioneer began to introduce Wan Yangyang. Many people began to talk about it. To be able to tear a giant dragon apart with his bare hands, this was definitely a terrifying expert. Thus, the beastman Wan Yangyang attracted the attention of many people. The auctioneer continued, Wan Yangyang's starting price is 2 million. Each increment must be no less than 200,000. The auction starts now. 2, 3 million. 2, 5 million, 3 million. Many people participated in the competition. Wan Yangyang's value was incomparable to those female slaves. Those female slaves were only sold for pleasure. but Wan Yinyang was an expert. There were many female slaves that could be bought at any time. However, a powerful beastman slave like Wan Yinyang was too rare. Wan Yinyang's price continued to soar. It didn't take long for it to break through 10 million origin crystals. However, this price didn't stop. Soon, it broke through 20 million, 30 million, 40 million. Finally, the price stopped at 120 million origin crystals. At 120 million origin crystals, no one was bidding anymore. Just when everyone thought that the auction would end at this price, a voice suddenly resounded in the auction hall. 200 million, Lin Feng shouted his bid. He, young master is really rich. Yu Lianwei said with a smile. Lin Feng smiled and said, this amount of money is nothing to me. It's not even worth mentioning. This concubine has indeed heard of it. The outside world says that young master's money seems to be inexhaustible. Could it be that young master has obtained several immortal mansions? There's a huge amount of wealth inside? Yu Lianwei probed. Lin Feng said with a smile, it's not convenient to talk about this. Yu Lianwei snorted and said, young master is so bad. You didn't even tell me such a thing. It's not a secret. Yu Lianwei's voice was so soft that it could seep into one's bones. However, Lin Feng looked calm and collected. What kind of woman had he not seen before? Yu Lianwei was beautiful. However, it was still difficult for his mental state to fluctuate too much. In the end, Lin Feng successfully bought the beast man Wan Yinyang for 200 million origin crystals. Following that, another auction item was pushed out one after another. Among them, there was no lack of experts with extraordinary strength. Lin Feng continued to bid for several powerful slaves. Soon, another auction item was pushed onto the stage. This time, it was a woman. Moreover, it was a very beautiful woman. However, there was not a trace of emotion in this woman's eyes. Her body also emitted waves of cold aura. This female slave is called Butterfly. She was originally a member of an assassin organization. However, this assassin organization was destroyed and this woman was captured. Everyone, this woman is not simple. She has a heavenly god cultivation base and is proficient in all kinds of assassination techniques. It is said that a giant god-level powerhouse personally took action to suppress her. The starting price of this woman is 10 million origin crystals. Each increment must not be less than 1 million. The auction begins now. The female auctioneer said. Boom, the entire auction house was in an uproar. A heavenly god-level female assassin was now a slave. Anyone would be tempted. 15 million. 20 million. Soon, many people participated in the bidding. The bidding became even more intense. Not long after, it broke through 100 million. And it was still rising. The final price reached 300 million. A heavenly god-level female assassin. Many times. She could indeed help her master do many things. Moreover, such a female assassin's ability was outstanding and could be trained into a powerful team of assassins. 400 million. Lin Feng bid. Many people began to discuss because Lin Feng had already bid for many slaves. And he was generous. Now that Lin Feng had participated in the bidding for this female assassin, the other competitors were in trouble. 420 million. Someone continued to raise the price. 1 billion. Lin Feng said indifferently. Suddenly, the entire auction house became silent. Many people were smiling bitterly. Lin Feng did not treat money as money at all. If this continued, who could afford to play? In the end, this female assassin was bought by Lin Feng for 1 billion. Next, another auction item was pushed out for auction. However, Lin Feng did not participate in the bidding after that. Until 5 cultivation furnaces were pushed out. Of these 5 women, 1 was a demon girl, 1 was a demon girl, 2 were human girls, and 1 was an angel girl. Everyone, these 5 women are the highlight of this auction. This time, our auction house intends to auction all 5 of them at once. The starting price of the 5 cultivation furnaces is 15 million origin crystals. The minimum bid increment must not be less than 5 million. The female auctioneer said. This kind of bundled auction would naturally cause many people to be dissatisfied. This was because many people originally wanted to buy a cultivation furnace at a high price. But now that the 5 furnaces were bundled together, obviously, if they wanted to buy them, the difficulty level would greatly increase. And the competition would definitely be extremely fierce. After a short period of peace, someone then shouted out a bid. 20 million. But soon, this cultivator's bid was drowned out by the new bids that came out one after another. 23 million. 25 million. 30 million. The price soared. Not long after, it reached 100 million. However, it did not stop and continued to rise. Soon, it broke through the 500 million mark. However, there were still many cultivators participating in the bidding and did not withdraw. Obviously, many cultivators were determined to get the 5 cultivation furnaces. Young master can buy them. 5 cultivation furnaces. It shouldn't be a problem to raise them by 2 or 3 realms. Yu Lianwei said with a smile. In this world of cultivators, the strong were respected. Powerful male cultivators had many wives and concubines. Of course, some powerful female cultivators even kept many male slaves. Therefore, everyone was used to the private lives of male and female cultivators. The bidding was getting more and more intense, and the price was getting higher and higher. When the price reached 1.6 billion, the cultivators started to withdraw 2 billion. When Lin Feng saw that it was about time, he shouted out a bid. It's this guy again, everyone, since there are 5 human cauldrons, let's work together and discuss how we should auction them later. What do you think? Some of the cultivators started to communicate with each other. Lin Feng's appearance made them feel pressured, and they felt that it would be difficult to win the bid. Only by working together would they have a chance. No problem. Let's work together then. Soon, they reached an agreement. 1 billion. One of them shouted out a new bid. Seeing that the price was still rising to 2 billion, many people became excited. Both sides seemed to be going against each other. There was going to be a good show to watch. 10 billion. Lin Feng said calmly. Soon, the entire auction house became so silent that one could hear a pin drop. The cultivators who had joined hands to bid were trembling. Then, their faces turned gloomy. Isn't he too rich? He had raised the price from 1 billion to 10 billion in one go. He really doesn't care about money at all. In the private room, after hearing Lin Feng's bid, Yu Lianwei's pink lips opened slightly. She was obviously shocked. Everyone outside was in a state of deep shock. How rich is this guy? How can he be so extravagant? Humph. How dare he show off his wealth? He's courting death. Some people were secretly communicating, revealing their killing intent. The fastest way to get rich was to kill others and steal their treasures. This was too common. Now that Lin Feng had revealed that he had so many treasures, it was natural that many people were interested in him. Yu Lianwei said, although I'm from the auction house and hope that the auction house can sell the items for a sky-high price, I'm also a friend of young master. From a friend's point of view, I'm afraid that young master will cause some trouble by revealing his wealth tonight. Lin Feng smiled. Trouble? If those people were here, not only would we be able to recoup our expenses, we might even be able to make a profit. Hearing Lin Feng's words, Yu Lianwei immediately knew what Lin Feng was thinking. She smiled bitterly. The 5 cultivation furnaces were bought by Lin Feng for 10 billion. Lin Feng wasn't interested in watching the rest of the auction. He and Naza followed Yu Lianwei out of the box. After arriving at the VIP lounge, Lin Feng paid the full amount. Yu Lianwei then took out a jade tube. She handed the jade tube to Lin Feng and said, every slave has a special slave mark. This jade tube contains the method to control their slave mark. It's very simple. You should be able to learn it after reading it a few times. Once you master the method, you'll be able to control their slave mark. Once you control their slave mark, you'll be able to control their lives. They'll never be able to betray you. Lin Feng nodded and scanned the contents with his divine sense. This was a spell to control the slave mark. After circulating it twice, he grasped it. Moreover, he could vaguely sense a dozen emotions. These emotions were transmitted to him by the slaves. There were emotions of despair, fear, uneasiness, coldness. Everyone's emotions were different. Lin Feng asked Yu Lianwei to bring in the slaves. Before long, the slaves were all brought in. The slaves stood in a row. Yu Lianwei said, "This is your new master, Lin Feng, Lin Gongzi. You're lucky to be able to follow Lin Gongzi." "Greetings, master." The slaves bowed to Lin Feng. They would rather become slaves than die. This meant that they wanted to live. Perhaps it was because of hatred or some other reason. However, they didn't want to die. Since they didn't want to die, they had to be respectful to their master. Only then would they be able to live. Lin Feng didn't respond. Instead, he carefully examined the slaves. The female assassin, Butterfly, should be at the 6th or 7th layer of the heavenly god realm. Moreover, she was an assassin. Her methods were very strange. Ordinary heavenly gods would have a hard time capturing her even if they could defeat her. It was no wonder that a giant god realm expert had to personally take action to suppress her. The beast man Wan Yang was also at the 3rd layer of the heavenly god realm. Of course, as the most ancient beastman race, the heavenly pattern beastman race, his talent was heaven-defying. Moreover, it was said that beastmen who awakened heavenly patterns were even more powerful. Apart from these two who had reached the heavenly god realm, there were 8 other slaves. All of them were quasi-heavenly god realm experts. Their strength wasn't bad. That was why Lin Feng had bought them. Of the 5 female slaves, 2 were at the true god realm. The remaining 3 were at the divine flame realm. They weren't very strong, but they weren't weak either. I know that some of you are alive for various reasons. Perhaps it's because of unavenged hatred or other reasons. However, since you become my slaves, I won't restrict you from taking revenge or doing other things. Moreover, as long as you're loyal and devoted, I'll remove your slave status and restore your freedom in the future." Lin Feng's voice was sonorous and forceful. For these slaves, removing their slave status was naturally the most attractive thing to them. As expected. When Lin Feng mentioned removing their slave status, their eyes lit up. Everyone's eyes suddenly lit up. This subordinate will definitely be loyal and devoted to serve master. The group hurriedly expressed their loyalty to Lin Feng. Lin Feng nodded in satisfaction. He glanced at Yu Lianwei and said, It's getting late. We'll be heading back first." Yu Lianwei smiled. "I'll send the young master off through the safe passage. I don't want to be blocked by the whale gang and cause trouble. A mere whale gang can be destroyed with the flick of a finger. It's no big deal. There's no need to be so careful." Lin Feng said calmly. Yu Lianwei smiled. "Then I'll send the young master off." Lin Feng nodded. Lin Feng walked out of the auction house with Yu Lianwei accompanying him. Yu Lianwei was on his left, and Na Jia was on his right. 2 beautiful women accompanied him, drawing envious gazes from time to time. A group of slaves followed behind them. These slaves' impression of Lin Feng stopped at the fact that he was especially rich. The slaves were also trying to guess Lin Feng's identity. Could he be the successor of some top-tier faction? Yu Lianwei escorted Lin Feng and the others out of the auction house. As soon as they came out, several hundred cultivators swarmed over and surrounded Lin Feng's group. "Look, that kid came out. He's been surrounded by the whale gang." Many cultivators who were waiting outside to watch the show pointed at Lin Feng and the others, who were surrounded at the entrance of the auction house. "Brat! How dare you cripple our young master? You must be tired of living. Brothers, let's attack together and tear this brat into 1,000 pieces." A quasi-heavenly god expert roared. "Kill!" Several hundred people roared and charged at Lin Feng's group. They were all members of the whale gang. There was no order to the fights between these gangs. Everything was chaotic. That was why so many cultivators charged forward. "Deal with them," Lin Feng ordered calmly. "Yes, master." Butterfly, Wan Yang, and the others answered. Then, they all charged forward. 2 heavenly god stage powerhouses. 8 quasi-celestial gods, such a force would be considered the best of the best no matter where they went. Not to mention, The strongest of the whale gang members were only quasi-celestial gods. In front of Butterfly, Wan Yang, and the others, they were nothing more than a mob. Pooh! Pooh! The sound of something being torn apart rang out one after another. This was a completely one-sided battle. Lin Feng's subordinates snatched some weapons from the whale gang members. Then, they slaughtered their way into the crowd. It was as if they had entered a no-man's land. Corpses fell one after another. Not long after, several hundred people were killed. Not a single one managed to escape. Heavens! How are those people so powerful? Wasn't that brat alone when he entered the auction house? Why are there so many people following him? Could they all be slaves bought from the auction house? That's very likely. But those slaves are so strong that they're freakishly strong. Especially that woman and that beast man. They could kill a dozen whale gang members with a single move. They're not even on the same level. That brat is definitely not a simple character. Many cultivators who were watching the show discussed spiritedly. Their hearts were filled with shock. Master. It's been dealt with. Butterfly said. Lin Feng nodded. He stepped over the corpses and walked into the distance. Everyone followed behind Lin Feng and quickly left. After Lin Feng left, Yu Lianwei went to the room on the top floor. That frosty woman was standing by the window, watching Lin Feng and the others leave in a daze. The woman said, "This person appeared on Myriad Star Island. Looks like he's not just passing by." Yu Lianwei said, "This person spends money like water, who knows how much wealth he has. Moreover, he had bought so many powerful slaves at a high price. His goal is definitely not simple. I think this person wants to establish his own force overseas. Quite ambitious." The woman who was as cold as ice said. This woman was called Lin Chochan. Like Yu Lianwei, he was also the vice president of the auction house. Which man doesn't want to make a name for themselves? Hold great power? Moreover, this was the 9 prefectures. The various powers were trying to set up an independent regime. Who wouldn't want to be a king? Without power in their hands, they were destined to be nothing more than passers-by in the 9 prefectures. Like a fleeting cloud, vanishing with the wind. Yu Lianwei said. Yes. Leng Chochan nodded and asked, "What do you plan to do?" "This man has piqued my interest," Yu Lianwei said with a charming smile. Her enchanting figure lay lazily on the soft sofa, outlining her perfect curves. It was enough to make one's blood boil. The whale gang has someone supporting them. They won't let this matter rest. Leng Chochan said. The 9th evil dragon? That's indeed a huge problem. From what I know, this person has a grudge with the evil dragon palace. It seems like the 9th evil dragon will send experts to kill him together with the whale gang. For now, let's just wait and see. Yu Lianwei said. The evil dragon palace is extremely powerful. If he wants to establish his own force in the sea, he will have to face many difficulties. The evil dragon palace is one of them. Leng Chochan said. If he really wants to establish himself in the sea, he will have to face more than just the evil dragon palace. Yu Lianwei said. After returning to his residence, Lin Feng asked Naza to arrange a place for everyone to stay. Lin Feng, Naza, and the other women stayed upstairs. The rest of the people lived downstairs. Lin Feng conversed with the 5 female slaves. The demon slave was called Mo Wuyo. The name sounded a little strange, but it was in line with the demon race's characteristics. The demon slave was called Suer. The 2 human slaves were sisters. The elder sister was called Yu Zik, and the younger sister was called Yu Liuji. The angel slave was called Enya. The 5 female slaves were somewhat unnatural when facing Lin Feng. They knew why Lin Feng had bought them. They also knew what their fate was. However, they were still very shy. The only thing that made them rejoice was that the person who had bought them was a young and handsome man. He wasn't one of those old men. Lin Feng didn't have them serve him. He just wanted to get to know them for now. Then, he left and returned to his own room. Wan Yang requests an audience with Master. Wan Yang's voice came from outside. Lin Feng said. Come in. Wang Yangyang pushed open the door and entered, then bowed to Lin Feng. What? Is something the matter? Lin Feng looked at Wang Yangyang. Master. This subordinate has a presumptuous request, said Wang Yangyang. Tell me, said Lin Feng. There is still a group of people from my clan who are imprisoned in the slave market. Because they are old, weak, sick, and disabled, very few people would buy them. Master, please be merciful and save them. Wang Yangyang pleaded. A hero at the end of his road. Seeing Wang Yangyang, Lin Feng couldn't help but sigh. His clan used to be at its peak, but it gradually declined. Now, it was close to being exterminated. Wang Yangyang had become a slave, and there was nothing he could do. It made one sigh. All right, bring me to the slave market tomorrow, said Lin Feng. Many thanks, master. Wang Yangyang thanked Lin Feng profusely. After Wang Yangyang left, Lin Feng couldn't help but smile bitterly. He had bought a slave. He actually wanted to save the slave's clan. What was going on? Who asked this young master to be so kind-hearted? Lin Feng couldn't help but praise his noble character. The next day, Lin Feng followed Wang Yangyang to the slave market. The slave market on Myriad Stars Island was huge. On this trip to the slave market, Lin Feng planned to buy some powerful slaves. These slaves could become his first batch of subordinates when he established a force overseas. Lin Feng strolled around the slave market for half a day and bought all the slaves of the True God realm and above. There were about 1,000 people in total. Most of these slaves with decent strength were captured by the defeated side after some large forces killed each other for vengeance. It would be a pity to kill them directly. Therefore, he might as well sell them to human traffickers. He could also earn a large sum of origin crystals. Why not? Currently, Wang Yangyang had over 300 clansmen. Most of them were old people, but there were also some women and children. Lin Feng also bought them. Lin Feng arranged accommodations for these slaves. He stayed for another day and bought all kinds of necessities. Lin Feng planned to leave. He had gathered many experts under his command. It was time to find a place to establish his own force. Lin Feng took out the ancient starship Xianxia, and everyone boarded it. Then, the ancient ship flew out of Myriad Star Island. When they arrived outside Myriad Star Island, suddenly, loud rumbling sounds could be heard. Ancient warships flew out one after another. These ancient warships flew the Evil Dragon flag. Clearly, they were from the Evil Dragon Palace. The Evil Dragon Palace's ancient warship surrounded the Xianxia ancient starry sky ship. The Evil Dragon Palace's warships. It must be the whale gang's Zhang Shuxian who went to call for reinforcements. When Zhang Shuxian founded the whale gang, the Evil Dragon Palace's people secretly helped him. The whale gang is just a tool for the Evil Dragon Palace to amass wealth. News of the conflict between Lin Feng and the whale gang had spread. Some people had been secretly observing the development of the situation. Therefore, when they saw the ancient warships of the Evil Dragon Palace surrounding Lin Feng's Xianxia, they began to discuss it. Of course, most people didn't understand what was going on. Who was inside the ancient ship surrounded by the Evil Dragon Palace's ancient warships? Lin Feng, you brat. You won't be able to escape today. A cold voice rang out. Then, the Long Yuan sect walked out of the main warship. Isn't that the Long Yuan sect? Why is he missing an arm? Many cultivators who were watching the show looked at each other in dismay. The Long Yuan sect was a famous expert. He was an ancestor-level expert. He was one of the top 5 experts under the 9th Evil Dragon. Now that he was actually missing an arm, many people were incomparably shocked and astonished. Lin Feng came out of the cabin and looked at Long Yuanzong indifferently. Long Yuanzong, last time, I cut off one of your arms. You didn't rest and recuperate. Surprisingly, you came out so quickly. I hadn't thought you would be in such a hurry to die. Since that's the case, I'll send you to the Western Paradise. What? The brat chopped off the Long Yuan sect's arm? Heavens! How is that possible? The Long Yuan sect is an ancestor-level expert. Many people cried out in disbelief. No one found it strange that the Long Yuan sect had chopped off Long Yuan sect's arm, but Lin Feng had's arm. When everybody saw Long Yuanzong's gloomy face, they knew that Lin Feng wasn't lying. There was no need to. Long Yuanzong looked at Lin Feng with hatred and said coldly. Little boy. If I hadn't been plotted against by you, would I have lost an arm? Today, I'll tear you to pieces. As soon as he finished speaking, he waved his right hand. More than a dozen ancient warships quickly separated, blocking all escape routes. Seeing that a great battle was about to break out, Lin Feng returned to the cabin. Fire! The Long Yuan sect roared. Boom! 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 The ancient warships of the Evil Dragon Palace have launched an attack. That ancient ship won't be destroyed in an instant, right? Many people cried out in alarm. Clearly, the cultivators who were watching the show believed that Lin Feng was doomed. How could an ancient ship resist the enemy's fleet? Fire! In the control room of the ancient ship, Xianxia, shouted Lin Feng at the same time, giving the order to open fire. Boom! Boom! Under the control of the human-shaped puppet, the ancient ship also began to fire. Countless cannonballs flew out. Many cannonballs collided with the spirit stone cannonballs fired by the ancient warships of the Evil Dragon Palace. They directly exploded. Many cannonballs also flew towards the ancient warships of the Evil Dragon Palace. At the same time, the spirit stone cannonballs fired by the ancient warships of the Evil Dragon Palace also rapidly flew towards the ancient ship. Boom! 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 The spirit stone cannonballs exploded after hitting the restrictions protecting the ship. The ancient ship's restrictions were abnormally powerful. Therefore, even when the spirit stone cannonballs bombarded the ancient ship's restrictions, they couldn't destroy them. Moreover, the spirit stone cannonballs of the ancient ship were reinforced by emperor runes. They had a long range and great power. The spirit stone cannonballs bombarded the restrictions of the ancient warships of the Evil Dragon Palace. Crack! Crack! The restrictions of the ancient warships couldn't withstand the bombardment of the spirit stone cannonballs. Many of the restrictions began to shatter. When the second wave of spirit stone cannonballs arrived, the restrictions on the ancient warships of the Evil Dragon Palace began to crumble. When the third wave of spirit stone cannonballs arrived, crack! 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 In an instant, the ancient warships were heavily damaged. The severely damaged ancient warships began to disintegrate. Run! The cultivators on the ancient warships screamed in terror. They wanted to abandon their ships and flee. However, before they could escape, the spirit stone cannonballs bombarded them once again. Boom! 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 The spirit stone cannonballs exploded. Many cultivators were directly blasted to death. The ancient warships were sunk one after another. Heavens! That ancient ship is so terrifying. It didn't suffer any damage in the face of the attacks of the warships. It even destroyed so many of the Evil Dragon Palace's warships. The cultivators on Myriad Star Island who were watching the show shouted in disbelief. The defensive and offensive power of the Xianxia ancient starry sky ship was simply too terrifying. Soon, only 4 of the dozen ancient warships of the Evil Dragon Palace were left. Moreover, all 4 of them were heavily damaged. Go! Master Long Yuan roared furiously. He was so angry that he almost vomited blood. These ancient warships were incomparably precious. Now that so many of them had been destroyed, the losses were huge. Moreover, so many experts had died. He didn't know how to explain this to the 9th evil dragon when he returned. We can't escape. After them. Lin Feng sneered. The Godly Realm clone in the control room controlled the ancient warship Xianxia to give chase. Boom! 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 Countless spirit stone cannonballs bombarded the 4 ancient warships that were fleeing. Crack! Crack! Another ancient warship was directly destroyed. Suddenly, one of the ancient warships charged toward Lin Feng. It wanted to sink Lin Feng's ancient warship Xianxia. You overestimate yourself. Lin Feng sneered and activated the Emperor's runes on the ancient warship Xianxia. The Xianxia ancient starry sky ship suddenly accelerated and rammed into the incoming ancient ship of war. Crack! Crack! The huge ancient warship was directly smashed into pieces. Countless people died tragically. The ancient warship Xianxia didn't stop. It quickly chased after the last two ancient warships. One of the last two ancient warships was the main ship, and the Longyuan sect was personally overseeing it. The other ship was the captain of Zhang Shushuan's ship. Zhang Shushuan was none other than the whale gang's leader. The experts of the Evil Dragon Palace had been invited by Zhang Shushuan. They had come here full of confidence, but who would have thought that things would turn out like this? Seeing the Xianyuan ancient warship chasing after them, the Longyuan sect shouted, "Split up." Zhang Shushuan immediately ordered the warship to change course. The ancient warship he was on charged to the right. The Longyuan sect's ancient warship also charged to the left. At this moment, the Xianyuan ancient warship locked onto the warship Zhang Shushuan was on. Asterisk boom boom boom, asterisk a dense barrage of spirit stone shells flew out, directly bombarding the ancient warship where Zhang Shushuan is on. The seals on the ancient ship of war began to crack. The next round of cannonballs flew over. The restrictions on the warship were instantly destroyed. Some cultivators managed to escape. However, several rounds of spirit stone cannonballs flew over. All the cultivators who managed to escape, including Zhang Shushuan, were killed by the spirit stone cannonballs. Then, the Xianyuan ancient warship turned around and chased after the main ship. Heavens! Don't tell me they're planning to wipe out the Evil Dragon Palace's fleet. Some cultivators shouted in shock. They might be wiped out. Let's go. Let's go and take a look. Many cultivators soared into the sky and chased after the warship. However, the two ancient warships were very fast, and the cultivators were left behind. Eventually, they lost sight of the two ancient warships. The Xianyuan ancient warship chased for a day and a night. Finally, it caught up to the Longyuan sect's main ship. Lin Feng sneered. Longyuan sect, did you think that you would die at my hands today? Brat. It's too early to boast. It's not certain who will emerge victorious. Moreover, you'll soon know that no one in the world can save you after offending my Evil Dragon Palace. The Longyuan sect's resentful voice rang out. Is that so? Let me send you to hell first. Lin Feng sneered. Boom boom boom, the ancient starship Xuanyuan spirit stone cannon continued to fire spirit stone cannons. All the spiritual stone cannonballs were aimed at the main ship of the Longyuan sect. Bang bang bang, countless energy stone cannonballs bombarded the defensive barrier outside the main ship. Crack! Crack, in an instant. The defensive restrictions on the main ship also began to shatter. After seeing this scene, Lin Feng's spirit suddenly shook. Lin Feng, you brat, I want you dead. The Longyuan sect roared with resentment. In the next moment, his tone suddenly changed. He became extremely devout. O noble Lord Evil Dragon, please send down your power and eliminate this lowly being who dares to challenge the Evil Dragon Palace. As the voice of the Longyuan sect fell. Immediately after, a loud dragon roar was heard. A small golden dragon flew out of the void. That little golden dragon was not a real dragon, but a magical clone made of some unknown material. The little golden dragon avatar rapidly grew in size. It did not take long for it to become a 1,000-meter-long dragon. That huge dragon actually let out a low and deep voice, "Lowly ant. You dare to challenge the dignity of my Evil Dragon Palace? Only death awaits you." As the voice faded away, a voice rang out. The huge golden dragon stretched out its huge claw and grabbed at the ancient starship Xianyuan. Evil Dragon Golden Body. Lin Feng's expression sank. The Evil Dragon Golden Body was similar to an avatar, but it was not an avatar. The Evil Dragon Golden Body was an avatar made of precious materials that was similar to a magic treasure. However, through summoning, the ninth Evil Dragon could sense the calling. He could send down a portion of his power from a great distance. This portion of his power would enter the Evil Dragon Golden Body. The Evil Dragon Golden Body could display a portion of the ninth Evil Dragon's power. Just like now. Boom boom boom, a dense barrage of spirit stone cannons flew toward the golden body of the Evil Dragon. The Evil Dragon Golden Body's huge tail swept through the void. The surrounding void began to distort. The distorted space produced a powerful rebounding force. The spiritual stone cannonballs bounced back one after another. Bang bang bang. Next, the spiritual stone cannonballs bombarded the ancient starship Xianyuan. Although they could not destroy the ancient starship Xuanyuan's restriction, the ancient starship Xianyuan was still blown away by the explosion of the spiritual stone cannonballs. At the same time, the evil dragon Golden Body's huge dragon claw slammed into the defensive restriction outside the ancient starship Xianyuan. The ancient starship Xianyuan trembled violently. Lin Feng's expression was gloomy. He activated his Emperor runes. A total of 9 Emperor runes appeared. These 9 Emperor runes enveloped the ancient starship Xianyuan. Activating 9 Emperor runes at once was Lin Feng's limit. After activating the 9 Emperor runes, the ancient starship Xuanyuan's speed reached the limit and slammed into the evil dragon Golden Body. Bang! The ancient starship Xianyuan collided with the evil dragon Golden Body. The evil dragon Golden Body's huge body was sent flying. Lowly creature, you've angered me. The evil dragon Golden Body roared furiously. Next, the evil dragon Golden Body's huge body began to spiral. Mysterious and ancient voices rang out one after another. It was an incantation. Divine ability incantation. Not good, it's a draconic divine ability. Lin Feng's expression changed slightly. The draconic divine ability was the most powerful technique the Dragon Clan possessed. Any draconic divine ability could be said to be capable of destroying heaven and earth. Seeing that the evil dragon Golden Body was about to cast a draconic divine ability, Lin Feng did not dare to hesitate. He hurriedly controlled the ancient starship Xianyuan to crash into the evil dragon Golden Body again. However, it was too late. The evil dragon Golden Body's draconic divine ability had already formed. A starry river world appeared in the sky. The starry river world was filled with stars. Suddenly, stars began to fall one after another. They smashed towards the ancient starship Xianyuan. Let's go, this kind of dragon incantation is very terrifying. Don't wait for those stars to fall down. Once all of them fall down, it'll be very difficult to escape. Also, this golden body of the evil dragon definitely has a lot of terrifying methods. We can't fight to the death with it. The demon lord's voice resounded in Lin Feng's mind. Lin Feng's body shook. He did not dare to hesitate. He hurriedly controlled the ancient starship Xianyuan to rush into the distance. The ancient starship Xianyuan jumped through the starry river and rushed out dozens of li in an instant. It rushed out of the range of the evil dragon Golden Body's draconic divine ability and then rushed into the distance. The evil dragon Golden Body roared and chased after the ancient starship Xianyuan. However, it was unable to catch up to the ancient starship Xianyuan. The evil dragon Golden Body returned to the main starship after failing to catch up. It then landed in the hands of the Dragon Origin sect. Author's note: I'm not feeling well. The ancient desolate sea was located in between the returning ruined sea and the South Pole ice field. Due to the fact that it was a dangerous place where the sea beasts gathered, it was considered an ungoverned land. Although there were many forces here, most of them were established by rogue cultivators. They were unable to reach the scale of the Evil Dragon Palace or the Fusang Island. Hence, it was easier to establish a force here. Ancient Desolate Sea. Dragon Gate Island. Lin Feng spent a huge sum of money to invite the Herculean Sea Devils to help him build the palace. The Herculean Sea Devils moved huge mountains and flattened them before building the palace. In a month's time, the Dragon Gate Island was filled with immortal mountains and palaces. The Dragon Gate Island was originally an uninhabited island. Lin Feng named it. After the Herculean Sea Devils finished building the palace, Lin Feng began to lay out a grand formation to protect the entire Dragon Gate Island. Dragon Gate. It had the meaning of a carp leaping over the Dragon Gate. When he was in the Azure Dragon Institute, Lin Feng had established a force called the Dragon Gate. Many students joined back then and the Dragon Gate became one of the strongest student organizations in the Azure Dragon Institute. Many years had passed since then. Lin Feng once again used the name Dragon Gate. Lin Feng was looking forward to this new force as well as reminiscing about the past. The Dragon Gate was officially established, but there weren't many people. There were about 1,100 cultivators. Other than Lin Feng, Butterfly and Wan Yang had the highest cultivation. There were about 100 quasi-heavenly gods. There were about 1,000 true god realm cultivators. Although there weren't many of them, it was still a powerful force. News of the Dragon Gate's establishment spread throughout the ancient desolate sea. It was impossible for no new force to be completely unknown. 400 to 500 cultivators arrived at the Dragon Gate Island. They were arrogant and wanted to barge into the Dragon Gate Island. However, they were stopped by the restrictions and started cursing outside. The overseas world was an incomparably cruel world. Wars between different forces often occurred. It was either you die or I live. This was one of the main reasons why the slave market in the overseas world was so prosperous. Because of the war between the different forces, many of the defeated side were captured and enslaved. Many of the forces that fought against each other didn't have any grudges against each other. It was purely for the sake of benefits. This law of survival was like the big fish in the ocean eating the small fish, and the small fish eating the shrimps. The bigger forces would annex the smaller forces to gain enough wealth and improve their own cultivation. This law of survival had long become an inherent pattern in the overseas world. Therefore, it was very normal for different forces to kill each other in the overseas world. The cultivators who came to Dragon Gate Island came from a place called Fire Scorpion Island. The island master of Fire Scorpion Island, Crimson Fire Scorpion, was a fire scorpion that had cultivated his Tao. The Flame Scorpion gathered a group of people and established the Flame Scorpion Island. Fire Scorpion Island had gradually developed and expanded, and its current strength was no longer what it had been in the past. Some time ago, when Lin Feng invited the Herculean sea demons to construct the Immortal Mountain Palace, Fire Scorpion Island had already learned of this matter. However, Fire Scorpion Island had never taken action. Later, he found out that the Dragon Gate only had a little more than 1,000 people, and there were many old, weak, women, and children among them. He had evil intentions and sent people to investigate. If they found out that the Dragon Gate wasn't strong, they would naturally be in danger of being exterminated. Get out of Dragon Gate Island. Otherwise, kill without mercy. Wang Yangyang led a group of people out and shouted coldly. Lin Feng had established a Dragon Gate army, and Wang Yangyang was now the commander. A group of slaves. How dare you be so impudent? A triangular-eyed cultivator sneered. Slaves had a slave mark on their necks that couldn't be removed. It was because of the slave mark that these people from Fire Scorpion Island could tell that Wang Yangyang and the rest were slaves with a single glance. Wang Yangyang and the rest might be slaves, but ever since they followed Lin Feng, they realized that Lin Feng had never treated them as slaves. This made Wang Yangyang and the rest feel that they had already lost their dignity. They believed that as long as they were loyal and devoted, they would soon be free of their slave status. Now that they heard the people from Fire Scorpion Island mocking them as slaves, many of their faces turned gloomy. Wang Yangyang coldly swept his gaze over the cultivators from Fire Scorpion Island. He had already received Lin Feng's order to kill all the cultivators who had come with evil intentions. He didn't need to show mercy and kill all of them. The Dragon Gate had just been established, and it was time for them to establish their prestige. If they were bullied at this time and swallowed their anger, in that case, all the forces would think that the Dragon Gate was a force that could be bullied easily. By then, how would the Dragon Gate survive? Moreover, Lin Feng wasn't someone who would not retaliate after being bullied. Attack! Wang Yangyang waved his hand. Kill! The people from the Dragon Gate army took out all kinds of weapons and charged towards the group of experts from Fire Scorpion Island. The cultivators from the Dragon Gate army were now well equipped. As the commander, Wang Yangyang had received a Heaven God 6 set. And Lin Feng had also rewarded him with a giant divine weapon level God slaying axe. The rest of the cultivators from the Dragon Gate army had received 3 Heaven God weapons as rewards. As these people were Lin Feng's first batch of subordinates, their equipment was naturally the best. Such elite equipment. In addition, Wang Yangyang had led more than 200 people this time. Although the other party had 400 to 500 people, they were no match for the cultivators from the Dragon Gate army. Wang Yangyang, a Heaven God realm expert, didn't even make a move. The cultivators from Fire Scorpion Island were defeated. In the end, only a few dozen of them managed to escape. The rest were killed and the corpses were thrown into the sea outside Dragon Gate Island by Wang Yangyang and the rest to feed the tiger sharks. During this period of time, countless people had their eyes on the Dragon Gate Island. Therefore, many forces had set up secret sentries around Dragon Gate Island. Therefore, the news of this battle spread very quickly. The cultivators from Fire Scorpion Island were powerful, but they suffered heavy losses. This incident caused quite a stir. After the remaining cultivators from Fire Scorpion Island returned to Fire Scorpion Island, they reported the whole story to Qi Lian Fire Scorpion. Qi Lian Fire Scorpion was a skinny man in a black robe. His eyes flickered with a sinister gaze from time to time. Ordinary cultivators from the Dragon Gate are equipped with at least 3 divine weapons? This Dragon Gate is actually so rich? Qi Lian Fire Scorpion's eyes instantly revealed a deep look of greed. Yes, Island Lord. If the other party wasn't well equipped, how could we have suffered such a crushing defeat? A group of cultivators from Fire Scorpion Island said unwillingly. They didn't think that they were any weaker than the cultivators from the Dragon Gate. The only difference was the difference in equipment. Gather the warships. I will personally go and sink Dragon Gate Island. Capture their island lord and force him to hand over all his wealth. Qi Lian Fire Scorpion let out a sinister laugh. Yes, Island Lord. I will pass down the order now. The news of the Dragon Gate Island's cultivators defeating the Fire Scorpion Island's cultivators spread like wildfire. However, the Dragon Gate Island was very peaceful. The Dragon Gate Island's cultivators had a huge amount of cultivation resources to cultivate. Therefore, these cultivators usually seized the time to cultivate and raise their cultivation as much as possible. The afternoon sun was very warm. The 4 sacred birds were taking a leisurely stroll, while Bibi and the dragon rabbit were running around happily. Lin Feng saw a few beautiful figures in the distance. Naza, Enya, and the others were gathered together and chatting. He didn't know what they were talking about, but laughter could be heard from time to time. Enya and the others had become more cheerful. Clearly, after becoming Lin Feng's maidservants, the 5 of them had become happier. Master. Someone is requesting an audience. A guard quickly flew over and reported. Who is it? Lin Feng asked. It's said to be someone from the Celestial Sacred Palace. The guard said. Lin Feng had never heard of the Celestial Sacred Palace before. He guessed that it was a faction in the ancient Desolate Sea region. Bring them to the guest hall, Lin Feng said. Yes. The guard nodded and left. Lin Feng paused for a moment before getting up and heading to the guest hall. When he arrived at the guest hall, he saw a beautiful woman sitting there. Behind the beautiful woman, there were 2 younger and more beautiful women. I've kept you waiting, fellow Daoist. I'm Lin Feng, the Dragon Gate sect leader. How should I address you? Lin Feng said with a smile. The beautiful woman stood up and bowed slightly. I'm the Celestial Sacred Palace's Grand Elder, Mu Ruoqing. These 2 are my disciples, Lu Wuxin and Chu Linghan. Greetings, sect leader. Lu Wuxin and Chu Linghan greeted Lin Feng. Fairies, there's no need to be so polite. Lin Feng smiled. After everyone was seated, Lin Feng said with a smile, the Celestial Sacred Palace is one of the 32 major factions in the ancient Desolate Sea Region Alliance. It's located in the southwest of the Dragon Gate Island. It's about half a month's journey. Some time ago, I heard that Longmen Island was established, so I came here to congratulate you. Lin Feng replied with a smile, many thanks for Dao friend Mu's good intentions. The Dragon Gate Island is a rising force. So, we'll have to rely on dear friend Mu in the future. Mu Ruoqing said, I don't dare to rely on you. We can communicate more in the future. After chatting for more than 2 hours, Lin Feng gained a detailed understanding of the power structure of the ancient Desolate Sea region from Mu Ruoqing. He then arranged for Mu Ruoqing and her 2 disciples to rest. Master. This person was also called Lin Feng. Could he be the same person as that Lin Feng who was the talk of the town a while ago? Lu Wuxin said. Mu Ruoqing nodded and said, it's very likely to be the same person. Chu Linghan said, this guy is wanted by the Supreme Immortal Sect, Evil Dragon Palace, Fusan Island, and other forces. To think that he can still live so freely. It's truly unbelievable. This person is not simple. Mu Ruoqing narrowed her phoenix eyes and said. Mu Ruoqing and her 2 disciples stayed on the Dragon Gate Island for 3 days before leaving. The celestial sage palace that Mu Ruoqing was in was also the first cultivator to express goodwill to the Dragon Gate Island. Before leaving, Mu Ruoqing reminded Lin Feng to pay attention to the Fire Scorpion Island. The Fire Scorpion Island had suffered a great loss previously, so they would not let it go easily. Lin Feng thanked Mu Ruoqing for her reminder. After Mu Ruoqing left, the Dragon Gate Island became quiet again. However, whether it was the people of the Dragon Gate Island or the spies outside, everyone knew that this was the calm before the storm. The Fire Scorpion Island would definitely send an army over. When that time came, a great battle would definitely break out. Taking advantage of this free time, Lin Feng planned to improve his cultivation. Ever since he had obtained the 5 human cauldrons, Lin Feng had never dual cultivated with them. However, it was only a matter of time. The Water Spirit Constitution, the Ice Spirit Constitution, and the Yin Spirit Constitution were superb dual cultivation constitutions. It was very rare. After so many years, Lin Feng had been to countless places. He had seen who knows how many people. However, before these 5 women, he had only seen one superb human cauldron, and that was Baiying. From this, it could be seen how rare this kind of superb human cauldron was. The demon race female slave Mo Wuyo was sexy and enchanting. The demon race female slave Suer was charming and moving. The human race female slave Yu Zixin was pure and lovely, while Yu Liuji was delicate and cute. The angel race female slave Enya was holy and otherworldly. The 5 of them each had their own merits, but they were all superb beauties. However, all women with the human cauldron physique had excellent looks. The rarer the physique, the more beautiful the appearance. Therefore, women with the Water Spirit Constitution, the Ice Spirit Constitution, and the Yin Spirit Constitution all had peerless beauty. All of them could be said to be superb. When the 5 women learned that they were going to dual cultivate with Lin Feng at night, even though they were already mentally prepared, they could not help but feel incomparably shy. Of course, they did not reject Lin Feng. During this period of time with Lin Feng had never treated them as slaves. They originally thought that their days would fall into hell. Who would have thought? They had actually come to heaven. When the 5 women chatted in private, they were even secretly glad that Lin Feng had won the human cauldron physique. If it had been won by someone else, their fate would have been very tragic. That night, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. A storm was about to arrive. The weather at sea was unpredictable. Therefore, this kind of weather did not make people feel that there was anything strange about it. After a night, Lin Feng's cultivation had completed a breakthrough, directly breaking through from the 7th level of the Divine Fire Realm to the 10th level of the Divine Fire Realm. In the end, he stopped at the mid-stage of the 10th level of the Divine Fire Realm. One had to know that with Lin Feng's accumulation, it was very difficult to break through. Therefore, this time, he broke through 3 levels in a row. This made Lin Feng surprised and happy. These 3 physiques are indeed extraordinary. The 3 superb human cauldrons of the cultivation world. The effect of increasing one's cultivation is really astonishing. My accumulation is too strong, so breaking through is difficult, but I still broke through 3 levels. If it were someone else, they would have easily broken through to the true God realm and soared into the sky, right? Lin Feng could not help but mutter to himself. At the same time, 50 huge ancient warships were heading towards the Dragon Gate Island at high speed. How much longer until we reach the Dragon Gate Island? Crimson Fire Scorpion asked. Island Lord. We only need 3 days to reach the Dragon Gate Island. An elder from the Fire Scorpion Island replied. Crimson Fire Scorpion nodded. After breaking through, Lin Feng was in a good mood. The sun was already high up in the sky. Lin Feng went to the training ground. Butterfly was in charge of training assassins here. Lin Feng named Butterfly's assassin organization Purgatory. Lin Feng gave the 300 people to die so she could train them. Such an assassin organization was often very useful. Many major factions would nurture their own Deathsworn. Lin Feng's assassin organization would be even stronger than the Deathsworn. Their methods would also be more bizarre. Rise. Lin Feng waved his hand. After leaving the training ground, Wan Yin Yang came to visit Lin Feng. Master. We discovered a deep-sea devil cave in the sea not far away. Deep-sea devil cave? Lin Feng looked at Wang Yangyang in astonishment. Deep-sea devil caves were very common in the sea. Deep-sea devil caves usually referred to strange caves in the deep sea. These caves were very dangerous, and cultivators who entered them would often face life-threatening danger. Wang Yangyang said, "A few of us entered the deep-sea devil cave, but none of us came out alive. Bring me there to take a look." Lin Feng said. "Master, please come with me," Wang Yangyang said as he led the way. Lin Feng brought a dozen guards with him. The group quickly left. The deep-sea devil cave was about 300 li away from the Dragon Gate Island. In an hour, Lin Feng, Wang Yangyang, and the others arrived at the location of the deep-sea devil cave. Wang Yangyang said, "Master, the deep-sea devil cave is in the deepest abyss of this sea." Lin Feng nodded, and the group dived into the deep sea. Before long, they arrived at the bottom of the abyss. This abyss was at least 10,000 meters deep in the sea. The surrounding seawater was filled with a gloomy aura. This gloomy aura made people shiver. It didn't take long for Lin Feng and the others to arrive at the huge cave. "Wait here. I'll go take a look," Lin Feng said. "Master, it's too dangerous. We'll go in with you," Wang Yangyang said. Lin Feng said, "Don't worry. I'll be able to escape if I encounter any danger alone." Wang Yangyang and the others didn't dare to disobey Lin Feng, so they could only wait outside. Lin Feng stepped into the cave. The cave's aura was very gloomy, and the deeper they went, the colder the aura became. There are runes on the walls?" Lin Feng looked at the walls in surprise. He hadn't noticed them before. He took a quick glance. He discovered something extraordinary. The walls were densely packed with runes. They were a mysterious formation. These formation runes were extremely ancient. Lin Feng examined many of them. He realized that he had never seen such an array pattern before. "This deep-sea devil cave isn't naturally formed?" Lin Feng muttered to himself. He was much more careful now. He continued to walk inside. Dong dong dong, suddenly. Lin Feng heard some voices coming from the depths of the forest. When he heard that strange sound, he felt a stabbing pain in his heart. This feeling made Lin Feng frown. This deep-sea devil cave really wasn't simple. It could even be called strange. He endured the stinging pain and continued to walk inside. Dong dong dong, dong dong dong, that strange sound was getting clearer and clearer. The pain in Lin Feng's heart became more and more intense. He even thought that his heart was about to split open. It was a terrible feeling. "What's inside?" Lin Feng frowned. He was unwilling to leave just like that. Enduring the pain in his heart, he continued to walk forward. Suddenly, Lin Feng vaguely saw something. In the deepest part of the cave, clouds of black gas were spreading out. Swish! Swish! Immediately after, two cold eyes opened. At that moment, Lin Feng felt that his soul was about to split open. That mysterious existence. He didn't know what kind of creature it was. It was unimaginably terrifying. Lin Feng didn't dare to hesitate. He turned around and rushed outside. Hoo, suddenly. A strong devouring force surged over. That strong devouring force wanted to suck Lin Feng into the black hole. Fortunately, Lin Feng was about to rush out of the cave. When the powerful devouring power surged over, he rushed out ahead of time. "Let's go," Lin Feng shouted and left quickly with Wang Yangyang and the rest. Finally, they were floating outside the abyss. Lin Feng looked at the deep-sea devil cave from afar. His expression was very serious. Wang Yangyang asked, "Master, did you see something?" Lin Feng said, "There seems to be some terrifying creature trapped inside. Inform everyone not to come to this place again." "Yes, Master. When we return, I will pass down the order," Wang Yangyang replied. N. Lin Feng nodded. The group didn't stay for long and quickly left. On the way back, Lin Feng exchanged some ideas with the Demon Lord. He asked the Demon Lord what could be in that cave. The Demon Lord said, "It is sealed in the deep-sea devil cave. Mysterious and ancient restrictions cover the entire deep-sea devil cave. After so many years, it still hasn't died. It is hard to imagine what kind of existence it is. Lin Feng frowned slightly. Such a strange deep-sea devil cave appearing not far from Dragon Gate Island was not a good thing. If the creature inside escaped, it would be a huge problem. The only thing he could rejoice about was that the seal seemed to be quite strong. That creature shouldn't be able to escape for the time being. After returning to Dragon Gate Island, Lin Feng saw the 5 women. The 5 women gave off an especially attractive feeling of maturity. After seeing Lin Feng, the 5 women bowed and greeted Lin Feng. However, their faces were all red. Lin Feng nodded. At night, he removed the 5 women's slave status. The 5 women were free. Each of them cried tears of joy. Now, you are free. You can continue to stay on Dragon Gate Island or leave. I will not stop any of you. Lin Feng said. We are willing to follow young master and serve young master every day. The 5 women hurriedly said. The land of women, the grave of heroes. Lin Feng fully experienced the meaning of this sentence. Surrounded by beauties, he had sex with them. He was very happy. The past 2 days had been extremely absurd. 300 li away. The fleet of Fire Scorpion Island sailed over. Crimson Fire Scorpion asked, how long until we reach Dragon Gate Island? Reporting to Island Lord. We will reach within 2 hours. An elder replied. Great. Pass down the order. All the warships are to prepare for battle. Crimson Fire Scorpion said with a smile. Yes. The elder hurriedly went to pass down the order. Look, the fleet of Fire Scorpion Island is here. Heavens, there are actually 50 ancient war ships. What a huge investment. Could it be that Crimson Fire Scorpion is here personally? Many people exclaimed. Woo woo woo, the sound of the bugle horn resounded through the clouds. The cultivators on Dragon Gate Island were already alarmed. Seeing so many fleets arriving, the cultivators on Dragon Gate Island were very calm. Back then, Lin Feng's ancient ship destroyed a fleet of the evil dragon palace. Everyone prostrated themselves in admiration of this young master, Lin Feng. In everyone's opinion. As long as Lin Feng was here, anyone who came to invade Dragon Gate Island would definitely suffer heavy losses. Fire. After the fleet of Fire Scorpion Island was about 10 li away from Dragon Gate Island, Crimson Fire Scorpion gave the order to fire. Boom boom boom, a dense barrage of spirit stone cannonballs shot toward the Dragon Gate Island. They've launched an attack. Will the Dragon Gate Island be destroyed? Many of the spies in the surroundings exclaimed. The Fire Scorpion Island had sent a total of 50 battleships. Such a force. It was enough to destroy any island. At this moment, the Dragon Gate Island's restriction was activated. The powerful restriction protected the Dragon Gate Island. Bang! 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 When the densely packed spiritual stone shells fell, they were all blocked by the Dragon Gate Island's restriction. Lin Feng had mastered the Emperor runes. Therefore, the restriction he had set up was much stronger than before. If the battleships wanted to destroy the Dragon Gate Island's restriction with their spiritual stone shells, they would need at least 3 days and 3 nights. It was impossible to destroy the Dragon Gate Island's restriction in a short period of time. Many people were shocked to see that the Dragon Gate Island's restriction remained intact under the bombardment of so many spiritual stone shells. There's a formation grandmaster in the Dragon Gate Island. Someone said. So what if he's a formation grandmaster? The Fire Scorpion Island has sent out 50 battleships. They'll destroy the restriction sooner or later. When that happens, the Dragon Gate Island will be destroyed. Another person said with a sneer. Obviously, he wasn't optimistic about the Dragon Gate Island's future. The others nodded and agreed with this view. Unless the Dragon Gate Island could organize a counterattack, otherwise, they were destined to be annihilated in such a war. Rumble. At this moment, a loud sound was heard. Everyone saw an ancient ship flying out of the Dragon Gate Island. The ancient ship sailed directly toward the Fire Scorpion Island's fleet. Everyone was dumbfounded when they saw this. An ancient ship was charging toward the Fire Scorpion Island's fleet. Was this a death wish? This is crazy, I've never seen such a death wish, many people were discussing. In their opinion, this was no different from a death wish. You're courting death. Assault battleships. Destroy that ancient ship for me. Xianxia stood on the main ship and sneered. After receiving the order, 2 assault battleships rushed toward the Xianyuan ancient ship at lightning speed. Then, the 2 assault battleships sandwiched the Xianyuan ancient ship in the middle. Fire, fire. The captains of the 2 assault ships gave the order at the same time. Fire. Inside the ancient ship, Xianxia also gave the order to fire. Boom boom boom, it was accompanied by an earth-shattering sound. A dense barrage of spirit stone shells flew out. The spirit stone cannon of the Xianyuan ancient starry sky ship was a combination of 3 barrels. It could fire 3 cannonballs at a time. Furthermore, he had the support of Emperor runes. It was not something an ordinary warship could contend against. Bang bang bang, a portion of the cannonballs from both sides collided and exploded in midair, while the rest of the cannonballs smashed onto the defensive barrier of the ancient ship. The Xianyuan ancient starry sky ship was protected by the Emperor's runes and didn't suffer any damage. However, the 2 assault ships of the Fire Scorpion Island couldn't withstand the attacks of the Xianyuan ancient starry sky ship. Kacha kacha, the seal was shattered. Then, a dense barrage of spirit stone shells landed on the 2 assault ships. The 2 assault ships immediately disintegrated. The 1,000 cultivators on the 2 vanguard ships were killed without even having the chance to escape. It was shocking. It was simply too shocking. The 2 assault ships were destroyed as easily as crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. How can that ancient ship be so powerful? Someone cried out in alarm. Could it be an ancient warship from the primordial era or even older? The top-grade ancient warships of that era were often enchanted with Emperor runes. That's why those ancient warships were so terrifying. An ancient warship from that era would have no problem fighting against a fleet of the current era. However, ancient warships from that era are too rare nowadays. Someone continued to say. Yes, the ancient warships of that era are too terrifying. Even if the Dragon Gate Island's ancient warship isn't from that era, it should be at least a high-grade ancient warship. It must be a very high-grade warship. Someone else said. Many spies couldn't help but feel excited. They looked toward the battlefield. Destroy it. Scarlet Fire Scorpion roared in exasperation when he saw the 2 assault ships being destroyed by the Xianyuan ancient starry sky ship. Shortly after, 10 warships charged forward. Boom boom boom. While charging forward, the 10 warships fired a barrage of shells at the Xianyuan ancient starry sky ship. The Xianyuan ancient starry sky ship didn't continue firing. Instead, it waited for the 10 warships to get closer. Since the 10 warships were lined up in a row in front of the Xianyuan ancient starry sky ship, the shells in front of the Xianyuan ancient starry sky ship couldn't cover the 10 warships. Therefore, the Xianyuan ancient starry sky ship waited for the 10 warships to surround it. Sure enough, it didn't take long. The 10 warships spread out in an oval shape and surrounded the Xianyuan ancient starry sky ship. Huge spirit stone cannons aimed at the Xianyuan ancient starry sky ship. Fire, the captains of the 10 warships gave the order at the same time. Fire, Xianxia also gave the order. Boom boom boom. In an instant, a barrage of spirit stone cannons flew out. The spirit stone cannons bombarded the enemy warships. A shocking scene appeared. Under the siege of the 10 warships, the Xianyuan ancient starry sky ship remained undamaged. However, the restrictions of the 10 warships besieging the Xianyuan ancient starry sky ship were destroyed one after another. Next, the spirit stone cannons landed on the 10 warships. Kacha kacha, the 10 warships began to disintegrate. The warships are about to sink. Hurry up and run. Many people cried out in horror. They wanted to run for their lives. However, they couldn't escape. The barrage of spirit stone cannons landed on the warships. The warships exploded, and countless limbs were severed. The 10 warships were all sunk. The cultivators of Fire Scorpion Island on the 10 warships were all killed. Heavens, this is too terrifying. The eyes of the spies nearly popped out. The cultivators of Dragon Gate Island were also jubilant and excited. A single ancient starry sky ship against a fleet. This was simply too shocking. Moreover, it was too exciting. Many people felt their blood boil as they watched. Damn it! How is this possible? Scarlet Fire Scorpion's expression was gloomy as he roared. Charge! Wan Yanyan gave the order. The Xianyuan ancient starry sky ship charged towards the fleet of Fire Scorpion Island. Attack together. I don't believe we can't destroy this ancient starry sky ship. Scarlet Fire Scorpion roared furiously. Currently, the fleet of Fire Scorpion Island still had 38 warships left. Boom boom boom, the Spirit Stone cannons on the 38 warships were all ignited. The overwhelming number of Spirit Stone cannons bombarded the Xianyuan ancient starry sky ship. However, all the Spirit Stone cannons were blocked by the restrictions of the Xianyuan ancient starry sky ship. The Xianyuan ancient starry sky ship directly charged into the fleet. It rammed into the warships one after another. Bang bang bang, kacha kacha, the warships were dismembered by the Xianyuan ancient starry sky ship. The powerful combat strength of the ancient ship had shocked everyone. It was a one-sided battle. The ancient ship had single-handedly destroyed a fleet. The fleet did not even have the strength to fight back. No one dared to believe that this was real. Bang bang bang, kacha kacha, sounds of collisions and warships being dismembered could be heard one after another. The ancient ship, Xianyuan, destroyed one warship after another in the most violent way. Island Lord. Our losses are too heavy. We have to retreat quickly. Or else. All the warships might be destroyed. An elder from Fire Scorpion Island hurriedly reported. Qi Lian Fire Scorpion's face was extremely ugly. He could not believe what he was seeing. However, what was happening before him was real. The huge fleet he had built was about to be destroyed. Retreat, Qi Lian Fire Scorpion roared in exasperation. Woo woo woo, the sound of the bugle horn resounded through the sky. The warships fled into the distance. They are retreating. Many of the spies were moved. Such a huge fleet was actually defeated by an ancient ship from the Dragon Gate Island. Everyone was shocked. Qi Lian Fire Scorpion was considered a tyrant in the ancient Desolate Sea region. When had he ever suffered such a huge loss? However, he did not expect that he would suffer such a huge loss. However, all of this, it was irreversible. The ancient ship, Xianyuan, chased after them and destroyed another 7 to 8 warships before returning. In the end, only 23 of the 50 warships from Fire Scorpion Island managed to escape. The remaining warships were all destroyed. The result of this battle quickly spread throughout the ancient Desolate Sea region. Many of the upper echelons of the major forces were shocked when they heard the news. Originally, these major forces thought that Dragon Gate Island would be destroyed by Fire Scorpion Island. However, they did not expect such an outcome. Now that Fire Scorpion Island had suffered such a huge loss, they had to recuperate for the time being. As for Dragon Gate Island, it became lively. Many overseas itinerant cultivators came to seek refuge. There was no lack of experts in the overseas world. However, they lacked a force that could protect these overseas itinerant cultivators. Many overseas itinerant cultivators saw how powerful Dragon Gate Island was. In addition, Dragon Gate Island had just been established. It was time to recruit and strengthen themselves. This was clearly the best time to join the Dragon Gate Island. The treatment of the cultivators who joined earlier was naturally incomparable to that of the cultivators who joined later. Of course, not every cultivator wanted the Dragon Gate Island. If Lin Feng wanted to recruit people, he wanted to recruit real elites. Many factions had tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of people. Although there were many people. But in reality, the elite troops only made up a small portion of the army. Lin Feng's plan was to use all kinds of resources on a small number of truly elite experts. In this way, they would be able to train these elite experts into an elite army that obeyed orders and fought in an orderly manner. Therefore, the Dragon Gate Island's first rule for recruiting cultivators was that they would not accept anyone below the True God realm. This rule was enough to shut out 90% of the cultivators. This was because a True God realm cultivator could be considered an expert in the outer seas. If such a cultivator were to join any force, they would definitely be treated well. Therefore, in the next half a month, the Dragon Gate Island only recruited about 1,000 cultivators. Lin Feng selected 200 top-notch figures from the 1,000 people and allocated them to the Butterfly to join the Butterfly's Purgatory Assassin Organization. The Butterfly's Purgatory Assassin Organization had the best treatment, in addition to being able to obtain 3 Heaven God Divine artifacts. Every month, they would also receive 200,000 Origin Crystals and 1,000 Demon Transformation Immortal Pills. Therefore, their cultivation progressed very quickly. The remaining people joined the Dragon Gate Army. The Dragon Gate Army's standard was 3 Heaven God weapons. Every month, they would receive 150,000 Origin Crystals and 800 Demon Transformation Immortal Pills. In fact, these cultivators wouldn't be able to use up the 100,000 Origin Crystals every month. As for the Demon Transformation Immortal Pills, which were high-level pills, in the entire 9 states, only Lin Feng knew how to refine them. Therefore, they were extremely precious. The cultivators who joined the Dragon Gate Army also cultivated with the precious Demon Transformation Immortal Pills and not with Origin Crystals. The effect of cultivating with the Demon Transformation Immortal Pills was 10 times better than cultivating with Origin Crystals. Lin Feng also prepared 72 types of great formations for the Dragon Gate Army to cultivate. When a large army fought, they would often have to set up formations because formations could increase the effect of the battle. Therefore, the Dragon Gate Army had to practice great formations so that they could erupt with the most powerful battle strength. On this day, Wanyan came to pay a visit to Lin Feng. He said, "Master, half a month has already passed and we have only recruited 1,000 cultivators. Isn't the number too little? Do you think we can lower the standard a little? We can lower the standard of recruitment a little. If that's the case, we will definitely be able to form an army very quickly. Right now, our Dragon Gate Army has too few people." Lin Feng said, "What I need is a group of true elites. Therefore, the standard cannot be lowered. Right now, it is difficult to recruit experts because our Dragon Gate has only been established for a short period of time and our reputation has not truly spread. Once the Dragon Gate's reputation is completely spread, there will definitely be an endless stream of experts coming." "Yes. Then this subordinate will go and train the army." Wanyan responded and immediately left. Another half a month passed. In this half a month, the Dragon Gate had only recruited 400 cultivators. It was even less than the number of cultivators they had recruited in the past half a month. Lin Feng could not help but frown slightly. His minimum standard was to form an elite army of around 100,000 people. However, it was obvious that they were still far from Lin Feng's minimum standard. Of course, Lin Feng also knew that this matter could not be rushed. He needed to wait for an opportunity. On this day, flames were rolling in the distant sky. Within the flames stood a tall and sturdy man who looked like a flaming war god. That man flew towards the Dragon Gate Island as fast as lightning. 2 hours later, the man saw the location of the Dragon Gate Island. "Ha ha ha ha, I have arrived at the Dragon Gate Island." The man descended from the sky and finally landed outside the Dragon Gate Island. "Dragon Gate Sect Leader. Where are you? Quickly come out." The man suddenly shouted. "Who are you? How dare you be so impudent?" A group of island guards flew over and shouted coldly. "Get your sect leader to come out and see me." The man's voice was like thunder. "Tell me your name." "We will naturally report it for you," the island guard captain said. "Do small fries like you deserve to know my name?" "Fine, I will personally go and see him." The man stepped out and walked towards the inner part of the island. "Are you deliberately looking for trouble? Let's go together and chase him out." The island guard captain shouted in a deep voice and took the lead to charge towards the man. The remaining 20 or so island guards followed closely behind and charged towards the man. The man curled his lips in disdain and stepped forward. His body emitted a terrifying aura. No one could resist the aura emitted from his body. Everyone felt as if they were carrying an ancient divine mountain on their backs. Their legs went soft. Thump. Thump, in the next moment, all of them knelt on the ground, unable to move. This cultivator was really powerful. Just his aura alone was enough to suppress so many people. His cultivation was simply unfathomable. One had to know, the cultivators guarding the Dragon Gate Island were at least at the true god realm. With such powerful strength, it was hard for them to withstand the pressure from this man. From this, just how powerful was this man's cultivation, soon, he arrived at the depths of the Dragon Gate Island. At this moment, Wang Yangyang, who had received the news, came out. He looked at the man coldly and said, "Who are you? How dare you behave atrociously in my Dragon Gate?" The man looked at Wang Yangyang indifferently and said, "Are you the sect leader of the Dragon Gate?" "The sect leader is my master," Wang Yangyang said. "Ask your master to come and see me." The man said, "You barged into my Dragon Gate and humiliated my cultivators. How dare you ask to see my master? If I don't teach you a lesson today, others will think that the Dragon Gate is easy to bully." Wang Yangyang looked indifferent as he stepped forward, wanting to deal with this man. "Wang Yan, you can leave now." Suddenly, an indifferent voice resounded. Lin Feng didn't know when, but he had appeared 10 meters away from the man. The man turned to look at Lin Feng with a slightly more solemn expression. "Sun Jian." "Lin Feng." Boom, as soon as he finished speaking, the two of them leaped up and charged at each other. They threw a punch at each other. They attacked each other. Bang, the two of them collided fiercely. All of a sudden, the earth shook and the mountains shook. "Your strength is not bad. You can already fight with me. Come with me. Let's fight in the sea," Lin Feng said aloud as he soared into the sky. "Humph. I'd like to see what ability you have to say such words." Sun Jian snorted and soared into the sky, following Lin Feng outside. The cultivators of the Dragon Gate also rushed out and came to the sea to watch the battle. "It's the Inferno god of war, Sun Jian." Suddenly, a cultivator exclaimed as he recognized Sun Jian. To Wang Yangyang and the others, Sun Jian was just a simple name. They didn't know who Sun Jian was. Like Lin Feng, Wang Yangyang and the others had not been in the ancient Desolate Sea domain for long. He did not know much about the ancient Desolate Sea region. Naturally, the experts in the ancient Desolate Sea region were not particularly clear about it. However, the cultivators they had recently recruited had been living in the ancient Desolate Sea region. These people had a better understanding of the experts in the ancient Desolate Sea region. He knew Sun Jian very well. Wang Yangyang asked, "Who is this Sun Jian?" Sun Jian is a famous itinerant cultivator in the ancient Desolate Sea region. He has been cultivating for 13,000 years and was originally ranked 5th among the pirates in the ancient Desolate Sea region. This person's ferocious reputation has spread far and wide. Who knows how many lives he has taken? The cultivator hurriedly said. Wang Yangyang nodded and looked at the sea. Lin Feng hovered above the sea and looked at Sun Jian indifferently. "I won't ask why you came to the Dragon Gate. I just want to say one thing." Lin Feng looked at Sun Jian and said indifferently. "What is it?" Sun Jian asked. "If you lose, submit to me. If you lose, you will lose. Do you agree?" Lin Feng looked at Sun Jian indifferently and asked. Sun Jian was a battle-hungry person. He had come to the Dragon Gate to challenge the sect leader. Therefore, when he heard Lin Feng's request, he sneered, "If you really have the ability, what's wrong with submitting to you? I'm afraid that if you don't, I'll beat your head off." He walked step by step toward Lin Feng. The battle intent on his body grew stronger and stronger. In the end, the battle intent on his body grew stronger and stronger. It was almost tangible. Many people in the Dragon Gate could feel the aura emanating from Sun Jian from afar. Their faces turned pale. Sun Jian is too strong. I wonder if the sect leader can defeat him? The sect leader's tone is calm. He seems very confident. It shouldn't be a problem to defeat Sun Jian, right? That's because the sect leader doesn't know who Sun Jian is. If he knows Sun Jian's background, he will know how terrifying Sun Jian is. Yeah, Sun Jian is too terrifying. Moreover, the sect leader seems a little too young. Many people started discussing. Although Lin Feng was the sect leader of the Dragon Gate, in reality, Lin Feng had never fought with anyone before. Therefore, many cultivators in the Dragon Gate did not know about Lin Feng's cultivation level. It was naturally not an easy task to defeat an expert like Sun Jian. Many cultivators in the Dragon Gate did not have much hope for Lin Feng. In fact, Lin Feng wanted to fight with Sun Jian for two reasons. First, he wanted to subdue Sun Jian. Second, he wanted to show his strength in front of the Dragon Gate's experts. Celestial shaking divine fist, shouted Sun Jian furiously. He then threw himself at Lin Feng while releasing a terrifying amount of battle energy. He threw a punch at Lin Feng. If it were anyone else, they would definitely be affected by the powerful aura from Sun Jian. However, Lin Feng was different. He only needed to circulate the Archean Dragonesque Elephant art slightly to dissolve Sun Jian's aura. In the face of Sun Jian's attack, Lin Feng performed the supreme technique, Stoneman watching the sea of clouds that he had just comprehended from the sea watching scripture. The Dharma seals were successfully condensed. An illusory world appeared. In that illusory world, a stoneman sat on the top of the cliff and looked into the distance, watching the vast sea of clouds. When the illusory world descended from the sky, the battle intent that Sun Jian had condensed was instantly dispersed. Sun Jian's expression suddenly sank. He threw punch after punch at the stoneman watching the sea of clouds that Lin Feng had condensed. Bang, bang, bang. After dozens of punches, the stoneman watching the sea of clouds that Lin Feng had condensed was also shaken. It was a half-immortal technique. Sun Jian's strength was indeed terrifying to be able to shake the stoneman watching the sea of clouds. However, at this moment, Lin Feng appeared behind Sun Jian and threw a punch at Sun Jian. Sun Jian was shocked. He turned around and threw a punch at Lin Feng. Bang, the two sides collided again. Heavens, that's, many people sucked in a breath of cold air. Sun Jian's body was rapidly aging. Great reincarnation technique. Sun Jian couldn't help but roar. He could feel that his strength was rapidly weakening. He also saw his own aging body. He wanted to quickly get rid of Lin Feng, but it was too late. Lin Feng's stoneman watching the sea of clouds descended from the sky. At the same time, Lin Feng used the 8 forbidden seals. Divine runes wrapped around Sun Jian one after another. Sun Jian's battle strength had decreased sharply because he had been hit by the eternity technique. Now, he was powerless against the stoneman watching the sea of clouds and the 8 forbidden seals. In the end, Lin Feng used the 8 forbidden seals to seal Sun Jian. Heavens, Sun Jian is a 10th firmament celestial god, but he was suppressed by the sect master in 3 moves. Isn't the sect master too terrifying? What is the sect master's cultivation level? He can't be a giant god, right? Countless people cried out in shock. They couldn't believe what they were seeing. Sun Jian's expression was uncertain. He was a 10th firmament celestial god, but he was defeated in 3 moves. It was hard for him to accept. You've lost. It's time for you to fulfill your promise, Lin Feng said calmly. Sun Jian's body gradually regained its youth. However, his expression was extremely ugly. Sun Jian had never thought that he would lose. That was why he agreed readily. However, he had lost miserably in the hands of Lin Feng. Should he agree? Or should he go back on his word? In the end, Sun Jian gritted his teeth and made a decision. He half knelt on the ground, raised his hands, and said, "Please accept my loyalty." Lin Feng reached out and placed his hand on Sun Jian's hand. "I accept your loyalty." The cultivators on the Dragon Gate Island immediately cheered in joy. Firstly, they were amazed by the sect leader's strength. Secondly, they were surprised that the sect leader had subdued an expert like Sun Jian. Sun Jian was a top expert. With Sun Jian joining the Dragon Gate, the strength of the Dragon Gate would increase significantly. The sect leader of the Dragon Gate is actually so powerful. There had been spies from various major forces in the outer area of the Dragon Gate Island. Now that they saw Lin Feng defeating Sun Jian in 3 moves, they were extremely shocked. Soon, the news gradually spread in the ancient desolate sea domain. Some people believed the rumor, but more people did not believe it at all. It was widely rumored that the sect leader of the Dragon Gate was a very young cultivator. Such a cultivator might have amazing talent and strength. However, defeating Sun Jian in 3 moves, who was he kidding? During this period, the Dragon Gate had been recruiting, but the progress was slow. Therefore, many people thought that the news was spread by the Dragon Gate. Their purpose was self-evident. They wanted to attract more cultivators to join the Dragon Gate. Although many people did not believe it, there were still some who believed the rumor. Therefore, in the following period of time, more cultivators joined the Dragon Gate than before. After Sun Jian joined the Dragon Gate, he soon gave Lin Feng a headache. This guy would challenge Lin Feng whenever he was free. Lin Feng had beaten him up so many times that he could not get up. However, after he recovered, he continued to challenge him. He continued to be beaten up. It was a cycle. In these 3 months, Sun Jian had lost count of how many times he had been beaten up by Lin Feng. Although he had been beaten up, he had gained a lot. This was because Sun Jian had actually broken through from the heavenly god stage to the quasi-giant god stage. That was the realm of those ancestor-level experts. This made Sun Jian very excited. During this period of time, the number of people in the Dragon Gate army continued to increase, reaching around 5,000 people. The number of people in the Butterfly's Purgatory Assassin organization had also reached 1,500. Because these people were all masters, there weren't many of them. However, it was definitely one of the most elite armies in the ancient Desolate Sea region. On this day, more than 10 cultivators flew in from outer space and requested to see Lin Feng. These cultivators were from the Rogue Cultivator Alliance. The Rogue Cultivator Alliance was a loose organization in the ancient Desolate Sea region. One of them was the Round Table Conference. The members of this Round Table Conference were the leaders of various powerful forces. If anything major happened in the ancient Desolate Sea domain, the Rogue Cultivator Alliance would gather the members of the Round Table Conference and head to the Rogue Cultivator Alliance for a meeting. Then, they would discuss and solve the problem. Lin Feng received these people. The leader of the group was an old man called Wu Ren. He had a thin body and a sharp gaze. This old man's cultivation was clearly very powerful. I'm here to inform the sect master that the Round Table Conference will be held a month later. The upper echelons of the Rogue Cultivator Alliance have discussed this matter and believe that Sect Master Lin is qualified to participate in this conference. Therefore, I'm here to inform Sect Master Lin. Wu Ren said. Lin Feng nodded and said, "All right, I'll be there on time. Everyone has traveled a long way and it must have been hard on you. I've already arranged accommodations for everyone. Stay here for a few days and have a good rest." Wu Ren said, "We still have some unfinished business here, so we can't delay any longer. Since the message has been delivered, we won't be staying here any longer. Farewell. Since that's the case, I won't keep you any longer. I wish everyone a safe journey." Lin Feng cupped his fists. Then, he sent Wu Ren and the others out. After that, he gave Wan Yangyang a look. Wan Yangyang understood what he meant. After sending Wu Ren and the others out of the island, he stuffed a storage ring into Wu Ren's hands. Inside are some small items that our young master has prepared. They aren't anything valuable. Please accept them, Brother Wu, Wan Yangyang said with a smile. Wu Ren smiled and said, "Sect Master Lin, you're too courteous." The two of them chatted for a while before Wu Ren and the others left. Along the way, Wu Ren checked the storage ring and found 5 million origin crystals. He was stunned. "Sir, is there something wrong with the items inside?" The rest of the people noticed that Wu Ren's expression wasn't quite right. They couldn't help but ask curiously. Wu Ren said, "It's rumored that Sect Master Lin's wealth is boundless. It seems like the rumors are true. He casually gave us 5 million origin crystals." "What? 5 million? The others couldn't help but gasp. 5 million origin crystals. It was a mountain of origin crystals. Wu Ren took out 1 million origin crystals and said, "Take these origin crystals and divide them among yourselves." "Thank you, sir." The group was overjoyed and thanked Wu Ren profusely. After Wu Ren and the others left, Sun Jian said, "Young master, I'm afraid something good is about to happen." "Oh? Something good is about to happen? What good is it?" Lin Feng said in surprise. Normally, the Knights Roundtable Conference is only held when something big happens. Nothing big has happened in the ancient Desolate Sea area. Therefore, I guess this Roundtable Conference might be held because some secret treasures or immortal residences have been found and experts need to explore them. Sun Jian said. The Overseas World. Lin Feng knew that there were many secret treasures and immortal abodes. If what Sun Jian said was true, then it was indeed something good. All right. Make some preparations and bring the 3,000 Dragon Gate army to the Independent Cultivator Alliance in advance. First, go to the Independent Cultivator Alliance and make some connections with the upper echelons of the Independent Cultivator Alliance. Then, buy some top-grade ancient war ships. Lin Feng ordered. Yes. I'll make the preparations now. Sun Jian nodded and left. Roundtable conference? This is interesting. Lin Feng narrowed his eyes. 10 days later, Lin Feng brought Wang Yangyang to the Rogue Cultivator Alliance. That night, a hurricane suddenly blew across the sea. The hurricane wreaked havoc and swept across the land. Huge waves that were tens of thousands of feet high surged. Countless ships in the sea were destroyed by the hurricane. Lin Feng and Wang Yangyang landed on an island. They found a cave to rest. Soon, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. Torrential rain poured down. Then, the rain poured down. Boom. A shocking fluctuation came from the sky above the sea. Cultivators were engaged in a great battle. More than 10 cultivators were besieging a woman in a black dress. Hand over that treasure. Otherwise, today will be the day you die. A cultivator coldly looked at the female cultivator. First, let's see if you can win against my sword. The female cultivator coldly snorted. The sword in her hand slashed out dense sword chi as she fought against the cultivators. While these people were fighting fiercely. In the sea, people continuously rushed to the island. The cultivators who rushed to the island ignored the female cultivator and the others who were fighting. At this time, with such a majestic storm and raging storm, these people had no interest in watching other people fight to the death. Many people entered the island to take shelter from the rain. Cultivators continuously escaped from the sea to the island. The storm became more and more terrifying. The storm became stronger and stronger. The huge island was even shaking. Many cultivators who rushed to the island from the sea were swept away by the storm before they could reach the island. Their bodies were torn to pieces. The female cultivator was very powerful. She used the waning snow sword technique. The snowflakes in the sky mixed with the rain and swept toward the cultivators who were besieging her. Pooh! 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 Cultivators were directly killed by the female cultivator. The female cultivator hurriedly rushed to the island. More than 20 people entered the cave Lin Feng and Wang Yangyang were in. Not long after, the female cultivator also flew in. Then, she found a hidden place to rest. Lin Feng looked at the hurricane outside and frowned. How come there's such a strong wind and a strong wind? How come there's such a strong wind? It's really strange. At this time, an old man put his palms together and kept praying. A cultivator looked at the old man and asked, "Senior, do you know what's going on? In all these years, I've never seen such a powerful storm. Deep-sea monster. The deep-sea monster has awakened." The old man's expression was unsightly. Deep-sea monster? Senior, don't scare us. Many people's voices trembled. Lin Feng couldn't help but ask, what's a deep-sea monster? It's an undead creature that hibernates in the deep sea. It has the power to destroy all life. Anyone who sees a deep-sea monster will lose their life. No one can escape the attack of a deep-sea monster. The old man said with a trembling voice. Undead creatures? What does he look like? He's actually this powerful? Lin Feng couldn't help but frown slightly. I'm not sure. Those who have seen the deep-sea monster are all dead. The old man said. No way, how could it be a deep-sea monster? The deep-sea monster is just a legend. Some people were unwilling to believe the old man's words. It can't be wrong. It couldn't be wrong. Although the deep-sea monster hasn't awakened for tens of thousands of years, it must be a deep-sea monster. Only when a deep-sea monster awakens would such a terrifying storm appear. The old man said. Lin Feng frowned. Seeing the old man speak so seriously, could it be that the so-called sea storm was caused by the awakening of the giant monster in the deep sea? It sounded a little too mysterious. Could such a terrifying storm be caused by a ferocious beast? Lin Feng believed that an emperor realm existence could cause such a storm. However, for a ferocious beast to cause such a terrifying storm, could it be that the deep-sea monster was an Emperor realm existence? Lin Feng asked. If it's really a deep-sea monster, why would it awaken after so many years of hibernation? It's the Tushi ancient coin. Someone must have obtained the Tushi ancient coin, which is why the deep-sea monster awakened. The old man said with a trembling voice. His entire body was trembling non-stop. Clearly, he was quite frightened. What's the Tushi ancient coin? Lin Feng asked, puzzled. The others had clearly never heard of the Tushi ancient coin, so they all looked at the old man. The Tushi ancient coin is an ancient coin created by the Tushi Immortal Kingdom's ruler a long, long time ago. He collected the most precious sage emperor gold and forged it. It's said that a single coin can buy an emperor realm weapon. There are a total of 1,000 of these coins. The old man began to explain the legend he knew. At this point, a cultivator said, a single coin can buy an emperor realm weapon? Who are you trying to fool? Who would believe you? The cultivator was not the only one who did not believe it. Even Lin Feng did not believe it. However, the old man said, you have to believe me. These coins have a very special effect. Special effect? Everyone looked at the old man in confusion. The ruler used an extremely ancient method to forge the coins. It said that the coins can communicate with the legendary Supreme Celestial Court. There are many secrets hidden in the Supreme Celestial Court. Those who obtain the coins can communicate with the Supreme Celestial Court through the ancient coins, and their cultivation will grow stronger. Most importantly, the person who obtains the coins will be immortal. The old man said. Damn, this is getting more and more ridiculous. Many people rolled their eyes. The old man's words were too shocking. No one dared to believe it. If it was true, it would overturn everyone's understanding. Lin Feng's expression turned solemn. The more he listened, the more he felt the matter was unbelievable. There was no need for the old man to lie. Lin Feng continued to ask. In other words, the ruler of Tushi Immortal Kingdom obtained immortality from then on? The old man nodded. Yes, he obtained immortality. However, because of this, he was envied by countless people. Thus, many experts joined forces to attack Tushi Immortal Kingdom. Although the Tushi Immortal Kingdom is powerful, how could it withstand the siege of so many experts? This once incomparably prosperous Tushi Immortal Kingdom was destroyed in this calamity, and the king of Tushi Immortal Kingdom escaped with the Tushi ancient coin. Unfortunately, the world is so big that there is no place for him to hide. Suddenly, another cultivator spoke up. Since the king of the Tuashi Immortal Kingdom already possesses an immortal lifespan, why is he fleeing? The old man couldn't help but roll his eyes and say, an immortal lifespan can indeed allow a person to live forever. However, it doesn't mean that others can't kill you. If no one kills you, you will naturally be able to live forever and retain your youth. However, if someone tries to kill you, you will still die. What happened next? What happened to the ruler of Tushi Immortal Kingdom? Lin Feng asked. Too many people were looking for him. He fled to many places and even asked for help from his old friends. However, they all wanted to kill him. It was truly a hopeless situation. In the end, he was surrounded by many experts. Naturally, the outcome was tragic. The emperor of the Tushi Immortal Kingdom was surrounded by countless experts. He had no hope of escaping. He was bathed in blood, and his blood dyed the sky red. He saw many people who had been drinking and chatting merrily with him in the past. Now, they were also trying to kill him. Don't blame us. We just wanted the Tushi coins. You shouldn't have forged the Tushi coins. Even if you did, you shouldn't have let others know about it. Cold voices rang out one after another. Many people were forced to come forward. I never thought that I, the Tushi Divine Emperor, would end up like this. Ha 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 ha. The emperor burst into laughter. Lin Feng and the others were startled. This old man was really good at telling stories. His body language and description were very vivid. It was as if he was really bringing Lin Feng and the others to an ancient era. Lin Feng and the others saw the Tushi Divine Emperor in his twilight years. So what if he had an immortal lifespan? In such a situation, nobody could escape death. The Tushi Divine Emperor took out a dagger. Then, he dug out his own heart. Many people felt their scalps go numb. What's the point of digging out his heart? Asked Lin Feng, puzzled. This method was too terrifying and cruel. The old man continued, the Tushi Divine Emperor wasn't a simple person. He knew many ancient techniques, such as the method to forge the Tushi coins. Of course, he also knew other ancient techniques. He once learned an ancient technique to communicate with the Grim Reaper. It was called the Death Curse. The Death Curse used one's own life as a sacrifice to communicate with the Grim Reaper. Then, it would activate the most evil curse. The Tushi Divine Emperor was in despair, so he dug out his own heart and sacrificed his own life. He used the Death Curse. Anyone who obtained the Tushi coins would die. If they didn't die, they would turn into dead creatures and step onto the cursed boat. They would never be able to leave the boat. The cursed boat? Lin Feng frowned. The word curse was too evil. Therefore, when he heard the word curse, he felt very uncomfortable. Powerful existences like the fire ravens, the coffin carriers, the heavenly masters, and so on. They had all been cursed. And the curses couldn't be resisted. Curses were the most mysterious powers in the world. It was enough to make one's expression change. Did all those people turn into undead creatures later on? Asked someone. The elder said, after the Tushi Divine Emperor died, countless experts started to fight over the Tushi ancient coins. This battle swept through the various worlds, and countless factions were destroyed and countless people died. Said Lin Feng. Could it be that the curse has manifested? Maybe it's because of the curse, or maybe it's because of human greed, but this catastrophe will come to an end one day. After 10,000 years of catastrophe, the 1,000 Tushi ancient coins will have their own owners. Those experts who obtained the Tushi ancient coins thought that they would obtain immortality, but they didn't know that the Tushi ancient coins had been cursed by the Tushi Saint Emperor. They will indeed gain immortality, but they will board the boat of curse and become dead creatures. They will serve their sentences on the boat of curse forever and suffer endless torture. What's the boat of curse? Someone was confused. It's said to be an extremely mysterious ancient ship. It's also the most terrifying ancient ship. It has the strongest attack, the strongest defense, and the fastest speed. Since ancient times, the Tushi Emperor was invincible. Not a single ancient ship could compete with the Tushi Emperor. However, the boat of curse is also the most evil ancient boat. The crew members of the boat of curse are all cursed people. They are neither human nor ghost. They are better off dead than alive. However, they can't die even if they want to. They can only bear the endless pain and continue to live. Said the old man. Wan Yangyang asked. It's just a legend, right? It's not a legend. Said the old man, his voice trembling. It's said that when the Tushi Emperor awakens, the Tushi Emperor will appear. What does the Tushi Emperor have to do with the Tushi Emperor? Someone asked in confusion. The captain of the Tushi Emperor. He's the master of the Tushi Emperor. Once the Tushi Emperor awakens, the Tushi Emperor will die. The boat of curse that was originally sleeping in the river of death will ride the wind and break through the waves, rush out of the river of death, and come from the world of the dead to the world of the living. Said the old man. What the? Everyone rolled their eyes. What the old man said was too mysterious. Even the most exciting myths were not as exciting as the old man's story. However, the old man looked so serious that it did not seem like he was telling a story. However, when they thought about it, they guessed that the old man must have read it from an ancient book. Everyone was relieved. This should be a story. It just happened that a storm swept across the sea today. The old man connected the story recorded in the ancient book with the scene in front of them. Then, they believed it. The more they thought about it, the more likely it was. Many people treated the old man's story as a story. Someone asked curiously, Senior, you said that the Tushi ancient coin is related to the awakening of the Tushi ancient coin. Is the appearance of the Tushi ancient coin related to the Tushi ancient coin? Said the old man. Of course it's related. I mentioned before that those who obtain the Tushi ancient coin will either die or step on the Tushi ancient coin and become a dead creature on the Tushi ancient coin. Now, the Tushi ancient coin will appear to welcome new members. Everyone was speechless. The old man continued, as for the deep-sea monster, it can sense who obtained the Tushi ancient coin. It can even sense where the person who obtained the Tushi ancient coin is. Therefore, I'm guessing that someone must have obtained the Tushi ancient coin and attracted the killing intent of the Tushi ancient coin. Perhaps, the Tushi ancient coin will appear soon. After saying that, the old man clasped his hands together and prayed again. Lin Feng frowned slightly. The content of this story was simply too shocking. Rumble. Rumble, suddenly, the ground shook. The entire island shook violently, and the cave began to collapse. Everyone was shocked and quickly rushed out of the cave. Many people rushed out of their hiding places. The island shook violently, and the mountains began to collapse. The island began to crack. On the surface of the sea, the storm was still raging. Screech! Suddenly, a sharp, ear-piercing cry came from the depths of the sea. What's that sound? Many people's expressions changed. The Tushi ancient coin. It must be the Tushi ancient coin, shouted the old man in horror. P.S. A friend created a fan group for Old Mantu. Group number, 426393872. Old Mantu is in it. Everyone, add him. Senior, please don't be an alarmist. You're scaring us to death. Many people looked at the old man with pale faces. Deep-sea monsters were legendary existences. Once they appeared, would they still be able to survive? Everyone had a look of deep fear on their faces. Who could stand against a creature like the deep-sea monster? However, the old man did not pay attention to anyone as he continued to pray. The storm on the sea grew stronger and stronger. More and more people escaped from the sea to the island. Lin Feng saw a woman in a black dress and could not help but feel apprehensive. The woman was hugging a sword with both hands. She was leaning against a rock wall with her eyes closed, seemingly asleep. He had noticed this woman before. She had taken shelter from the rain in the cave he was staying in. She's so careless. Lin Feng muttered. The storm raged, and huge waves surged. It was like the end of the world. More and more people escaped from the sea and landed on the island. Everyone stayed on the island and looked toward the sea, praying that the storm would calm down. Fortunately, the most terrifying storm did not sweep toward the island they were on. If it did, the island would be completely destroyed. Perhaps this was a blessing in disguise. At dawn, the storm finally dissipated. Everyone could finally heave a sigh of relief. Looks like my prayers last night were effective, the old man said as he stood up. Everyone secretly rolled their eyes at the old man. Was the storm something that could be resolved by praying? If praying could resolve it, all kinds of disasters would be solved by praying. That way, the disasters would disappear. Lin Feng sat down on a rock to rest. This night of being on tenterhooks was really too tiring. Damn it. To think that I would encounter something like this when I'm out at sea. What bad luck. Brother, be content. It's good enough that you're still alive. Look at how many people died in this storm. The power of nature is unimaginable. Many people lamented. The old man said. What power of nature? It's the appearance of the deep-sea monster that caused such a huge commotion. Senior, since you said that the deep-sea monsters are here to find the person who obtained the Tushi ancient coins, why didn't they attack our island? The old man said, maybe it's because the person who had the Tushi ancient coin was killed by the deep-sea monster in the sea, so we were lucky and avoided the disaster. Another person said with a smile, but senior, you just said that it was all thanks to your prayers. The old man was refuted to the point that he was speechless. He couldn't help but snort coldly and walk away. Someone in the distance took out a glass bottle. It was a bottle with a space of its own, and it was half filled with seawater. An ancient ship that had shrunk countless times was floating in the sea. The cultivator opened the bottle and took out the ancient ship. Then, the ancient ship rapidly expanded. Everyone can ride it for free. If there is any danger, we can take care of each other. The cultivator who took out the ancient ship said. Then, he boarded the ancient ship. Since the ancient ship was free of charge, the cultivators on the island were naturally overjoyed. Everyone boarded the ship one after another. Lin Feng and Wanyan Yang also boarded the ancient ship. Seeing that Lin Feng was frowning, Wang Yangyang asked, "Master, why are you frowning?" Lin Feng said, "I feel that yesterday's incident is very strange. It doesn't seem as simple as a simple storm on the sea." Wang Yangyang said, "Could it be that Master believes the old man's words?" Lin Feng said, "Nothing in this world is groundless. I don't know if the old man's story is true, but even if it isn't, I feel that yesterday's incident must be related to some unknown and terrifying existence." Buddha, good indeed, good indeed. Suddenly, a passing monk looked at Lin Feng and put his palms together. This was a young monk, but there were actually 9 rays of Buddhist light floating behind his head. It was truly extraordinary. This was a senior monk who had achieved the Tao. Many times, there would be some proud sons of the heavens who would have unimaginable achievements at such a young age. And such achievements would reach heights that others would never be able to reach in a short period of time. This monk was clearly such a person. "Greetings, Master. I am Lin Feng. How should I address you?" Lin Feng asked. "This little monk is called Isho." The young monk said. "So it's Master Isho. Nice to meet you." Lin Feng cupped his fists. Isho said, "Benefactor is too polite." When I heard Benefactor mention yesterday's incident, this little monk also felt that it was strange, so I wanted to exchange my opinion with Benefactor. Lin Feng and Isho discussed some of their opinions. Lin Feng also told Isho the story he had heard from the old man, and Isho also told Lin Feng a terrifying matter. When he had flown out of the sea, he had faintly seen something moving at the bottom of the sea. At that time, he had not dared to take a closer look and had quickly rushed to the island. After hearing Isho's words, Lin Feng couldn't help but gasp. "Could it be that something terrifying had really appeared?" Isho said. "Fortunately, everything has returned to normal." Lin Feng stroked his chin and said, I think it's time to return to normal. If it wanted to make a move on us, last night was a good opportunity. This was a dark world, a world of dead spirits. There was a long river that swept through the world. In the river, there were countless corpses, vengeful spirits, evil spirits, and malicious ghosts. Mournful cries could be heard. Hundreds of ghosts were crying. Those terrifying dead spirits wanted to rush out of the river. But they couldn't. This was the river of death. These dead spirits. They were destined to be trapped in the river forever. They would suffer endless pain. Whoosh, suddenly, huge waves rose from the river. A pitch-black ancient ship covered in moss rushed out from the depths of the river. The undead creatures that had been sleeping on the ship woke up. "We've woken up. How many tens of thousands of years have we been sleeping? We've woken up again. Can we return to the world of the living?" Those dead spirits shouted excitedly. Their bodies were rotten and emitted a stench. It was extremely disgusting. Crack. Suddenly, the door on the second floor of the ancient ship was pushed open. A tall undead spirit walked out. The undead spirit held a bottle of wine in his hand. He laughed and said, "Little ones, what are you waiting for? Raise the flag. Raise the flag. Raise the flag. Raise the flag." Countless undead creatures roared. The flag of the ancient ship was raised. It was a skeleton flag, like a pirate flag. There were 4 words written on it. "Ship of Curse. Ha 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 ha. Set sail. Return to the world of the living." The captain laughed heartily and gulped down the wine. However, the wine that he drank flowed out from his rotten body. Rumble. At the same time, the ship of curse rode the wind and waves and rushed directly to an unknown place in the river of death. It disappeared into the endless darkness. Lin Feng, who was resting, suddenly had a slight change in expression. He had discovered that his great death art had started circulating on its own. What's going on? Lin Feng was puzzled. Demon Lord, my great death art has started circulating on its own. This is the first time something like this has happened. Could something have happened that I don't know about? Lin Feng said with a grave expression. Yao Jun said, the great art of death can communicate with the legendary river of death, so once the great art of death is used, it can summon the power of the underworld's river of death. Then, this power of death will condense into a river of death in the real world to fight against the enemy. You've cultivated the great art of death, so you can vaguely sense the river of death in the underworld. Could it be that something happened in the river of death in the underworld? Otherwise, why would the great death art start circulating on its own? Lin Feng smiled bitterly. The netherworld is a place where only the dead go. What could have happened there? The demon lord said, the netherworld is much scarier, more complicated, and more mysterious than you can imagine. That place has unimaginable living beings and countless secrets. Lin Feng nodded, suppressing the uneasiness in his heart. The ancient ship continued sailing. Lin Feng and Monkey Show were chatting happily. While chatting with Monkey Show on the deck, Lin Feng saw the black-dressed woman from before. This woman was tall and slender, and her face was also extremely beautiful. However, her small face had always been cold. As if sensing Lin Feng's gaze, she turned around and glared fiercely at Lin Feng. She said threateningly, "What are you looking at? Do you believe that I won't gouge your eyeballs out?" That temper, Lin Feng turned around and smiled bitterly. Monkey Show said, "Wine is like immortal nectar, while women are like ill-fated relationships in the mortal world. That is why we should accompany ourselves with good wine and stay away from women. If ill-fated relationships continue, the path of cultivation will be very difficult." Pfft! Lin Feng burst out laughing. Do monks drink wine too? Wine and meat pass through the intestines, but Buddha remains in the heart. With Buddha in the heart, so what if you have wine and meat in your hands? Lin Feng said with a smile, "It seems that Master's understanding of Buddhism has reached a point where it is beyond the reach of others." Monkey Show said, "Patron, you flatter me." 3 days later, at noon, the sky had already darkened. Black clouds rolled. Lightning filled the sky. Lin Feng frowned. Is there going to be another storm? It's over. It's over. It must be a deep-sea monster. The old man said, his face pale. At this moment, Lin Feng noticed that the expression of the woman in the black dress had become uncertain. Lin Feng felt that the woman's demeanor was a bit strange. You're still looking? Didn't I warn you? Do you believe that I won't hack you to death? The woman pulled out her sword and was about to slash at Lin Feng. Save me. She's trying to murder her husband. Lin Feng shouted. Who told you to spout nonsense? I'll hack you to death. The woman swung her sword at Lin Feng. I only glanced at you a few times, and you're already attacking me? Aren't you being too unreasonable? Lin Feng shouted gloomily as he ran. You're looking at me lecherously. Naturally, I'll hack you to death, the woman said coldly. The hell? In all honesty. Since when did I look at you lecherously? This little girl was too sensitive. Lin Feng felt the urge to vomit blood. He ran outside while the woman chased after him with her sword. After running out of the cabin, he noticed that many people had gathered on the deck. Everyone was looking deep into the ship. Lin Feng pointed at the ship's depths. The woman who was chasing after him also stopped. She couldn't help but look into the depths. She saw black fog rolling in the depths. The black fog seemed to be connected to another world. That world was cold, sinister, and terrifying. It emanated an aura of death. Go, 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 the ship's master ordered. The cultivators controlling the ship quickly changed their course and rushed into the distance. It's getting more and more sinister. Lin Feng took a deep breath. He noticed that the woman had put away her sword and was walking into the cabin. Lin Feng rubbed his chin thoughtfully. The deep-sea monsters must be coming. I don't care about you guys anymore. I'm leaving. I can't stay on this ship anymore. The old man said. He flew into the distance. Is that old man scared out of his wits? Someone muttered. They felt that the old man was completely immersed in his story and couldn't extricate himself. Suddenly, a wretched cry rang out from afar. A swarm of black-colored flying insects flew out from the black fog to wrap around the old man. In an instant, the old man was reduced to a pile of white bones. What the hell is that? Many people felt their scalps go numb. Hurry, hurry, hurry. The black fog is coming, many people shouted. The ship's speed was pushed to the limit. It quickly rushed into the distance. An hour later. In the black fog. An ancient ship rushed out. Ha 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 ha, we're out, an earth-shaking roar came from the ancient ship. It was countless undead creatures. The aura of the young world is so good. We used to live in the young world, but now we have to suffer in the young world. It feels so good to be able to return to the young world. I don't want to go back to that damned place in the young world anymore. Many undead creatures roared in excitement. Then, the rotten bodies of these undead creatures began to return to normal. It didn't take long for them to become normal people again. Hey, how did our bodies recover? Many undead creatures shouted in disbelief. It's the captain. It must be the captain. It's said that the captain is comprehending the Great Fate technique. Could it be that the captain has already comprehended the Great Fate technique? He can actually turn us into normal people? An undead creature shouted in shock. At this time, the captain walked out. The captain became a burly middle-aged man. The recovery of the body is only temporary. The curse of the ship of curse can't be broken. Unless you can really comprehend the Great Fate technique, you can't break the curse. However, it's not that easy to comprehend the Great Fate technique. Now, let's go and catch the person who has the Tushi ancient coin. Let's add a new member to our ship of curse. The captain shouted loudly. Catch that person, catch that person. Let him have the same miserable fate as us. All the people on the boat of curse roared. Around the ship of curse, the seawater churned violently. In the depths of the sea, there seemed to be a huge monster slowly emerging from the water. A storm raged, lightning flashed, and thunder rumbled. It was still daytime, but it was as dark as night. Dark clouds rolled, causing one's heart to tremble. Lin Feng stood on the deck. At this moment, the restrictions on the ship had been lifted, so there was no need to worry about being drenched by the rain. Looks like I'll have to perform a divination. Monkey Xiao said. Lin Feng could not help but ask, aren't you a monk? You actually know how to perform divination? Monkey Xiao pressed his palms together and said, Buddha says that it's never too old to learn. Lin Feng was speechless. Did Buddha say that? Monkey Xiao was also a weirdo. Monkey Xiao took out 3 tortoise shells and a jade tube. He put the tortoise shells into the jade tube. Lin Feng said in shock, is this the Hotian 64 trigrams divination technique? Monkey Xiao said in surprise, Benefactor Lin knows this divination technique as well? The most popular technique in the world of cultivators was the Xianxia 8 trigrams technique. Of course, the various sects were mainly Taoists. Their divination techniques were mostly derived from the Xianxia 8 trigrams. In fact, the Celestial Master sect's inheritance also had extremely profound divination techniques. However, Lin Feng had only obtained a very small portion of the Celestial Master sect's inheritance. Therefore, Lin Feng had not been able to learn the divination techniques, but he still had some understanding of the various divination techniques. Among the various divination techniques, the truly powerful one was the Hotian 64 trigrams. In the past, Princess Trigram Fa had used the Xiantian 8 trigrams as a foundation and evolved it into the Hotian 64 trigrams. GFA's evolution of the Xiantian 8 trigrams into the Hotian 64 trigrams had simply created an era. However, he died very early, so his Hotian 64 trigrams had not been popularized. Those who knew the Hotian 64 trigrams were too rare. As time passed, it was almost impossible to find cultivators who knew the Hotian 64 trigrams. Monkey Xiao was indeed knowledgeable. He actually knew the divination techniques recorded in the Hotian 64 trigrams. Lin Feng said, I've heard of the 64 Hotian hexagram, and I've read some introductions about it. This is an ancient technique that I obtained by chance. However, even after studying it for many years, I've only scratched the surface of it. Emperor GFA's post-celestial hexagram is too mysterious. Monkey Xiao said. Lin Feng replied, even if I've only scratched the surface, I'm sure it's still incredibly mysterious. Monkey Xiao smiled and didn't say anything else. He began to perform divination. He held the jade tube with both hands and shook it. Then, he kept chanting all kinds of incantations. These incantations were very ancient and mysterious. Lin Feng didn't understand the contents of these incantations. Seeing Monkey Xiao performing divination here, many people surrounded him. Walala, suddenly. Monkey Show took out the tortoiseshell from the jade tube. He glanced at the 3 pieces of tortoiseshell and was so scared that his face turned pale and he sat down on the ground. What? Is the divination not good? Lin Feng asked in a deep voice. It's wrong. It must be wrong. Let me do it again. Monkey Show gritted his teeth and took out 2 more pieces of tortoiseshell. Using tortoiseshell to perform divination was very particular. The more tortoiseshell one used, the more accurate the divination would be. However, it didn't mean that one could use as many as they wanted. If one's cultivation wasn't high enough and forcefully used more tortoiseshell to perform divination, they would suffer a severe backlash. At that time, they might even go berserk and die. Under normal circumstances, Monkey Show could use 3 pieces of tortoiseshell to perform divination. This way, his body wouldn't be damaged. However, Monkey Show's divination with 3 pieces of tortoiseshell seemed to be inaccurate. Lin Feng guessed that this kind of divination definitely wasn't a good one, so Monkey Show took out 2 more pieces of tortoiseshell. This was his limit. Monkey Show placed 5 pieces of tortoiseshell into the jade tube. Then, he held the jade tube with both hands and began to shake it. At the same time, he kept chanting. A monk's divination? Is it reliable? Someone muttered. It seemed that they didn't trust Monkey Show's divination skills. Regardless of whether others believed it or not, Lin Feng trusted Monkey Show quite a bit. Pfft. Monkey Show's divination with 5 pieces of tortoiseshell was indeed met with a backlash. He couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. His face turned pale. Stop it. Lin Feng said in a deep voice. He and Monkey Show hit it off quite well. Although they had only known each other for a short period of time, the 2 of them could be considered good friends. Therefore, Lin Feng didn't wish to see Monkey Show get seriously injured because of divination. Moreover, there were still some people around who were making sarcastic remarks. This made Lin Feng very unhappy. It's fine. Monkey Show said. He didn't intend to give up. He chanted another incantation and spat out another 2 mouthfuls of blood. He had finally completed his divination. Walala, 5 pieces of tortoiseshell fell from the jade tube onto the ground and were scattered all over the place. Among the crowd, there were people who had some understanding of divination. When they saw how messy the divination was, their expressions changed. Such a messy divination, I'm afraid it's inauspicious. The cultivator said in a deep voice. Lin Feng also had some understanding of divination. The more scattered the divination, the more inauspicious it was. Master, what does the divination say? Someone asked. Dark clouds cover the sun, darkness descends, the universe reverses, the dead spirits reappear. Monkey Show said 16 words. Master, what does that mean? Can you be more specific? Many people didn't understand. It means, good luck to all of you. Monkey Show said with a bitter smile. Damn, how can you say that? Can't you say something nice? I've already said it. Can a monk's divination be reliable? Many people looked at each other coldly. Lin Feng had already guessed this situation. Everyone wanted to hear something nice. Therefore, it was very easy to offend people when speaking the truth. Therefore, what Monkey Show did was a thankless task. Get lost. Lin Feng looked coldly at these cultivators. F***ck, who do you think you are? Are you looking for a beating? Many people looked coldly at Lin Feng. Lin Feng said coldly, teach them a lesson. Wan Yangyang stepped forward, emitting a powerful aura. Many people felt the terrifying aura in Wan Yangyang's body and were so frightened that their faces turned pale. They didn't dare to say anything and quickly retreated. Lin Feng stood at the side to guard Monkey Show. He had suffered a backlash and was adjusting his body. If he didn't treat it in time, it would cause serious damage to his body. Rumble, suddenly, the ship shook violently. What happened? Many people's expressions changed. Many cultivators in the cabins rushed out. Bang! The next moment, the ship shook again. Something seemed to be hitting the ship at the bottom of the sea. Monkey Show opened his eyes, but his face was still pale. He had suffered a backlash and needed to recuperate. He wouldn't recover so quickly. How do you feel? Lin Feng asked. Much better. Monkey Show said. Master, the situation doesn't seem good. Should we leave this ancient ship? Wan Yang said. Let's wait for a while. If we leave now, we'll be the first to stick our neck out. The first to die will definitely be the first to move. Lin Feng said. Okay. Wan Yang nodded. Rumble, the ship shook again, this time even more violently than before. Hurry up and rush out. Many people shouted anxiously. But soon, a terrified voice came from the control room. The ship can't move. As expected. At this moment, everyone realized that the ship really couldn't move. It was as if something was sucking the ancient ship, making the ancient ship unable to move even a single step. Many people were pale with fright. Hurry up and leave the ancient ship. Many cultivators shouted as they rushed into the distance. But just as they flew out, suddenly, in the sea, a powerful devouring force was emitted. A huge whirlpool appeared in the sea. It was this whirlpool. It emitted a powerful devouring force. All the cultivators who rushed out of the ancient ship, they were all devoured by the huge whirlpool. After seeing this scene, many people were so scared that their faces turned pale. There were many powerful cultivators among those cultivators, but they died without even causing a ripple. It was truly hair-raising. Bang, 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 suddenly, something started to violently hit the bottom of the ship. It's leaking, the ship is leaking, soon, someone in the cabin shouted in horror. Whoosh. A huge tentacle reached out from the sea. It was at least 1,000 meters tall. Then, it fell from the sky and smashed towards the ancient ship. The tentacle was as black as ink, and if one looked carefully, there were sharp barbs at the end of the tentacle. The tentacle looked like the tail of a scorpion. Hurry up and dodge, seeing the huge tentacle smashing down, many people screamed in horror. Then, everyone hurriedly dodged. Bang, but when the huge tentacle smashed onto the ancient ship, many people were still smashed into meat paste. They died on the spot. Heavens, what is that? Lin Feng saw the thick tentacle and felt his scalp go numb. The tentacle was actually covered with densely packed poisonous snakes. The tails of the poisonous snakes and the tentacles. Each poisonous snake was at least 3 to 4 meters long. Some of the poisonous snakes were longer. Some were even 7 meters long. These venomous snakes opened their bloody mouths and bit at the cultivators. Ah, screams rang out one after another. Many people had their heads bitten off by the poisonous snakes on the spot. There were also many people who were bitten by the venomous snakes and screamed in agony. Slash. Slash slash, Lin Feng was holding his black dragon sword and was about to kill the snake. Slash. Slash slash, one by one, the heads of the poisonous snakes were chopped off by Lin Feng. Many people were attacking the huge tentacle, and the tentacle suddenly swung. Bang bang bang, many cultivators were directly whipped to death. Behind. Wan Yang roared. Lin Feng was shocked and turned to look. He saw a second huge tentacle falling from the sky. The second tentacle was also covered with densely packed poisonous snakes. He didn't know what kind of creature was at the bottom of the sea. The tentacle was like the tail of a scorpion. And it was densely packed with poisonous snakes. He had never seen such a creature before. Even if he had never heard of it. He quickly moved to the left. Bang, the next moment. The huge tentacle smashed down. Many cultivators were directly smashed into meat paste. Lin Feng narrowly avoided the huge tentacle smashing down like a mountain. Run, many people rushed out. They wanted to run for their lives. Splash splash, something even more terrifying happened. Densely packed tentacles stretched out from the sea. Then, those tentacles whipped towards the cultivators who were running away. Many cultivators were whipped into meat paste on the spot. How many tentacles does it have? Seeing those densely packed tentacles, Lin Feng's face was full of shock. Even if it was an octopus monster. It didn't have so many tentacles. This monster had too many tentacles. The densely packed tentacles seemed to cover the sky. They smashed towards the ship. Get on the ship and break out. Lin Feng took out the Xianyuan ancient ship and shouted. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. Lin Feng, Wan Yang, and Monkey Xiao rushed onto the ancient ship one after another. Then, the Xianyuan ancient ship quickly rushed out. Huge tentacles shot towards the Xianyuan ancient starry sky ship. Fire! Lin Feng shouted and gave the order. Boom 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 boom, a dense barrage of spirit stone shells flew out and bombarded those tentacles. Those tentacles were bombarded and bloody. Screech! The unknown terrifying creature hidden in the sea let out a painful roar. More tentacles smashed towards the Xianyuan ancient ship. Seeing those huge tentacles covering the sky, Lin Feng felt his scalp go numb. However, he had seen many storms. He could still remain calm. Lin Feng activated the Emperor's Mark. The Xianyuan ancient ship directly slammed into those tentacles. The Emperor's Mark swept towards the tentacles. Puff! Many tentacles were torn apart by the Emperor's Mark and black blood gushed out. A gap finally appeared in the tentacles that sealed the world. That ancient ship is about to escape. Quick, let's go. Many cultivators saw that the Xianyuan ancient starry sky vessel was about to break out of the encirclement and quickly rushed towards the Xianyuan ancient starry sky vessel. They wanted to board the Xianyuan ancient ship to escape danger. However, they were attacked by those huge tentacles and many people died tragically. Only the black-robed woman managed to escape to Lin Feng. However, the Xianyuan ancient ship was protected by restrictions and she couldn't enter. The black-robed woman cried out anxiously. Lin Feng couldn't help but frown when he saw the black-robed woman and immediately opened the restrictions. Let this woman in. Bang bang bang, the dense spirit stone shells and the Emperor's Mark finally blew up a huge tentacle. Swoosh! The Xianyuan ancient ship turned into a stream of light and quickly rushed out. Lin Feng looked in the direction of the ship. A dense mass of tentacles wrapped around the entire huge ship. In the sea, huge waves surged. The gigantic ship was connected to all the cultivators. They were all dragged into the sea in an instant. It was too tragic. Swoosh! The Xianyuan ancient ship didn't dare to stop and raised its speed to the limit. It turned into a stream of light. It rushed into the distance. In the blink of an eye, it disappeared without a trace. Inside the cabin, the deity realm clone controlled the ancient ship, Xianyuan, to travel at high speed. Lin Feng frowned slightly and said, "Could that monster be the deep-sea monster that the old man mentioned?" This. Monkey Xiao's expression changed. The reason for that was because the story told by that old man was simply too legendary. It was very difficult for them to believe it. However, a monster had appeared out of nowhere. It was so terrifying. What was it? Monkey Xiao could not figure it out. I'm not sure. The only fortunate thing is that we managed to get rid of that damnable monster. However, the sad thing is that so many people died. Monkey Xiao sighed. He was a Buddhist. He was compassionate and bemoaned the state of the universe. That was why he had seen so many people die. His heart was filled with grief. Monkey Xiao sat down cross-legged and began to chant sutras for the dead. Lin Feng walked out with Wan Yang. When he saw the black-dressed woman on the deck, he smiled and said, "Why are you chasing me so closely? Are you plotting something against me? Let me tell you, I'm a decent man." After seeing Lin Feng, the black-dressed woman glared at Lin Feng. She had no intention of thanking him. Instead, she pulled out her treasured sword and said fiercely, "If I knew this ship was yours, I wouldn't have boarded it even if I had to die in the hands of that monster." Lin Feng smiled and said, "You have a treasured sword in your hand. It's not too late to die now. Let me teach you. Hold the sword hilt with your right hand and place it on your neck. Then, exert force with your wrist. With just a little bit of strength, I'll be able to burn paper money for you. Before I die, I'll kill you first." The black-dressed woman swung her treasured sword at Lin Feng. Lin Feng dodged and shouted, "Is there any justice in this world? I saved you, and this is how you repay your savior?" Humph. The black-dressed woman snorted coldly and put away her treasured sword. Then, she said, "Help me clean up a room. I want to rest." Lin Feng said, "There are plenty of rooms. You can choose whatever you want." The woman in the black dress pulled out her sword and shouted, "I asked you to help me clean up, didn't you hear me? Hurry up and go." He raised his sword and was about to chop down. Lin Feng wanted to cry but had no tears. This is the young master's ancient ship. Why was he being bullied to this extent? Because you're a beauty. Your young master, will endure. A good man doesn't fight with a woman. Lin Feng helped the woman clean up a room and then quickly left the room. God knows if he would have been chopped off by this woman if he had been a step slower. At this moment, Monkey Xiao had also finished ferrying the souls of the dead cultivators. He walked out and said, "Femme fatale." "Femme fatale?" Lin Feng asked. "What do you mean?" "To tell you the truth, Almsgiver Lin, I think Almsgiver Lin is destined for a calamity of romance." Monkey Xiao said. Having good luck with women was a good thing. Naturally, a peach blossom calamity was not a good thing. Lin Feng said angrily, "Can't you hope for something better?" Monkey Xiao said, "I came to this conclusion after looking at your face." Lin Feng was speechless. "Bro, you're a monk. You don't recite scriptures or Buddhist scriptures. All you do is study Taoist divination techniques and read people's faces. Isn't this too much of an occupation?" Although Lin Feng felt apprehensive, Monkey Xiao was still very capable. Lin Feng asked, "How do you explain this peach blossom calamity?" Monkey Xiao said, "There are only 4 people on this ship, 3 men and 1 woman. Isn't it obvious how you explain the peach blossom calamity? Are you talking about that tigress?" Lin Feng rubbed his chin and said softly, "People say that a woman with a good figure will bring luck to her husband. Although that tigress has a bad temper, she's definitely bringing luck to her husband no matter how you look at it." Lin Feng had some reservations about the woman in the black dress. However, he still looked at the figure of the woman in the black dress with an appreciative gaze. Even with his picky eyes, the woman in the black dress could be considered a top-grade product. Moreover, she was a typical peach blossom calamity. Monkey Xiao said, "A peach blossom calamity doesn't necessarily bring luck to her husband. If she wants to trick you, you can't do anything about it. Chasing her off the ship now is the best way." "Is that a good idea?" Lin Feng asked. "Isn't that too ungentlemanly?" He continued to mutter. "The peach blossom calamity is coming. What's the point of being gentlemanly? Can gentlemanly be used as a meal?" Monkey Xiao said. Monkey Xiao was a kind person. If the problem hadn't worsened, he wouldn't have said that. Of course, he wouldn't have said such things. Lin Feng said, "Since there's no danger now, it's fine to let her go down early. I'll go to her room and tell her about this." Monkey Xiao nodded and patted Lin Feng's shoulder. Lin Feng went to the woman in the black dress room and knocked on the door. "Are you asleep?" "No. I have something to talk to you about." "Speak outside." Lin Feng rolled his eyes. "This is my ancient ship. I can go wherever I want." He said, "I want to talk inside." "Come in, then." Lin Feng pushed the door open and entered. As soon as he entered the room, a delicate figure pressed against him. The woman in the black dress hugged Lin Feng. "This isn't good, right? We don't know each other yet. Aren't we developing too quickly?" Lin Feng said. This woman's attitude made him a little confused. Earlier, she had wanted to hack him with her sword. Now, she was throwing herself at him. Lin Feng wanted to cry, but no tears came out. "Beauty, can you not be cold to me one moment and gentle to me the next? I can't guess what you're thinking. In the vast sea of people, I'm all alone. Sometimes, I'll feel empty, lonely, and cold. I don't ask for everlasting love. I just want to be with you for a while." The woman in the black dress said. Lin Feng became excited. What did she mean? Could it be that she wanted to be with him? This wasn't a peach blossom calamity. This was clearly his luck with women. "Brother monk, you've miscalculated." Lin Feng pinched the woman's delicate chin. Looking at her delicate face, the more he looked at it, the more beautiful it seemed. Then, he slowly lowered his head and kissed her red lips. Unexpectedly, the woman in the black dress sent him flying with a slap. Bang! Lin Feng's body slammed into the cabin. What's going on? What's the meaning of this? Lin Feng was still confused. The woman in the black dress had already charged over with her sword. "Stinking pervert, I'll kill you." Lin Feng wanted to cry. Tigress, you're the one who seduced me. Now, you're calling me a pervert. Don't be unreasonable. Lin Feng ran outside. After the woman in the black dress chased him outside, she glared at Lin Feng and said, I'll spare you this time, but don't let me see you again. After saying that, the woman in the black dress soared into the sky and flew away. Damn, what bad luck. What a calamity. Lin Feng shouted gloomily. It's good that she's gone, Monkey Xiao said. 6 hours later. On the sea that was originally clear and boundless. Suddenly, dark clouds rolled. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. In the sea, waves rose to the sky. Seeing this scene, the expressions of Lin Feng and the others changed greatly. That mysterious monster is here. Yi Futian muttered. P.S. Archaic Dragonesque Elephant Technique Group Number 426393872. Those who haven't joined the group, please add. There are cute girls and little fresh meats in the group. There's bound to be one that suits you. How could this be? Why is that monster chasing after us? Could it be that it doesn't want to let any of the people who appeared on that ship off? Lin Feng's face was grim. The fact that the monster was chasing after them was something that had him bewildered. Monkey Xiao frowned. We're in trouble now that we've been targeted by the monster. We've got to get rid of it as soon as possible. Yes. Lin Feng nodded his head. He then ordered his God-state clone to push the speed of the Xianyuan ship to its maximum. Shoo! The Xianyuan ship turned into a streak of light and shot off into the distance. But no matter how fast they were, the skies above them were filled with thunder and lightning. Dark clouds were rumbling, and torrential rain was pouring down. This meant that they had not been able to get rid of the monster. Why was the monster chasing after them? Lin Feng could not figure it out. But now was not the time to be thinking about it. The most important thing right now was to get rid of the monster as soon as possible. Lin Feng activated the ability of the ancient ship to traverse through the void, wanting to leave this place immediately. But Lin Feng soon realized that the void around them had been sealed. The Xianyuan ship could fly, and even sail through the seas. But there was no way for it to traverse through the void. This is bad. Lin Feng's face turned grim. He had to get ready for battle now. Splash! Splash! Suddenly, a tentacle burst out from the depths of the sea. Waves surged into the skies as they rumbled furiously. That gigantic tentacle slammed down at the Xianyuan ship viciously. The mountain-like tentacle slammed down, as though the void was about to be torn apart. Fire the cannons! Lin Feng bellowed out as the spirit stone cannon focused its firepower on that gigantic tentacle. A dense cluster of spirit stone cannons. It was as though they could blast a hole in the heavens and earth. Bam! Bam! After the spirit stone cannons exploded, the gigantic tentacle was blasted into a bloody mess. Screech! The monster in the depths of the sea roared out in rage. Splash, 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 then, an even more terrifying scene appeared. Tentacles stretched out one after another. As far as the eye could see, the ancient ship was surrounded by giant tentacles. They surrounded the area in all directions. Rumble, suddenly. The ancient ship shook violently. Monkey Xiao said in a deep voice, I'm afraid the ancient ship has been sucked in by the gigantic monster. The previous ship was sucked in by the gigantic monster and was unable to move before it was devoured. Launch torpedo shells! Lin Feng ordered with a gloomy expression. The torpedo shells were also refined by alchemists. This kind of torpedo shell was even more precious. Ordinary ancient ships couldn't afford such a precious torpedo shell. But for Lin Feng, this amount of money was naturally nothing. Countless torpedo shells were released by the humanoid puppet. Bang bang bang, below, the torpedo shells began to explode. Bang bang bang. At the same time, the spirit stone cannons also fired a dense number of spirit stone cannons at the huge tentacles that were smashing towards them. Lin Feng also activated the Emperor rune. It swept towards the tentacles. Boom boom boom, under the sea, torpedo shells exploded. Waves of 10,000 feet high were blasted into the sky. Screech! Immediately after, an angry roar resounded throughout the world. This gigantic monster had obviously been injured, but the damage it had suffered was much less than Lin Feng had imagined. Moreover, the damage the monster's tentacles had suffered was also much less than Lin Feng had imagined. This monster's defensive power was so strong that even Lin Feng felt it was inconceivable. Bang bang bang, the monster's tentacles ruthlessly smashed towards the Xianyuan ancient ship. When the mountain-like tentacles came crashing down, Xianxia was stunned. The emperor rune of the Xianyuan ancient ship swept towards these tentacles and tore them apart. Black blood with a foul smell flowed out. It emitted a foul smell. After smelling that foul smell, Lin Feng felt dizzy. Not good, the monster's blood contains a highly toxic poison. He quickly took out the white jade toad and let it detoxify the poison for the three of them. After the poison was detoxified, Lin Feng and the other two quickly sealed their sixth senses. At this time, clumps of black qi suddenly spread out from the huge tentacles. The black qi wrapped around the huge tentacles. Those tentacles wrapped around the Xianyuan ancient ship. A terrifying scene unfolded. When the emperor rune of the Xianyuan ancient ship swept across the tentacles, the black qi dissolved it. Seeing this scene, everyone's faces turned pale with shock. Wasn't this too terrifying? It was simply unheard of and hard to believe. The tentacles that resisted the emperor rune's attack completely wrapped around the Xianyuan ancient ship. The monster wants to drag us to the bottom of the sea. Monkey Show's face changed. The huge ship from before had been dragged down like this. The ship fell silent, and all the cultivators died tragically. Now, this monster wanted to use the same method to destroy the Xianyuan ancient ship. Although they knew what this monster wanted to do, Lin Feng and the other two couldn't think of a way to deal with this monster. That was because this giant monster was simply too powerful. It was so powerful that it made people despair. A giant god realm expert had come. Most likely, only death awaited them. Could this fellow really be one of the legendary deep-sea monsters? Lin Feng thought of the story that the old man had told him. At this moment, Monkey Show and Wan Yang were increasingly convinced that the story was true. Suddenly, Lin Feng felt his abdomen heating up. Puzzled, he put his hand into his clothes. What's this? Lin Feng clearly felt that he had touched something. He took it out and found that it was a gold coin. The front of this gold coin had the image of an ancient immortal country, while the back had the image of many small people offering sacrifices. Heavens, could it be, could it be? Lin Feng's eyes widened, and he shouted in disbelief, that story is true. This is the Tushi ancient coin. That tigress secretly gave it to me. Lin Feng thought of the scene where that tigress had uncharacteristically hugged him. Clearly, she had given it to him at that time. Thinking of this, Lin Feng wanted to cry but had no tears. A peach blossom calamity. Monkey Show said with a wry smile. Originally, he had thought that Lin Feng's peach blossom calamity would disappear after the black-robed woman left. He hadn't expected that the black-robed woman would make a fool out of him. Lin Feng wanted to throw the Tushi ancient coin away. Suddenly, the coin turned into a diagram and branded itself on his arm. At the same time, the deep-sea monster issued a sharp and ear-piercing cry. Bang! A powerful force came pouring down from the sky. The Xianyuan ancient ship was directly dragged into the water by the deep-sea monster. The sea surface, which had been surging with huge waves, instantly quieted down. Now that the Xianyuan ancient starry sky ship was being dragged down, the situation was extremely bad. Lin Feng's expression turned extremely ugly. If they couldn't find a way to break free from the deep-sea monster, they would definitely die this time. At this moment, they finally saw what kind of creature the deep-sea monster was. This deep-sea monster had a head like a spider, a body like a giant squid, and tentacles like a scorpion's tail. They didn't know how many tentacles there were. Lin Feng had never seen such an ugly ferocious beast. It was like a beast from hell. What do we do now? Monkey Show asked. Lin Feng smiled bitterly. He didn't have a good way to deal with this deep-sea monster. However, he didn't wait for death. He ordered the humanoid puppet to release all the torpedoes and shells. At the same time, all the spirit stone cannons continued to fire spirit stone shells at the deep-sea monster. The ancient ship's emperor runes were still activated, emitting a destructive power. These emperor runes continued to attack the deep-sea monster. Lin Feng brought out the 9 demons diagram, revered sword tomb, and purple lightning hammer to attack the deep-sea monster. He was doing 3 things at once. This was his limit. Monkey Show also brought out his treasure. It was a demon subduing staff. It swept lightly. It could shatter the void. Its power was incomparably strong. Wan Yin also brought out his giant divine weapon, the god-slaying axe, and slashed at the tentacles entangling the ancient ship. Powerful axe lights slashed out one after another. Lin Feng and the other 2 brought out their magic treasures and coordinated with the Emperor runes to launch their strongest attacks against the deep-sea monster. However, the black fog surrounding the deep-sea monster was too terrifying. The black fog actually blocked the Emperor runes and the attacks of Lin Feng and the others. This made their expressions extremely unsightly. Moreover, venom flowed out from the tentacles and began to corrode the Xianyuan Ancient Starry Sky Ship's defensive restrictions. The Xianyuan Ancient Starry Sky Ship's defensive restrictions also began to crack. After seeing this, Lin Feng and the other 2's expressions changed greatly. When the restrictions completely cracked open, at that time only death would await them. However, in the face of the deep-sea monster's attacks, they simply didn't have the strength to resist. Crack! Crack! The restrictions continued to crack open. Even the most optimistic people couldn't help but despair. Lin Feng's expression was extremely gloomy. If he were to die here, he would not be able to accept it. Shua! At this extremely dangerous moment, suddenly, a beam of sword chi flew over from above. Pooh! The sword chi directly slashed at the giant tentacle of the deep-sea monster that was as huge as a mountain. The monster's tentacles with heaven-defying defense was instantly torn. Moreover, the sword chi did not dissipate even after cutting off one of the tentacles. After cutting off more than a dozen tentacles, the sword chi finally dissipated. What a powerful sword chi! The Xianyuan Ancient Starsky ships was Ancient Emperor Sky Ship Emperor Ancient Starry Sky Ship. Shriek! The Shriek Dragon Sky Ship Sky Ancient Xianyuan Ancient Sky. Sky Starry was sent. Li Feng, Sky Tian Sky. The monster was infuriated. It didn't even care about Lin Feng and the others anymore. Lin Feng and the Xianyuan Ancient Starsky ship's faces lit up. The Xianyuan Ancient Starry Sky Ship immediately rushed towards the sea. Soon, the Xianyuan Ancient Starry Sky Ship returned to the sea. The Red World Fairy. Lin Feng looked at the woman floating in the air in surprise. She was delicate and charming, looking like a 16 or 17-year-old girl. There were bells tied to her snow-white ankles and wrists. Whenever venerable red dust moved slightly, the 4 bells would let out a clear and crisp sound of collision. She is the Red World Fairy? Monkey Show was obviously very surprised. Wan Yin was also very shocked. The Red World Fairy, the #1 expert in 9 prefectures. Who didn't know her? Who didn't know her? They had never imagined that Venerable Hong Chen was actually a young girl who looked only 16 or 17 years old. Lin Feng nodded with a wry smile. When he first saw the Red World Fairy, he was also very surprised. She looked exactly the same as Monkey Show and Wan Yin. Just now, it was obvious that the Red World Fairy had slashed out a sword chi. It had injured the deep-sea monster. Therefore, it had angered the deep-sea monster. Now, after the deep-sea monster rushed out, numerous tentacles smashed towards the Red World Fairy. It was like a huge mountain was smashing towards the Red World Fairy. Facing the deep-sea monster's attack, the Red World Fairy raised her right hand. She gently moved her hand in the air. Every time she moved her hand, then, a powerful sword chi would fly out. It slashed towards the tentacle, smashing towards her. Puff! 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 Each sword chi could cut off a dozen tentacles. Half of the tentacles that had been cut off fell to the ground, and blood immediately gushed out from them. Too powerful. The Red World Fairy is really too powerful. Lin Feng and the other 2 were deeply shocked. Of course. After all, Lin Feng had seen the Red World Fairy fight before. Therefore, when he saw the Red World Fairy fight again, he was shocked. But soon, he calmed down a lot. Monkey Show and Wan Yin couldn't calm down for a long time. the combat power that the Red World Fairy had shown. Their hearts were deeply shaken. But soon, they discovered another thing that made them turn pale with fright. The severed tentacles of the deep-sea monster were actually regenerated in a very short time. Oh my god, what ability is this? Lin Feng and the others looked at each other. Even if its body was cut off, it could be regenerated in a short time. This ability was too heaven-defying. It had such a heaven-defying ability. The deep-sea monster was almost impossible to kill. Even Senior Immortal Hong Chen furrowed her brows slightly. How many lives have been buried in that endless darkness? That pitch-black night will swallow the starry sky. I will banish you into that endless darkness. I will let you die in loneliness. The Red World Fairy's voice resounded between heaven and earth. As her voice faded away, a world of darkness appeared. That world of darkness. It directly enveloped the deep-sea monster. No one knew what kind of place that world of darkness was. The only thing they knew was that it was definitely not the 9 provinces Great World. The deep-sea monster was very difficult to kill. So, the Red World Fairy wanted to banish the deep-sea monster directly into that world of darkness. The Red World Fairy wanted to trap the deep-sea monster in that world of darkness. The darkness descended and began to devour the deep-sea monster. The deep-sea monster roared and kept struggling. However, the Red World Fairy's supernatural power was too powerful. The deep-sea monster couldn't break free at all. Its huge body was being devoured by the world of darkness bit by bit. She is really too strong. Seeing this scene, Lin Feng and the others couldn't help but feel their blood boiling. The Red World Fairy's strength made them very envious. She was indeed the strongest person in the 9 provinces Great World. She was really too heaven-defying. The deep-sea monster was about to be banished into that world of darkness by the Red World Fairy. Suddenly, a loud rumbling sound resounded through the sky. Then, a pitch-black ancient ship came through the void and crashed into that world of darkness. That world of darkness was directly smashed into pieces. And the deep-sea monster broke free. The pitch-black ancient ship exuded a demonic luster. This ancient ship was so powerful that it even shattered the dark world condensed by the Red World Fairy. The warship was surrounded by black fog. A large number of cultivators walked out of the cabin. This woman is so powerful. Even the deep-sea monster was almost exiled by her. What are you afraid of? No matter how powerful she is, she can't be more powerful than our captain. That's right. Our captain is the invincible one. Many people on the boat of curse shouted. These people's bodies had returned to the appearance of human beings. His body was no longer that of a rotting corpse. The boat of curse. Lin Feng took a deep breath. Deep-sea monster. Tushi ancient coin. Now, even the boat of curse had appeared. The story told by the old man was true. Previously, Lin Feng only guessed that the ancient coin given to him by the woman in the black dress was the Tushi ancient coin. But now, he was basically sure. This ancient coin, it was the cursed Tushi ancient coin in the legend. Lin Feng really wanted to cry but had no tears. He was about to be killed by the woman in the black dress. Monkey Shou and Wan Yangyang also looked solemn. The legend had become a fact. The impact on their hearts was very strong. However, there was one question that had always puzzled Lin Feng. That was, why did the Red World Fairy appear here? Did she pass by occasionally? Did she save him? Lin Feng didn't know what was going on. But for the Red World Fairy, he was extremely grateful. Everyone has their own mission in this world, and we are following the arrangement of fate to take away the people who should be taken away. The captain of the boat of curse said. The creatures in the world of the living should live in the world of the living, and the creatures in the world of the underworld should live in the world of the underworld. When yin and yang are reversed, the universe is reversed, and the order is disrupted. The Red World Fairy said. The captain of the boat of curse said again, we are people who can travel between the 2 worlds of the living and the dead. The order of heaven and earth is useless to us. The undead creatures on the boat of curse who were venting their anger looked at each other. What was going on? Why is the captain chatting with this human woman? This was not the captain's character. The captain loved to crush everything in his way, like crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. Unless, this woman made the captain feel that she was difficult to deal with. Cursed life forms should sleep forever. Only then will they suffer less. The Red World Fairy said. The captain of the cursed boat strangely laughed. The cursed boat hasn't had a new crew member in a long time. We need to find new members and have them join us so that they can suffer the same pain as us. The Red World Fairy asked calmly. Is this your goal? The captain of the boat of curse said, this is our mission. Even though we are cursed now, we still want to wake up and take a look at the world of the living. We want to remind ourselves not to forget how wonderful it is to be alive. Sooner or later, we'll be back to normal. The Red World Fairy said faintly. Now you should be looking for a way to break the curse, not staying here. The captain of the curse boat's face became gloomy, and he said coldly, it seems that you are sincerely trying to stop me from taking away the new crew members. Today, this captain would like to experience your divine ability. As soon as he finished speaking, the captain of the curse boat stepped out. He actually walked out of the curse boat. It was said that any living being who boarded the curse boat, they would all turn into undead. And these undead would never be able to leave the curse boat. Obviously, this saying, it should not be completely correct. Because now, the captain of the curse boat walked out of the curse boat. The power of death envelopes the earth. All life forms will be devoured, suddenly. The captain of the curse boat began to chant in an ancient and mysterious language, as if he was activating a mysterious and powerful spell. Endless darkness surged out from his body. Then, the darkness surged in the void, enveloping the Red World Fairy. Lin Feng and the others felt a terrifying aura from the endless darkness. It was the aura of death. Everything was swallowed by the darkness. Life would come to an end. The light will drive away the darkness, and there will be hope. The Red World Fairy stepped out of the void, and she also began to chant. As her voice faded away, the Red World Fairy's body began to glow. It began to shine. Soon, her body seemed to have turned into a sun, extremely dazzling. It emitted a dazzling light. At this moment, the Red World Fairy seemed to have turned into a sun. No one knew what kind of divine ability this was. It was really incredible. The black fog that covered the sky and the sun was dispelled. Even the endless darkness condensed by the captain of the curse boat was dispelled. The divine sunlight shone on the captain of the curse boat. It also shone on the crew members of the curse boat. Lin Feng, Monkey Xiao, and Wan Yangyang were shocked to find that when the dazzling divine sunlight shone on those people, their bodies changed. They all turned into rotten corpses. Oh, my God, they became undead creatures. Wan Yangyang exclaimed. This was the true body of those crew members. It's disgusting. Seeing the rotten bodies of the undead creatures, Lin Feng couldn't help but tremble. The Tushi ancient coin was in his hands. The curse boat was here to pick him up. If he really boarded the curse boat, didn't that mean he would also become such disgusting undead creatures? Lin Feng shuddered at the thought of it. I hate sunlight. I hate sunlight too. The undead creatures on the boat of curse roared angrily. Human woman, take my punch. The captain of the curse boat roared, and then stepped forward. He threw a punch at the Red World Fairy. The black fog was surging. The rolling black fog. It swallowed all the divine sunlight emitted from the Red World Fairy's body. Well, the power of the black fog. It turns out that you have some connection with those unknown existences. The Red World Fairy looked indifferent. You know too much. The more you know, the shorter your life will be. The captain of the curse boat sounded indifferent. Is that so? The Red World Fairy looked indifferent. She also threw a punch at the captain of the curse boat. Bang, the two sides punched each other. With the two of them as the center, the void around them began to collapse. The space-time current swept across heaven and earth. But it couldn't shake their bodies. Ghost Immortal destroys the world. Suddenly, the captain of the boat of curse performed another powerful unique skill. Behind him, a supreme Ghost Immortal appeared. The strength of the Ghost Immortal. It was an existence that surpassed the Great Emperor. The Ghost Immortal glanced around, as if it could shatter 100,000 starry worlds. The ghost immortal stepped out. He directly threw a punch at the Red World Fairy. Ghost energy was rolling. The ghost immortal's punch seemed to be able to destroy the world. The terrifying punch directly enveloped the Red World Fairy. The Red World Fairy. She couldn't avoid it. The strength of the captain of the boat of curse was very terrifying. This ghost immortal exterminates the world had the power to destroy heaven and earth. It was extremely shocking. Of course, in the face of this tyrannical attack, the Red World Fairy was not without a way to deal with it. The Red World Fairy raised her right hand. On her palm, the power of karma lingered. It's the great karma technique. Lin Feng was taken aback. He had also cultivated this great karma technique. Of course. Lin Feng had only comprehended a trace of the great karma technique. He was far from being comparable to the Red World Fairy. The Red World Fairy must have cultivated the great karma technique to an extremely profound level. Karma of the world does not affect me. Immortal Venerable Red Dust mumbled to himself as he swept his palm forward. The power of karma poured into the ghost immortal's body. An amazing scene appeared. The ghost immortal turned around and attacked the captain of the boat of curse. One must know. The ghost immortal was condensed by the captain of the boat of curse. Now. Instead, he attacked the captain of the boat of curse. It was too strange. The Red World Fairy's strength was unfathomable. Whoosh. The captain of the boat of curse's strength was also extremely terrifying. He opened his mouth and suddenly inhaled. Suddenly, a powerful devouring power surged out. It directly enveloped the captain of the boat of curse. Then, the captain of the boat of curse waved his right hand. Clatter. Numerous pitch-black chains condensed and formed. The chains were densely covered with dark runes. This was the chains of order condensed by the captain of the boat of curse with his powerful divine ability. He wanted to use the chains of order to trap the Red World Fairy. One after another, chains of order shot toward Venerable Red Dust. The dense dark runes on the chains of order emitted waves of astonishing fluctuations. The Red World Fairy looked indifferent. She raised her right hand and gently slashed. Puff. Puff. Puff, the chains were directly cut off by the Red World Fairy. Humph, at this moment, the captain of the boat of curse snorted and quickly retreated. He continued coldly, experts like you are hard to come by in the mortal realm these days. But since you are so stubborn and want to stop me, today, I'll let you have a taste of my ultimate technique. The captain of the boat of curse began to chant. O great Tao of curses, you possess the power of eternal immortality. Now, someone has blasphemed the majesty of the Tao of curses. Please send down the power of curses to punish this lowly creature who dares to blaspheme the Tao of curses. Rumble, as the captain of the boat of curse finished speaking, a long river of curse condensed from the power of curse swept over from the sky. Curse, Lin Feng's voice suddenly trembled in the distance. The power of the curse was definitely one of the most bizarre powers in this era. It was unknown how many experts there were. Once he was cursed, it would be difficult to reverse fate. Even the people on the boat of curse were the same. They were cursed by the two Shi Divine Emperor back then, now turning into undead creatures. He had to endure endless torture every day. Being alive was worse than being dead. However, they couldn't die even if they wanted to. This was a terrifying curse, as the captain of the boat of curse. He knew the art of curses. There was nothing strange about this. Now that the captain of the boat of curse wanted to use the art of curses to deal with the Red World Fairy, Lin Feng couldn't help but worry about the Red World Fairy. The art of curses was too strange. No matter how powerful a cultivator was, once they were cursed, they might suffer a calamity. Although the Red World Fairy was powerful, it was inevitable that people would worry about her. What's more, the captain of the boat of curse was also an unimaginably powerful existence. If such a powerhouse used the art of curses, naturally, they had to be extremely careful. But very quickly, Lin Feng realized he had been worrying too much. The cursing river was moving towards Hong Chen, and the Zun Celestial Master was also moving towards him. The Red World Fairy stretched out her right hand and pointed gently. The fate of the curse will eventually be buried in the endless void. The Red World Fairy muttered to herself. The power of fate pierced through the long river of curse. The long river of curse began to collapse. It turned into the power of curse again. Then, it was swallowed by a world of nothingness. The great fate spell. The captain of the boat of curse couldn't help but be shocked. He knew how powerful the great fate spell was. In fact, many people named the great fate spell as the little fate spell. It wasn't without reason. The two sides were inextricably linked. Creatures of the underworld, your destiny is to live in the underworld forever and not disturb the order of the young world. The gate of the underworld is about to open again. I will send you back to your own world. The Red World Fairy was extremely domineering. She directly used the Great Fate spell to communicate with the legendary gate of the underworld. A mysterious and ancient giant gate appeared above the 9 heavens. The giant gate was surrounded by dense runes. The giant gate. It was the gate of the underworld. Rumble. Rumble, now, the giant gate was opening bit by bit. No, no, no. We definitely won't return to the underworld. The undead creatures on the boat of curse cried out in horror. They hated that place. It was a place where there was no sun. A world where there was only darkness and death. That's the power of fate. It will eventually break the power of fate. Suddenly, the captain of the boat of curse also began to use a powerful divine ability. He was condensing the power of fate. Buzz. Suddenly, in the void, a power of fate appeared. When he saw the power of fate appear, the captain of the boat of curse became extremely excited. It's the power of fate. Has the captain comprehended the path of fate? All the undead creatures on the boat of curse shouted excitedly. If the captain of the boat of curse could master the path of fate, they could really break the ancient curse and regain their freedom. Originally, I was unable to comprehend the profundities of the grand Tao of destiny, but after I saw your grand fate art, I gained a flash of insight. Now, I've comprehended a trace of the profundities of destiny, so experience my grand Tao of destiny. The captain of the boat of curse laughed out loud. The power of fate pressed down. The Red World Fairy's great fate spell was instantly broken. And the gate to the underworld was also destroyed. This was the terrifying path of fate. There was no Tao that could compete with it. No matter how powerful the divine ability or path was, in front of the path of fate, they couldn't withstand a single blow. The captain of the boat of curse was extremely powerful. Now, he had comprehended a trace of the path of fate. It was like adding wings to a tiger. After breaking the Red World Fairy's great fate spell and the gate to the underworld, the power of fate pressed down on the Red World Fairy. The path of fate, the path of fate. The captain of the boat of curse has comprehended the path of fate. How can the Red World Fairy fight against him? Lin Feng, Monkey Xiao, and Wan Yinyang looked at each other. Their expressions became extremely solemn. The path of fate was a path that was almost impossible to fight against. Even immortal Exalt Red Dust would probably be unable to resist the supreme grand Tao of destiny, right? The power of the path of destiny was unimaginable. It was shocking and moving. The power of destiny was about to descend from the sky and suppress the Red World Fairy. However, at this moment, Immortal Honorable Red Dust stepped forward. Her voice was faintly discernible and filled with a sense of mystery. She seemed to have turned into an immortal king. Endless immortal chi enveloped her entire body. What you have comprehended is only a little bit of the path of destiny. Today, I will let you know what the real path of destiny is. After hearing the Red World Fairy's words, Lin Feng's spirit suddenly shook. Could it be that the Red World Fairy had also comprehended the path of destiny? Shameless boasting. The captain of the boat of curse sneered. He controlled the power of destiny and continued to suppress the Red World Fairy. Meanwhile, Venerable Hong Chen's mysterious voice reverberated between heaven and earth. This was an extremely ancient language. It was so ancient that Lin Feng had never heard of it. The supreme court that stands in the higher plane. I sit in front of the court, watching the changes in the heavens and comprehending the true meaning of destiny. The Red World Fairy's right fingertips were surrounded by an amazing wave. It was a powerful power of destiny. But the power of destiny condensed by the Red World Fairy was different from the power of destiny condensed by the captain of the boat of curse. The power of destiny condensed by her contained a special aura. This special aura was a power that the power of destiny condensed by the captain of the boat of curse did not contain. If one really had to define this special aura, then this special aura was the true meaning of the path of destiny. This was the real path of destiny. The path of destiny that the captain of the boat of curse comprehended was not the path of destiny at all. At most, it could only be regarded as a little bit of the path of destiny. The power of destiny condensed by the Red World Fairy instantly shattered the power of destiny condensed by the captain of the boat of curse. Then, the power of destiny condensed by the Red World Fairy immediately bombarded the captain of the boat of curse. Bang! The captain of the boat of curse's body directly exploded. After seeing this scene, Lin Feng and the others were astonished. Zun Hongchen was too strong, wasn't he? Using the true essence of the Tao of Fate, he instantly killed the captain of the boat of curses. It was unimaginably terrifying. However, the captain of the boat of curse was not truly dead. He was cursed and possessed an immortal body. After his body exploded, it reassembled in the next moment. His expression was ferocious. The true essence of the Tao of Fate? Have you found the legendary Supreme Divine Court? It was rumored. There was a Supreme Divine Court in this world, which was filled with the greatest secrets of all the worlds in the universe. Among the 3,000 great Daos, some Daos were deduced by the most powerful experts. But there are some Daos. A Tao like the Tao of Destiny was too mysterious. The Tao of Destiny was even above the heavenly Tao. In the past, for experts had comprehended the Tao of Destiny. The Grand Mist Ancestor sat in front of the Supreme Divine Hall, comprehending the Tao of Destiny. Then, the Grand Mist Ancestor disappeared without a trace. Later on, Daoist Luya found the Supreme Divine Court and comprehended the Tao of Destiny. Daoist Luya was the second cultivator to comprehend the Tao of Destiny. Why was there a saying in the world, first there was Hongjun, then there was Daoist Luya? The reason was that Daoist Luya was the second existence to grasp the Tao of Destiny. Later on, Daoist Hongjun also found the Supreme Divine Court and comprehended the Tao of Destiny. Then came Patriarch Hun Kuan. He was the fourth expert to comprehend the Tao of Destiny. After Patriarch Hun Kuan, there was another powerful existence who comprehended the Tao of Destiny. This existence was called the Lord of Sovereigns. This person's origin was extremely great. Before the universe was formed, he was already born. It was this person who awakened the innate life forms after comprehending the Tao of Destiny. It was as if he was the one who awakened Pangu. Since then, there was the legend of Pangu splitting heaven and earth. Therefore, to truly comprehend the Tao of Destiny, one had to be like the Grand Mist Ancestor, Daoist Luya, Patriarch Hongjun, Patriarch Hun Kuan, and the Lord of Sovereigns. They had to see the legendary Supreme Divine Court. If one couldn't see the Supreme Divine Court, it was absolutely impossible to truly comprehend the Tao of Destiny. The captain of the boat of curses was also an outstanding existence. Why was he still unable to comprehend the Tao of Destiny? It was because he had never seen the Supreme Divine Court. Of course, the captain of the boat of curses was too monstrous. He was actually inspired by the Red World Fairy's great destiny technique and comprehended a trace of the Tao of Destiny. But even if it was just a trace of the Tao of Destiny, it was enough to defy the heavens. If he encountered anyone, he would probably be fearless and crush them directly. However, he encountered the Red World Fairy. The Red World Fairy said indifferently, "That's right. I've seen the Supreme Divine Court before." "That's impossible." The captain of the boat of curses suddenly roared. Pangu, Niwa, the 3 sovereigns, 5 emperors, and other powerful existences. Since ancient times, countless experts have gone to search for the Supreme Divine Court, but they couldn't find it. How can you possibly find it? Lin Feng, Monkey Xiao, Wan Yanyang, and the others were extremely shocked. The Supreme Divine Court. What exactly was that? Why would so many experts go to search for it? When the old man was talking about the Tushi ancient coin, he had also mentioned the Supreme Divine Court. The old man said that the Tushi ancient coin could communicate with the legendary Supreme Divine Court. Therefore, the person who obtained the Tushi ancient coin could live forever. Obviously, it was because of the Supreme Divine Court that they could live forever. Now that even the Tao of Destiny was related to the Supreme Divine Court, Lin Feng and the others were deeply shocked. The ancestors couldn't find it because they lacked some luck. The Red World Fairy stepped forward and said indifferently. Lin Feng noticed that the Red World Fairy mentioned the word luck. Pengu, Niwa, the 3 sovereigns, and the 5 emperors also lacked luck. How much luck did one need to find the Supreme Divine Court? Just how much luck did immortal Venerable Hongchen possess to allow her to find the Supreme Divine Court? The Red World Fairy attacked again. She was very domineering. The power of destiny descended from the sky and directly enveloped the captain of the Boat of Curse and the Boat of Curse. She actually wanted to destroy the captain of the Boat of Curse and the Boat of Curse. She knew the Great Destiny technique, so she might be able to do it. But the Boat of Curse was extraordinary. Suddenly, a powerful black fog spread out from the Boat of Curse. Within the black fog, a strange cackling sound could be heard. The black fog directly enveloped the Red World Fairy. Huh? You can communicate with the creatures in the black fog and let the creatures in the black fog descend their power across endless time and space. The Red World Fairy frowned slightly. She didn't collide with the black fog but quickly retreated. The black fog quickly retreated back into the Boat of Curse. Then the Boat of Curse tore through the void and disappeared without a trace. The Boat of Curse and the deep-sea monster fled one after another, and the surface of the sea finally calmed down. Lin Feng and the other 2 flew toward the Red World Fairy. "Thank you for saving our lives, Senior Immortal," the 3 of them said respectfully. If not for the Red World Fairy today, they would have been doomed. The Red World Fairy nodded. She glanced at Lin Feng and said, "I'm afraid that someone has tampered with the Tushi ancient coin. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been imprinted on your body." Lin Feng said with an ugly expression. "Then what should we do? I wonder if Senior Immortal has a way to neutralize it." The Red World Fairy said, "We still need to find the person who gave you the Tushi ancient coin. If there's a way to neutralize it, it should be in her hands." Lin Feng's expression was uncertain. That black-dressed woman was really abominable. She had indirectly caused the deaths of the people on the boat. Even the few of them had almost died because of her. Obviously, that black-dressed woman was also a vicious and merciless person. Lin Feng could not help but think evilly. When he caught that black-dressed woman, he would do it 100 times, 100 times, only in this way could the anger in his heart be appeased. Lin Feng said, "I will try my best to find that person." The Red World Fairy nodded and then walked into the distance. Bells were tied to her wrists and ankles. As she walked, suddenly, a tinkling sound was heard. It was very crisp and pleasant to the ears. Soon after, Honorable Immortal Hongchen disappeared from sight. Lin Feng and the other 2 returned to the ancient starship Xianyuan. The Boat of Curse and the deep-sea monster had almost been destroyed by the Red World Fairy. They would not appear for a while. Lin Feng heaved a sigh of relief. During this time, he needed to solve the various problems caused by the Tushi ancient coin. Lin Feng believed that since that black-dressed woman had deliberately obtained the Tushi ancient coin, she would definitely appear again. He sat cross-legged in the cabin, playing with the Tushi ancient coin in his hand. This Tushi ancient coin didn't always turn into a picture imprinted on Lin Feng's arm. Lin Feng found that he only needed to move his mind. The image of the Tushi ancient coin would immediately turn into a real Tushi ancient coin. Is this thing really the same as in the legends? After obtaining it, one can use the ancient coin to sense the existence of the divine court and gain immortality. But why can't I sense anything? Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter. He really hoped that this Tushi ancient coin could sense the supreme divine court. If he could really sense the location of the supreme divine court, then, could he use the Tushi ancient coin to find the supreme divine court, and then, like the Red World Fairy, he could successfully comprehend the Tao of destiny. If he were to truly comprehend the Tao of fate, that would be heaven revolting. Just the thought of it had him feeling excited. It was a pity. Things didn't go as he wished. Lin Feng couldn't sense anything special about the Tushi ancient coin at all. Isho said. Perhaps the reason I can't sense it is because it's cursed? Lin Feng rubbed his chin. That was indeed a possibility. Isho observed the coin for a while before trying to sense it as well. He didn't find anything either. Wan Yin-yang tried to sense it as well, but he didn't find anything either. Wan Yin-yang handed the Tushi ancient coin to Lin Feng and said, "Master, that woman definitely knows many secrets about the Tushi ancient coin. As long as we can find her, everything will be solved." That woman is extremely cunning. She secretly gave me the 2 coins because she wanted us to become the targets of the monsters in the deep sea. That way, she would be able to escape smoothly. Maybe she's watching us from the edge of the sea. Lin Feng said. Yi Xiao said, even if she's hiding nearby, she won't dare to show herself so easily. Lin Feng nodded. Over the next few days, he kept trying to sense the mysteries of the 2 ancient coin. That night, Yi Zichen. Lin Feng suddenly had an epiphany. He could vaguely sense a pitch-black cave. In this cave, there was a mountain of wealth. Among all the wealth, there was a chest. Many ancient coins were piled up in this chest. Those ancient coins, they were all 2 ancient coins. Eh? Lin Feng was shocked. The Supreme Divine Court didn't sense it. They actually sensed so many 2 ancient coins. What was the use of sensing these 2 ancient coins? These 2 ancient coins were cursed ancient coins. Holding them in one's hands would lead to disaster. Come here with the coins. Pour your blood. The power to break the curse. Sense the Supreme Divine Court's location. A mysterious voice resounded in Lin Feng's mind. It seemed to be coming from the cave. When Lin Feng heard the mysterious voice, he was shocked. Was that voice telling the truth, the power to break the curse? One could use the 2 ancient coins to sense the Supreme Divine Court's location. However, what did it mean by pouring blood? Whose blood did it need to be poured with? Was this a curse? Lin Feng had too many doubts in his heart. Who are you? He asked aloud. However, the voice disappeared. No matter how Lin Feng asked, there was no more sound. Lin Feng couldn't help but frown. Relying on the 2 ancient coins, he once again sensed the chest of 2 ancient coins. Every 2 ancient coin emitted an ancient aura. Swish swish, suddenly, 2 rays of light lit up in the darkness. They were 2 rays of light. Pale green light. Incomparably cold. It was like the light from the eyes of the Grim Reaper. Lin Feng was shocked. Immediately after, he felt as if his soul was split into 2 halves from the middle. He couldn't help but scream. He lost all sense of the pitch-black cave. Huff huff huff, he panted heavily, his face pale. It was the 2 rays of light that lit up in the darkness that hurt his soul. Fortunately, Lin Feng's soul was strong enough. Or else. He had suffered the blow just now. His body and soul might have been destroyed. That place seems to be guarded by a terrifying creature. Lin Feng couldn't help but take a deep breath. The ancient starship Xianyuan continued to sail in the sea. 10 days later, a huge continent on the sea appeared in sight. That was the gathering place of rogue cultivators in the ancient desolate sea region. The Rogue Cultivator Alliance was located there. Huge ships were sailing towards the port from all directions. Lin Feng even saw some pirate ships with pirate flags. They put away the pirate flags and sailed to the port as if nothing had happened. He couldn't help but smile bitterly. The ships in the sea region were pirate ships with the pirate flag. If they took off the pirate flag, it would be a normal merchant ship or passenger ship. Whoosh, 5 cultivators flew over from afar. Seeing the 5 cultivators, Lin Feng's pupils contracted violently. There were 5 cultivators shrouded in black robes. Although Lin Feng couldn't see their faces clearly, he could recognize them at a glance. They were the son of the true Dragon Emperor, Yazi. It was actually the 5 of them. Speaking of which, these 5 experts were the ones he had released from the Forbidden God realm. So many years had passed. He wondered how much they had recovered. Why are the 5 of them in the ancient desolate sea domain? Lin Feng couldn't help but stroke his chin. These were heaven-defying existences. Their combat strength was unimaginable. Lin Feng didn't know these 5 experts. Why would they wander around for no reason? Suddenly, the 5 seemed to have sensed something and turned around. 5 pairs of eyes shone coldly under their black robes. Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat, and he quickly retracted his gaze. It's that brat, one of them said. He's quite lucky to have survived until now, another said. His bloodline is also very powerful. I really want to devour him, the third person said while licking his lips. Forget it. The fact that we were able to come out must have something to do with him. The man muttered. The 5 of them didn't stop and entered the island. Lin Feng had thought that he had escaped calamity because the 5 Yazi hadn't discovered him. In truth, with their strength, how could they not have discovered him? They hadn't devoured him. It was also because Lin Feng had opened the seal of the Forbidden God realm. Although the 5 Yazi were ferocious, Lin Feng had helped them. That was why they had let Lin Feng go. However, so many years had passed, and Lin Feng still didn't know about it. After the 5 Yazi left, Lin Feng heaved a sigh of relief. When Yi Xiu saw Lin Feng's strange expression, he couldn't help but ask, "Is there anything strange about those 5 people?" Lin Feng said, "Their origins are frightening. Those 5 people. They are the son of the true Dragon Emperor, Yazi." Monkey Xiu's expression changed slightly. Yazi was a vicious beast. Wherever it went, it would cause a storm of blood. Therefore, in myths and legends, everyone's expression changed when they talked about Yazi. "I wonder if the arrival of these 5 Yazis will cause any trouble," Monkey Xiu said with a frown. Lin Feng said, "All these years, the 5 venerated Yazi haven't caused much trouble. Perhaps, the world has some misunderstandings about their clan." Monkey Xiu nodded and said, "That's right. After all, they are a race from myths and legends. However, there are many untruths in myths and legends." The 3 of them didn't stop. Lin Feng quickly put the Xianyuan starship into his mountain and river's ring. Then, he stepped onto the island. "Greetings, Master." As soon as they landed on the island, more than 10 cultivators flew over and kowtowed to Lin Feng. These people were all from the Dragon Gate army. They had been waiting for Lin Feng's arrival. "Yes." Lin Feng nodded and allowed them to rise, and then he gazed at Monkey Xiu and said, "If there's nothing urgent, then follow me to my residence. We can drink and chat happily while discussing the past and present." When some of the cultivators who were passing by heard Lin Feng's words, they could not help but mutter. Drink and chat happily with a monk. Although they were muttering in their hearts, no one said it out loud. Disaster comes from the mouth. This was a famous saying. Speak less when outside. This was also a rule that many people followed. "All right. When the time comes, we must drink until we're drunk," Monkey Xiu said with a smile. Under the lead of more than 10 cultivators from the Dragon Gate army, Lin Feng arrived at the place where the Dragon Gate army's cultivators were temporarily stationed. It was a huge mansion that occupied more than 100 mu of land. Sun Jian had bought it. "How are the arrangements with the higher-ups of the Rogue Cultivator Alliance?" Lin Feng asked. Sun Jian said, "Everything has been arranged properly." Lin Feng nodded. Sun Jian continued, "I've also received news from some higher-ups of the Rogue Cultivator Alliance that someone doesn't agree with you becoming a member of the Round Table Conference. Moreover, they have secretly contacted many members of the Round Table Conference, wanting to kick you out of the Round Table Conference." "Who is doing this behind the scenes?" Lin Feng asked. "Fire Scorpion Island, Evil Flood Dragon Island, Immortal Island, and other islands. These people all have their own recommendations. If you take their spot, the people they recommend will naturally be eliminated. This involves many conflicts of interest," Sun Jian said. Lin Feng nodded. Everyone clamored for benefits. The members of the Round Table Conference had many privileges, which also involved huge benefits. Naturally, many people would consider their own benefits. There was nothing wrong with this. Immortal Island. What kind of power is that? Lin Feng couldn't help but ask. Immortal Island is very mysterious. However, it is said that it is related to the Immortal sect, Sun Jian said. After hearing the words Immortal sect, Lin Feng couldn't help but frown. The Immortal sect was one of the top 10 immortal sects in the 9 prefectures. No one knew where it was located, but the Immortal sect was exceptionally powerful. The leader of the Immortal sect was from the Immortal clan. They had the immortal divine body, which was a physique passed down through their bloodline. It was a physique that defied the heavens. And Lin Feng also had the immortal divine body. His father also had the immortal divine body. Although the Lin clan had been weak for a long time. However, after his father awakened, he also awakened the immortal divine body. Lin Feng had always been puzzled. Was the Lin clan related to the Immortal clan? Perhaps, someone in the clan married into the Immortal clan. Was that why the immortal divine blood was passed down? Of course, this was all Lin Feng's guess. Back then, the people of the Lin clan were captured by a huge hand. Could it be related to the Immortal clan? Lin Feng's heart suddenly moved. Even though many years had passed, he still hadn't forgotten about the Lin clan. For so many years, Lin Feng had been investigating the whereabouts of the Lin clan. Previously, when he was in the Tianwu continent, he had asked the Mercenary Association to help him investigate. After coming to the 9 prefectures, he had also asked the various trading companies, the All-Knowing Pavilion, and other forces to investigate. However, it was a pity that there were no useful clues. However, Lin Feng now suspected the Immortal clan. He didn't know if it was related to the Immortal clan. Everything would have to wait until after the investigation. Sun Jian quickly arranged a place for Lin Feng and the others to rest. They had been through several life and death battles along the way. Coupled with the long journey, they were quite tired. Now, they could finally have a good rest. The next day, noon. Lin Feng and the others were having their meal. At this moment, someone came to visit them. It was Wu Ren, whom they had met before. Haha, Sect Master Lin. I heard that you came to the Wandering Cultivator Island, so I immediately came to see you. I didn't disturb your meal, did I? Wu Ren said with a smile. Lin Feng stood up and cupped his fists. He smiled and said, Brother Wu, you are too polite. I'm very happy to see you here. Have you eaten? If not, I'll add another set of chopsticks. I've already eaten. Let's talk after you finish eating. Wu Ren said with a smile. Lin Feng didn't continue eating. Instead, he received Wu Ren in the living room. Wu Ren said with a smile, after hearing about your arrival, the elders of the Wandering Cultivator Alliance wanted to hold a banquet for you. That's why I'm here today to invite you to the banquet. Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat. The elders of the Wandering Cultivator Alliance were also members of the Roundtable Conference. They were in charge of holding the Roundtable Conference. They were even in charge of the distribution of benefits in the ancient Desolate Sea domain. The members of the Elder Group were all famous experts among the rogue cultivators. They were existences at the level of patriarchs. Lin Feng had heard from Sun Jian that Fire Scorpion Island and the other factions wanted to join forces to kick him out of the Roundtable Conference. These people must have received the support of the elders of the Wandering Cultivator Alliance. Although Sun Jian had bribed the higher-ups of the Wandering Cultivator Alliance, some people wouldn't do anything even if they were paid. Clearly, the ones who invited Lin Feng to the banquet were the elders of the Wandering Cultivator Alliance. They were the elders who supported Lin Feng. Wu Ren was also one of the elders of the Wandering Cultivator Alliance. Originally, he didn't have much of a relationship with Lin Feng. However, when Wu Ren came to invite Lin Feng to the Roundtable Conference in the Wandering Cultivator Alliance, Lin Feng had asked Wan Yang to give Wu Ren 5 million origin crystals for his hard work. Later, Sun Jian came to bribe the higher-ups of the Wandering Cultivator Alliance, and Wu Ren received another 10 million origin crystals. Wu Ren seemed to have been bribed by Lin Feng. Therefore, he had been putting in a good word for Lin Feng in the Wandering Cultivator Alliance during this period. When Wu Ren met Lin Feng, he addressed him as little brother. They seemed to be very close. Lin Feng said with a smile, Fellow Taoists, thank you for your efforts. I'm very touched. May I know where the banquet will be held and when will it be held? Wu Ren smiled and said, It will be held in the Myriad Flower Pavilion at 6 in the evening. Someone will come to pick you up in advance. Thank you for being so considerate. Lin Feng said with a smile. Wu Ren replied, Brother, there's no need to be so courteous. Aren't you treating me like an outsider? Lin Feng said, It's my fault. When the time comes, I'll definitely punish myself with 3 cups of wine. Haha, then this old brother will remember these 3 cups of wine for now. Wu Ren said with a big laugh. The two of them chatted for an hour. Wu Ren then bid farewell to Lin Feng and left. Lin Feng also didn't stay in his residence. He asked Sun Jian to bring him to the newly purchased ancient war ship. It was a naval force. Naturally, they would need to build a huge fleet. First, it could protect the island. Secondly, they could display their wealth and attract more cultivators to join them. Thirdly, if he were to expand his territory in the future, he would need these ancient war ships. Riding on the ancient war ships would allow the cultivators to have a good rest and adjust their condition. Lin Feng arrived at the harbor. He saw 30 ancient war ships lined up in a row. At that moment, all 30 ancient war ships were hung with the Dragon Gate's flag. There were 300 elites from the Dragon Gate army stationed on each ancient war ship. Not enough. Buy some more. Buy as many as you can. Lin Feng said. Sun Jian said, Lord, the ancient war ships the subordinate bought are all top-grade ancient war ships. The materials for these ancient war ships are hard to find, so they take a long time to build. Now, there are only 30 ships left. The trading company said that they will only be able to build the next batch of top-grade ancient war ships in half a year. Lin Feng said, then make an order with the trading company in advance. Don't let anyone snatch it away. Sun Jian said. Yes, Lord. This subordinate will quickly take care of this matter. Lin Feng nodded. Then, he boarded the ancient war ships and inspected them carefully. These ancient war ships naturally couldn't be compared to Lin Feng's Xianyuan ancient war ship. However, compared to other ancient war ships, it was many times stronger. A top-grade ancient war ship like this could buy 120 ordinary ancient war ships, 60 middle-grade ancient war ships, and 30 high-grade ancient war ships. From this, one could see how expensive it was. Of course, being expensive had its benefits. Whether it was in terms of offense or defense, these ancient war ships couldn't be compared to other ancient war ships. When I have time, I can add Emperor runes to these ancient war ships. If I add Emperor runes to them, at that time, the ancient war ships will be upgraded by a few grades. Lin Feng couldn't help but ponder. He then returned to his residence. At night, when Wu Ren's men arrived, Lin Feng called Monkey Xiao, Sun Jian, and Wan Yinyang to attend the banquet. The myriad flower buildings business was very prosperous, just like in the Tianwu continent. In the 9 prefectures, the myriad flower building had opened in almost every corner. This faction. They had nurtured countless peerless beauties. Then, he used these peerless beauties to win over countless cultivators. I wonder how Lu Huaxian and Bai Xingyi are doing. After alighting from the beast carriage and seeing the myriad flower building from afar, Lin Feng couldn't help but think of his old friends in the Tianwu continent. Lu Huaxian and Bai Xingyi were both saintesses of the myriad flower building. Lin Feng and Bai Xingyi were close friends. Lu Huaxian and Bai Xingyi were even closer. Lin Feng hadn't seen them for many years. He only knew that they had come to the 9 prefectures. However, the 9 prefectures were vast and boundless. It was easier said than done to bump into them. Lin Feng collected his thoughts and walked towards the myriad immortal building with Monkey Xiao, Sun Jian, and Wan Yinyang. When they arrived at the entrance of the myriad immortal building, they were greeted by more than 20 cultivators. Lin Feng, it's you. One of the cultivators looked at Lin Feng with a gloomy expression. His eyes were filled with coldness. Who are you? Lin Feng glanced at him indifferently. He didn't recognize the man in the dark green robe. My lord is the 5th island master of the Fire Scorpion Island, 9-tailed magic scorpion. One of the cultivators said. Hearing the words Fire Scorpion Island, Lin Feng raised his eyebrows slightly. Previously, Qi Lian Fire Scorpion had led an army to attack the Dragon Gate Island and suffered heavy losses. Lin Feng didn't find it strange that the 9-tailed demon scorpion could recognize him. Although he hadn't seen the 9-tailed demon scorpion before, it was easy for the 9-tailed demon scorpion to get a portrait of him. So this is Lin Feng? So you're only in the divine fire realm. The outside world has been spreading rumors about how powerful you are. Now it seems that you're just relying on treasures to strengthen your cultivation. If it weren't for those treasures, there would be a lot of people with your cultivation even in the world of independent cultivators. You're not even worth mentioning. A cultivator in a brown robe looked at Lin Feng with contempt. You dare to be disrespectful to my master? Wan Yinyang's expression suddenly sank. The cultivator in the brown robe sneered. I'm just stating the truth. I don't want to waste my breath on you. In 3 days, some people will show their true colors during the round table meeting. They'll be kicked out of the meeting and there'll be a good show to watch. He glanced at Lin Feng with disdain and waved his hand. Let's go inside and have some fun. There's no need to get involved with this group of people. The group of people walked inside. When they passed by Lin Feng, they looked at Lin Feng with disdain. When those people learned that Lin Feng was only a cultivator of the godly fire layer, they all felt proud and arrogant. Nobody dared look at Lin Feng in the eyes anymore. Stop right there. Did I say you could leave? Suddenly, a cold voice rang out. The group of people was stunned. Then, many of them sneered. The brown-robed cultivator looked at Lin Feng with disdain and said, "What? Do you need something from us? Kneel down. Everyone, kneel down. Kowtow 10 times and slap yourselves 10 times. Then, I'll let you go. Otherwise, I'll make you kneel in front of the myriad flower building for 3 days and 3 nights. Lin Feng said indifferently. Boom, a stone stirred up 1,000 ripples. No one had expected Lin Feng to be so arrogant. Who is that kid? How dare he make the people of Fire Scorpion Island and Evil Dragon Island kneel down? The myriad flower building was already very lively. The conflict here had already attracted many people's attention. Everyone was talking about it. They're from Dragon Gate Island. That young cultivator should be the leader of Dragon Gate Island. However, his cultivation level doesn't seem high. He was just humiliated by Evil Dragon Island's Xianxia. Now, he seems to want to get back at him. He can establish the Dragon Gate with such a low cultivation level? Does he have someone backing him? Is he just a puppet? It's rumored that he's relying on a few treasures to show off. Some people say that he has someone backing him, but no one knows the details. Now, there's a good show to watch. I wonder how it'll end. Many people were whispering to each other. Everyone was paying attention to the situation. Dragon Gate Island was a rising power. As the leader of Dragon Gate Island, Lin Feng naturally attracted a lot of attention. However, Lin Feng's cultivation level was only at the Divine Flame realm. Many people couldn't help but look down on Lin Feng. When the people of Fire Scorpion Island and Evil Dragon Island heard Lin Feng's words, their faces turned gloomy. Their eyes flashed with cold light. The brown-robed man was the cultivator from the Evil Dragon Island, Lin Xiaokong. He glanced coldly at Lin Feng and said mockingly, "What? Sect Master Lin, do you still want to fight? If you don't have your subordinates and don't use your treasures, we can easily crush someone like you. Do you believe me? Grandson, are you looking for a beating?" Sun Jian stared coldly at Lin Xiaokong. He had been itching to attack him for a long time. Lin Feng waved his hand to calm Sun Jian down. He looked at Lin Xiaokong and said, "Only I can act tough in front of others. No one is allowed to act tough in front of me. Trash like you. How dare you act tough in front of me? What was that? Today, I, your young master, will personally take action. Even if I don't use any magical treasures, I, your young master, can easily pinch you to death with a single finger." When they heard Lin Feng's arrogant words, the cultivators of Fire Scorpion Island and Evil Dragon Island turned gloomy. Wasn't he talking about them? This made them very angry. "Brat! You're too arrogant. Break one of his legs," Lin Xiaokong said in a low voice. "Yes." Immediately, a tall and burly man stepped out and walked towards Lin Feng. He was a cultivator from the Evil Dragon Island and was from the Evil Dragon tribe. When he threw a punch, there was a sonic boom. "Kneel." Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. He stepped forward and a rune formed in the void, suppressing the burly cultivator. There was a thump. The burly cultivator from the Evil Dragon Island knelt on the ground. "Let me go, brat. I'll take your life," the burly cultivator roared furiously, his face contorting in anger. There were so many people watching the show. He knelt on the ground in front of everyone. It was a complete disgrace. A man's life depended on his pride. Cultivators were prideful. After losing so much face today, the burly cultivator wanted to cut Lin Feng into pieces. "Formation Master!" Many people exclaimed. They were not sure if Lin Feng's cultivation was really weak. However, Lin Feng's formation skills were really powerful. Many people were shocked. You people are just a bunch of trash in front of me. Don't waste my time. Come at me together. Lin Feng said with a cold smile. You're courting death. Let's go together and teach him a lesson, many cultivators from Fire Scorpion Island and Evil Dragon Island shouted. Other than the nine-tailed devil scorpion and Xianxia, who were arrogant heavenly gods, who did not move, the rest of the cultivators all rushed towards Lin Feng. You overestimate yourselves. Lin Feng sneered and waved his right hand. Dense formation runes intertwined in the void. Lines of formation runes suppressed the cultivators from Fire Scorpion Island and Evil Dragon Island. No matter how strong they were, they could not resist the suppression of Lin Feng's formation runes. Thump, 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 the cultivators from Fire Scorpion Island and Evil Dragon Island all knelt in front of Lin Feng. They struggled violently and were humiliated. However, they could not break free. What a terrifying formation technique. Many people felt their scalps go numb. Formation masters were the most troublesome people for cultivators. Formation masters mastered all kinds of powerful formations. When facing an enemy, they could use all kinds of formations. Perhaps they would be trapped by the formation master's formation before they could even make a move. How could they continue to fight that battle? In many people's eyes, this was the situation in front of them. There are only 2 of you left. Take the initiative to kneel in front of me and apologize. I'll spare you. This is your last chance. Lin Feng looked indifferent. Xianxia and nine-tailed demon scorpion's faces were extremely gloomy. It was impossible for them to kneel. The 2 of them looked at each other and rushed towards Lin Feng from both sides. Both of them are heavenly god stage powerhouses. Xianxia is a 3rd heavenly god. Nine-tailed demon scorpion is a 4th heavenly god. Even if the dragon sect leader is a formation master, it won't be easy to deal with them. Many people exclaimed in surprise. However, in the next moment, these people were completely dumbfounded. Lin Feng pointed at the 2 of them with his right hand across the void. 2 distorted formation runes flew out and suppressed Xianxia and nine-tailed demon scorpion. Xianxia and nine-tailed demon scorpion looked cold as they threw a punch at the 2 formation runes. They wanted to break the formation runes that Lin Feng condensed. However, their divine abilities were actually broken in an instant. Then, the 2 formation runes suppressed the 2 of them. Thump. Thump, Xianxia and nine-tailed demon scorpion knelt in front of Lin Feng. How could this be? How could this be? The 2 of them roared hysterically. The 2 of them couldn't be compared to those people just now. Xianxia was the younger brother of the Evil Dragon Island Master. Nine-tailed demon scorpion was the 5th island master of Fire Scorpion Island. The 2 of them were reputable figures in the ancient desolate sea region. Now, in front of so many people, they were kneeling in front of Lin Feng. This was a great humiliation. They couldn't accept it at all. Their eyes turned bloodshot. Deep beast-like roars were emitted from their throats. Lin Feng, Monkey Xiao, Sun Jian, and Wan Yang entered the myriad flower building. Many people were still discussing the earlier conflict and how Lin Feng had suppressed so many experts with a flick of his finger. Clearly, this matter would cause quite a stir. Currently, the experts from Fire Scorpion Island and Evil Dragon Island were still kneeling in front of the myriad flower building. There were more than 20 people kneeling, including the heavenly god nine-tailed demon scorpion and Xianxia. Thus, the scene was quite spectacular. After entering the myriad flower building, a beautiful woman walked over and bowed to Lin Feng with a smile. She said, I believe this young master must be the famous Dragon Gate sect leader, Lin Feng, Lin Gongzi? Lin Feng nodded. The beautiful woman said, the lords of the Rogue Cultivator Alliance are already inside waiting for young Master Lin's arrival. Please follow me, young Master Lin. Lin Feng said with a smile. Thank you, sister. The woman said with a smile, it's my honor to be able to lead the way for you. Said Lin Feng while smiling. He obviously knew that the woman was just being polite. In a private room on the 3rd floor, Lin Feng met the upper echelons of the Rogue Cultivator Alliance. There were a total of 4 experts from the Rogue Cultivator Alliance. They were the 4 elders who supported Lin Feng's participation in the Round Table Conference. Wu Ren said with a smile, haha, Brother Lin is here. Let me introduce you. This is Brother Lin Feng. This is Elder Guamachang. This is Elder Wang Kunju. This is Elder Li Zhongtong. Nice to meet you. After Wu Ren's introduction, everyone cupped their fists and greeted each other. Lin Feng introduced Monkey Xiao and Wan Yinyang. Both parties sat down and chatted happily. During this time, they also talked about the next day. After chatting for a while, they learned that there were a total of 12 elders in the Rogue Cultivator Alliance. Some of them were hesitant about Lin Feng becoming a member of the Round Table Conference, while others were against it. Naturally, there were all kinds of conflicts of interest involved. It was not something that could be explained in a few words. Lin Feng wanted to relax, so he did not talk too much about it with the elders. Since he was in the Myriad Flower Building, he could not go without beauties. Wu Ren called singers, dancers, and musicians over. Everyone drank wine and chatted while enjoying the performances of the beauties. Halfway through the banquet, the beautiful woman brought a beautiful woman's hands entered the room. The beautiful middle-aged woman smiled as she said, Sirs, this is a good opportunity. A's hearts is, she's here's a toast. A S is here? This. She s white was in white. She was dressed in a white dress and had a graceful figure. However, she was wearing a veil, so he couldn't see what she looked like. However, this woman's temperament was elegant and otherworldly, as pure and holy as a fairy from the 9 heavens. The identity of the saintess of the Myriad Flower Building was no small matter. The upper echelons of the Rogue Cultivator Alliance did not dare to slight her. They all stood up to greet her. The woman bowed slightly to everyone. She stepped forward and drank a cup of wine. Everyone followed suit and drank the wine in their cups before inviting the woman to take a seat. The woman did not refuse, and after some conversation, he found out that this woman was called Miao Kuer. After the banquet was over, Lin Feng and the others left. At this moment, the beautiful woman called out to Lin Feng and said, Young master, my holy maiden invites you in. Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat. He didn't know why Miao Kuer had called him at this time. Lin Feng let Monkey Xiao and the other 2 return first. He followed the beautiful woman to see Miao Kuer. Lin Feng was brought to a living room, where he found Miao Kuer playing the zither. The sound of the zither lingered in the air. It was very pleasant. Miao Kuer's zither skills were superb. Lin Feng found a place to sit down and listened carefully to the song. The more he listened, the more familiar it sounded. When the song ended, Miao Kuer looked at Lin Feng and asked, Young master, what do you think of this song? The mood is profound. Fairy is worthy of the title of Zither Master. Lin Feng said. Miao Kuer said, Young master, you flatter me. Lin Feng smiled and said, If I remember correctly, this song should be called the Celestial Moon Score, right? Miao Kuer said, Yes. It seems that young master has some understanding of zither music. Lin Feng said, I don't know much about it, but I had a friend who liked to play this Celestial Moon Score. That's how I learned about it. Miao Kuer asked, Young master, is your friend named Bai Xingyi? Lin Feng was slightly surprised and said, Indeed, it's Bai Xingyi. May I know how you found out about this? Junior sister Bai Xingyi is master's new disciple, and she's also my junior sister. I've heard her talk about the various things that happened in Tianwu continent, including Lin Gongzi. I've seen young master's portrait before, but I didn't expect to meet you here today. Miao Kuer said. Lin Feng muttered in his heart. Where did Bai Xingyi get a portrait of him? He didn't know about this. Could it be that Bai Xingyi secretly had a crush on him, so she secretly drew a portrait of him? She took it out when she missed him? Lin Feng couldn't help but feel proud. It seemed that his charm was quite great, Lin Feng said. Speaking of which, I haven't seen Fairy Bai for a few years. I wonder how she's doing. She's currently cultivating with master, so Lin Gongzi, you don't have to worry. Miao Kuer said. Lin Feng asked, May I know if Fairy Bai knows Lu Huaxian? Miao Kuer nodded and said, I know junior sister Lu, but I'm not very familiar with her. They both came from Tianwu continent, and they're the holy maidens of Tianwu continent's Myriad Flower Pavilions branch. Their talents are quite good, so after coming to the 9 provinces, they were taken in as disciples by several pavilion masters of Myriad Flower Pavilion. Lin Feng nodded. When he heard that Lu Huaxian was fine and had even become a disciple of a pavilion master, the worry in his heart gradually dissipated. Miao Ke had called him over to tell him about the Qinwu people and the evil dragon palace. Miao Ke had received news that these two factions had contacted the longevity camp in the 9 provinces and had paid a huge sum of money to issue a bounty for him. The longevity camp had already accepted the mission, and experts would soon be dispatched to kill him. Miao Ke had told him this because of Bai Xingyi. Lin Feng asked, "What faction is the longevity camp? An assassin organization?" Miao Ke said, "It's not an assassin organization, but it's much more terrifying than an assassin organization." Lin Feng had heard of the longevity immortal sect before, but this was the first time he had heard of the longevity camp. He wondered what kind of organization the longevity camp was. Lin Feng couldn't help but ask curiously, "Is the longevity camp related to the longevity immortal sect?" Miao Ke said, "There are no clues that can prove that the longevity camp is related to the longevity immortal sect." She paused for a moment, then continued, "The longevity camp is a very special place. If there are any missions in the 9 provinces, you can go to the longevity camp to post a bounty. Many people will also go to the longevity camp to accept missions. However, it's very expensive to post a mission in the longevity camp. It's said that the starting price for a mission in the longevity camp is 10 million origin crystals, and that's only the starting price. Many missions require a reward that far surpasses the starting price. Such a huge price isn't something that an ordinary person or organization can afford. Of course, there are many large organizations in the 9 provinces that have a lot of money. They will still look for the longevity camp for troublesome matters, such as assassination missions. The longevity camp has a lot of connections. Not only do they have connections with large assassin organizations, but they also have connections with many fiendish outlaws, demonic experts, and so on. It's very easy for the longevity camp to find people who can complete such missions." Miao Ke said. Lin Feng said, "In that case, after the longevity camp posts a mission to assassinate me, not only will I have to face strange assassins, but I'll also have to be on guard against any experts who might appear in front of me." Miao Ke nodded and said, "In theory, that's indeed the case. This is a huge problem, and you won't be able to bear it. Moreover, you won't know who's here to assassinate you or who's here to make friends with you. Many cultivators who are listed in the longevity camp are almost driven to madness even if they aren't assassinated." Lin Feng smiled bitterly and nodded. She was indeed like Miao Ke. If one constantly doubted the people who approached them, they wouldn't be able to make friends. Moreover, if they constantly suspected that the people around them were here to assassinate them, their minds would definitely collapse. After leaving Miao Ke's place, Lin Feng went straight to his residence. Miao Ke stood at the window of the 4th floor of the 10,000 Flowers building, watching Lin Feng leave. She then looked at the cultivators from Fire Scorpion Island and Evil Flood Dragon Island kneeling in front of the Myriad Flower building. She couldn't help but ponder. The beautiful woman walked in and said, "Saintess, this Lin Gongzi is not as simple as we thought." Miao Ke said, "That's right. To be able to resist the invasion of the heavenly demons in the Sky Martial continent and to be able to stir up a storm in the 9 prefectures, such a person is indeed not simple." The beautiful woman asked, "Then is the Holy Maiden planning to fall in love with Lin Feng?" Miao Ke cultivated the emotionless Tao. For so many years, he was still unable to cultivate the path of ruthlessness to the great perfection level. Later on, Miao Ke's master told her that if she wanted to be heartless, she had to fall in love first. Miao Ke said, "He's not a bad choice. Once you fall in love, it'll be very difficult to sever the relationship." The beautiful woman frowned slightly. "Is there really no other way? Over the years, I've tried other methods, but none of them worked. Although it's difficult to sever the relationship, as long as I can sever the relationship, my path of ruthlessness will reach the great perfection level. Once it reaches the great perfection level, my path of ruthlessness will open up a whole new world, waiting for me to further improve the mysteries of the path of ruthlessness. Therefore, Master telling me to fall in love is the best choice." Miao Ke said. "Saintess, you still have to consider all of this carefully. I'm afraid that once you fall in love, you won't be able to control yourself. If you lose your virginity to him, all your years of hard work will be for naught." the beautiful woman said worriedly. Miao Ke said, don't worry. Even if Lin Feng falls in love, I won't lose my virginity to him. At this moment, sounds of venting could be heard from below. The beautiful woman looked over and said, it's the people from Fire Scorpion Island and Evil Flood Dragon Island. Miao Ke nodded slightly and looked down as well. In front of the myriad flower building, there were many people. Many people were here to watch the show. After all, 2 heavenly gods and more than 20 true gods were suppressed together and forced to kneel on the ground. Such a thing was not common. Now that they had received the news, the cultivators who came to rescue the 9-tailed fiend scorpion, Xianxia, and the others came from Fire Scorpion Island and Evil Flood Dragon Island respectively. The 4th island master of Fire Scorpion Island, the double-winged venomous scorpion, came personally. The double-winged venomous scorpion had already transformed into his human form. He looked like a thin middle-aged cultivator, and his eyes flickered with a sinister gaze. This was a ruthless character. He was good at using poison. Back then, Fire Scorpion Island and the cultivators from another island were fighting for treasures. When the 2 sides were fighting fiercely, the double-winged venomous scorpion released a strong poison that poisoned more than 30,000 people on the other side, causing their combat strength to decrease sharply. Then, the cultivators of Fire Scorpion Island took this opportunity to kill all 30,000 cultivators on the other side. The expert who came from Evil Flood Dragon Island was an old man. His name was Xianxia, and he was one of the great elders of Evil Flood Dragon Island. When the 2 of them saw the 9-tailed fiend scorpion, Xianxia, and the others kneeling on the ground, their expressions were extremely gloomy. 4th brother. Hurry up and kill me. I want to personally kill that little bastard Lin Feng. Seeing the double-winged venomous scorpion arrive, the 9-tailed fiend scorpion immediately roared, and his face became incomparably ferocious and distorted. Great Elder, hurry up and break the restriction that's suppressing me. I want to tear that little bastard Lin Feng into pieces. Xianxia also cursed viciously, and endless killing intent surged in his eyes. Whether it was the 9-tailed fiend scorpion or Xianxia. Now, they hated Lin Feng to the core. The only thought in their minds now was to find Lin Feng and make Lin Feng die a horrible death. Only in this way could they wash away their humiliation. Only in this way could they regain the face they had lost. Who will break the formation? The double-winged venomous scorpion asked. Xianxia said, 4th Island Master's attainments in formations are much better than mine. 4th Island Master, please break the formation. This Xianxia was an old fox. In terms of formations, he was not necessarily inferior to Xianxia. However, this old fox did not want to make a move. This was because he felt that Lin Feng's formation was not simple, so he complimented the double-winged venomous scorpion and asked him to break the formation. Xianxia was watching from the side. The double-winged venomous scorpion was not a simple person, and he knew what Xianxia was thinking. He could not help but ridicule Xianxia in his heart, and he was quite disdainful of Xianxia. The double-winged venomous scorpion was arrogant, so even though he knew that Lin Feng's formation was not simple, he did not care. He believed that he could successfully break Lin Feng's formation. Then let me break this kid's formation. The double-winged venomous scorpion stepped forward, and his hands formed thousands of seals. The densely packed seals surged toward the formation runes that were suppressing the 9-tailed fiend scorpion. The double-winged venomous scorpion wanted to use these seals to break the formation runes that were suppressing the 9-tailed fiend scorpion. However, at this moment, the formation runes that were suppressing the 9-tailed fiend scorpion gently swept through the void. Bang! This attack directly shattered all of the formation runes that the double-winged venomous scorpion had condensed, and then struck the double-winged venomous scorpion. Barf! The double-winged venomous scorpion was struck by lightning. He was directly sent flying. In midair, he spat out large mouthfuls of blood. Heavens! How is this possible? Cries of disbelief rang out one after another. The double-winged venomous scorpion was a tyrannical existence, yet it was sent flying by a formation rune that suppressed the 9-tailed devilish scorpion. Moreover, it was heavily injured. Everyone could not believe what they were seeing. One had to know that the double-winged venomous scorpion was not only skilled in formations, but he was also a 5th heavenly god expert. This can't be real. This can't be real. The double-winged venomous scorpion could not accept this fact, so he roared furiously. He was a dignified double-winged venomous scorpion, an expert of the ancient desolate sea region, but he was actually forced to vomit blood by a formation rune left behind by someone else. This was simply a great humiliation. The double-winged venomous scorpion wanted nothing more than to tear Lin Feng apart. "I'll help you," Lin Qianshan said. He had let the double-winged venomous scorpion attack first to prevent something unexpected from happening. Now, such an unexpected thing had actually happened. Lin Qianshan let out a long sigh of relief. Fortunately, it was the double-winged venomous scorpion who attacked first and not him. If he had attacked first, the person who would be humiliated would be him. After rejoicing in his heart, Lin Qianshan knew that he had to make a move. Moreover, the chances of them breaking the formation were much higher if they worked together. The double-winged venomous scorpion nodded with a gloomy expression. He and Lin Qianshan walked towards the suppressed nine-tailed devilish scorpion. Seeing that the two of them were going to work together to break the formation, the surrounding people could not help but hold their breaths. "Do you guys think they can succeed?" "I'm not sure, but it doesn't seem to be an easy task to break the formation successfully. That Lin Feng's attainments in formations are too high, right? It's simply unbelievable." "Yeah, who would have thought that his formations would be so terrifying? To be able to establish the Dragon Gate, he obviously has some ability." Many people discussed in low voices, but everyone's eyes were fixed on the double-winged venomous scorpion and Lin Qianshan. The two of them had profound attainments in formations. Although the double-winged venomous scorpion had failed to break the formation and was injured by the formation rune, it was only him. However, there was only one person earlier. Now, there were two people working together. Naturally, the chances were much higher. The double-winged venomous scorpion and Lin Qianshan's hands were covered in runes. Those were all formation-breaking runes. The two of them waved their hands, and all the formation-breaking runes rushed towards the runes that were suppressing the nine-tailed devil scorpion. At this moment, the formation runes that suppressed the nine-tailed demon scorpion came to life again. The void suddenly twitched. Bang! The formation-breaking runes formed by the double-winged venomous scorpion and Lin Qianshan were shattered once more. Then, the formation runes lashed towards the two of them. "Not good. Retreat." The double-winged venomous scorpion and Lin Qianshan's expressions changed drastically. They didn't expect Lin Feng's formation to be so terrifying. This kind of array formation level had already reached a level that left them in the dust. However, it was too late for the two of them to retreat. That formation pattern had already lashed out, and there was no way to avoid it. Their expression suddenly sank, and they had no choice but to block it. Boom, boom, everyone struck out with their palms and directly slapped towards the array pattern that was whipping towards them. However, when their palms collided with the formation runes, the sound of bones cracking could be heard, and their arms were directly broken by the formation runes. Then, the formation runes lashed on their bodies and sent them flying. The two of them continuously vomited blood. Their faces were as pale as paper, and they fell to the ground. Their hair was disheveled, and they were in an extremely sorry state. After seeing this scene, the surroundings became completely silent. No one dared to believe that this was real. The beautiful woman's face was filled with shock as she said, "Isn't this too amazing? What kind of spirit array master is Lin Gongzi?" Miaoke's beautiful eyes lit up slightly as she said, "This person is really too amazing. Even in the 9 prefectures, there are probably not many cultivators who can be compared to him in terms of array formation level." Lin Feng was unaware of what happened outside the Myriad Flower Building. After leaving the Myriad Flower Building, he directly returned to his residence. When he returned, he found that Xiao had not yet slept and was sitting on the roof drinking alone. Lin Feng flew up and said with a smile, "Isn't it too boring to drink alone? Let me accompany you." He grabbed a jar of wine beside him, removed the cork, and drank 3 mouthfuls in a row. Good alcohol tolerance. Monkey Show laughed and drank 3 mouthfuls of wine as well. That night, Lin Feng and Monkey Show talked about many things. Lin Feng also had some understanding of Monkey Show's background. Monkey Show's master was a wild monk. Normally, Buddhist monks would have a note of which temple they came from. A monk without a note was a wild monk. A wild monk like Monkey Show's master. He had no roots, and the world was his home. He did not have many rules. Therefore, Monkey Xiao was very different from ordinary monks. He ate meat, drank wine, and at the same time meditated and comprehended the Tao. The two of them drank until they were dead drunk. In the end, they completely lost consciousness. They did not even know how to return to their room. When they woke up the next day, it was already late in the morning. Time passed very quickly. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. The roundtable conference was about to begin. Lin Feng brought Monkey Xiao, Wan Yang, Sun Zhan, and dozens of guards to the Rogue Cultivator Alliance to participate in the roundtable conference. When they arrived at the Rogue Cultivator Alliance, they were led by the cultivators of the Rogue Cultivator Alliance. Soon, they arrived at the meeting hall. There were many people gathered outside the hall. They were all cultivators of the major factions. Apart from the leaders of the various factions who could enter the roundtable conference, the others had to wait outside. "That young man is Lin Feng," someone said. Instantly, countless gazes looked at Lin Feng. Everyone had heard of Lin Feng. They had heard too many legends about Lin Feng. Now that they saw the main character, they were naturally very curious. Monkey Xiao, Sun Zhan, Wan Yang, and the others waited outside while he walked into the hall. When he entered the hall, he saw that there were about 40 to 50 people sitting inside. Many of them were already here. "This is Lin Feng, sect leader Lin," Wu Ren said. Everyone looked at Lin Feng. At this moment, a cold voice suddenly sounded. Whether this person is qualified to be a member of the roundtable conference will be decided after a vote. He's not qualified to enter yet. The person who spoke was the evil Dragon Island's island lord, Leng Qianshui. Lin Feng ignored him and found a place to sit down. Leng Qianshui's face instantly turned ugly. He looked coldly at Lin Feng and shouted, "Kid, didn't you hear what I said just now? Is this a place for you to sit? Get the hell out of here." As the owner of Evil Dragon Island, Leng Qianshui was a ferocious person. Yesterday, Leng Xiekong was suppressed by Lin Feng's formation runes. Leng Qianshan went to rescue him and was seriously injured by the formation runes. This made Leng Qianshui very angry. Now that he saw Lin Feng, he wanted to humiliate Lin Feng to get back at him. Lin Feng looked indifferent and glanced at Leng Qianshui. "Who do you think you are? How dare you shout in front of me? Now shut up for this young master. Otherwise, this young master doesn't mind throwing you out." Lin Feng's words silenced the entire hall. Everyone looked at Lin Feng in disbelief. What was this guy talking about? What did he mean by insulting Leng Qianshui? Telling Leng Qianshui to shut up? Throwing Leng Qianshui out, wasn't this too arrogant? Leng Qianshui was an expert who had been famous for a long time. His strength was unfathomable. Among the ancestors, Leng Qianshui was a ferocious person. Lin Feng, a young cultivator, dared to humiliate Leng Qianshui like this. Wasn't this courting death? Lin Feng was the Dragon Gate sect leader. But as the rumors said, many people thought that Lin Feng was just a puppet supported by others. Lin Feng had an expert behind him. Lin Feng's combat strength was not ordinary. He must have used some powerful Dharma treasures. After all, there were Dharma treasures in this world that could increase one's combat strength. Quite a few cultivators had such thoughts. Therefore, now that Lin Feng humiliated Leng Qianshui like this, everyone thought it was an extremely unwise move. "Kid, what did you say?" Leng Qianshui immediately stood up and looked at Lin Feng in an evil way. If eyes could kill, Lin Feng would have been cut into pieces by Leng Qianshui's cold eyes. "You don't understand human language? If you don't understand human language, what are you doing here? Hurry up and scram as far as you can. Don't make a fool of yourself here," Lin Feng said indifferently. He didn't even look at Leng Qianshui. Leng Qianshui was about to explode from anger. His eyes flashed with killing intent. He walked towards Lin Feng step by step. "Little brat, I'd like to see what right you have to be so arrogant in front of me." Seeing that Leng Qianshui was about to make a move, some of the people who had a grudge against Lin Feng, such as Red Drill Fire Scorpion, and those who opposed Lin Feng joining the round table conference all had gloating expressions. As for Wu Ren and the others who were on good terms with Lin Feng, their expressions changed slightly. At this time, Wu Ren stood up and wanted to stop Ling Qianshui. However, Lin Feng said, "Elder Wu, you don't have to interfere in this matter. I'll settle it myself." Seeing Lin Feng's indifferent expression, Wu Ren could not help but feel puzzled. Could it be that Lin Feng really had a way to deal with Ling Qianshui? Wu Ren suddenly remembered that Lin Feng was a powerful spirit array master. Although his cultivation might not be as good as Ling Qianshui's. However, with the help of the array, he might be able to tangle with Ling Qianshui for a while. After the two of them fought for a few rounds, he could then mediate. Thinking of this, Wu Ren nodded and sat down. Lin Feng got up and walked towards Ling Qianshui. He looked at Ling Qianshui indifferently and said, "I'll let you make the first move because if I make the first move, you won't have the chance to make a move. Kid, stop bragging, okay?" The members of the Round Table Conference all looked at Lin Feng and wailed. Because in their opinion, Lin Feng was too good at bragging. They had lived for so many years, but they had never seen someone as good at bragging as Lin Feng. Being looked down upon by Lin Feng again and again. Ling Qianshui was almost angered to death. His eyes were gloomy as he looked at Lin Feng with a murderous gaze. "You're courting death. This island lord will make you kneel on the ground and beg for mercy." Ling Qianshui sneered and jumped out, punching towards Lin Feng. On his fist, rays of blood-red light condensed. Those rays of blood-red light gently swept across. A tearing sound came from the void. Those rays of blood-red light were very terrifying and could easily tear the void apart. The dense rays of blood-red light shrouded Lin Feng. This is Blood Light Fist. It is said to be a supreme divine ability passed down from the immemorial blood god. An island lord's voice could not help but reveal a trace of seriousness. The immemorial blood god was a famous expert in the immemorial age. He once fought with the immemorial thunder god for 300 rounds without being defeated. This showed how powerful the immemorial blood god was. Therefore, the divine ability passed down from the immemorial blood god was naturally terrifying. Now that Ling Qianshui had used the divine ability of the immemorial blood god, many people's expressions suddenly became serious. So you've inherited the immemorial blood divine path. The immemorial blood god was actually one of the emperors in the immemorial age and was very powerful. However, the inheritance of the immemorial blood god is nothing in front of me. Today, I'll let you have a taste of my immemorial thunder divine path." Lin Feng let out a long roar and stepped out. Crackle, his body was surrounded by dense lightning power. That lightning power. It was like destroying heaven and earth. It was shocking and moving. Lin Feng directly used the sky-cutting thunder art, the inheritance of the immemorial thunder god. Endless lightning power covered his body. Lin Feng looked as if the immemorial thunder god had descended to the world. Puff, the lightning turned into a sword and slashed forward. It could destroy the sky and destroy the world. Its power was unimaginable. The lightning swords directly destroyed the blood-red light condensed by Ling Qianshui. Then, the densely packed swords of lightning. They headed toward Ling Qianshui. They slashed forward. Ling Qianshui's expression changed. He didn't expect Lin Feng to be so powerful. He waved his hand and a sea of blood appeared. The sea of blood fell from the sky and wanted to devour the lightning swords. Lin Feng sneered. He directly condensed an emperor pattern and suppressed Ling Qianshui. This was one of Lin Feng's trump cards. A high-level spiritual array master like Lin Feng not only had powerful combat strength, but also mastered powerful spiritual array techniques. When used together in battle, its power could often achieve an unexpected effect. Just like now. The Emperor Pattern and Lightning Sword aura combined and instantly destroyed the Blood-Red Sea. Then Lin Feng's Emperor Pattern directly swept Ling Qianshui's body and sent him flying. Whoosh! Lin Feng disappeared in a flash and appeared in front of Ling Qianshui in the next moment. He punched at Ling Qianshui. Ling Qianshui's expression changed. It was too late to dodge. He could only raise his right arm to block Lin Feng's punch. Bang! Lin Feng's powerful punch landed on Ling Qianshui's arm. Crack crack, Ling Qianshui's arm was broken. The spiritual power in his body was also scattered by Lin Feng. His entire body fell heavily to the ground, and his face became as pale as a sheet of paper. He instantly lost all his combat strength. Xianxia lost. Exclamations of disbelief could be heard. Clatter. Everyone in the hall stood up abruptly. Everyone's pupils contracted violently, and it was as if monstrous waves were surging in their hearts. P.S. Archean Dragonesque Elephant Art Group number 4263938872. Everyone, add me. Cute girls, handsome guys, there's always something you want. There's a red packet every night. I'm waiting for you. Xianxia might not be considered a top expert among the ancestors, but he was at least a mid-tier expert. Yet, he had been defeated so easily by Lin Feng. This left everyone in disbelief. How could a young cultivator like Lin Feng possess such powerful combat strength? Were all the rumors about Lin Feng fake? In any case, none of the cultivators present sensed that Lin Feng had borrowed the power of a treasure. So this is your strength? You're too weak. Lin Feng coldly glanced at Xianxia and lifted him up. He seemed to really want to throw Xianxia out. Sect Master Lin. Please wait. Suddenly, an old man spoke. Seeing that the old man was wearing the same clothes as Wu Ren, it was obvious that he was an elder of the Rogue Cultivator Alliance. Lin Feng raised his eyebrows. What? Elder, do you have something to say? The old man said with a fake smile. Let people off when possible. Why don't we just forget about today's matter? Wu Ren said. Brother Lin, this matter shouldn't be blown out of proportion. Lin Feng ignored what the elder of the Independent Cultivators Alliance said. However, he still had to give face to Wu Ren. He threw Xianxia to the ground and said indifferently, consider this a small lesson for you. If you dare to provoke me again in the future, don't blame me for being merciless. Lin Feng nodded at Wu Ren and returned to his seat. He said indifferently, thank you for nominating me to join the round table. I believe that no one will object to me becoming a member of the round table now, right? The island masters who originally wanted to object to Lin Feng joining the round table naturally did not want to offend Lin Feng after seeing how powerful Lin Feng was. Therefore, many people stopped objecting to Lin Feng joining the round table. Crimson Fire Scorpion's expression was ugly, but he knew that there was no turning back. He remained silent with a gloomy expression. At that moment, an elder said, since everyone is here, let's talk about the purpose of this round table. Everyone listened carefully. Every time a round table was called, it was because of a major event that involved their own interests. The elder who spoke was called Xiaoqua, and he was the highest-ranked elder in the elder group. He had always been the one who presided over the round table. Xiaoqua continued, some time ago, someone discovered an immortal estate called the Wu Yuan Immortal Manor. It was left behind by an expert from the immortal era. Rogue Cultivator Alliance read through a lot of information and we finally found some clues about it. Upon hearing the words martial origin immortal manor, everyone's expression suddenly changed. The word immortal and the word immortal. It was easy to let one's imagination run wild. Xiaoqua continued, the owner of the Wu Yuan Immortal Manor is called my Wu Yuan. Rumor has it that he was an expert from the immortal era. He was born and raised in our 9 provinces great world, but his cultivation soared all the way until he became a great emperor. He even entered the ethereal heavenly realm. There are also rumors that he broke through to the immortal realm. This was truly an earth-shattering piece of news, causing everyone's expression to change. Was he really an immortal? It had been billions of years since an immortal had appeared in the world. Actually, there was no need to call it an immortal. It had been many years since an Emperor Realm cultivator had appeared. Therefore, the news about the Wu Yuan Immortal Manor and my Wu Yuan was a huge shock to everyone. Xiaoqua continued, this time, I've gathered everyone here because I want to borrow everyone's strength to open the Wu Yuan Immortal Manor and enter to search for fortuitous encounters. When will we set off? Someone asked. 5 days from now. The same rules apply. Each island master can bring a maximum of 5 people with him. Xiaoqua said. The others were obviously more familiar with this rule, so when they heard Xiaoqua's words, they nodded in agreement. Remember to keep it a secret. Alright, everyone, go back and prepare. We'll set off in 5 days. Xiaoqua said. After the meeting was adjourned, everyone left one after another. Lin Feng chatted with Wu Ren and the others for a while before taking his leave. Today, Lin Feng had displayed his might and defeated Ling Qianxia. Wu Ren and the others were excited. They were even more determined to befriend Lin Feng. They were also secretly glad that they had established a good relationship with Lin Feng before Lin Feng displayed his strength. If they had waited until Lin Feng displayed his strength, it would have been difficult to establish a good relationship with Lin Feng. Guo Macheng, elder Wang Pingjiu, and elder Li Zhongtong were in a good mood. Although their relationship was not as close as Wu Ren's with Lin Feng, it was still a good one. Lin Feng returned to his residence with Monkey Xiao, Sun Zhan, and Wan Yinyang. This time, he planned to bring Monkey Xiao, Sun Zhan, and Wan Yinyang. As he could only bring a maximum of 5 people with him, he did not have many top experts with him. Therefore, he could not bring 5 experts with him. After returning to his residence, Lin Feng told the 3 about the Wu Yuan Immortal Abode. After learning about the Wu Yuan Immortal Abode, the 3 of them were overjoyed. They didn't need to prepare anything for the trip to the Wu Yuan Celestial Palace. Lin Feng and the others spent the next few days meditating. That night, Wanhua Building delivered a letter. Lin Feng opened the letter and found that it was from Miao Ke. Lin Gongzi, Ke happened to get some supreme-grade spirit tea and invited you to have a taste. If you're free, I'll see you tomorrow at 8 o'clock. Miao Ke's signature was on the final payment. Lin Feng asked the maidservant to tell Miao Ke that he would be there on time. Then, he asked someone to reward the maidservant with some origin crystals. The maidservant left. Lin Feng muttered, Miao Ke's invitation is clearly just an excuse. I wonder why she invited me over. The next day, Lin Feng went to meet Miao Ke. Wanhua Building's business was still booming, and it was very lively. Here, all kinds of beautiful women could be found. It was a man's paradise. The beautiful woman had been waiting for Lin Feng outside. When she saw Lin Feng arrive, she swayed her slender waist and walked toward Lin Feng. She smiled and said, Lin Gongzi, you're finally here. The Holy Maiden has been waiting for you for a long time. Lin Feng said, it's a sin to keep the Holy Maiden waiting. I'll have to trouble you to lead the way. Why are you being so courteous with me? The beautiful woman patted Lin Feng lightly, bringing a fragrant wind with her. Then, the beautiful woman turned around and walked up the stairs, swaying her slim waist. She brought Lin Feng to meet Miao Ke. Just like the first time he had a date with Miao Ke alone, the second time he came to Miao Ke's place, Lin Feng still heard the beautiful zither music. The only difference was, the first time Lin Feng saw Miao Ke was in the living room. And this time, he was in Miao Ke's room. This made Lin Feng very surprised. One had to know that a woman's boudoir could not be casually entered by a man. There was a saying that went like this: entering a woman's boudoir. It was equivalent to entering the woman's inner world. Lin Feng did not know if this was true or not. But there was one thing he was very clear about. When a woman let you into her boudoir, to a certain extent, she had already accepted you as a person. Miao Ke asked the beautiful woman to bring me into her boudoir. What is the reason? Lin Feng could not help but guess the reason. He found a place to sit down, while the beautiful woman left and closed the door. In the room, only Lin Feng and Miao Ke were left. The zither music lingered in the air. It was very pleasant to hear. Lin Feng enjoyed this rare moment of peace. Listening to this beautiful and pleasant zither music, Lin Feng felt relaxed and happy. After the song ended, there was still an endless aftertaste. He smiled and clapped his hands, saying, every time I listen to the fairy play the zither, I can have a special feeling. It is Ke's greatest honor that young master likes it. Miao Ke smiled slightly, her voice gentle and pleasant. She immediately got up and came to the table, took out the tea set, tea leaves, and teapot, and began to boil water to make tea. Lin Feng could not help but recall the last time he drank tea at Dancing Butterfly Fairy's place. Dancing Butterfly Fairy was also very familiar with the art of tea. Like Miao Ke, she was proficient in the way of tea. Miao Ke also used spirit spring water. This spirit spring water was called Magnolia Spring Water. Although it could not be compared to the spirit spring water that Dancing Butterfly Fairy used to make tea, it was still incomparably precious. After brewing the spirit tea, Miao Ke smiled and said, "Young master, please taste the spirit tea." Lin Feng took a sip and felt a fragrance spread from the tip of his tongue to his entire body. It was indeed a very rare type of spirit tea. The taste is elegant, and the fragrance lingers on the teeth and cheeks. "It's really a good tea," Lin Feng said with a smile. Miao Ke said, "This tea is called Jade Spirit Celestial. It's produced at the peak of the snow mountain in the depths of the Jade Spirit Mountain range. It's produced in very small quantities, so it's very precious. Many tea masters also like to buy this kind of spiritual tea to taste." Lin Feng smiled and said, "Today, I was able to taste such good tea because of the fairy's good fortune." Miao Ke smiled and said, "I still have some here. If you like, you can take some with you when you leave." Lin Feng smiled and said, "A gentleman doesn't take away another's love. Fairy, you should keep this spirit tea. Moreover, even if you give me such good spirit tea, I'll just drink it like a whale drinking a cow. I don't know how to appreciate it, and I'll waste this good tea." Miao Ke smiled sweetly and then changed the topic. She said, "This time, I invited you here because I have something to tell you." Lin Feng had long guessed that Miao Ke had other motives for inviting him here. Now that Miao Ke said that she had something to tell him, Lin Feng didn't find it strange. He said, "Fairy, if you have something to say, you can tell me. I'm all ears." Miao Ke's pretty face blushed slightly, and then she reached out to take off the veil on her face. Suddenly, a delicate face appeared in front of Lin Feng. After seeing this beautiful face, Lin Feng's mind flashed with a poem. A face that could captivate the birds and beasts, a face that could hide the moon and shame the flowers. Perhaps only such a poem could describe Miao Ke's breathtakingly beautiful face. Previously, Miao Ke had always worn a veil in front of others. Now, in front of him, she had taken off her veil. Then he thought about how Miao Ke had invited him to her boudoir. A thought suddenly appeared in Lin Feng's mind. However, Lin Feng felt that it was somewhat unrealistic. He and Miao Ke had only met a few times. How could a woman like Miao Ke fall in love with a man so casually? "Young master, am I beautiful?" At this moment, Miao Ke's voice interrupted Lin Feng's thoughts. After asking this question, Miao Ke's pretty face flushed red. She was incomparably shy. However, she mustered up her courage and looked up at Lin Feng. What a peerless beauty! Even with Lin Feng's picky eyes, he couldn't find any flaws in Miao Ke's body. This woman was simply synonymous with perfection. He nodded and said, "Fairy's beauty is rare in this world." Miao Ke said, "Young master, are you willing to live together with me?" Pfft. After hearing Miao Ke's words, Lin Feng had just taken a sip of tea. He spat it out. Miao Ke looked like such a shy person, yet she actually asked such a direct question. "Young master, are you not willing to accept Ke?" Miao Ke couldn't help but frown slightly. It had to be said. A beauty was indeed a beauty. Even a slight frown from a beauty would have a unique charm. Lin Feng had seen too many beautiful women. Therefore, he wouldn't agree to anything just because Miao Ke confessed to him. The reason for that was because this matter was simply too strange. Lin Feng admitted that his charm was indeed very great. However, no matter how great his charm was, it couldn't be to the extent that Miao Ke would throw herself at him, right? There was definitely a reason for this abnormality. Lin Feng naturally understood this logic very well. Lin Feng said, "I'm flattered to be able to obtain your admiration, but there is one thing I don't understand. I wonder if you can explain it to me." "What is it?" Miao Ke looked at Lin Feng in confusion. Lin Feng asked, "Why do you want to be together with me? If I say it's love at first sight, would you believe me?" Miao Ke asked. Only a ghost would believe, Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter inwardly. Of course, he didn't say these words out loud. He looked at Miao Ke with a smile and said, "I naturally believe you. I know I'm very charming, but I didn't expect my charm to be so great that you would fall in love with me at first sight." Lin Feng grabbed Miao Ke's jade-like hand. What a pair of gentle and soft hands. It was such a pair of hands that could play such a beautiful song. He gently tugged. Miao Ke stood up and was pulled to Lin Feng's side. Miao Ke fell into Lin Feng's arms. "What are you doing?" Miao asked with a red face. I'm not doing anything. I just want to take a closer look at you. Lin Feng reached out and stroked Miao's delicate face. Miao's face was so red that it was almost bleeding. She quickly broke free from Lin Feng's embrace and stood up. Did I offend you? Lin Feng asked. Miao replied, it's not that you're being rude to me, but I'm still not used to it. However, I'll slowly get used to it. Lin Feng smiled and said, so that's how it is. I'll wait for you to slowly stop resisting this kind of contact. At this moment, Lin Feng had changed the way he addressed Miao, causing her to feel shy and happy at the same time. Miao's path of heartlessness was rather special. From heartlessness to love, from love to severing love, and from severing love to being heartless. Falling in love was a very important process. When Miao was in love, she would wholeheartedly fall in love with the man who made her fall in love with him. The deeper the love, the deeper one's understanding of the path of heartlessness would be after severing love. Thus, everything that Miao was doing for Lin Feng was sincere, and there was nothing pretentious about it. This was the terrifying part of the path of heartlessness. Lin Feng even believed that Miao had really fallen in love with him at first sight. It was not because she wanted to use him or had other motives. Lin Feng stayed at Miao's place for 2 hours before leaving. After Lin Feng left, the beautiful woman walked in and asked, how is the relationship between the Holy Maiden and Lin Gongzi going? Miao had a bashful look on her face as she said, he should also like me. Seeing the bashful and seductive look on Miao's face, the beautiful woman's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that the Holy Maiden had really fallen in love? It was easy to fall in love, but difficult to sever love. Thus, the beautiful woman was very worried about Miao severing love. She had successfully severed her love. She had soared into the sky. If she failed to sever her love, what would the future be like? The beautiful woman did not dare to imagine. Lin Feng walked briskly towards his residence. The image of Miao's delicate and beautiful face lingered in his mind. Love at first sight. Love at first sight. He raised his eyebrows. When Miao first said the words love at first sight to him, Lin Feng only had one thought. Who are you trying to fool? However, as he interacted with Miao he realized that Miao seemed to really admire him. It was love at first sight. It didn't seem to be a lie. A woman's heart is like a needle at the bottom of the ocean. I don't know what Miao is thinking, but I can only take one step at a time. Lin Feng could not help but mutter in his heart. The next day, Lin Feng, Monkey Xiao, Sun Zhan, and Wan Yinyang set off for the Rogue Cultivator Alliance. Everyone would gather at the Rogue Cultivator Alliance before heading to the Wu Yuan Immortal Mansion. Currently, none of the island lords knew where the Wu Yuan Immortal abode was located. This secret was held in the hands of the upper echelons of the Rogue Cultivator Alliance. When they arrived at the Rogue Cultivator Alliance, Lin Feng and the others were brought to a courtyard. When they arrived, there were already close to 400 people gathered in the courtyard. More people continued to arrive. After everyone had arrived, Zhaoque took out a flying ship. Everyone entered the spaceship. Then, the spaceship tore through the void and left quickly. We'll be sailing for half a month. Everyone can rest in the spaceship or cultivate for a period of time. Zhaoque said. The spaceship was huge and was divided into 27 floors. Each person had a room and there were still many empty rooms. Now, many people were talking about the Wu Yuan Immortal Mansion. This Wu Yuan Immortal Mansion was related to the Ethereal Immortal. Naturally, it would attract a lot of attention. During this period, Lin Feng had been cultivating in seclusion. He was mainly comprehending the various Daos that he had comprehended. Time passed quickly when cultivating. Therefore, half a month passed in the blink of an eye. Bang! 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 There was a knock on the door. Lin Feng came back to his senses. Master! We've arrived at the sea. Elder Wu Ren just sent someone to inform you that we'll arrive at the destination in 6 hours. Wan Yinyang's voice could be heard in the room. Lin Feng stood up and opened the door. He said, let's go outside and take a look. Lin Feng went to the deck. After coming out, he saw the surrounding dark clouds rolling. Huge lightning pillars descended from the sky and distorted the void. The lightning and the sea were connected. It was simply a scene of doomsday. Around the lightning pillars, there was a raging storm. The raging storm had a powerful suction force, and it easily swallowed the passing ships. This place is called the Thunderstorm Sea. There are hurricanes and lightning pillars everywhere. It's very dangerous and few people come here. When Wu Ren saw Lin Feng walk out, he walked towards Lin Feng and said. Lin Feng nodded. This sea was indeed dangerous. However, the Rogue Cultivator Alliance had obviously mastered the method to enter the depths of the sea. The spaceship flew carefully, avoiding the raging storm and lightning pillars. Finally, the spaceship entered the depths of the Thunderstorm Sea. There was a white fog and there was a huge natural illusion array in front of him. This natural illusion array could easily trap any cultivator who entered it to death. The spaceship passed through the natural illusion array. It took a full 7 days to pass through the natural illusion array. A huge island appeared in their line of sight. We're here. The Wu Yuan Immortal Mansion is in the depths of the island. Wu Ren said. Everyone on the spaceship walked out and looked into the depths. Many people were discussing the Wu Yuan Immortal Mansion excitedly. They had finally arrived at the Wu Yuan Immortal Mansion. Here. What kind of opportunities could they obtain? Everyone was looking forward to it. The spaceship stopped in the depths of the mountain range. In the depths of the mountain range, there was a huge palace. The palace covered an area of dozens of acres and was 300 meters tall. There was a huge horizontal board on top of it. There were 4 big words written on the horizontal board. These 4 big words were the words, Wu Yuan Immortal Mansion. Now that the Wu Yuan Immortal Mansion was protected by a powerful restriction, one had to break the restriction first to enter. Lin Feng observed these restrictions and could not help but frown. The restrictions here were too strong and it would be very difficult to break them. Moreover, breaking the restrictions here would easily lead to the attack of the Wu Yuan Immortal Mansion's restrictions. Once he was attacked by the Wu Yuan Immortal Mansion's restrictions, he might end up dying. Lin Feng was very clear about this. It was no wonder the Rogue Cultivator Alliance had found so many experts. It was indeed not an easy task for a few people or a dozen people to break the formation. If they were not careful, they might even be wiped out. Zhao Kuo said in a deep voice, everyone must have seen that the Wu Yuan Immortal Mansion's restrictions are too strong. We need to split into 2 groups. One group is responsible for breaking the restriction, while the other group is responsible for blocking the attacks of the Wu Yuan Immortal Mansion's restrictions and protecting the people who break the restriction. Naturally, no one objected to Zhao Kuo's suggestion. The spirit array experts were in charge of breaking the array while the other cultivators were in charge of blocking the attacks of the restriction. This combination was the best way to break the array. Many cultivators had done some research on array formations. However, some of them were more advanced in their research and had higher attainments in array formations. Some of them were more shallow in their research and had average attainments in array formations. It was not difficult to find more than 100 cultivators who were proficient in array formations among more than 400 people. Everyone was scattered around and each of them was in charge of breaking a part of the array formation. Such a combination could be said to complement each other and achieve the greatest effect. After everyone was done with their tasks, they dispersed. Breaking the array formation was a complicated process. It was full of difficulties. However, with so many people working together, the array formation enveloping the martial origin immortal matter was gradually being broken. Lin Feng said in a low voice, "Be careful when we enter the martial origin immortal matter." Monkey Xiao, Sun Zhan, and Wan Yangyang nodded. Although it looked like they were working together to break the array formation, this was because they had not seen any treasures yet. If they saw any treasures, they would definitely fall out with each other. It took a total of 10 days for everyone to break the restriction. However, they only managed to open a small gap in the restriction. It was unrealistic to completely destroy the restriction that enveloped the entire martial origin immortal matter. In fact, tens of millions of years had passed since the immortal ancient era. As time passed, the power of the restriction had been severely weakened. If it was during the immortal ancient era when the restriction had just been set up, Lin Feng and the others would not have been able to break it. After breaking the restriction, everyone entered one after another. The first thing that appeared in front of them was a huge stone door. Everyone worked together to open the stone door. Then, everyone entered the martial origin immortal matter. The interior of the martial origin immortal matter was empty and dark. It emitted a gloomy and cold aura. After entering such an ancient immortal matter, everyone was naturally cautious. Many times, danger and opportunity coexisted, and opportunity was accompanied by danger. Therefore, the closer one was to the opportunity, the more dangerous it would be. They had to be careful. Since ancient times, countless people had died in the last few steps of obtaining the opportunity. The first hall of the martial origin immortal matter was very empty. There were only 3 items. The first item was a 3-meter-tall stone tablet. This stone tablet recorded the life story of the master of the Wu Yuan immortal abode, my Wu Yuan. The second and third items were both statues. These 2 statues were at the entrance to the second palace. The statue on the left was that of a handsome man. The statue on the right was a statue of a woman, as beautiful as a fairy. He did not know who these 2 statues belonged to, nor did he know why they were placed here. Everyone gathered in front of the stone tablet to read the introduction to Makino Takeo's life. My Wu Yuan, born in 1991 of the immortal ancient calendar, the son of the Mai clan's patriarch. This My Wu Yuan was an individual from the early stages of the immortal ancient era. Back then, the Mai clan was also a top-notch clan. Mai Takeo had shown amazing talent for cultivation since he was a child, but his family's ancestor had passed away in an accident when he was 6. The family had lost a guardian deity that could intimidate all forces in the outside world. As a result, the Mai family was besieged by many forces, some of whom wanted to rob the family of their resources. There were also some forces that wanted to replace them. The once glorious Mai family fell from grace. Some members of the Mai clan fled and changed their names. Until Mai Takeo grew up. Mai Takeo became an emperor in the immortal ancient era, the first person to do so in the 9 states plane. Later, Mai Takeo left the 9 states plane in pursuit of the ethereal immortal realm. He went to many places, including the Undying Realm, the Yao Realm, the Demon Realm, the Dragon Realm, and many other worlds. Later, he went to the Celestial Realm. Then, he found a heaven-shaking stone tablet in a land of death in the Celestial Realm. When he saw the words heaven-shaking stone tablet, Lin Feng's pupils constricted. Heaven-shaking stone tablet, he was too familiar with it. There was another heaven-shaking stone tablet in his mountain river ring. Back then, in the Starry Sky ancient city in the Starry Sky world, a powerful otherworldly god was born. Invincible. How many experts died at the hands of the otherworldly gods? Later, Lin Feng carried the heaven-shaking stone tablet in the Starry Sky ancient city and killed dozens of otherworldly gods. Scenes of the past surfaced in his mind. The heaven-shaking stone tablet had a great background. Legend had it that the heaven-shaking stone tablet recorded 3,000 cultivation methods of the 3,000 great Daos. Legend had it that the heaven-shaking stone tablet recorded the oldest method to become an immortal. Legend had it that the heaven-shaking stone tablet recorded the location of the Supreme Divine Court. Legend had it that the heaven-shaking stone tablet hid the greatest secret of the myriad worlds. Legend had it that there were too many legends about the heaven-shaking stone tablet. Heaven-shaking stone tablet. Mai Takeo actually obtained the heaven-shaking stone tablet. Some cultivators exclaimed. Clearly, they had also heard of the heaven-shaking stone tablet. Many people couldn't help but frown because they had also heard of the heaven-shaking stone tablet. Some people even went to look for the heaven-shaking stone tablet. However, they didn't find any clues. The heaven-shaking stone tablet was too mysterious. Everyone continued to read below. After Mai Takeo obtained the heaven-shaking stone tablet, he comprehended the secrets within and obtained the method to become an immortal. In fact, there were also some methods to become an immortal in this world. For example, the Supreme Immortal Scripture and the Reincarnation Immortal Scripture recorded the methods to become an immortal. However, these methods couldn't make cultivators become true immortals. They could only become itinerant immortals or pseudo-immortals. There were 2 ways to become a true immortal. The first way was to obtain the heaven-shaking stone tablet. From it, one could comprehend the method to become an immortal. The second way was to find the Supreme Divine Court. One could also comprehend the method to become an immortal in the Supreme Divine Court. However, both of these methods were too difficult. This was also the reason why there were so few immortals. My Takeo comprehended the method to become an immortal and experienced 3 calamities and 9 disasters. Finally, he succeeded. He became an immortal. After my Takeo became an immortal, he went to the wasteland. Seeing the words wasteland, Lin Feng frowned slightly. It was actually this place. An incomparably chaotic and dangerous place. Many great emperors died in the wasteland. This place was connected to the heavenly realm, the underworld, and the chaotic Xianhuang realm. And it was also connected to another terrifying place. That was the foreign world. According to the records on the stone tablet, after entering the wasteland, my Takeo discovered a huge secret. Once the secret was revealed, it would shock the world. In order to explore this secret, my Takeo entered the foreign world. However, he didn't expect that my Takeo would eventually die in the foreign world. However, there was no mention of how Takeo Makino died. It only stated that after Takeo Makino's death, someone brought his body back from the other world. As for who that person was, there was no mention of that person. Everyone guessed that the person who brought back my Takeo's corpse might be the person who built this stone tablet for my Takeo. This person could be my Takeo's disciple, friend, or lover. There were all possibilities. However, too much time had passed, so it was impossible to investigate what happened in the past. I've heard of this other world before. It's an extremely mysterious world. However, my Takeo was an immortal. How could such a powerful person die in the other world? It's unbelievable. Someone said. It was hard to accept the fact that my Takeo died in the other world. It was indeed hard to accept that someone as powerful as my Takeo died in the other world. What kind of existence could kill an immortal, or perhaps, was there a hidden reason for my Takeo's death? However, this was already a mystery. The heaven-shaking stone tablet. Many people came back to their senses and rushed into the depths. This was because the stone tablet mentioned the heaven-shaking stone tablet when it introduced my Takeo. My Takeo seemed to have obtained the heaven-shaking stone tablet in the past. If the heaven-shaking stone tablet was still in the martial origin immortal abode, its value was too great. It was enough to make anyone go crazy. Everyone rushed into the depths of the palace and disappeared without a trace. They all went to look for the heaven-shaking stone tablet or other treasures. However, some cultivators stayed behind. Many cultivators were checking the stone tablet and the 2 statues. They wanted to see if there was anything special about the stone tablet and the statues. However, after checking for a while, they didn't find anything. Those cultivators left one after another. Wan Yinyang also checked, then shook his head and said, "They're just ordinary statues and stone tablets. There's nothing special about them." Lin Feng nodded and was about to enter the depths of the palace with Monkey Xiao, Sun Zhan, and Wan Yinyang. Suddenly, he stopped. Lin Feng carefully observed the 2 stone tablets and couldn't help but frown slightly. Monkey Xiao asked, "What's wrong? Is there something wrong?" "There's something wrong with the 2 statues." Lin Feng looked at the 2 statues and said, "Something is wrong with the statue? There doesn't seem to be anything wrong with it." Monkey Xiao observed for a while and couldn't help but ask doubtfully. Wan Yinyang and Sun Zhan also nodded. They also didn't find anything wrong. "Look, we're facing the entrance of the palace. On the left, there's a statue of a man, and on the right, there's a statue of a woman. This arrangement follows the customs of men being superior to women, and in the 5 elements, the left is superior to the right. It's also in line with the placement of the male statue on the left and the female statue on the right." Lin Feng pointed at the 2 statues. Monkey Xiao nodded and said, "There is indeed such a saying, but the statue in front of us is not in the wrong position. Actually, there's one thing that many people don't know. The statues placed by the left reverend and the right reverend shouldn't be facing the main entrance. Instead, they should be looking out from the entrance." As Lin Feng spoke, he came to the door and turned around. He stood in the doorway, facing the outside. To his left was the statue of the woman. What appeared on the right was the statue of the man. "Maybe the person who placed it made a mistake," Sun Zhan said. Lin Feng nodded and said, "That's a possibility. But what if the person who placed it didn't make a mistake? The two of you try to move the two statues. Sun Jian and Wan Yangyang nodded and came to the two statues. Each statue was 3 meters tall. It was unknown what material they were made of, but they weighed about 50,000 kilograms. They were very heavy. Sun Jian and Wan Yangyang carried the two statues. Lin Feng said, "Swap the two statues." Sun Jian and Wan Yangyang nodded and swapped the positions of the two statues. At this moment, everyone realized that the right hand of the statue on the right and the left hand of the statue on the left were slightly extended. The index and middle fingers were pressed together. Then, they both pointed in the same direction. This is? Everyone was shocked. Everyone looked in the direction the two fingers were pointing at. Lin Feng leaped up and flew up. He arrived at the top of the palace. Lin Feng punched the ceiling of the palace. Whoosh! The ceiling was smashed by Lin Feng. Then, something fell down. It was a white jade brocade box. Lin Feng grabbed the falling white jade brocade box. He quickly landed on the ground. What's inside? Sun Jian asked impatiently. Yixiao and Wan Yangyang also looked at the white jade brocade box in Lin Feng's hand. Lin Feng opened the white jade brocade box. Inside the white jade brocade box, there was actually a ring. He tried to send his divine sense into the ring, but he found that it was blocked. The restrictions on the storage ring were very powerful. This is a spatial ring. However, the restrictions on this ring are very powerful. Looks like I need to go back and study how to break the restrictions on this ring. Lin Feng said. Yixiao, Sun Jian, and Wan Yangyang were very envious of Lin Feng's luck. Of course, they were also happy for Lin Feng that he could obtain such a storage ring. Whose storage ring is this? Why is it hidden so well? Yixiao couldn't help but ask curiously. Lin Feng observed the storage ring and said, "The words Hua Faisi are engraved on it. I'm guessing that this ring belongs to a woman. Her name is very likely Hua Faisi." Everyone nodded. Lin Feng kept the ring. Then, the group headed deeper into the treasury. Not long after, they saw many corpses. Some of the treasury doors were opened. Many cultivators started fighting each other, dying tragically in the process. Ba. Excellent, excellent. Yixiao put his palms together with a solemn expression when he saw the corpses lying in pools of blood. They had been allies just a moment ago, but in the blink of an eye, they were fighting each other. Lin Feng didn't find it strange. For the sake of benefits. Father and son turning against each other, brothers fighting each other to the death, were too common. Moreover, the relationship between cultivators was as thin as water. The four of them continued walking deeper into the treasury. They saw that many treasury doors had been opened. Many cultivators were fighting each other inside. It was an extremely tragic scene. Cultivators died tragically one after another. Lin Feng's group also opened some treasury doors. Inside, there were all kinds of medicinal pills, magic treasures, origin crystals, and so on. Some cultivators tried to snatch the treasures, but they were all repelled. In the end, Lin Feng emptied 7 treasures, Yixiao emptied 5 treasures, and Sun Jian and Wan Yangyang emptied 3 treasures each. There's a huge courtyard inside. It's covered by a restriction. Heavens! Is there an immortal herb of immortality planted here? Exclamations came from the depths of the treasury. Everyone was alarmed. End of chapter 1994. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.